I will hold you in my arms.
And welcome everybody to the LPL Summer split here for 2015. We are back for another long split of awesome Chinese League of Legends action. My name is Julian Peshu-Timekar. Joining with me for our first match will be Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. And we couldn't start the LPL any other way. It is World Elite taking on Invictus Gaming.
Exactly, one of the oldest rivalries in esports, specifically in League of Legends. Coming into this game, 45-33 is your historical game score. That's right, there's already been 78 games between World Elite and Invictus Gaming just in the past 4 years, and it's going to continue with 2 more today to get it towards that big number 80. World Elite leading, but Invictus Gaming and World Elite, they actually played during the break. So while EDG was obviously representing the LPL with a plum over at MSI, there were still some side tournaments, and this matchup, 2-1 was the score between Invictus Gaming and World Elite. So recent advantage goes to Invictus Gaming, but World Elite, they've been on the up for quite a while now.
Yeah, anything can happen in the best of 2 format, and both these teams had strong finishes to their seasons, both making playoffs in the spring split, which for World Elite especially looked like almost an impossible task towards the end of the split.
Absolutely. You know, coming in after IEM, coming back with that new lineup, but anchored in 12th to make it to 8 was a mammoth task, but they managed to do it. And then pushing Edward Gaming, now your MSI champions, to 5 games themselves. And what was a heartbreaker. We all remember Pawn coming back in the 5th game, replacing you, who's now, of course, no longer on the lineup. But that was a massive game. And they've been on the up. They've had those good off-season results. They just don't want to leave themselves in that situation with 3 weeks left to get to playoffs. They want to actually start assaulting those top spots from the start of the league.
Yeah, and that's the nice thing for a lot of these teams that I think did a lot of growing through the regular split, getting those rosters finally meshed together, and they had a late push or late charge towards playoffs. For a team like World Elite especially, and certainly for Invictus Gaming as well, they've had a whole split now together. The rosters stay consistent for both these teams. They've made no changes. They feel confident, and that's a lot of experience to give to a roster. So all of a sudden, you go into a fresh split, and anything can happen for these two.
And I really like the fact that you talked about the fact that the whole league has been benefiting from this long 284-game regular season. Remember, there's been 12 teams in the LPL since the start of the year. OGN, of course, just growing to the 10 teams in Champions. 12 teams already a massive league, more than any other top competitive league, and just pushing further and further. Some of those faces that we remember, like Gamti, no longer existing, perhaps in the same sort of way, but World Elite and Invictus Gaming, like you said, the lineup staying pretty much the same. The only question mark we have is that we know that World Elite have picked up a new support, a new old support for some of you 2014 World Championship viewers.
Yeah, Conan is back, I believe, on the roster, so it'll be fun to see if he plays today, but I think it's funny that you mentioned lineups. Historically, like you said, big rivalry between these two teams. They're easily the oldest organizations in China, especially for League. I guess my best thing is, historically, you know, the rosters have changed quite a bit coming into this year. Brand new rosters for both these teams here. Some new Korean players that look very strong on both sides as well. So, you know, it's not, you know, the same matchup maybe that it was 2-3 years ago, but still that rivalry is there, and both of these rosters have looked great. So a recharge roster for both sides, both looking to, again, make those big name organizations just glow that much brighter.
And Invictus Gaming themselves didn't solidify their roster till what, about week 8, week 9, finally cementing Zatai back into that top lane position. World Elite, they do have the one new member in that Dada Sevens joined the lineup from OMG, so they do have a different support option. We're likely to see Conan starting today, but we'll have to see who can get that synergy with Mystic to really get the bottom lane rolling.
Yeah, and Mystic was a player that came up a lot, honestly, in my opinion, from the end of the season for World Elite. When he was given the opportunity to take hold of a game and run with it, he ran all the way home with it. His Jinx play especially was almost Name and Deft-esque in the later stages of the season.
So we're looking at the team rankings, of course, the regular rankings from last season. Edward Gaming right at the top, but Snake, there's another one that we're going to see in Game 2 who'd have a couple of changes. OMG and Vici. And then as we round out the league, we see some of the newer teams at the bottom. Potential, RNG, and QG.
Yeah, so we've got some new lineups again. The LPL's changed quite a bit since last split, and of course, it hasn't been that long of a break between the splits either, so teams have gotten a lot of moving done in the off-season, and Invictus Gaming, you can see, as our other team in this matchup, sitting in 5th place, finishing the playoffs in 3rd, so not the most spectacular regular season, I have to say. World Elite, even more heartbreaking, almost getting out of the playoffs, and M3 would have taken that spot. Instead, they went back and promoted themselves back into the LPL in the relegation tournament, but both these teams, I would say, had rocky regular splits. They really found themselves towards the very end. But playoffs in particular, World Elite with a great showing against EDG. And don't forget, IG finished 3rd overall, beating Snake in the 3rd place match.
I think that was a consistent trend, that consistency problem. Edward Gaming definitely only suffering, I believe, the 6 losses in the regular season, then starting to get a few losses against both World Elite and LGD towards the end of the season, but being the model of consistency in the regular season. Everyone else, they had those periods of success. Invictus Gaming, the ultimate yo-yo, 6-0 into 0-6, of course, was their start to the season. Vici Gaming, a team that towards the end of the season was racking up the wins, then again had some difficulties maintaining success. I think any teams that can keep up consistency, Snake perhaps was one of the most consistent teams last split, despite becoming in from the LSPL, at least for the first 8-9 weeks of the season before they were perhaps found out a little bit. Consistency is the big question mark in this best-of-2 format, round robin, double best-of-2s. There's a lot of games, so you just have to keep that consistency if you want to be up the top.
And again, I think the rosters are the important things for these two teams. Little to no changes for both of them. We noted the support changes for World Elite. Okay, that's probably a reasonable change to make for these teams. But IG, they've stayed solid throughout. As far as I can recall from the movements we've had in the offseason, no changes at all to this roster, which is very Korean-led, I have to say.
It was only Zatai that was actually thought about might be even looking to retire, but of course will still be playing. So the exact same roster, again, winning an off-season tournament, finally getting some wins into the belt for Cacao and Rookie in the mid lane. The synergy between them was the strongest part of their season last season. Now it's can they grow as a team? Because some of those discrete parts, Cacao carrying games on Nidalee, Zatai finally showing his wares on the likes of Nar in the top lane. Everyone's got their special champions, but it's whether they can grow as a team to counter perhaps what happened to them in the semifinals. Edward Gaming versus Invictus Gaming. It looked like a juicy matchup in the semifinals last split, but Invictus Gaming basically got rolled 3-0, specifically Rookie struggling in the first game on that Azir against LeBlanc matchup, and then just never looking the same. And Invictus Gaming, they don't want to repeat that performance. They want to come in strong and silence World Elite in this historic matchup, but still the first matchup of what's going to be a very long season.
Yeah, it's important to start off with some momentum and on the right foot. And don't forget, of course, it might be an old rivalry. These are new players adding to these teams, but you have to bet that these organizations, they still want to beat each other. You know that World Elite's waving that record over IG's head saying, hey, we're still ahead of your lifetime.
I mean, that's 78 games of history coming through. And although it's only players like, I believe, Zatai and Kid that would have seen the majority of those games, having veteran players at 17, but having played in that rivalry for so long, the fan bases definitely feel these are two of the most supported teams in China World Elite. Of course, a lot of legacy fans from their dominant period back in 2012 and 2013, but still a very popular lineup. Spirit himself, one of the most popular players in the league, after all his emotions and all his just positivity that he showed during the IEM and just the whole difficult first, 7-8 weeks of the regular split. Very popular teams, an old rivalry. It should be an explosive start to what is going to be a very exciting second split of the LPL.
Yeah, and I like that you highlighted junglers because I think that's where we start here. In different ways, these are both jungler-led teams. And I like that you brought up IG from playoffs. They got dismantled by EDG, absolutely. But the weird thing is they did exactly that to Vici to get themselves to that semifinal. So IG, a team that almost seems to beat their opponents by taking what they do and just using it against them.
They're a bit of a chameleon in that way, aren't they? Like Vici came in as almost playing Korean-esque League of Legends in terms of being very controlled, not looking for the big team fights and just fighting across the map, but pushing up those words, playing methodical League of Legends. Not necessarily a word we use too much when describing the LPL as methodical play, but that's what Vici was showing. And suddenly it was Invictus Gaming that were all about that, specifically Cacao on the likes of Gragas, which we know will be a contested pick today. Probably won't see much Gragas or Nunu, the real Cinderhulk junglers that have kind of spread into popularity. We're on patch 5.8, so Cinderhulk's been taken down a little bit. Still going to be very popular, but it'll be interesting to see whether the Warrior junglers start to come back a little bit. Clearlove's thinking about the likes of Evelyn and Lee Sin as potential picks with the Warrior, but still going to be a lot of priority on those top-level Cinderhulk junglers. Even though the item's been toned back, Sejuani, Nunu, and Gragas all going to be very popular picks today.
Yeah, and even Italy as well. That's another contested pick between these two players. Been a long time since we've seen in Italy, but both of these players historically have some excellent performances, basically hard carrying by themselves on the champion. So honestly, they might even ban it out of respect because I believe we're going to start looking through some lineups.
In this lovely new stadium, of course, we have changed venues since the first split of the LPL. All the players in the lobby, so we're just waiting to get things started. It's good to mention the Nidalee, but we'll get back to that as we see this World Elite lineup with their new jerseys looking very dapper.
Yeah, everyone's going to be looking very handsome today in their new jerseys, moving into summer, but we're going to go through World Elite. Now, starting in the top lane, Aluka.
Train driver Aluka.
Yep.
You can see right there. He's trying to get back on the Sion train.
Yeah, you can see it in the last pick there as well. Lord of Sion here is Aluka. Self-anointed, but well-deserved.
Just such a popular player because of that Sion play. It's what really rocketed him into popularity. His IEM performances. The crowd goes wild for that. And speaking of going wild, Spirit probably considered the top jungler in the world, despite being on such a struggling team for the whole of 2015.
I mean, maybe for part of that reason, World Elite certainly had a lot of struggles, but it wasn't Spirit that was struggling as we moved through. Now to Xie, very impressive young Chinese challenger player. He joined the roster and almost instantly made a world of difference. And LeBlanc, and especially that Vladimir you can see as well, they're definitely his trademark picks.
Actually 3-0 on Vladimir. Didn't get to play it at all in the playoffs, much to his detriment. Moving on to Mystic, the other Korean player in this lineup. He actually started moving towards the Jinx. In fact, if you remember that WE vs EG Best of 5 was Deft and Mystic trading Jinx wins, so it should be another popular pick. And you can see it will be Conan as the starting support. Data 7 going to be on the bench for at least game 1.
Yeah, and you can see as well, still plenty of Janna in there, lots of engaged supports as well. I think supports in China at one point felt quite divided as far as their picks. They either went for the engage or went for more of the defensive reactionary peel type supports. But I think we're going to see a good mix today. And Mystic, for me, if there was like a most impressive looking player as far as like early breakout performances go, I might give it to him, honestly, for his performance in the last half of the season.
And of course, he had OGN experience, so he had been playing at the top level previously, but it was on a Jin Air team that honestly never really got going. When he came into the lineup, you weren't like, oh man, Mystics joined the league, especially in a league that's traditionally had very strong AD carries. But you're right, he looked super impressive. I remember him getting kills on Uzi and lane, which is almost unheard of in the LPL, but did very well there. His Lucian is probably his strongest pick, but that Jinx that he broke out against Deft was looking really good too.
Yeah, the Jinx Thresh combo that they were using a lot in the last half of the season. Conan, of course, a seasoned Thresh player, lots of experience coming from that support, so potential there as well. But for me, it's definitely that man on your screen right there, Spirit. How well is he playing this season? Because he played consistently at the highest level, at best jungler in the world level for 13, 14, 15 weeks straight.
But no face mask anymore. That mustache is gone, sadly.
It'll be back. He's got some nice glasses.
He does. He's rocking the glasses. Jie in the mid lane. Very short.
He is very short. I think he's leaning back in his chair a little bit there, but he is not the tallest man.
He's taking it all in the new stadium.
I mean, it doesn't matter. His League of Legends ability doesn't matter on stature there. He's going to be just fine as Mystic. Actually, rather tall as we look through. And Conan, of course, going to be more in the Xie school of height.
And you can see definitely the players that came through the roster later have much higher KDAs than even the likes of Spirit, sitting on, I believe, the 3.1 KDA, which is impressive given how much losing they remember. They lost the first 11, 17, I forget the number now, but it was in double digits matches.
I think it was 11 or 12 games.
They lost a lot of games at the start of the season, but still managed to keep up that respectable KDA. But Conan coming in towards the end of the season at a 4.1, much more where Spirit would stand if he had played that full season.
You can see IG now as well. Kakao looking pretty relaxed there, honestly, leaning right back in his chair. He's going to look through the team now, and Invictus Gaming, and someone is singing. That's very cute.
The bunny ears coming at the top is hilarious.
That's good stuff there as well. So we are going to go through the Invictus Gaming lineup. Like we said, very jungler-focused teams for both of them. But we'll start in the top lane here with Zatai. Formerly a mid laner, but he's looked great in the top lane now as well.
And that last pick, Karthus, was one I love to see. I love it when he plays those carry champions. Reminds us of his 2-3 years in the mid lane for Invictus Gaming before Rookie and Kakao came through.
Yeah, don't forget his Fizz game as well in the season where he hard carried from the top side, finally letting go. Kakao, though, played quite a few interesting champions towards the end of the season, but make no mistake, one of the best and most versatile junglers in the world.
And as the Cinderhulk meta starts to settle, we might start seeing more of these interesting champions. As the item goes through a couple of nerfs, I believe more nerfs in 5.9, maybe we will see that jungle Paul move up as the singer is identified as
Rookie.
Good old Rookie.
Rookie, and singing voice aside, his mid lane play has always impressed me. His laning in particular, so meticulous and so aggressive.
Absolutely. I mean, he plays a lot of different champions. You see more of the wave gear champions, the likes of Ryze, Azir, and Orianna, that can play those most assertive champions. And if there's one champion to typify Kid, who's on your screen now, it's been all about the Callisto. For win, last draw, he plays a lot of Callisto.
He loves it, and that's a fancy new haircut there as well. So styling it up here as we move into the summer for China. Last but not least, of course, it is Kid. He's a consistent dual laner for a few years now with Kid, and Bard game aside, he's played just about everything as well.
I mean, Bard is still a question mark here, Patient Time. There's been a lot of Bard play in solo queue. There's been a lot of Bard play pushing up. People really starting to talk about this as a strong pick rather than perhaps the PYL special that we saw coming out towards the end of the LPL. So it'll be lovely to see him really start to solidify in competitive play. You can pull off some impressive wombos with that ultimate.
Absolutely, and if the, big high-impact team fighting ultimate, that sounds like the mark of a Chinese support as well. I guess we have a lot of questions here. It's the first game of a new LPL season. Like we mentioned, wasn't a massive break between it, but quite a few changes since then. Some of these teams, of course, didn't make playoffs. Some teams like World Elite didn't get to play anything other than their 5-game quarterfinals. So lots of questions here. Even with these two fairly settled rosters, they're going to look quite different, I have to think, than they did certainly at the start of last season.
I mean, it makes sense. It's the start of a big, long season. We have plenty of questions and no time for answers, but of course going to get into the game and start answering whether this World Elite lineup was capable of making it towards that top 4 if it had been settled at the start of the season rather than towards the end. Is Invictus Gaming going to finally have their own selfish identity? Because they're very good at adapting. Didn't manage to do it against EDG, but certainly showed it against Vici Gaming, as you mentioned, and towards the end of the split, just adapting to enemy strengths. You kind of need to have your own bag of tricks, because then if the adaptations fail and you don't have your own bag of tricks, then it's hard to pull out those victories.
And look, I think we've seen 2 different Invictus Gamings as far as proactive League of Legends go. First, proactive League goes. They've played lots of different styles of League.
I remember 3 tiers and some catalysts too. They did some crazy things.
Yeah, they have done some crazy things. So Kakao going crazy aside, it feels like Kakao Rookie either go off or Zatai goes off on a champion.
Yeah, Kakao Rookie, that makes a lot of sense. Zatai, the question, of course, is good old Kid and Kiddies. Like, they're very consistent, but Kid, he plays a lot of the Kalista. I believe 6-10 is his record on that over 16 games. He certainly hasn't been getting the win rate. They love to pick up the Kalista. Maybe they finally be able to master that pick, or maybe Kid will have a new bag of tricks. He's consistent. You never think, okay, we should bench Kid, because he does play consistently. You know what you'll get out of him, but you never can really look at him as that carry presence. And maybe they need to add that threat from the bottom lane. Remember, that's the reason why they dropped Pokemon, is they said, okay, we need a carry top lane or a top laner with carry potential. There was that situation where they're locking Kassadin in the height of the mid-top lane ambiguous picks. Kassadin, and you knew it wouldn't be a top lane Kassadin because that didn't fit Pokemon, so that's why Zatai coming in made a lot of sense. He could play those carry champions, but now Kid, he plays a carry role, he needs to start carrying.
I mean, yeah, definitely more of a support, I have to agree, but we are into Champs League now. World Elite versus IG, our opening game of the LPL Summer. Couldn't have it any other way. The bans, we're pretty far through now. Gragas and Azir both banned by World Elite. As Invictus Gaming go ahead and select, of course, it's a Lucas Scion.
Lucas Scion banned away. Sad for the fans and, of course, us as well to see that train driver at the top. Nidalee is the big question mark. In that IET final, it was played on 5.7, I believe. Nidalee was still being banned out. Still gets those little incidental nerfs that makes the jungle that much more punishing for her. But Spirit, this is a champion he could carry on. We will not forget. It's etched in my memory when he finally picked that Nidalee against EDG and just smashed Clear Love and Foes with a massive carry performance. You have to respect the Nidalee, and you feel like even as the meta starts to favor those Cinderhulk champions, there's always the potential of the Spirit Nidalee.
Yeah, as I said, they can both just whip it out at a moment's notice and go off on Nidalee. So we'll see what happens. Got banned away there from IG is going to be a targeted ban at Mystic. Kalista actually going to get a ban there for World Elite. Sort of a curious pickup there. And IG, they've only got 1 ban left. Let's see what they want to take away.
I mean, there's a lot of strong champions available. Still some Cinderhulk favorites like the Nunu and Sejuani. Sejuani may be finally starting to move away from a first pick, first ban status. But that doesn't mean, I mean, in a meta like China where we've seen so much wonderful Sejuani play, so much excellent layering of CC, if you want to opt into team fights, what better way than to have that ranged ultimate to start off a fight?
Yeah, and it's actually the Cassiopeia ban away there, so respecting the mid laner just a little bit more. I do like leaving junglers open. Both Spirit and Kakao are so strong that they can play almost anything, but Aluka going to change it up. Hecarim, sorry, is his first pick, not the Scion.
Yeah, snaps off the Hecarim. Still a very strong carry top laner. Probably going to be Teleport Smite, though we'll have to wait and see. There are good answers available in the draft to deal with this Hecarim, whether it's the likes of a Maokai, who kind of has to give away free farm, but has so much mid-game impact that you can look to take, say, they've already moused over the Rek'Sai here. Rek'Sai Maokai will be so much mid-game power to answer the late-game power of Hecarim, or potentially just opt into the Gnar, which is a very strong laning matchup. Zatai's played a lot of Gnar. I wouldn't be surprised to see Gnar to be the answer to the Hecarim.
Yeah, they're going to hide it for a little while now. Aluka does currently have Teleport Smite, so we'll keep track of that. But Rek'Sai, one of the best junglers still, it's a great champion for Kakao. But Alistar is starting to see a lot more play, and I was sort of thinking as we actually saw EDG at MSI, Alistar, you look at a tank meta like this, and what better way to beat your opponent's tank v tank, just to have another tank from support.
And I feel like Alistar's the last, kind of beats down the last remnants of the mid lane assassin meta. People have still been playing that LeBlanc, rocking it. It's been banned and picked at first pick status. You pick Alistar, suddenly there's someone you cannot burst down as LeBlanc or as the Castle that's being moused over here. Alistar pops that Unbreakable Wall, is never going to be a target for burst CC, and of course, provides so much CC on his own.
Yeah, fine team fighter as well as World Elite. Going to go back to some old tricks in Yeah, Nunu is picked up here by Spirit. That's going to be his jungler, but Kassadin has to be a mid laner there, you think, there with the Hecarim already picked up. So a curious pickup there for Shie, but don't forget, we haven't seen him in quite a while, but I'm going to give Rookie some time because he plays quite a number of champions, but I like to see the Victor at least hovered over for a second.
Surprised to see the early Kassadin priority. I guess that shouldn't be too much of a surprise. China was the first seen, Godfrey in particular from LGD, to pick up the newly reworked Kassadin. There's a lot of options available. He's been mousing over the hard counter matchups like of Talon, but opts into more of a skill matchup with the Orianna. Still naturally going to beat Kassadin lane with that auto attack harass. Still a very strong matchup against Kassadin, but it's not a super punishing matchup like Rookie was mousing over.
Yeah, good against Assassins for sure. Orianna's always been solid, but there's an Evelyn in this draft here that kids just selected, and they already have a Rek'Sai and an Alistar. You're the color commentator, Papa Smithy. Good luck.
Why do these things happen to me?
Look, it's the first game back in China. I don't think there should be any other way.
I mean, Rek'Sai top would be very powerful here. Teleport Smite's already been moused over. I mean, Rek'Sai does so much early damage in the jungle. She could definitely power through the jungle with Smite. It'd be a bit go-going style, and going didn't get that much success on the champion for OMG. But I don't think it's going to be Teleport Smite Evelyn, but that's a possibility.
Well, we'll have to find out here as well. They've finished their draft. Kog'Maw actually is the pickup there for Mystic in a pairing with Conan's Morgana. Curious to see with Jinx open and Nunu already picked that they wanted to take Kog'Maw, but Mystic, we've seen it before, is going to go back on a hyper carry.
I mean, World Elite, this draft, I don't like it very much because how many losing lanes can you pick in one game? Hecarim always going to be out-pressured by most top laners. I guess at this point it's nebulous to see who's actually going to be in the top lane. Kassadin's not going to have much lane control in the mid lane. Morgana and Kog'Maw from level 6 will start to get good in trades, but definitely will struggle at the start of the game. So this pick and ban phase is just crazy across the board. We're going to probably see Ezreal for a bit of self-peel. Makes sense given there's so many people trying to get on top of him. Going for that self-peel choice, Kid was always confident picking Ezreal into tough matchups like the Corki, and sticks with it here.
Yeah, it's a classic Kid champion, so he's been playing it for quite literally years in the bottom lane. So that'll be the lane there with the Alistar. Fairly defensive, like you mentioned, but very reliable and should be just fine there against the Kog'Maw Morgana especially. To answer your question, it seems like it's Rek'Sai top lane with the Teleport Smite, so going the Prophet all the way late in last season. We might have called him crazy, but here we are, game 1 of the summer split in the LPL, and look what happened.
I mean, the jungle follow is going to be insane. Rek'Sai so fast at farming the jungle, happy to leave lane, picks up an item, probably going to be the Hydra first if they're going to see the going score thought, or maybe just the Cinderhulk, of course, maybe is the more likely choice. They have a lot of options when it comes to a very flexible champion, has that double global between the Summoner Teleport and, of course, the Void Rush. And what a crazy top lane matchup. It's Aluka on the Hecarim against Zatai on, of all champions, Rek'Sai.
Yeah, and what you can't see there is the smites that they both have as well. His 2 more smites, by the way, as Nunu versus Evelyn's going to be our matchup. We saw this again from Clearlove. Likes the Evelyn into Nunu matchup specifically.
And you can cleanse the slow with your W, so of course get Snowball, then able to get out as Evelyn. And of course, you've got a very high pressure jungler in Nunu who wants to invade, but you never really have eyes on Eve unless you have excellent ward coverage down in the mid lane. Rookie should be able to pressure that Kassadin confidently.
Yeah, probably both happy with the Farm Fest, but we'll see how the pressure goes. Mystic back on the long range carry. It's not Jinx though, it's Kog'Maw versus the Ezreal. And last but not least, Conan kind of rejoining the lineup as a new old player, I believe you called him. That's Morgana versus Kitty's Alistar this time around too. We did not see much in the late end of last season.
Its Alistar priority was the order of the day at MSI, and now moving into the LPL season. First round Alistar pick. It's copying what we saw from Bang & Wolf. Ezreal, Alistar, about as safe a 2v2 lane as you could pick after maybe a level 1 where they struggle a bit.
Yeah, just lots of good CC, plenty of options, lots of maneuverability. I love the lane, to be honest.
It's safe. It doesn't pressure very well. It's not the best in a 2v1, although it roams. Roaming Alistar is a very scary thought. And you can just plonk Ezreal in the lane. He can open so much distance with, of course, the E and then flash. And he's going to be able to be very safe. It's a safe lane, but definitely not a high pressure.
No, and I think with that jungle follow potentially coming through, early lane movement's going to be very crucial here as well.
I mean, will they be looking into the 2v1? That's the question. Evelyn with a roaming Alistar potential. You're talking about crazy games. Get that Alistar level 2. Show up with the Evelyn damage and the Alistar CC, and you can wreck the day of a mid laner, a bottom laner, whatever you want to go for.
Yeah, you can. I mean, fun stuff already. I'm glad it didn't take more than a game to get Evelyn and Rek'Sai somehow in the same game, on the same team, but LPL, we're glad to have you back. What can I say?
Yeah, the Cinderhulk meta. I don't know anything about that. It's going to be Warrior, most likely from the Evelyn. Evelyn has been seeing a lot of play in the LCK. It's been seeing a lot of play over in Taiwan as well. It's just been a very popular pick. Clearlove breaks it out, and then everyone's like, wait, Evelyn's pretty good now.
Yeah, I mean, still really strong. Just lines up well. It's very tanky, does decent sustained damage. There's just a lot to love about the champion, especially in this matchup. But we're about to start our first game of the Summer Split. Let's get right into the LPL. And welcome onto the Rift here as we do start off our first match of the day. World Elite versus Invictus Gaming in a best of 2. And as we said, Papa, there is no better way to start a fresh season of the LPL.
Looks like standard lanes are going to break up. Cal picks up his blue, but actually not enough experience to pick up level 2 instantly. Obviously donated a bit of experience over to Kid and Kitties with those small goals.
He can seize the tie there as well as taking away a camp himself. So you mentioned it already a strong jungler on her own with the smite for the top side as well. Going to rip through camps if he wants to.
And now teleporting to lane with the Ruby Crystal. So it's going to be standard lanes breaking out. Definitely not standard picks, but the standard lanes at least to start off the game.
Yeah, and I like the Ruby Crystal there as well. I mean, we mentioned the Warrior and Chant. They'll likely pick up their FLICKR, but have to think Zatai's going to want that Cinderhulk.
I mean, Cinderhulk's probably going to be the start when it comes to Zatai in particular. It just scales so well. Of course, you want to put that challenging smite onto Kog'Maw, reduce the damage, try and dive that Kog'Maw in the late game. You don't have Flash, so the Flash on Burrow is not going to be a potential initiation of him. So perhaps early home guards and then some flank wards to try and get that CC onto the back.
Yeah, it's just a very different style of top laner that we've seen. Of course, Aluka looking okay so far. Have to be careful with the early trades that Rek'Sai does not mess around when it comes to early damage. Cacao already here, but a wonderful pink ward's going to spot him. But Aluka, that's the wrong side of the lane. There's Zatai taking a little bit too much damage, but Aluka's going for a long ride. Zatai finds the first Umbara. Cacao's going to come through Aluka. No flash to speak of here with his smite on the top side, and he will go down as Cacao gets first blood.
It just felt too much strength having the pink ward down that unfortunately was so far overextended. No flash. Don't even know if he'd skilled Devastating Charge at level 3 just yet. And regardless, it wasn't enough. That's first blood to IG.
And this is the teams we've seen play best against this top lane Hecarim that's been dominant for the last few weeks and honestly in recent tournaments as well. Gank that Hecarim before he hits level 6 because he is very vulnerable.
It was the very smart jungle pathing coming through from Bengi of SK Telecom, shutting down Dyrus on Hecarim in a very similar matchup. If you just make that very smart jungle pathing straight to top, you're always going to be confident as Hecarim to be able to push. You can just spam out the Q and try and push the wave. You get punished for it, and that's already first blood over to IG.
And that's the hard thing about Luca here is Spirit actually going to come through trying to get a bind down, but Conan does not hit it, and instead the very safe Alistar Ezreal walks straight out of that gank.
I just worry here for World Elite. I mentioned it during the draft. You've got losing lane matchups in top and mid. Bot will start to arrest around level 6, but it still starts as a losing matchup to some degree. And then you've got a high-pressure jungler like Nunu. If Nunu goes on too many solo invade missions against an Eve that's hard to keep track of, and of course pushed in lane, so more likely that IG will be the first to react, you could get punished in the jungle as well, and then everyone will be losing.
Yeah, you can see Cacao even with some extra pressure as well. And I agree with the bottom lane. I think it starts neutral and slowly ascends in the Kog'Maw's favor, but among anything else, it's slow. It is really slow to get going.
That's the worry you take. Of course, you know, spawn into this game 30 minutes, you're going to be happy to be World Elite if you're going to have a 2-3 item cast, and if you're going to have Aluka, Trinity Force, Cinderhulk. But at this present point, nothing like that to show for it.
Not right now as Mystic getting some good pressure down. Actually 10 CS ahead of Kids so far, so looking good in the lane. Spirit, bit of counter jungling's taken away the Scuttle Crab on the Dragon side as well as Mystic and Conan going to start pushing down and do some damage to this turret here. This is something that Ezreal Alistar really doesn't fancy.
Absolutely. They don't have a lot of wave clear coming through between the two. And of course, the Targon's procs coming through from Kitties on the Relic Shield. And Kid, that's the one downside of Ezreal is you don't have AoE wave clear until level 6 till you have that True Shot Barrage. You can prune the wave with your Mystic Shot, but you're kind of at the mercy of both Mystic and Conan, specifically Conan, the only person in the lane with really that AoE pushing ability.
Yeah, a bit of a long-range auto attack as well. Just to add to that turret pushing, as you can see, Conan doing some nice zoning. Cacao putting down a ward. Might look to the Dragon, actually. Level 4 right now on the Evelyn with the Skirmisher Saber already finished, but doesn't want to quite go for it yet.
I mean, Eve is no Nunu when it comes to soloing down Dragon. She's very brittle in the jungle. They added on that extra 10 flat damage onto the Q, the hate spike, so you can actually clear the jungle fairly fast. Of course, stay higher HP just because you're killing the jungle faster. Kitties initiates, but probably just looking for a bit of trade damage.
Yeah, good combo there, but Mystic will pop the Bioarcane Barrage and just pop a couple of shots back in there as well. As we can see, evened up the lane now has Kid and Kitty, so that aggression buys him a bit of space as both top laners hit level 6 and Aluka had a rough start to the game. It's not silent that he's playing, not the same safe champion that he's used to, but he has has managed to navigate with a nice bit of CS straight to level 6 now, nice and safely.
To some degree, though, the pressure's on IG when it comes to actually using this early game comp advantage they have. Because in the late game, Nunu Cog, okay, it was originally an AD carry support duo, but it's always been very, very strong. Throw on that Blood Boil, get massive damage coming out of the Cogmore, giving it just another steroid to just increase the efficiency of those item pickups. Suddenly your first item timing is enhanced from that extra attack speed and movement speed coming through from the Blood Boil. You're going to have Nunu zoning with the ultimate, 2 backline massive threats between Kasten and Hecarim. Late game team fighting is crazy strong from World Elite, so it's on IG to do what you mentioned, pick up those dragons, pick up those turrets, because if it just goes neutral, the gold lead stays within 1 to 2,000 come 20 minutes. World Elite's going to be very happy.
Yeah, I mean, you already said it, you know, effectively 2, arguably 3 at least slow, if not losing lanes. Yeah, that's a farm game here for World Elite, so we'll see what they get done. Spirit has reasonably contained Kakao in the early levels, but again, both these junglers who once upon a time, and even recently in the LPL, were known for aggression, they have slowed things down considerably in the first 10 minutes.
And again, it suits World Elite like we mentioned. Kakao has to get things done. Soon going to have the ultimate available, the Agony's Embrace. Maybe be able to get some things started, but otherwise, very equal CS values. Even Kasten in a difficult matchup, only 10 CS down or less at this present point. And Cogmore's winning in CS, so that seemed to be the prophecy. This lane will just get better for Cogmore. It started pretty good, so worrying times for Kid and Kid.
Yeah, Rookie, though, does have his blue buff, clears out a pink ward, so nice movement there. Aluka still on the top side trying to fight Zatai, but does not come recommended again. Even just with the Balmy Cinders, Zatai's now picked that up as well. The damage when that Fury Bar's field is just ridiculous.
So much AoE damage from the Q, and then, of course, the Cinderhulk burning on the lane minions. Kakao just retreats, going to pick up his red buff. Things are relatively quiet, although Mystic takes a nice little burst.
Yeah, good pressure there, actually set up nicely by Kiddies as Kid gets the full damage of the ultimate down, but Mystic just going to keep farming away. Conan chugs a potion, and it has been a while since they've gone back, but Cogmore, he's going to have a nice first shop to do.
When Cogmore does back, in general, this lane has been relatively pushed up for World Elite. That's been the one lane where they managed to have wave control. Just because of item timings, Jia's been able to push up in the mid lane. Top's been a pretty equal. If IG can start to get some wave control in the bottom lane, mid will be easy because, of course, so much more ranged wave care coming through from Rookie. That's the real go time for this first dragon. It's already 9 minutes in, which by at least spring season standards is going to be a late first dragon, but they need to start getting on the board. Because if World Elite pick up the first dragon, they'll have had everything going for them in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, and that's exactly the pace they want in this game. As we can see, some early items have been completed. It's actually 3 jungle items now completely done and enchanted here. We've got a Cinderhawk, Stalker's Blade, sorry, they're coming through for Spirit with the Chilling Smite, and double Skirmisher Saber, a Warrior though for Evelyn as her in chat, and of course the Cinderhawk for Zatai's Rek'Sai.
So even though the jungle pool, the true jungle pool, is starting to favor Warrior junglers to some degree once again, you are fitting in. Man, Xia feels so low in mid.
That flash was really clutch there by Xia. Keeps himself safe, but Rookie with a cleanse nonetheless and a bit of pressure from Kakao forces Spirit to come cover his lane as he recalls home.
And look at this lane of matchup starting to get difficult. Only has the Catalyst, still of course looking to power up. The power trough is real for Kasten at this present point. The question for Kid is, we've actually seen him on this Ezreal just go straight Trinity Force, not pick up the tier. Not backing in the first 10 minutes suggests to me probably going to be no Mana Moon if you want to have a bit more presence in bottom.
Yeah, Kid does favor the Trinity Forces. Kid, he dives right in. Punts Conan back there as he's forced to flash away. Mystic going to go in for Kakao. Ready to go as the teleports are coming for both. They're going to turn it around. Kiddies though pops his ulti. Conan getting low, but Aluka, he's found his way in first. Pops his ulti, gets onto Zatai there and smites away onto the Alistar as well. Mystic's forced to kite away. Spirit channels his ulti, takes out Alistar. Mystic's kited Zatai away. Kid's going to go down as Nunu gets a double, and Zatai just going to dodge that binding, but Xie is coming as well. Spirit is going to dive in there, but it's a little too far, but World Elite win the first skirmish 3-1.
Excellent target selection coming through from World Elite, focusing first onto Kakao. Lots of consistent damage, but super brittle with just a Warrior enchant. Took down that Evil and then just changed targets as possible. The jungler being dead means it's a very safe first dragon, and this is the prophecy I had. World Elite going to be super happy if they can take down the first dragon, and they're going to take it uncontested.
Yeah, you can see Spirit there with the Snowball Max, but does have a smite and got... Didn't even need his consume actually just to take away the dragon, but plenty of neutral control there, and all of a sudden those first 3 crucial kills and the dragon evens that gold right back up. In fact, World Elite a slight lead, but again with this team comp, that's exactly where they want to be 11 minutes in.
Exactly, a scaling team comp with the neutral advantage. No turrets to speak of, no disadvantage whatsoever. Things looking excellent for World Elite.
Yeah, Xie returns to his lane. Rookie still bullying, actually, 63 to 100. This is one of Rookie's trademarks, so he loves to bully laners constantly. His wave control in the mid lane in particular, it's just wonderful to behold.
It's just a very punishing matchup. You might think that LeBlanc versus Cassidy will be super punishing for Cassidy, but of course you can make those trades, just put extra points into your Null Sphere, and that magic damage shield helps you out so much. That doesn't help you against the auto attacks from Orianna, and then the harass is so much less predictable that you just end up getting chipped down extensively. And then the late game, there's always situations where Orianna might actually be more powerful than Cassidy in some burst scenarios.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the other problem there as well. Cassidy can't really aggressively trade with his Q when he's getting significantly outranged by the ball.
Exactly. There's just not many good items here for many good options here for Jin. It's just falling further and further behind.
He's starting to farm up, but falling quite far behind is Kakao. He's found his way in the top lane here, actually looking at gank Luka, but ultimate not actually quite available. The Tiger gonna dive in. Kakao will move in as well, but devastating charges popped, and Hecarim just runs straight away.
It's a very optimistic attempt to pick up a kill. Maybe they want to pick up the second blue buff, as that the third blue buff will be spawning very, very soon. Creating pressure up the top lane, but kill pressure onto a Hecarim, even if the ult wasn't up. Between those two champions, not so high.
You can see some engages in the bottom as well as the wave gets pushed back into World Elite Star, but Mystic, he's got his Shin, he's got his Phage. He can start to maybe win some trades here if he wants as well, but Kid has equalized that power spike with the exact same items, as we are going to see a first item Trinity Force for both AD carries.
And it's very smart to just understand the situation. If he opts into a tier, it'd be just too little power, too much scaling required. Look at this trade from Mystic.
Yeah, the Black Shield Mystic is just going in there. Kitty's almost eats another living artillery as well, and all of a sudden Kog'Maw wrests control right back of the lane.
And if I was to describe Kog'Maw as a champion to lane against, I'd say for the first 5 levels, it's actually okay. You know, he can trade. He has that no mana Biochem barrage. It's kind of annoying to trade with, but from level 6 onwards, those trades get really nasty.
Yeah, especially with the Shin and the Fade, which is done. So a big spike there is a Luka fighting back Zatai here in the top side. They've both got their skirmishes, sabers, and their Cinderhawks now completed, but the next major buy might be the big one, as Zatai got himself a Ruby Crystal already, but Aluka's going home to shop. He's got his Flask, he's got his Saber. Where is he going next?
It's the big question. Of course, we don't know the gold values at present, but it's all about the Cinderhawk start into the further items. In terms of actual gold, very, very equal between the two top laners. Zatai has a bit more flexibility, hasn't finished his boots too, so could look towards the Giant Spell to get that percentage scaling going with the Cinderhawk enchant. But in general, we're seeing very formative builds. We know where the AD carries are going. We know where the Cinderhawk champions are going, but we're waiting to see any of the sort of differences when it comes to just valuing damage. And speaking of damage, it's a Black Cleaver meta, and there's a Phage on Rek'Sai.
Yeah, we have to remember that 5.8, we can now start to think, look at that Phage and think, all right, is it going to be a Trinity Force or is it going to be a Black Cleaver? And have to think for Rek'Sai, it might just be Black Cleaver.
I'm going to think Black Cleaver. It builds really well. That's kind of the thing that people haven't talked about the Black Cleaver, is that if you're a top laner with Cinderhawk, you buy 2 Ruby Crystals, suddenly you're getting percentage bonus health coming through. Luka's taking a bit of burst damage, but no real kill pressure there. So you get those double Ruby Crystals into an eventual Phage and Kindle Gem for a bit more tankiness. You have the Phage for excellent trading, and then Black Cleaver with that 20% CDR, between Summoner, Teleport, and what, 30-40% CDR eventually going to be onto Zatai. We're talking about instant global presence every, what, 40 seconds?
Yeah, I mean, we did start to see a bit of this, but we didn't quite have Black Cleaver in. All the pieces weren't there for
20%
going.
CDR is pretty sweet.
Yeah, not a bad stat there at all. So we'll see how Zatai ramps up here, as he is looking good there in the lane, actually. It's pretty even in the top, like you mentioned. Mid is actually a horrible position, unfortunately, as now Xie might even get Dove Picker, Cal moving in, but he'll just give up the turret.
And this is what I wanted to see earlier in the game from Vintage Gaming. Take down those neutrals, because there's not much wave clear coming through from World Elite. That's the only hole in their comp. Mystic can do a bit of it between spamming out that ultimate and the E, the Voidoo. Aluka, melee range wave clear, and same story with Cassidy. So pick up those early turrets. That's the minimum standard for IG in the first 20 minutes.
Yeah, dragging up in a minute 25 as well. So we'll see if World Elite can go for their second, or if IG will pick up their first. And as we'll live in the lane, does open up a bit more space for Mystic, who has a decent lead. But I talked about the mid lane gold difference. It's already 1,000 up for Rookie.
I want to see Kakao in particular start rotating to the top lane, not for the gank pressure, but again for taking down these turrets, chipping them down as much as possible. Not ideal with 2 melee top laners, but so much wave clear coming through from Zatai. Kakao can help with turret damage. Just use their E ability to pick up extra attack speed and then just smash away on the turret. They need to get those 3 outer turrets down, get those aggressive wards in, because if they can't at least have flank advantage with aggressive wards, just from the fact that they have so much wave pushing, they're not going to have a lot of strategic options to answer what is soon going to be 2-3 item Kassadin and FLICKR.
Yeah, you know, it should be a relatively simple task there. A Spirit going to come into the mid lane, but Rookie just shields himself up and runs away under the dissonance. There's no sidestone yet for Nunu. In fact, neither jungler has a sidestone yet, and if flank wards are what it's all about, IG going to find themselves an easy time as Mystic does take a combo, but takes a big chunk of damage as a result. That trade not winning at all. Kitty's with the ulti on, goes down. Mystic gets another kill, but they can't get the turret, and Conan just living in that exchange.
Kitty's was really late with the Unbreakable Will. I think he wanted to save the mana and just use that for different abilities. Didn't pop it, dies in the trade. Turret doesn't go down, but it's literally one hit away from dying. And this lane just gets better and better for World of League.
Yep, they've both got the Trinity Forces, but I don't think they're created equal in this lane, especially with Kog'Maw now being level 10. Tower will go down as Mystic stays around to pick up a bit of extra gold for himself and clear out the next mending wave. And Kid, no other major purchases, actually waiting for the wave to come back so we can get a bit of extra gold. But Mystic, the big carry for World Elite, starting to get stronger and stronger.
I feel like Ezreal versus Kog'Maw is a different lane and identity to, for example, the Ezreal versus Corki matchup that Kid loved to opt in with Ezreal. At least when you pick up Trinity Force on Ezreal, okay, you don't have the same standing damage as a Corki, but you can poke from 1100 range with the Mystic shot and get good trades in. You're not going to outrange Mystic with trades. You're going to take just the same Trinity Force procs and then more and more harass with the Bioarcane Barrage. It doesn't feel like this lane ever tips towards Ezreal, despite the fact that, I mean, Kog'Maw's going to push in. Kog'Maw's got arguably the better late game. Not the safer, but certainly more damage in the late game.
Yeah, Luca here trading up with Zatai as well, keeping that CS relatively close. And that Kindle Gem in Zatai's inventory means that Papa Smithy, you may just be right here. I think we're going to be seeing our first Black Cleaver of the day, and I'm going to guess not our last.
I'm surprised it wasn't a Black Cleaver. Nah, that's probably the strongest of the Black Cleaver champions, but Nocturne, Rek'Sai, both excellent with that item. Usually won't see it on a Rek'Sai just because you don't have quite that income in the jungle. But if you're coming out of the top lane with the extra income, Black Cleaver's great.
Go going apparently was right here, the Time Lord predicting correctly as a couple wards get cleared away. That Dragon back up now as Rookie gets his blue buff. Both teams looking to contest. Most of the champions have been back to shop. They've got their extra gold, so who is going to get control around the Dragon Pit? As World Elite clear out a world, but IG already have the speed shrine.
I'm going to pull you back. Are we really comparing going to
No.
good old Genja?
We are not. But impressive to see that the Rek'Sai was not just something that he wanted to do for fun. Clearly had something going on there.
I mean, look, obviously has that potential for global presence with the teleport, and eventually towards the late game going to have that neural network with the tunnels up. There was always some validity to the pick, but such a strong jungler that you're giving away huge jungle pressure usually, but with Evelynn back in the champion pool, plenty of pressure around the map.
Yeah, I think kind of threw World Elite for a loop in the draft as well, especially with that Nunu, because Cacao.
Come on.
Yeah,
no one was seeing
No.
this.
But I mean, Spirit picking up that Nunu, Cacao gets his counter pick effectively there as well, so working out in a lot of good ways for IG. And Zatai, he's got a tunnel relatively close to mid lane. He's got his Black Cleaver up now as well, even as his teleport back in. I think we're going to see a team fight here, and IG this time, they are prepared to fight.
It is worth noting that surprisingly, Zatai has more split pushing stats than Hecarim does. Usually it's the Trinity Force that comes in, but not really a team fight build.
Kid is going in though, takes out Conan already as Kid's going to get credit for that kill, and Alistar tanking up so much damage, going to soak Kog'Maw's W completely. Shie trying to find a way in, but Zatai's actually the one with the smite now. Spirit forced to flush away there, Mystic cutting as best he can, but IG maybe can't find this here. Luca might look for a flank, he's right up towards the top side, looking to go back in, he charges in, finds Rookie, gets exhausted though, knocked up there by Zatai as well, gets taken out as the shockwave peels him back in. Zatai gets another kill, Mystic now caught out of position, going to be the next target, forced to flash out from under that. Shie goes in aggressive, Mystic actually gets a kill, but a Dragon and 2 kills, IG will take it.
Yeah, it was a really strange engage from Luca, a literal 1v5, didn't even have the ball riding on him for the guaranteed 5-man shockwave. That's the absolute minimum, is 1 exit kill, but it's definitely advantage IG with that trade.
Yeah, and finally pulling it back a little more. Gold now nice and even, objectives evening up as well. And we talked about World Elite's late game coming through. IG mid-game's not bad at all as Cacao takes away a blue buff. And they might have picked the last possible minute to start getting themselves into this game before World Elite can take it over, but they're picking the right fight so far.
And the big factor with that team fight was the fact that Zatai was the first one there. Black Cleaver's excellent in split push. He was completely smash Aluka in trades, but he definitely didn't have the same team fight statistics like the almost completed Frozen Heart. It's not often that Hecarim is more built for early team fights than an opposing top laner. Usually he's the one trying to build a quick Trinity Force from the top lane. But in this situation, Aluka had the better stats. Theoretically, would have been better in a true 5v5. It's just with such a quick teleport from Zatai, true 5v5 never happened.
And I think for me, really also showcasing the power of Alistar. Mystic used everything he could on an ulted up Alistar, and Kitties not only got the initial engage to kill Conan, but soaked all of the Kog'Maw's DPS as well.
That's why I say that Alistar's perhaps the ending of the tank metas. We're going to get a replay coming in. So waiting for this is Aluka going in 1v5 at the end. Probably not the smartest move. You can see what he was thinking. He's like, I've got to buy enough time for the shockwave. But it was too late in that situation. 4 members fighting together, looking for another pick, but Zatai overextends just a little too far. The answering trade of 1-for-1 belies the fact that 2 kills to 1 and the Dragon went to Invictus game.
And Rookie now got his Luden's Echo completed on the Orianna as well. So they line up that nice shockwave. Actually clipped, I think Shie, but didn't kill him and managed to get the second kill for themselves onto Aluka. They'll be just fine there if they keep going through. And again, you know, it's maybe not the late game strength, but plenty of mid game strength. And this has been the weird, controlled IG that we've seen a lot of recently. They just get to a point in the game where they decide, okay, we're going to start taking over the game.
And I think they have to at this point. We already mentioned the fact that World Elite in the late game going to have those champions like Cassidy and Hecarim that can do so much work in team fights. Luden's Echo just means that when we're talking about the wave clear advantage between the two teams, it's landsliding the advantage of Rookie in particular with the Luden's Echo, and just Orianna naturally having massive. It's going to be instant wave clear on the backline now with the Luden's Echo prop. And that's why you see World Elite, they have to be the ones to group. But you're not going to get much work done against this IG team.
See, Rookie gets a couple of Luden's Echo procs on the wave and just cleans it out with a bit of help from Kitties as well. So no push forthcoming. That kid in the bottom side of the map, going to see what he can get done as well. You can see quite a few towers still remaining here as well. It's 2-1 in the turret score so far. So IG have a slim lead on that front, but all they have to do, honestly, just keep fighting the way they've been fighting. If they have to wait for Dragons, so be it.
I feel like IG should be rotating Zatai into the bot lane. He's the one that has effectively 2 globals. They're trying to get the pick on Xie.
The Cacao moving in. Xie, pretty hard champion to pin down normally. A lot of Riftworks gets him to the safety of his outer turret, but Cacao, he made a good run of that kill on Kassadin.
A lot of optimism with the use of the Agony's Embrace. We're just trying to pressure, but I mean, just move the Rek'Sai, has good wave clear. They want to take this last outer turret, and they have so many global resources that you might as well throw Rek'Sai in the bottom lane. She's already got multiple tunnels near her top lane turret. Get that last 3rd outer turret and then push up that vision to ensure that the blue and red buffs of World Elite are being contested. Then Kassadin without a blue is going to have little to no wave clear whatsoever.
Speaking of rotations, Mystic actually doing a nice job. They gets good damage onto the turret. Spirit and Conan will join in as well, but it might not be enough. The minion's going to die. Mystic will take a couple of shots up there with the Black Shield, but a little bit afraid of the shockwave from Rookie, I think.
Smart rotation. Both Ezreal and Alistar were back in base, so they were able to get huge chip damage, despite the fact that the minions died instantly to the wave clear coming through from Orianna. Xie's already started this split push wave clear. We were wondering, given Xie's champion pool, loving champions like the Diana and the Assassins, would he be able to recreate that in a meta that really favors more of these wave clear champions? He's trying to do the split pushing on Kassadin, and if he gets away with it, it'll buy World Elite more time to get items onto both he and the Hecarim in the top.
I mean, we talked about his famed Vladimir play already. I think undefeated in 3 games on the champion. So not a massive statistic, but starting to develop quite a taste or quite a record for the champion here. Has demonstrated that he can play more of that sustained damage big team fighter. I think for me, Kassadin might be the best hybrid of both sustained damage and the assassination that he loves.
And there's a good Kassadin comp that could come out here. A Sivir, for example, is your AD carry. With the instant wave clear would have been a much more reliable choice from the AD carry to at least have some semblance of instant ranged wave clear. They've just gone so greedy with all this scaling that it should be punished by IG. At 24 minutes, though, the punishment window is starting to close, and IG, they're what, 1,700 gold ahead? Not a lot.
Yeah, no, under 2,000 here, as you can see. Equal and Dragons up slightly in turrets. Dragon is back in 35 seconds, and items keep coming through for ID, but Mystic, he's got his pickaxe and his first 2 items with the Trinity Force and the Blade of the Ruin King already completed. Kid's quite far behind as far as overall gold goes, and this next fight might not be one IG can freely take.
Teleports are available for both top lanes. It's the second dragon, which of course, not that big in terms of stats, but definitely big on the road towards 5, and specifically the third for movement speed, which might be so critical with one team trying to rotate, other team trying to siege. We're waiting to see where this second dragon will be decided. Big item pickups coming through from Aluka. Had that frozen heart he was close to. Getting super, super tanky, but no true burst coming through. No sign of the Trinity Force just yet.
You can see Waterley trying to take out the last few hits on that turret, but Rookie, so much wave clear on the Orianna as she still on the bottom side, level 13 actually with a good amount of gold. I love this rotation from Waterley. It's so smart to put your Cassidy in this lane. Especially
if the only person to answer that split push at the moment is Ezreal, who doesn't really have much wave control, has no kill pressure. And of course, not many champions have kill pressure on a mid to late game Cassidy, but just really can't do anything but eat these minions and effectively freeze the wave because Ezreal can't choose to push. Doesn't have the option.
Mystic with the black shield there as well. Going to take it out. Rookie actually going to take quite a bit of damage. Great flash by Mystic out of that shockwave, but that was an optimistic attempt at a kill.
Orianna not going to be able to get to dragons. If World Elite can rush it down, they have a lot of dragon damage between the Kog'Maw and Nunu, so they should be able to take this down. And again, the snowball continues for World Elite.
Yep, Zatai taking away the blue buff, but that's not quite the trade that Invictus Gaming would have fancied. Zatai will keep jungling away, but World Elite will shred down the dragon and take their second.
If you don't get those flank wards in, because they haven't taken this bottom turret, that's why they're getting punished here, Pastry Time, is that we mentioned before, no flash on this Rek'Sai, so can't flash on Burrow into the backline. You need flank wards, get the teleport, and potentially a teleport home guard gank, of course. It doesn't even have boots 2 towards the home guard. But if you want to be able to impact a team fight, a dragon, you need those wards. You need the third outer turret to make it easier to get those flank wards, and they just haven't done that, IG.
Yeah, and that was the difference in that last dragon fight. It was Zatai teleporting there early. Couldn't get it done in the last fight. Ended up being almost basically a pick on Rookie anyway to win it for them. And IG almost smelling a bit of desperation here. They're up around the Baron area trying to at least make sure they get exclusive vision.
I guess it's just a surprise to me because it feels like the win conditions are pretty clear for IG. Get ahead early. It's so arrogant to pick Kassadin and Hecarim just to begin with, let alone a Kog'Maw as well, who doesn't have much wave control either. Say what you will about the individual lane matchups, none of these champions have pushing options, so theoretically, the enemy team should have wave control, should be able to push in and then go for aggressive wards or team fight accordingly. The World Elite have basically gotten away with you know, going for something so arrogant in the first 28 minutes and not been punished.
No, looking good so far, staying strong as Mystic continues to power up. Zhonya's must be done now for Xie as well, just has to go back and buy it, given the amount of gold he's already got. That Athene's even on the way with a Fiendish Codex there as well. Building towards that build we see God be popularized at the end of last split with your Zhonyas, your Athenes, and your Rod of Ages, Kassadin.
I mean, once you get those 3 items on level 16, you got a 1-second Rift Walk coming through, just doing so much consistent damage. It's just hard to kill. As the Assassins have gone out the meta, there's no burst damage on the IG side that's going to be able to take down this Kassadin when you hit that 3-item timing and you're, what, half an item away from finishing that? Scary times for IG. One thing you can say is that if they ever manage to win a team fight, again, I don't know what that looks like in terms of how the mechanics, some sick outplay comes through from Rookie, they can push in very fast. And if there's a couple members from World Elite, they have little to no wave clear, so they can get a lot of advantages once those death timers get high enough. But it's looking very, very scary.
Yeah, just looking down as well, IG do have a small advantage from the jungle, actually. That Locket is really nice for Cacao, and there's no Locket at all currently for World Elite. Nor Mikhail's, actually, but that Kog'Maw, who they're probably going to want to protect as well. So World Elite do need a bit more farm and a few more items, but the Zhonya's is done now for Xie. Just going to work in on the Athenes now as well. Last Swift must be close to done for Mystic there as well. And actually, Spirit makes me a lie. He's actually just finished his Locket as well.
It's unbelievable to me that 29 minutes in, they still don't have this outer bot lane turret down. Ezreal and Alistar, okay, not much wave clear, but you've got the Rek'Sai with 2 globals. Rotate her fast to be able to pick up that turret. It should have been a freebie 15 minutes ago, but 30 minutes in, it's now a huge hole in the game plan of IG.
And I think the biggest issue has got to be all the free time she has actually gotten moving into these side lanes where Zatai hasn't been to pressure. Even Aluka steals away the Grump and gets level 16. Sure, he's going to get challenged here by Zatai as the Black Cleaver stacks are doing nicely, but he'll just devastating charge away. Actually might not be enough as Zatai thinks about chasing further, but just gives it up.
But the damage trades are going to be landslide in the advantage with the 30% shred coming out from the Black Cleaver. Nothing that the Hecarim can do. It has no damage of his own just yet. Has a Kindle Gem, but it's probably going to be the Spirit Visage, of course, and maybe only now going to be into damage, but that Cloth Armor signifies maybe just full tank from Aluka.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Aluka wants to do. He does like his tanky champions, got his Spirit Visage already, and that Cloth Armor I think is right. Mystic gets caught by a Shockwave, and Rookie takes him out, and IG, you ask me what a winning fight looks like? A winning pick looks like that.
And we always mention that aggression is needed from the likes of Rookie because that's not what Kid's about. Flash Shockwave coming through to pick up the kill. Knew that they timed the flash from Mystic, didn't have it for another minute or so, and pick up the kill and look towards Baron.
Yeah, IG are moving aggressively onto the Baron. It's at 40% health now. Shie trying to come through. Aluka going to teleport down and see what he can do, but the Baron is dead there. Kakao takes it out. Spirit flashing into the backline and channels his ulti, but Kid throws out an ulti that tags Shie, and that's 2 kills plus the Baron for Invictus Gaming.
IG need to get out and get as many objectives as possible. The bottom turret, that's just a given, but try and get an inner turret as well. No wave clear available in World Elite, barring perhaps one Force Pulse coming through from Gia. So take turrets while you can.
You've got Ezreal, Baron, and Orexai that still has a teleport ready. This should be quite a few structures going down. There's the first one as IG going to take out the tier 2 in mid lane, but with Rek'Sai on the top side, they're going to rotate to bottom, pick up their next, as you said, effectively free turret here, but even Kitty's going back with that empowered recall. Seems like IG prefer to set up for Dragon.
Very interesting build coming through from Kid. Shades of what Season 2 Wei Zhao builds. Always went Trinity Force into last whistle for the maximum poke damage, but after that pick wasn't really a relevant statistic in a 5v4 situation. They pick up the Baron, then use what is a very strong objective-taking comp to power down that outer mid tower.
Zatai did actually use his ultimate, saves his teleport, but gets pressure down onto this outer turret here as well. So going to open up space around the Dragon. Yeah, they'll have to be careful with this turret. It's dead.
Big damage coming through with the Black Cleaver pickup. The Baron up minions are going to do the work, you'd have to think.
Yep, though, do enough work. That cannon creep coming up nicely. Mystic even kind of getting assaulted by it, has to back away, and Zatai, 4,000 plus health already with the Randuin's Omen plus the Cinder Hulk time. Even a Kindle Gem plus that Spectre's Calfor. I believe you mentioned that Spirit Visage. Zatai does a lot of damage with his Black Cleaver, and he's real tanky as well.
That's the thing. Rek'Sai does so much damage just with a bit of AD in this situation. Can use the Q on the minions to pick up the attack speed and then power down a turret. That was the split push we were looking for earlier, and look at the burst of damage already from one rotation by Rookie.
Yeah, Rookie Rabadon's Death Cap actually his next item as well, and GA does not have that Athene's done yet, nor is he level 16, sitting at 15 currently. So World Elite, everything was going so well for them, and all of a sudden IG find themselves 6,500 gold ahead, still with a Baron buff, looking to pick up that next Dragon as Zatai. He's not stopping the push, and neither are IG here. Mid-tower inhibitor's actually going to fall down now as well.
Massively out-rotated World Elite. You know they want to look for a fight, but they've lost the turret for free.
Yeah, it's dead. Kid's actually on the right side, just taking it out. Kakao going to guard him, but World Elite have to be careful not diving too far in. Shea going to get some poke down. Kitty's just going to headbutt Aluka away. The teleport's going to come through. Aluka trying to go in onto Kid. It seems like they want Mystic chucking out damage. Spirit uses his ultimate. Rookie just cleans somebody out as Conan goes down. Mystic going to get assaulted there by Kakao and Zatai, and that's a double kill coming through for Evelyn Shea. He lives, but he didn't do anything else in that fight. The inhibitor falls, and 3 kills as well. IG are not stopping.
This should be the end of the game. Shea's caught up.
That is so much damage as well. Still CC'd through all that burst. Does just get out. No, can't do it as Kitties comes back in again and gets the 4th kill as well. Does kill the All-Star as the tie. He's gone off on some sort of journey to a tunnel, but the Nexus will fall, and Invictus Gaming will take the first game.
Invictus Gaming finally played towards their win conditions. Got that huge pick on Kog'Maw. Was very savvy to know that the Flash was still a minute off cooldown. Got the pick, took the Baron, ended the game almost instantly, pastry time. The lack of wave clear and greedy comp the World Elite had assembled was so close to getting into full gear, but they were forced into engage after getting out-rotated, losing their mid lane inhibitor turret. And they have a comp that works very well around Kog'Maw, but with everyone distracted and diving around, Kog'Maw died for free, and so did World Elite's hopes.
Yeah, that front line not bad as far as dive goes with the Rek'Sai Evelyn, but Rookie, that Flash Shockwave is phenomenal.
It was phenomenal. It won them the game just from one singular outplay. We're always looking to either Kakao or Rookie to make those plays, and this game, it was all about Rookie.
It wasn't. That greedy draft again. I wonder what adjustments we'll have to see, because World Elite, I like what was going on, but they just, as you said, couldn't stitch it together towards the later stages of the game.
I mean, IG gave them the opportunity to grow to a point where it looked like they'd be able to overtake the game, and it almost felt like they were playing with their food to some degree, because they really finished it emphatically at the end of the game there. I think you have to go for a more balanced draft, because in this situation, lots of unlikely things happened in the row to contrive World Elite to be in a position to potentially win with this hyper carry in 3 lanes comp, and they still lost. So go for a bit more of a balanced comp. Have 1 ticking time bomb, but 3 ticking time bombs sadly exploded on themselves.
And I think the other question has to be, how much do you think they got thrown by the Rek'Sai there in that draft? Because that ended up working out very well.
We all got thrown. Let's be real. I'm not even sure IG prepared that strat completely themselves. It was probably just a mistake, Lachlan. No, I mean, it was very smart. It was savvy. When OMG did it, I wasn't convinced, but IG, they made me a believer.
Yeah, looking good there with the Black Cleaver. Strong stuff there from IG to close out the first game, but a very competitive series. We'll see what happens as we move into Game 2 as the LPL Summer continues. welcome back everyone to the 2015 Summer Split of the LPL. We're about to get into our second game between World Elite and Invictus Gaming. My name, of course, is Julian Pastry Timecard. Joining with me is Christopher Papa Smithy Smith, and what looked like a good-looking game towards the end there for World Elite turned into disaster as soon as Rookie hit his flash.
Absolutely, and then just Zatai pulling out this top lane Rek'Sai. Shades of going, but new and improved with the Black Cleaver meant that Void Rush, at one point right at the end of that game, Void Rush to bottom to finally take out that pesky outer turret in the bottom lane. And it just felt like he instantly Void Rushed, got some sort of reset on that ability because it has such a short cooldown with the 20% CDR from Black Cleaver, and was level 18 while the rest of World Elite were just struggling to pick up the same sort of farm and levels.
And it was just, him running circles around the enemy team as World Elite tried to stitch together a couple of team fights, and it just took one Rookie flash Shockwave to get the pick on the AD carry. And a Baron buff later and a couple of dead turrets, and Invictus Gaming very quickly, I might add, find themselves ahead in the best of two. And
if you ignore a lot of the parts where World Elite was getting farmed, they just had no right to get onto hyper carries and bad matchups. It does sound like a standard Invictus Gaming matchup. Kakao with some decent pathing in the early game. Rookie gets the big pick and they win from that. And that was the big move from Rookie, recognizing the flash timer down on Mystic that literally won them the game. And what was looking really bad for Invictus Gaming, the scaling comp didn't matter as they took the Baron and thus the game in just consecutive team fights.
And I think that's scary for IG because World Elite, to pick such a greedy comp, it was very greedy from them, and get quite close to winning fairly handily, I have to say. World Elite just need a couple of adjustments here and there, and you have to think they can run it back slightly more solid comp with a bit more mid-game strength than IG, who I guess I'd say struggled in the early to mid stages of that game, might look to actually find themselves a split here in this best of two.
And I completely agree with that. It's almost like there was definitely some bad habits that came through in terms of Invictus Gaming and their lack of pressure in the early game that can be taken advantage of by World Elite this series and future opponents. The result belies the fact that World Elite shouldn't have been in a winning position or even an equal position in the mid game, but were just granted that from Invictus Gaming playing so passively. Eventually, one act of aggression took away the game, but it could have been oh so different in another scenario.
And I think the other big story has to be just some of the picks that I think will start to define at least the early weeks of the summer split here as well. Alistar and Evelynn. We saw them at MSI. We saw EDG in particular pull them out and just look wonderful on them. Even the other regions as well. Alistar in particular being pulled out by a lot of the support players at that tournament. And all of a sudden, we're back. First week, first game, and look who's back.
And that's the thing. It feels like IG in general took a lot of the best parts of MSI and put them into a comp. SKT, Bang and Wolf love to run this Alistar Ezreal lane against any sort of assassination threat because there's just no kill pressure on an Alistar and Ezreal as slippery as can be in the AD carry role. Again, Evelynn versus Nunu. It's no coincidence that was the matchup that eventuated, and it's a good matchup for Evelynn in that Nunu so good at getting in the face of another jungler. If you can't see that other jungler and you can't even lock her down with your consistent slows because she has the W to be able to get away and cleanse that slow, it's so much harder to make an Evelynn accountable for Nunu than basically any other jungle opponent.
And you saw that from Spirit. You know, he tried as much as he could. He looked for a couple of steals, lined up some good ultimates. We know it was getting farmed, but World Elite never came together as a team and used the full strength of that Nunu pick. Mystic probably had the best looking performance of any World Elite member in that game, and he was never allowed to be in a full 5v5 fight with Blood Boil on top of an absolute zero channeling just to his safety.
That's just why you don't like to see junglers like Spirit on champions like Nunu. It felt like the Shackles, it wasn't his team this season. It was just, again, you pick a champion like Nunu, does one thing very, very well, but doesn't have that solo carry flexibility. It's not Nidalee for sure, and it's not even a Rek'Sai who can do a little bit of both. In this situation, it was the Nunu looking for the control game, was outpicked when it came to the late rotation Evelynn that no one saw coming. And Spirit, only so much you can do walking around as the Yeti.
Yeah, I mean, so if we have to look for some changes, where do you think World Elite might start? Is it, do you ban away the Evelynn? Do you ban away Alistar? How good are these champions in this meta?
I mean, Alistar has proved to be very, very strong. I feel like there is counterplay around his laning. His laning strength, especially at level 1, can be taken advantage of in the same way that Urgot was kind of found out for his early laning. But it's champions coming back into the meta that people forget the strategies against. Alistar, for example, in a lane swap, if you can keep him in lane or if you have a very strong wave clear mid laner, his actual laning in a lane swap isn't so good. He doesn't have a lot of turret pressure. If you go for the fast push turret game, Alistar doesn't provide very much as a melee champion. And Evelynn, people just get bad habits against Evelynn, I think. I was debating this on Twitter yesterday. Is Evelynn actually a lot better, or is this team's just forgotten to ward camps and really find... You need an anti-Evelynn plan, but there's ways with Evelynn now being a distinct factor in the LCK, in the LMS, and now here, to play against Evelynn. You feel like give it a couple of weeks, teams will remember, okay, there is a way to make Evelyn accountable.
Yeah, I mean, as always in the first early weeks, teams are still figuring out what to do, but we are in a champ slate now for game number 2 as IG going to ban away the Scion and the Yogurt once again, so targeted over at Aluka and Mystic respectively. Azir the final ban there up against Shie, Gragas, Kalista, the same bans again for World Elite, so far we're going to have a very similar looking draft it feels like.
I mean, World Elite just don't want to get in a position where they're picking those hyper carry roles, but more simply just not have this weird Rek'Sai top Evelyn jungle situation. Maybe just hold the jungle pick to the second rotation. I feel like last pick junglers maybe a bit much, but given how spirit-centric World Elite are as a team, it's worth considering.
I mean, I think later in the draft is certainly a good recommendation, as Cassiopeia was the last ban there for World Elite, so I believe the same 6 bans as game number 1, which means IG, if they want it, can go straight back to the Alistar first pick, but Zataya's been hovering Lulu for quite a while, bopping between a couple different champions, but we're back to ambiguous picks. It's Rek'Sai first.
Nothing ambiguous about the Nidalee that's being hovered over. That's the sort of flavor of pick we want to see from Spirit. Not necessarily going to have to opt into picking this Nidalee this early. You don't feel like Cacao is going to blind pick that jungle matchup if you have to guess. World Elite and Aluka in particular looking to continue on the Hecarim train. Remember, gave away First Blood very early in a manner reminiscent of Dyrus in the TSM vs SKT game. Need to be a bit more on the ball when you're against a strong pressure jungler, even a pressure top laner like Hecarim.
Yeah, you can see Hecarim should be the pick here, but Sejuani is locked in actually by Spirit, so going to go back to more of a control, more team fight jungler, I guess, coming through. High impact for sure, but can maybe get bullied here by Cacao, especially if he just wants to take the Rek'Sai.
It's just a surprise to see them basically indicate their top lane and jungle matchups off the bat. There's no ambiguity about these picks, and we've already seen that top lane Rek'Sai is an ambiguous pick. So it's surprising to see them lock in these predictable champions, because now IG have all the information and all the options to work against World Elite.
And they're going to keep fairly ambiguous potentially here as well. I can see the Alistar being hovered again.
I can hear
had a great looking game
with the Nocturne being
considered. I think he's flying on a plane right now, but he can still hear it all the way up there. As Cacao is hovering the Nocturne. I like that you mentioned Black Cleaver being a Nocturne item, but they do fade away from it just at the last second. It's actually going to be Rek'Sai jungle, you have to think, because Na and Alistar are the second and third picks.
I feel like if Black Cleaver stays as strong as it is, we will eventually see a Nocturne with Black Cleaver. I am not willing to commit on that champion having Smite, though, because top mid lane Nocturne, of course, was a very old counterpick to Twisted Fate. So maybe that will be where we finally see the Black Cleaver Nocturne. But we don't know if we'll see it this game as they go for the Na versus Hecarim. We mentioned this matchup. Very strong matchup for Na. And again, another strong laning matchup for IG in the top lane.
And I think that's important for Zatai. He's shown a lot of promise, actually, when he can bully the enemy laner. We've seen his Karthus. We've seen his Fizz do crazy things in those particular matchups. But World Elite going to go for a bit more teamfight potential. They're sort of already locked it in, I feel like, with their first 2 picks, but they'll complement it a bit more with Janna and Sivir.
And we mentioned the Sivir and the fact that Sivir would have really strengthened their comp they had in game 1. The Cogmore was maybe just a bite too many when it came to looking into their late game cherry pie. In this situation, that wasn't really a phrase, but I said it anyway.
I enjoyed it.
In this case, you've got the wave clear coming through, so now suddenly Kassadin is a viable last pick coming through, or a hyper carry in general. You don't need wave clear in the mid lane as much as you did before, because you have the Sivir who, if you can rotate well enough, if you get the advantage in the early game and you make the enemy rotations predictable, Sivir happy to hoover up those minions.
Yep, I like the last pick mid laner here for World Elite that they'll be picking as their final pick, but IG got a couple more picks to consider. Rookie will go back to Orianna, but Kid, an old favorite for him. It was Ezreal in game 1, why not Vayne in game 2?
And we've seen a lot of Vayne recently over in Korea. I don't know if I like it. It hasn't been winning a lot. Alistair Vayne, a lot of kill pressure in lane, but often needs to lane swap just because the level 1's very painful. If you don't get the all-in, you just struggle in a lot of laning matchups. It's not an ideal matchup against Sivir, and now Janna is going to be the matchup. But if they opt into 2v2, which has been the consistent trend with Alistair Vayne, it can go well, but it can go oh so wrong as well.
I think even more than last game, they'd love a lane swap here for the Vayne Alistar. Split this lane up, give Vayne a safe spot to farm. Let Kitties just go and roam with the Alistar, but it is the Vladimir last pick here for World Elite, so Shia going to go back on his, I believe, undefeated champion.
It's one of those amusing situations where, because World Elite have that Smite Hecarim, they're actually quite happy if they end up getting lanes swapped on, because of course the Hecarim's going to get so much more jungle follow. It's going to avoid that tough Na matchup and get through the laning phase much more safely. So I don't think World Elite or IG really have a massive advantage either way in terms of the lane swap or the 2v2 matchup. There's kind of advantages and disadvantages both ways.
Yeah, we're going to go through the matchups now as well. So Ty in the top side, going to have a perfectly serviceable, if not good matchup against Alucard's Hecarim.
I mean, in terms of 1v1, if we do see that matchup, it's great for Nah. Can happily build either the Frozen Mallet, which started to see popularity against Hecarim, or maybe just the Black Cleaver with the strength of that item on this patch, and just try and boss around the horse.
See there as well, Sejuani for Spirit with Rek'Sai there for Kakao's rookie. Back in Orianna for another matchup, but a very different one this time in Vladimir.
That was the last pick, was the Vladimir to go into mid. It's just going to be a farm fest coming through in the late game. It's always a question as to who's stronger. I'd probably give the advantage to Vladimir, but still, you need those double escape summoners usually to get those consistent AoEs onto the backline.
Yeah, Kitty's and Kernan, of course, the supports again. Pretty similar stuff. Kitty's actually the same champion from game one, as he will pick up his Alistar. And Kernan going to go back to a bit more defensive support now and take away the Janna.
I mean, you say that Janna is a defensive spot, and in a lot of matchups it is, but just adding extra flat AD onto a Sivir, going to be a lot of lane control that Vayne and Alistar will struggle to match. Only one ranged auto attacker being the fairly short ranged Vayne, but of course has similar auto attack range to Sivir. You just don't have anywhere near the same pushing options that a Sivir
No,
does.
and again, that lane swap has to be crucial here for these two teams. We've seen the power of Alistar roaming across different regions. Vayne almost feels like a requirement that you need to get that 1v1 or 1v0 lane. So how deep are IG willing to go to get this swap? That's my question.
I feel like OMG and Split 1 of the LPL was the only team to really perfect the Vayne strategy, which was get Uzi into that 1v0, ensure that his excellent freezing mechanics meant that he could first back for Blade the Ruined King. And look, if you spawned with Blade the Ruined King, Vayne would be one of the best champions in the game. But that early laning matchup, so many different machinations in terms of lane swaps, and just avoiding a 2v2 that will be painful if they have to opt into it.
Well, we'll see how the Vayne gets done as IG and World Elite going to go head-to-head once more. And welcome back into a pause as we were about to start our second game here, IG versus World Elite. Invictus Gaming, currently a game up here as rookie, looking very happy there. Probably looking forward to his seeing lesson later this evening.
Absolutely. I love the little memes they've got through on the player pictures. It's amazing. If you missed that, rewind back the VOD if you're on YouTube, easy to find, and just look at some of those pictures. The one for rookie is just amazing.
I'm sure you can browse through Twitter as well, but yeah, even Aluka one kind of having in stitches as well during the break. That was good stuff for Spirit. Looking pretty serious as per usual. I have to say, Spirit, he fluctuates pretty heavily between, smiling, laughing, chatting with his team, and just this very confident, very focused death there.
Well, I mean, it was the best of 5 against TSM, where at IEM you saw Spirit, really rallying the troops, building them up. But best of 5 is very different to best of 2. They need a win in this situation just to get anything out of the matchup. Starting the season with 0 points would be a bit reminiscent of what was a really poor first half of the season for World Elite. In the LPL Split 1, remember, they went 0-11 or more at the start of that season. It was the same matchup. It was World Elite versus Invictus Gaming at the start of the LPL spring season, and it was 2-0 IG that day, and it's already 1-0 IG today.
Yeah, looking to see if they can do it again. I think World Elite, pretty painful memories of that first split, you have to think, so don't want to repeat that here. It would be hilarious to me if once again World Elite IG would, of course, go 1-1 in their first opening match, but it's important to get momentum in both these teams coming back in. Even with relatively similar rosters, it's a new season. We definitely noticed with World Elite's playoff run in spring that every single point matters here in the LPL. So, they might be looking now thinking, whatever, it's just 2 games of 40 or something that they have to play, but it certainly all matters coming down to the end of it, and both these teams want to get off on the right start.
I feel like World Elite's drafting phase this time a lot stronger. We don't have the 3 losing lane matchups, at least in terms of lane control. You've got the Sivir Janna, who are going to be very comfortable against the Alistar Vayne if we do see that 2v2 eventuate. Vladimir versus Orianna, probably slight advantage to Orianna early, but Vladimir's going to be happily just farming away, staying on maybe slightly lower health values, trying to use those spells to get a bit of wave clear through, but still be mostly happy. And if we do see that eventual 2v1, just to avoid the lane for Alistar Vayne, Hecarim with Smite going to happily power jungle through. So it's definitely not the same champion select problems that we saw emerge for game 1 for World Elite.
And important to note in that top lane in particular, it is Nah here for Zatai instead. Great champion, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of good Nah players in the LPL, and Zatai is among them, I have to say. Maybe not quite the top tier, but
he's not Koro.
No, he's not Koro, but he's not bad, that's for sure. But of course, the crucial thing about Nah, very popular. Be curious to see if the Black Cleaver does come out here again, but he does not take Smite.
I mean, you got 2 options. That's the kind of the fun things that Frozen Mallet we saw because of just how it interacts with the Hecarim passive. It's still a decent laning choice, but Black Cleaver is probably the ultimate laning choice for a Nah now, just because Nas, especially in that ranged form, is all about that very annoying auto attack harass, and you're throwing out the Q. I mean, you stack up that Black Cleaver super fast between the Hyper procs and the Q coming through. Any instance of physical damage, shredding that 5% of the armor. So it's going to be very strong. And then you have the 20% CDR, so suddenly your spells, and specifically your escape, is on a much shorter cooldown. Very hard to itemize CDR for these no-mana champions like Nard, for these tanks, and it just fits so well. So it's probably going to be the split push focus. That's the thing you can say about both Frozen Mallet and Black Cleaver. It's what I tried to say about the Black Cleaver Rek'Sai when they tried to opt into a Dragon fight. In a true Dragon fight where you're expecting your top laner to initiate and be tanky, Black Cleaver, Frozen Mallet, not a lot of team fight statistics, just the health coming through in that case. But when you're in talking about the laning phase, you can really style up on a Hecarim with either Black Cleaver or the Frozen Mallet on now.
Yeah, we saw a lot of mallets, I think, in the end of the last spring split as well. Black Cleaver just feels disgusting to me, to be honest. I mean, Boomerang's already on a pretty short cooldown. I forgot that it was actually physical damage, not auto attack based, the Black Cleaver proc. So you're already getting, you know, auto Boomerang.
So Boomerang does damage, it procs the Hyper, and then suddenly you're a dead horse.
Yeah, and you're just speeding up. Boomerang's always off cooldown for some reason, and yeah, Hecarim's going to die. And we've seen it. No flash on these Hecarims, just the ultimate and the E to get them away. Kakao did a good job of first blooding Aluka, which I think for Aluka, unfortunately, must be, again, some horrible flashbacks from the first early stages of World Elite Split, but Kakao's shown a lot of presence as pathing. I think Spirits, for me, might be the big question on the other side. What does he do this game? He's got a bit more proactivity on his jungler this time.
He's got Sejuani, which is slightly different. I wouldn't say she's more proactive than an Evelynn. You probably get in the face in the level 2, 3, sorry, the Nunu in the previous game. So maybe in terms of ganking, has a few more options. Clearlove especially showed some very good jungle pathing with that Sejuani on occasion, but Clearlove also struggled on the Sejuani sometimes. I feel like it's feast or famine in the early game. The late game's pretty regular. You throw out that ultimate, usually hit it on a couple of people, and you feel good about your percentage health damage that scales. So many different scalings with Cinderhulk and, of course, the Northern Winds passive coming through. But in general, early game Sejuani is always a bit of a question mark, so we'll have to really take stock of whether Spirit can get things going this game like he couldn't on the Nunu.
Yeah, just a reminder, we do still have a pause. Of course, you can see the players still looking very focused. They have a game to play. They're sort of gearing themselves up. They are allowed to talk about strategy, but everyone's staying pretty quiet, actually.
Surprising to see, I guess. I mean, coming back to the Black Cleaver Gnar, one of the kind of small things I love about it, Pastry Time, is that for people that have been playing Gnar since release, you finish that Black Cleaver and it feels like it's old Gnar again, because of course, with that 20% CDR, the big changes to Gnar were around the fact that he didn't have as much of the CDR refresh mechanic coming through. If you caught the Boomerang, they changed it so that it scaled over levels to about level 16. Now when you have Black Cleaver with 20% CDR, it's old now. You catch it, it's available again. You just can't get away from the Gnar if they keep hitting that skill shot.
Yeah, that was sort of my worry here. Is it seems like we are going to be onto the Rift here soon-ish, soon enough. Not yet. Sorry to spoil it.
You got too excited there.
I'm sorry.
You came in strong, and then it just wasn't.
Well, it'll be up fairly soon, as we might be available here between these two teams, but still looking strong. I mean, Black Cleaver Gnar, as I said, not something I've personally experienced yet, but I'm sure people in our high-level Chinese solo queue have, and I think it sounds awful. It sounds awful to play against.
Awful. Get in solo queue. Queue up against the Gnar. You'll find the Black Cleaver.
I don't want this to happen to me now.
Stick to Lux then in the mid lane.
Yeah, I don't think the Black Cleaver Gnar in the mid lane's really going to get it going, but we'll see. I mean, Zatai, again, someone that does like to bully people in those top lanes. On the Rek'Sai, I have to say, did a great job aggressively trading with Aluka.
And that was the thing. It looked like he wasn't getting much done. Then the late game, once that CDR really got rolling, I believe he had 30% with the Spirit Visage as well. He was just everywhere. That was the key factor, is that you had so much global presence. Okay, it's not going to be global presence, but there's realistic 1v1 kill pressure. Black Cleaver Gnar against the Hecarim.
Well, we'll see what Black Cleaver Gnar can get done, as it seems like we're going to hop onto the Rift. And welcome onto the Rift for our second game between Invictus Gaming and a World Elite, an age-old Chinese League of Legends matchup. And Invictus Gaming currently find themselves up 1-0.
And it looks like, just from the fact that Kid and Kitties are around this Krug camp, that we're going to see the 2v2 matchup. That's been the surprising factor, Pastime, as we look into the crowd.
That is a sweet sign. I have no idea what's going on.
Why solo kill?
I don't know what's going on, but it seems great here. You're right, we are going to be in a 2v2. The Krugs were started there by Kitties and Kid. I believe the Grump was taken away by Mystic and Conan. Yes, you can see their experience there sort of betraying that for them here, at least for us as we can see. But classically an aggressive matchup here, but I don't expect Kid and Kitties Level 2 cheese aside to get a big foothold in this matchup.
It's just hilarious that we see this Vayne Alistar, and every single duo has been opting into 2v2 with it and losing. So I don't know what they know about the matchup. Obviously, level 2, if you can get that condemn against a wall with the big Alistar headbutt pulverize, sure, maybe there's some gimmicky kill pressure, but it's not a great laning matchup for Vayne, and Vayne is certainly not a 2v2 champion, at least in this meta.
Yeah, especially with the Sivir and the Janna that you mentioned in there as well. It's been a long time since Condemn has been that good that you can go into these 2v2s, but Rookie Vashir is going to be our mid lane matchup. Vladimir doing decently as Rookie, taking quite a lot of damage to arrest control early of the matchup, hitting level 2 first. But once again, Rookie right up towards the enemy turret, pushing the wave in and harassing you. That sounds like the Rookie we've seen last season.
And it's certainly not Orianna vs. Cassidy in terms of how bad a matchup it is for Xia, but it's not a great one either. You have to consider that it's not until Xia gets a Hextech Revolver and specifically levels into Tides of Blood before he's ever able to counter-push the wave. It feels like to some degree he has to use the transfusion on the enemy champion just for any sort of lane presence. Otherwise, he's going to get chipped away under his turret by Rookie. So it's going to be still a painful laning phase, and there's not a lot of kill pressure when Spirit comes in pre-level 6 either.
Yeah, you can see Zatanna in his lane. He'll be 1v1 against Aluka, which he'll be happy about as well. We'll have to keep track of where they're going with the build, but Zatai actually early on with a Doran's Blade there, so wanting to be aggressive in his matchup.
And it's kind of two schools of thoughts. I think you go with the Doran Blade just because, again, you're basically a ranged Teemo when it comes to that ranged form. But you could go Ruby Crystal because, of course, you build so well as the back cleaver. Out of double Ruby Crystal, you can turn that into Phage Kindle Gem very happily. So I think you go for the Doran Blade, in specifically a laning counter matchup like Hecarim versus Gnar. But you do have that flexibility in some situations. Just pick up a Ruby Crystal quite happily.
Yeah, Kakao actually looking to take both Scuttle Crab, so great pathing here for Kakao. Spirit might find himself slightly behind. Spirit's actually invaded for the walls, but was spotted by some Tremor Sense there for Kakao, so he has a decent idea of what's going on. But as it looks right now, it's a bit hilarious. They're kind of vertically trading the other junglers' jungle camps.
I think the big reality is, remember, this is, of course, Jungle Rek'Sai this time, has very strong games with the Flash on Burrow. In terms of the laning matchups, Gnar going to beat Hecarim early. Orianna's going to have control over Vladimir. So in this top side of the map in particular, you can't even really look to fight for this Scuttle Crab because every factor is working against you if you're World Elite.
Yeah, and it's the bottom lane that I think Spirit has to look for here. We mentioned it already. Not a stellar looking matchup here for Kid, but he's actually ahead in CS here so far. So playing pretty far forward in this lane, getting aggressive. It's paying off so far for Kid.
And it's one of those matchups where you feel like Mystic has to take control of it at a point and then not lose it because there's always kill pressure if you overextend as a Vayne. And maybe it's just a situation where the World Elite are actually afraid of the jungle pressure from Kakao.
Yeah, quite possibly as Kid gets some good harass down as Conan forced to shield himself there just to wipe off some of the Silver Bolts burst. And Kid is probably the scariest thing is they're pushing lane, even going in aggressive as Conan going to take a couple trades there as well. Mystic though goes in aggressive as a result and really punishes Vayne.
It's a pretty equal trade, but yeah, just a slight advantage coming through from Mystic. I have to come back to the fact that it's probably the lack of vision. You look down this bottom side of the map, no wards whatsoever. It's awkward to seed lane control, but Spirit's going in.
Yeah, Spirit, good Q there, forcing Rookie to flash. He's low on mana as well. Does have a cleanse, but that won't help you too much against the knockup portion of Arctic Assault as Aluka. Going to come in there and just get a bit of trade damage down. He's actually ahead now as this wave comes in. So Ty's struggling a little there. Oh, down the bottom, Kid getting low there. Might be first blood, and Mystic almost gets it done, but Kakao going to find himself down here as well. And we said it might be too aggressive for Invictus Gaming's dual lane. I think they just found out why.
And that's the thing, is without the wards, don't know which situation is Spirit.
Spirit going in, gets condemned into the wall, though, does get first blooded, and Spirit, that was too much.
Absolutely, and that's after a game of frustration, not being able to get anything done as Nunu. He thought, okay, gonna go and get the sneaky kill, flash over a wall, pick up a kill and get out. Doesn't get the kill, gives away the first blood awkwardly to Rek'Sai. At least it's not the Vayne, you have to say, but still, it's a bad precedent to set in what is potentially a matchup where if Vayne gets that Blade of the Ruin King, doesn't get harassed, doesn't lose her turret, there is kill pressure there for Alistar Vayne.
Yeah, Kid's gone back, actually got a build toward a Cutlass, so does have much more potential here. Mystic gonna get knocked up there. Kakao's gonna go for a revisit. Good spell shield and Tornado might keep him just safe enough, but Kakao does good damage, is forced to back away after smiting Mystic, though Boomerang Blade gonna come in. Mystic Mystic flashes forward for the kill, and the aggression paying off for the Korean AD carry, but Kitties flashes back in, and Mystic reads him like a book, just jukes back.
Mystic played that exchange so well, Pastry Time. The crucial factor held onto the spell shield to actually spell shield the Unburrowed. That was the spell that needed to be spell shielded, because you saw, once that was down, they were awkwardly walking towards Sivir with no more CC. Of course, Alistair's cooldowns, Pulverize was what, 7-8 seconds before it was going to be available again. They had no options, and they just donate a free kill to Sivir.
Yeah, Mystic goes back, gets a BF sword done there as well. So all of a sudden, the bottom lane had a lot of junglers going to overreach for a couple of juicy looking kills, and both times they have been punished.
I mean, look, one of them picked up a kill out of the trade, but Sivir picks up the answering kill. So overall, First Blood excluded, you give the advantage World Elite.
Yeah, you have to think so. As we see Xie, level 7 now on the Vladimir, does have a Doran Shield and his Hextech Revolver, so starting to get a bit more traction in this lane.
Surprising, the rookie's been playing pretty passive. He's actually behind in CS in this matchup. Xie's starting to get that lower cooldown transfusion, working towards the 4-second cooldown he'll have it at level 9, but with no range pushing options, I guess the fact that Kakao has spent so much time in the bottom lane has caused Rookie to just play that much safer.
Yeah, as we move back into the top lane there as well as Zatai, doing us proud for at least the first part of the item, because that is a Phage that is already completed. Kitty's good knock up there, going to find himself taking a little bit too much damage. Kid now coming in, Spirit not level 6, but joining into the bottom side as well, so we might have even more pressure in the bottom side now.
It's surprising to see them go for this second game, but they must have communicated the fact that there are no wards here whatsoever. Spirit's only really good for a bit of burst damage, and you can awkwardly see that the final hour is available for Vayne, so should be able to juke out the damage. But with no summoner spells up, it's a risk they're willing to take.
I mean, might just take a look out of Clear Loves here and just move into the lane for some turret pressure. Actually having a roam from Conan, going to get a little bit of vision around the Dragon Pit as Xie level 8 now. No blue buff required, of course. Rookie does have his, but starting to really pressure Rookie, who's still just behind in CS.
Look, Rookie will palm up. Both of these mid laners keeping on comparable terms. Just surprising to see. You expected Vladimir on, say, a 10 CS deficit. So the fact that Vladimir's ahead, it's slight bonus to Xie, but in the long run of things, probably not a significant factor.
Nice ward there from Conan as well, popping it in. Going to see Kitties coming through, especially if they're pushing the wave in. They'll get good vision behind him. Most importantly, spot out Kakao when he comes for another gank.
Exactly, and you know that's coming before too long. He's so good at pathing on this Rek'Sai. We saw in that series against Vici Gaming, so many turret dives, so many unique and innovative spots to use that Unburrow to come through. In this situation, been punished a little bit though, so just kind of tail between his legs, farming in the jungle.
Not surprised, he's an old school Nocturne player, but he knows some creative ways to gank through some lanes as Rookie. Getting a bit more control back, we'll get now ahead slightly in CS as well, and you can see Xie, he's comfortable. I mean, it's 2 late game champions in a row. You have to think this one a bit more, bit easier, a bit safer to farm on. And his Vladimir, it's looked good so far when we've seen it. And Tatai trying to punish a Luka, but even he's just fine, although about 15 CS behind.
3-0 Vladimir, as we mentioned. Pink ward's been put down because they know Sejuani's in the area. They want to open up potential initiation. IG is split between wanting to clear out this ward and realizing this is a suspicious place to put down a pink.
It's a dangerous place to put a ward, and that's an excellent pink ward to have in the bottom lane as well. It just gives you good vision. It gives you control over your side of the lane, but most importantly, especially in this matchup, spots the stupid Vayne.
It was aggressively plopped down in vision, so you know someone else is around to take advantage of it. Sejuani uses that Q to get over into the brush. Don't know if she's actually spotted because that model is pretty big, but no, she wasn't spotted, so she was looking just to wait out that cooldown, then look for the engage, but has to back away.
Yeah, Rookie going to get on top of the Raptors. The Xie is actually trying to take them away, but Kakao will join in. Should be able to collect him here as Mystic continuing to farm away in the bottom side there as well. And again, protecting this ward, going to keep moving through. Spirit looking in the mid lane for a lane gank this time around. It's going to help Xie push out the wave back towards Rookie, but Kakao also in the area. Could be fireworks now in the mid.
I'm not sure that Spirit's going to want to opt into a 2v2 against Rek'Sai. I think the big thing for Spirit is cause pressure where Rek'Sai isn't, because Rek'Sai's so strong in those early to mid-game skirmishes. Spirit, there's always the potential of a bit of burst damage, but it's so much more of a struggle. So try and cause pressure in other lanes. You can see from the health bars here, the trades between Spirit and Kakao not going great for Spirit.
Yeah, very sneaky Kakao, forcing Spirit away, just gets away on a sliver of health, but Kakao starting to get some tunnels down, applying more pressure, and I like what he's doing here. You sort of alluded to it already, but he's basically just tracking Spirit as best he can as Xie uses his ulti there onto Rookie, but Rookie just shakes it off.
Yeah, he's just looking for harass with that ultimate. I think that was a please don't all in me, I'm going to use the ultimate situation. Capped onto the pool though, so Cow can't cause any pressure. But remember, you saw that flashing health bar. A Cinder Hulk Rek'Sai is able to do those sort of trades it's a full tank trade, still so landslide in the advantage of Rek'Sai in the mid game. That's why you saw so much pressure from Spirit down bot. Not interested in these 2v2s.
And this is one of the things that we identified about Sejuani is that, sure, she's tanky in the late game with the Cinderhawk, does good damage as well with the Hell Scaling on Northern Winds, but that takes time to get to. You need to farm to that spot. You don't just sort of wake up with tank stats. Your base stats are actually significantly weaker than some of the other tank junglers.
That's why we were surprised when there was, say, Lee Sin versus Sejuani matchups where Lee Sin wouldn't try and get in the face around level 3, 4. Not a lot of junglers can still go into the jungle of a Sejuani at level 7 and be able to have the same sort of kill pressure or harass pressure. But Rek'Sai is just so strong in the early to mid game that you can still extend that window where you can just go piggy hunting.
And that's exactly what he's been doing. Spirit's been tracked by Kakao all game long, and both these junglers play very similarly. They look happiest when they're in their opponent's jungle, and so far in the series actually, and especially in the early stages of this game, that's been all Kakao so far.
I mean, these matchups we've been talking about, Vladimir competitive against Orianna, Vayne though awkwardly very competitive against this Sivir. I believe at this CS value might actually be able to back and get that Blade of Ruin King or be about 100, 200 gold away. Yeah, 2100 gold, so can confidently pick that up. And then suddenly in a long lane, both of these champions have those speed up mechanics, the fleet of foot, and of course Vayne's passive as well. When you use the Blade though, use it at the right time. Significant kill pressure on the Sivir.
Yeah, Blade's even got a little better, I believe, as well on the patch. So, I mean, I can see why it's a popular looking pick, especially for a kid who's a long-time Vayne player here as well. I mean, Mystic also close to his Infinity Edge with about 1800 gold banked up when we last saw him. So both these AD carries going to look to get their first big ticket purchase and then probably look for a dragon fight, because once again, we've got a very slow first dragon here.
Surprising to see. You'd imagine the team with Rek'Sai on the side would be the one trying to opt into that early dragon. They should have had lane control mid. Haven't really had that, but it's been at least equalized. But when you pick such a weak bottom lane, you're not often in a position where the enemy's recalled first. When you're Vayne against a Sivir, it's usually going to be Vayne trying to push in a wave and then desperately get back to turret before it's exploded by the ricochet damage. You're not often in a position where you can wait for the enemy to back first and then take the dragon. There's been no free dragons this game.
Spirit getting onto Kakaldo, but Zatai kiting around. Actually, good ulti there coming onto Aluka. Damage going to move through as the knockup comes in. Ulti's a little short, but does get himself to safety, and we actually missed it through all the other lanes. That Black Cleaver is already done for Zatai.
The Black Cleaver damage is so big. She is worried about a turret. I've used the ult early.
Yeah, Conan's in here as well. Does get a tornado, but Rookie just guides his way out of it. Still clears out the waves. Top tower's going to go down here for IG, and all of a sudden, a slow-ish game here as Kakao takes away the red buff as well. World Elite lose everything on the top half of the map.
And this is the thing. You've got a losing top lane matchup, and Spirit just has to watch, sadly, as his buffs are taken away. He tried the aggressive move, gave away first blood, and now doesn't even have control of his own jungle. You have to feel like, once again, it's going to need to be a late game scenario for World Elite to really get rolling, because specifically the bottom lane, the one lane they've chosen a winning matchup, is going even at best.
Yeah, and Rookie's now taking control of the mid lane matchup as well, constantly poking Shea out with his level 11 blue buff Orianna that's got 150 CS almost here at the 15-minute mark. Rookie, again, we talked about him being a big bully laner, loves to 1v1 people. He's been left alone for these first two games, and it shows just how good he is in these situations.
And the big worry for Jia, the reason why he's had to use those reactive ultimates, is that he needs to keep Tides of Blood stacked up this whole time to have any sort of AoE wave clear. So of course it's doing, chipping away 80, 100 health you take every time you keep that 4 stack going. Suddenly, Rookie walks up to you and you're worried about a turret dive. You're worried about the Kakaos, but all over your jungle. So just trying to stay competitive in the mid lane by keeping up those Tides of Blood. He's been punished. He's been caught between two strategies and just loses his turret. It's a very smart movement from IG. Getting control of his topside jungle has actually won them the mid lane matchup.
Yeah, Rek'Sai just has so much implied pressure. Back in the day, it would have been Kakao just physically ganking Rookie's lane to get him ahead, but just the implied pressure so far is enough to make World Elite play pretty scared around the mid side. Dragon's going to go to them as well. It's quite late here, but Kakao, he doesn't mind. I think I said that it's a matchup of two junglers between these two teams, and they both love to dictate pace. Right now, Kakao has dictated the entire time.
And look, moving to the LPL, you definitely say Spirit had the better spring split compared to Kakao. But previous to that, Kakao was seen as perhaps the strongest jungler in the world, specifically in terms of pathing, was probably the best at jungle pathing in the history of League of Legends. So the fact that he took so long to warm up in the spring split was a surprise, but he's come out really strong in at least the terms of the jungle matchup in this first game.
And make no mistake, there are great players on IG here. So with the roster finally settled, Zatai's coming to his own. Rookie's always been a strong player, has been allowed to shine. Even Kid, the ever-consistent duo lane there with his partner Kid, had, some performances. Now back on his vein, feels comfortable playing some of his old school champions that have a bit more of a carry feel to them. No matter how IG play, this is Kakal's team, and it shows.
And it's one of those things where, look, this game is a snapshot. I'm not going to say now, okay, now Kakao is a much better jungle than Spirit. Because, I mean, World Leader made it hard for Spirit, specifically with this drafting. In general, he's had multiple losing lanes to deal with. All lane matchups haven't gone as expected, and he's been punished in a lot of ways. Speaking of punishment, very nice trade coming through from Kid, but when you've got these difficult matchups, when you're not picking an assertive champion like Rek'Sai, when you're on Sejuani duty, there's only so much you can do if you're Spirit.
We'll have to see how it checks out. Xie in the top side trying to get a gank down onto Na, but that is a tall order now with the Giant Spark completed. No boots, by the way, for Zatai, who's just never left the top lane, it feels like. 50 CS ahead.
There's just so much kill pressure as well. You noted before. You saw that trade when he just got a fresh Black Cleaver. You have to remember, of course, the Gnar ultimate does physical damage, 30% shred between all the auto attacks into a massive burst of damage. You're seeing it here. Aluka basically has to use that ultimate defensively most of the time. Is Orianna going to rotate first?
Maybe. That was a sick hop, by the way, for Zatai, who just gets him with the last fragment of house there as well. Not quite enough to kill Aluka. Rookie, he was waiting for it, but doesn't quite get there. It's Kakao, with his ultimate down, actually gets to the mid lane and starts pushing it.
Yeah, Rookie probably a bit sad he didn't go for the Ghost Flash approach. He would have been in position to get a turret dive down. It was actually just feigning aggression was Aluka. He didn't have anyone come out. Was surprised to see him play so aggressive. It worked out in the end. He lived, but this top lane matchup's not going happy days for Aluka.
No, and that was the matchup we expected to go wrong. And you said neutral in the bottom lane, not what you want with a Vayne lane. Mystic got that one kill, but he has not been able to get control back of the lane with Spirit. Maybe just with that first blood sort of holding all the momentum in mid lane as well. Xie has been competitive. He's actually caught back up in TS now as well, but Rookie is just dictating to him time and time again. And if IG's games go the way where Rookie dictates the mid lane and Kakao dictates the rest, IG are going to have a really strong season.
But the crazy thing is that Kid's been dictating the bottom lane to somebody. That was never supposed to be a possibility. Remember, this is Janna Sivir. You might think, okay, Janna, passive lane. But Janna's going to throw on AD. You should be able to push it in. They're respecting Kakao so much that they're not even looking to push in, despite the fact they had the Queen of Disengage if they ever look to be punished. But they've been on the back foot, and it's given Kid a free laning phase as Vayne, which you never want to say in a cast because it's going to be happy times for IG.
It's great times for IG and real bad times for World Elite. Spirit did smite away his blue buff, so manages to protect that somewhat. Actually, he's probably the best candidate for it, so I do like the takeaway there. But Kid continuing to push in, starting to really turn on the aggression. And Alistar Vayne, not so hot at level 1, level 11 and level 9 with a Blade of the Ruined King done. They'll happily take a 2v2 now.
That's why you see Sejuani has to put so much effort into bottom. Agree with you. Keep the blue onto Sejuani. Transition maybe late game with the lack of wave clear, put it onto Sivir for a bit more wave clear. But for now, just get the Sejuani going, because certainly the ganks and the jungle pressures worked extensively against Spirit. Picking up the experience even just from a big camp is necessary to keep him a relevant threat this game.
Yes, Zatai's coming in. Rookie's actually joined in already, and Xie is spotted twice now by wards trying to rotate in. The red buff going to be the next target. No smite here for Spirit's going to give that over to Kakao, and again, Spirit just losing so much here as Rookie just starting to leave his lane and still staying ahead in CS.
The gold lead's actually quite big given this present patch. 3.8k, it's the 2 turrets, but it's just been all the extra CS, all the extra jungle camps. 74 to 54 is this CS advantage just for the Rek'Sai, and then in the all the other lanes, you're either competitive or way ahead.
Yeah, and Zatai didn't quite get a chance to point it out yet. I do like the Black Cleaver that's coming through as Mystic actually pops his ulti. Rookie's the pick that they want here. Spirit trying to find an ultimate, but Rookie just uses dissonance and walks away.
But will World Elite be able to take any sort of structure from this? They haven't got the outer turrets. Very healthy. But Mystic with free time should be a lot of turret damage.
Yeah, good damage there, but Kakao and Zatai coming through. Mystic gets tagged by a couple of slows there. Spirit's going to have to try and peel it off. A good tornado from Conan will make it happen. Xie pops his ghost. He's trying to peel away and keep the team safe. Aluka forced to run back as well. And Invictus Gaming pop a few cooldowns and force World Elite back to their mid turret.
Zatai's really good in his management of the Narbar. Just wasn't an obvious engage option there. Even with Flash available and a bounce into the creeps, would have been too optimistic to look for a kill. So he's going to go up to top, keep up the split push. Dragon's 50 seconds away. Given the tie of this game, it should go to IG.
And the fact that Zatai is kept in this lane for as long as he have with his Black Cleaver is just crazy to me, because he's going for a Frozen Mallet as well.
That's really crazy. The thing about Black Cleaver and Frozen Mallet, that the trade-off you make is it's great in the 1v1, average to bad in the team fight, I mean, he's going to have a lot of health, that's for sure.
He is. I mean, maybe need some resist to support a bit to tie.
You get Mega Gnar resist. That's still something. But
Sure.
then you do have kind of a window there. The interesting thing about that is that sometimes people think of too binary. Speaking of binary, Kid's going aggressive.
Kid is going aggressive. Koning will find him though. Kid, once they go in, Kid is looked for the combo, just missing there onto Mystic, but Kid turning it around. Exhaust down as well. Kills him through the Monsoon and the Exhaust a little late there, and Kid, aggression pays off.
But that's what happens when you have a free farm Vayne. Is you're surprised at the trade damage. There were audible gasps in the studio here because you don't see Vayne doing that sort of damage at 22 minutes because they don't normally have 216 CS.
Yeah, Phantom Dancer almost completed as well on top of that blade, and Tatai even teleporting down, going to get more pressure in. Blue buff is coming back up, I believe, in Rookie. Apparently he wants it.
But Waterly have nothing going for them. Sivir doesn't have any. It's just dying in lane under a turret. Vladimir's been pressured out by Orianna. We don't even need to talk about top lane. That was always going to be the case between Gnar and Hecarim. And Spirit's nothing he can do on the Sejuani. We were expecting him to go greedy. He thought about the Nidalee, but Sejuani Judy, I don't think it's going to lead to a victory for World Elite.
Not quite yet, and if you just heard that sound, that was IG taking their second Dragon. Shea a little too deep now. Does use his pull Shockwave. Very nicely timed, but Shea with a nice flash to get himself to safety.
Look, it's another flash down. Suddenly it's going to be that much harder for Shea to get damage onto the back line. IG taking over both sides of the jungle. It'd be surprised. Wow.
Yeah, Phantom Nets are done as Rookie eats an ultimate, I believe. It cleanses out of it. Very good summoner spell against this lineup. They're still going in. Rookie, great flash there as Kakao gets a double knockup and takes some damage, but the shield will keep him safe. Kiddies will rotate back in to protect this turret. Tatai's even here as well. So is Vayne back with the Phantom Dancer and some double longswords. I don't know if World Elite can pressure this.
Well, look, this is a better scenario than Zatai up top with literally 2 laning items. They cannot deal with split push. No, it's impossible. He's so tanky, does so much damage, and can apply a consistent slow. But in a team fight, given how strong the rest of the team is, they might still go in for it.
See Shea, he does not want to eat a single auto attack, and he does. Kiddies find him as well. The Tiger to go in. Good tornado from Conan, but a flash 3-man ulti will find him. Kid's going to get the first kill. Conan gets in onto Jana. That's a double kill now as well, coming in onto Kid. And the Vayne is being unleashed by Invictus Gaming.
You can see that Zatai has been practicing the Gnar in the offseason. He was good at the laning, but was never good at maintaining the rage bar, specifically having the Gnar bar up for team fights. It's what I was alluding to, is that you do get those resists in Mega Gnar form, but if you can force fights around Mega Gnar, if he's exhausted, suddenly you only have health. But if you're going to manage it like that, free objectives like Baron should be the result.
Nice stuff from Zatai. Absolutely. Baron's going to go down. We talked about the ridiculous Baron damage in the last game. Blood of the Ruin King Vang with a Phantom Dancer already at the 24-minute mark. Baron just melts there under the pressure.
Yeah, the hyper damage and just the AD coming through from both Frozen Mallet and Black Cleaver meant a free objective. And it's been a sea of free objectives. Just watch Zatai. Has a lot of rage. The combo comes in, and the flash auto onto 3 members was massive. The damage was massive, and Kid's free hitting, so you know things are going well for IG.
Yeah, good initiation there by Zatai. Not a whole lot of cleanup required after that from Kid, and maybe you heard us. We talked about it. He's not that big of a carry player, but looking just fine so far at 3-0-1, and to be fair, playing cleanup duty quite nicely.
I guess the question mark for me is here, is the bottom lane. Do we crib notes from Kid's great play, or did Conan and Mystic misplay this lane? Because there should be no scenario where Kid is massively ahead of Mystic in terms of gold, but in this game, it's going to be considerable, despite the fact that Sivir should have had basically wave control at her beckon's command between Q and W.
And not to mention that the other lanes are not going well either. Let's ignore the top lane for now. We already know how poorly that's gone so far. Even the mid lane Rookie just consistently staying ahead here. Shea has done an admirable job of keeping up where he can, but he's never been allowed to breathe in that lane. He's been smothered by Orianna here for Rookie. He's now got his Athenes. He's building in towards the Void stuff with an Amp Tome, and he's got his Rabadon's Death Cap up already. Sometimes Orianna's fall behind, but I love Rookie's adaptation. No Ludens this time, just going straight for the Rabadons.
I mean, we can talk about Shea. He's played well. He's done this matchup fine. Again, the problem comes much earlier. Why in pick and ban phase are they picking a losing top lane matchup and at best a competitive mid lane matchup with no CCs? It's not what we expect from Shea. Of course, he was best on the champions like LeBlanc and Ari. If you had a pick champion mid, suddenly Sejuani and an Ari, you got a lot of kill pressure. When it's Sejuani and a Vladimir, not so much. And that's why Spirit has also been losing out from these picks, because they're picking low-pressure laners. Spirit's getting invaded. Everything's falling down from World Elite, and even their true jungle carry can't do anything about it.
Yeah, not on Sejuani. He's just a little too much here to ask without a bit more high pressure coming through. And that Baroned up Cannon Minion doing some work here with 4 members in the bottom for IG. The tie in the top, he will melt through these turrets with a surprising amount of AD.
What's Hecarim going to do, though?
Run away, which is what we've seen for the last 10 minutes here. First turret falls down. Second should fall there in the top side. In fact, Zatai's almost done it here with the Luca. Charges into Zatai. Might just ignore him for the inhibitor. In fact, that's exactly what he does.
I mean, he might even go for the kill. He's below half health, but has so much kill pressure on a Luca. Watch these auto attacks. Just silly.
Yeah, damage is quite silly. Magana does get the wallop for a stun, but Mystic, Conan, and Spirit are all joining in as well. But Zatai backs away safely. Doesn't even need his flash, which he doesn't have so far. And IG rotate back in for another tier 2 in mid lane now.
Look, if you're going to send multiple members, even with... Oh my
that
God.
shockwave was so sick. Rookie gets the kill again onto Mystic Kid. Cleans out Sejuani. Aluka's put it in, but it's far too late. Kikau gets the knock up onto Aluka. Damage going to come through as Orianna going to get that next kill. And Invictus Gaming, no setup required this time. Rookie pinpoint accuracy with the ulti.
Well, you don't have to play around a Gnar bar if Gnar doesn't even have to show up in a 4v5 and the surrender comes through. Definitely necessary as IG completely smashed World Elite in the first game of the season.
Yeah, you can see the game collapses there at the end with that surrender coming through for World Elite. And
it was a metaphor.
It was for that series. I think smash is the right term there. I mean, we've talked about the record. IG slowly creeping back to even now. Lifetime, I believe, 35 to 47 now is the overall record.
45 to 35 is the overall record. The big issue here for World Elite is picks and bans. They were awful this game. First game, picking all the hyper carries didn't work. Slightly improving in picks and bans, but then going on the Sejuani, who was just exposed. After that first gang failed, everything working for Rek'Sai, and you can see the bows coming through in the studio because IG, they've done their fans proud.
And most importantly, a 2-0 here, that's 3 points to start your season. You could not ask for a better start. We talked about it. Long season, lots of games. With those points, they add up, and IG start with the best possible result.
They're going to hope it's not the 6-0 into 0-6 that we saw last split. But yes, an excellent start to the season. 3 points are always at a premium. These teams are getting closer, not further away, at least if we judge by the end of the regular split of the spring split. But at the start of this split, no comparisons between IG and WE. Their drafting and play was exemplary with IG's, and WE, they set themselves up to fail with some really poor drafting.
I mean, Rookie's insane ultimates in 2 different games aside. I agree with you. World Elite just never gave themselves enough opportunities to get themselves into a game. Spirit can carry. We've seen Mystic take over games. Aluka's solid. Even Shia's had his carry performances as well. World Elite don't have to play this way, and it might just be an experience thing for the roster, building up the champions, building up the synergy, but just scattered in that game, which is not what we saw from the end of their season last.
And look, Mystic made 2 game-winning plays. But in general, he's made big plays, so Rookie's made big plays, in every series he's played. It's usually on balance. It's usually he does a great thing here, but a lot of other things have happened in the game. Unfortunately, World Elite could never make anything else happen. So when those heroics come through, they just lose off.
Yeah, and a great strong start from IT. Gives himself 2-0 against World Elite and the first 3 points of their LPL Summer season. But don't go too far away. When we return, unlimited potential, the newcomers will be taking on our second place finisher, Snake. Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the 2015 Summer Split of the LPL. My name is Julian Pastry Time Car. Joining with me once again will be Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. So we move in to our second best of two of the evening. It is Snake, our second place finisher for the overall season, versus some newcomers, the second place qualified LSBL team, I believe, that did get auto-promoted in. It is Unlimited Potential, formerly Vici Potential.
Exactly. Used to be Vici Gaming Potential. Used to be the sister team to Vici Gaming, who we'll see later tonight in our main event against good old OMG. It's going to be interesting to see the return of everyone's favorite Samsung Blue support, as Heart, of course, riding big on that Unlimited Potential.
Yes, some good stuff actually to look forward to both these rosters when they get into them. But thinking about Snake just for a second, a very strong, unexpected second place finish in the regular season. Looked fantastic, doing insanely creative stuff. Flandre, I believe, partly or wholly responsible for Teleport Smite in the top lane as well. They looked great, unfortunately, as they kind of moved through, got to the semifinals, and wheels just fell off in the playoffs.
And the big question mark, I think, that developed as the season went on. At the start of the season, the Shurima champions were in meta. Only Azir and Xerath. Barker looked great. When he actually went down with an injury, we're talking about how he was one of the top performing mid laners at the time. But his champion pool just never grew from there. He grew a couple of champions, could play the Lulus and Vladimirs of the world, but not convincingly. And it definitely was a champion pool hole issue that really worked against him as we moved towards playoffs. So he's actually been replaced, and you, two-time LPL split winner with EDG in 2014. Of course, not seen much play with Pawn coming so strong into the lineup for Edward Gaming in the spring split. Actually gets the chance to get on a starting roster and show that he's not only necessarily about the control champions that Barker could play. He was always someone that kind of had to default towards control mages like the likes of Ziggs, pull out games, because that was what Edward Gaming's previous identity was all about. he can also play those assassins. We saw his Lissandra play come up quite big against World Elite 2-0 in that series as he played the first 4 games. The Galio pick, not so much. But Yu is certainly an interesting mid laner.
He is, and I think he brings a lot of similar things that Baka did to the mid lane. Lots of utility-esque champions, you know, Lulu in there, Lissandra, a bit more of an assassin, but still lots of control, and big Orianna player there as well. Ziggs, if he comes back, also available. And actually, Syndra was a pocket pick of his for a long time. It was one of his big champions about a year ago. So Yu's a great player. You have to think, you look at Baka, who had a fantastic start to the season and fell away. Yu, a veteran for a team full of completely young players, both on the Korean and the Chinese sides. Yu not only brings his experience, but might just be a strict upgrade to Baka.
And I think that's, on both points, I agree. Experience is an important thing to talk about. That's one of the reasons why Snake were predicted to fall right down the bottom of the standings, is that, look, they had the style that worked for them in the LSPL. They managed to make a style work in the LPL, but they didn't have any of that experience. You thought that as the season went on, you were kind of waiting for the wheels and the Snake hype train to fall away. Would it be week 2? Would it be week 4? No, it actually went the whole season long. Second place overall in a 44-game split is just insane. So it was a huge overachievement. Snake finally found out a little bit towards the end of the season, specifically Barca, like you said. So if you can slot in, do everything Barca could do with a bigger champion pool, even if we discount the assassins that he can play. If his control mage play is at least more varied and has more options to it, can't be banned out as easily, that's already an upgrade. And then if he can actually start to flex his wings, if the likes of LeBlanc and the assassins come back into the meta as fits it, you could be a tremendously big upgrade for a team that already finished second, that already made it to the semifinals, that already has a lot of hype around it. So I think the Snake fanboys should be pretty excited about what looks like potentially a very promising second split for Snake.
I think so too, and consistency was, I think, maybe Snake's biggest problem, even though they had a very good season overall, and a decent playoff run, you have to say, finishing 4th overall, losing to IG in a consolation match. Yu's very consistent. That's what he's always brought to his teams. That's what he brought on EDG. We expect to bring it here on Yu as well, but I just realized we have almost a very poignant start to Snake's season here. They're going to play against the second place LSPL team. That was Snake's position moving into last season.
And that's the thing. Unlimited potential. They're going to want to look at that name, look at what Snake managed to achieve from a very similar position and try and repeat some of their success. They also have carries in their team as well. You can probably look mostly the jungle here. Amy in particular, a very storied player. Of course, we already mentioned that Vici Gaming Potential was this team's old name. Of course, in the Vici Gaming organization, actually been promoted with a Vici Gaming team twice to the LPL, but never actually got to play an LPL match. Was replaced by Dandy, of course, after the spring 2015 promotions. Now gets promoted a second time, will get a shot to play at the LPL finally. Understandable being replaced by a world champion jungler, so he would have felt a bit hard done by to do all the hard work to get through. Managed to do it a second time. The meta's slightly moved away. He was definitely on the more aggressive jungling style, like the Lee Sins and the more aggressive champions. Meta not necessarily favoring that, but as you can see from the Evelyn and some of the new champions that are coming in, Cinderhulk meta is certainly there. We've seen 3 Cinderhulks in a game already today, but it's not necessarily Cinderhulk or nothing at the moment.
Yeah, there are options here, and for Unlimited Potential, coming in a fairly strong-looking team. Some of the players, as we go through their rosters, you'll actually recognize, I think, from some other teams as well. But looks like we are going to start off with Snake here as we look through their team. And
Sunke.
Yeah. That's great. Just a small typo there to start things off. You can see you just on the left there, looking dapper in Snake's fine new shirt.
Do you drink a lot of Sunke?
I do not. I do not indeed. So we're going to go through their lineups now. Flandre to start things off in the top lane. I have so much to say about this player, but he delivered as far as I'm concerned last split.
MVP points last split also, I believe, was top 5, top 6 in that regard. Very impressive top laner. Revolutionized teleport smite, as you mentioned, which is now all over the meta in many different countries. Beast, another name, the Korean jungle of this team, who looks so great, and here's the new boy.
Yeah, there's you. Of course, you can see his last few picks. He has played with EDG
Where's the Galio?
this year. Galio, I think, intelligently omitted from that profile, but Lissandra LeBlanc, he's got a lot of other aces up his sleeve, as well as Crystal, the second place MVP finisher, must feel hard done by to lose to Deft.
Yeah, pipped at the last by Deft. Interesting that he's playing this game though, Pastry Time. There's been a lot of word that he's had some hand injuries, I guess similar to Barca, though not as hilariously constructed as during the filming of the LOL True League show, I believe. In this situation, so we're not sure if he'll actually be able to play multiple games in a weekend, whether he'll be able to play the 6 games, theoretically, if Snake played 3 times. So wouldn't be surprised to see Martin from Snake Honor Gaming, their second team, come through it in some series, maybe even in the second game. But they're starting off strong, as you mentioned, with the second-placed MVP in 2015, the revelation that was Crystal.
I mean, the revelation that was Snake, honestly, they had 2 top 5 MVPs. And as a team that came out of nowhere, the Koreans as well is my other favorite story about this team. Practically unheard of. Ella's a rookie. Beast had a couple of experiences. Actually played in Champions famously. Had a dramatic entry into OGN Champions, and then famously lost every single game on the team that he played in.
I mean, when we looked over the Snake roster at the start of the year, we knew basically nothing about any of the players. You look over onto the unlimited potential. They've got, they've got an OGN champion in Heart. They've got Sketch at AD Carry, who's played in Champions as well. They have a lot of experience. This is not something that Snake had, so that's why it's important to, when you talk about you, to mention experience can only help what was such a promising lineup this season.
Yeah, I mean, just maybe a little unruly, you have to think, as the young up-and-coming players. We'll see if you can get a bit of extra leadership in there, but we're going to swap over very soon to the unlimited potential lineup. Our newcomers, one of 2 teams actually new into the LPL into the summer season, and that is some glowing fluoro yellow.
That is really yellow. It doesn't go with the background either.
It does not. They clearly didn't think that through. Someone didn't give them that feedback, but unfortunately not too many picks here coming through because these are fresh players. We start with Long in the top lane.
Long in the top lane. He's going to be another one. He's probably going to be more of a support hand coming onto this team. One of the big carries we expect to be Amy in the jungle. Will he be forced onto those Cinderhulk jungles? Or maybe he'll just go for the Rex side to go for maybe a Cinderhulk jungle with a bit of ganking potential. But his ganks and his ability to take both Vici Gaming lineups to the LPL cannot be discounted.
And there's Punish there as well, of course. Their mid laner. Curious to see how he plays, especially against a veteran like you. But I think Amy's a great story here. So many of these young amateur junglers feel so aggressive to me as we move down to, I believe, an all-Korean bottom lane, starting with Sketch and AD Carry.
I think there'll be no language issues between these Korean duos. Sketch used to be on the Samsung lineup as well, alongside Heart of the Heart. Famously a starting player, as we see, coming through from Samsung Blue. Sketch, he was the sub-AD Carry for Samsung White. So didn't see much playtime, of course, in monopolizing that spot. But both of these players have gone through the Korean system and are really top talents. Sketch in particular on the Jinx looked excellent in the LSPL.
And you know what? Jinx has been really good in the last few patches. Feels like all of the LPL now moving into the second season. We might have Jinx still be strong moving into week 1, but unlimited potential. I think the name's great here. It implies, a lot of just that potential, and that's what they're going to have to live up to here. They had good LSBL results coming through as the other auto-qualified team, and it's just a matter of, you know what? Snaking in a look at you and say, hey, you're the fresh team this time. What do you got?
And I mean, the analogies to 2015 Spring continue, because when you think about the 2 teams auto-promoted in Spring, there was King and there was Snake. Everyone thought that King, they would be this top force. They did so well in off-season events, just like Chogo, the other auto-promoted team, QG, actually did very well, finished 3rd in the Demacia Cup, for example. A lot was thought of King. They made finals, but again, kind of flooded to deceive in the finals. And then we look at Chogo. They're expected to do very well. Nobody really knows what to make of either Snake in the LPL Spring or unlimited potential in the LPL Summer. So the sky's the limit, clear, and they've got definitely a path to follow on the other side of this this match.
I think the other thing, though, is if we're going to expect some surprises from unlimited potential, they're a new team, maybe not as much research being able to be done here. Snake might not have that much experience against them. Snake are never a team that you want to take too lightly because they have already done crazy things in the past, and we've already had Evelyn Rek'Sai on the same team in a game. Very curious to see what our next best of 2 brings us.
And look, obviously devastated to not go to MSI and get some international practice, but I feel like Snake, they just need to train up more champions. It felt like their champion pulls, not so much FLICKR, who pulled up Teleport Smite, who pulled over Trundle and did all sorts of innovative things, but specifically in the mid lane, it was found wanting. And to some degree in the AD carry role, suddenly Draven and Kalista wasn't always the picks they needed from the AD carry role. Martin will bring something different, but has Crystal trained himself on some other champions? If I can think of a hyper carry that Crystal should be able to play, it's Jinx.
Yeah, it is Jinx. So we'll see what does go down here. Nunu, Gragas actually banned there by Snake. So 2 jungle bans with Beast even showing respect. He's an amazing Nunu player himself. So lots of respect there to Amy as well. Kalista, Hecarim, 2 bans. Very smart stuff from unlimited potential. Most people like to ban away at least Kalista from Crystal. And 10 seconds left for Snake's next ban. We'll see what FLICKR wants to take away for his team.
It's a big statement of respect to ban 2 junglers on blue side. Couldn't even look to snap away the Gragas. Was happy to just ban them away. Maokai's the final ban. Another champion that FLICKR played a lot, of course. Feels like in general, Snake are banning out champions they'd quite like to pick as well. So they must have a very high priority first pick, or they think there's a situation where they can pick a champ and not give away 2 power picks in the first rotation to unlimited potential.
Yeah, I think how quickly they take their first pick might be an indicator here, because this does look like they're setting up for something. You can see
it's a suspicious pick ban from Snake.
It is. I mean, they're very crafty. Snake, again, they have done some things in the last season, so we'll see if they can get that magic going once again. Here is UP. Going to work on their last man. Don't have too much longer to take it away, and it is going to be Urgot, actually, away from Crystal.
Is there anything they want to snap up? Rek'Sai is available. We've seen Rek'Sai top and Rek'Sai jungle on the winning side already twice today. The most obvious strong jungler available is Rek'Sai, though Sejuani, always a consideration.
Yep, Sej very good. There's plenty of strong junglers, lots of top laners that people like to first pick as well. Nars available, Flandre is great on that champion. Long, I'm sure, has practice on it as well, but I agree with you. I think Rek'Sai is the perfect first pick, and that's what they take away.
So flexible as a champion, it turns out even in terms of roles at this position, you can go Warrior for impressive early game damage, though it feels like Sindel, you do comparable damage, of course, have true damage with enough autos on your E as well. So just such a flexible first pick, and it has the opportunity for so much early mid-game ganking pressure that was used expertly in the previous series.
Yeah, you can see Amy having a bit of fun here, flicking through a bunch of different champions, but limited potential. Not too much longer now to decide on their first few champions. 10 seconds left. That'll be a good start if they want it. This was a big thing. I believe King actually started late in the spring season as well. The Nars Sejuani for massive setup CC coming through, and that's what they are going to take away here.
I mean, look, it's two powerful picks. Nara in particular doesn't really have any bad matchups. You can pick Maokai and try and play around the fact that the laning phase is punishing, but not necessarily a lot of kill pressure for the Nara. It's not going to be Nara Hecarim that was the disaster that happened in the previous game. So they're going to be flexible, and Flandre always has something ready. But giving up Nars Sejuani, not ideal, because as you mentioned, we can see permanent CC bars for 4 or 5 seconds in a team fight.
Yeah, just, I mean, the sickest thing is you don't even need a wall when you have Nars Sejuani, because you can just gnaw them forward and have Sejuani timer ultimate. But Snake do pick their next few champions, and Crystal, he clearly has been training here. Thresh for Ella, that's definitely a 100% Ella champion. Looks great on a bit. Sivir, I don't remember a single Sivir game from Crystal last season.
Let me tell you, Sivir is not a Crystal champion. He never picked this champion. I believe he might have played it once or twice, but my memory, my first response is that he's never played it. It certainly doesn't fit into his champion pool. That was the likes of the Draven and the Draven and the Kalista. I almost said the Crystal because he plays it so much, but Kalista banned away, goes for the Sejuani, goes for the Sivir, so picking for comp is something we almost never see. It was Snake having to pick around Crystal to set up a hyper carry. Suddenly, it's not going to have to be a last rotation AD carry because they're happy to go into Sivir.
Yeah, they are. And the Jinx counter pick here might hurt Crystal just a bit here, but Jinx Alistar the pickup here for UP, and I can't imagine we're not going to be seeing more of this particular combination. Alistar in particular might just be the breakout of the last few weeks as we move into week 1 of the LPL. Could be there as well. Plenty of options still here for Snake.
Baby.
I'm never questioning the drafts. I would just let it happen.
Cassiopeia top, though. We already saw Huni do great work in this matchup. It's a very good laning matchup that can be preyed upon, so it's risky to pick into it. I don't like the LeBlanc here, pastry time. I really don't like the LeBlanc, because you look on the other side, you're not going to be bursting down Nars, Sejuani, or Alistar. But going for the laning matchup, a very strong laning champion in LeBlanc, but the advent of Alistar should signal the death of LeBlanc as an early pick, so actually to pick it reactively, super surprising.
Yeah, you have to pick on Jinx, and that's difficult to do potentially with that CC, but I love this pick from Flandre. You mentioned Nara has no bad matchups in the common top lane pool. Aurelia may be the only one left, and Flandre, I believe he played one Aurelia game last season, but it was a memorable one.
It was his first game of the season, also pastry time, where he was teleporting around. We gave him the Time Lord nickname, just from his excellent use of teleport and being around the map. It's worth noting that this matchup for Aurelia isn't necessarily as good as it used to be. We saw in the LCK finals, of course, there was Smeb trying to play Aurelia into Nara multiple times and losing the matchup. So it's definitely not auto-win. It feels like Black Cleaver might walk the matchup even more. So I think it's risky. On paper and previously, historically, it's been a great matchup for Aurelia, but it's not Cassiopeia when it comes to matchups.
No, and I at least like the pick for draft, as we are going to see the coaches shake hands, I believe, and make their way out, just because they needed to give Flandre more of a carry champion, right? They have Crystal on the Sivir for the first time since I can remember, which is never, as far as I'm remembering here. But Aurelia's another, semi-carry or carry-like champion that you can bring from the top lane, because they needed more carry potential. Flandre, can he hard carry once more? It's been a while, but he's known to do it versus Longsnar.
All our notes were talking about the top lane carry Flandre with the top lane Fizz and all these other carries. Never got the opportunity after game 1. Aurelia's as close as he's been when it comes to carry champions. You're right, he's empowered to carry because LeBlanc's going to have some burst. We already mentioned the fact that the laning matchup and in general the target selection, it's Jinx or nothing for the LeBlanc. So Aurelia's going to have to do a lot of work with that on the hunt from Sivir.
And that's the biggest change. Crystal playing Sivir is a bit crazy. Ella back on Thresh, and Hart going to have his first game of the LPL on Alistar. Fine champion here in this current metagame.
I'm just super excited to see what does a Snake comp where Crystal's not on a hyper carry look like, and how does this interact with all the hype around Martin, their other AD carry? We thought that he would come in when they needed a Sivir player, when they needed a Jinx player. If they both have similar champion pools, will there still be strategic value into running one or the other? I guess you don't necessarily want to have an only hyper carry and only team fighting or team supporting AD carry player, because then maybe you're just tipping your hands based on who you pick. The strategic diversity, not what we expected in the AD carry role, but it's coming through from Snake finally, one split later.
Yeah, maybe they just brought Martin on to train Crystal Sivir.
This is how you wave clear.
This is very different stuff coming through for Snake, but you're right. Beast going to have to step a bit more. FLICKR going to have to play a bit more carry-like, and it's a shift in philosophy that we didn't see in Snake. We'll see if they can do it. We're about to get into our first game. We are back into the Rift, and there's trouble in Paradise. Hart being caught out there as Snake aggressively 5-stack for an invade there. Take out the Trinket Ward, and Hart, he's forced to flash away.
Yeah, that's a flash down on Alistar. Suddenly you don't have level 2 cheese all-in potential. Suddenly you're a melee champion in a 1v2 or in a 2v2 that can be preyed upon. You're not that tanky on Alistar till you get that Unbreakable Will. It's going to have to really play it conservatively, and Alistar, not the best level 1 champion, now going to be basically a walking ward.
And I like this adaptation. If that's the case, UP's dual lane immediately leave the bottom side of the map, and they're going to start a lane swap. It's a bit late, but they'll get there.
Yeah, they'll get there. The freeze, though, will it be on? That's the question. Can they get there fast enough to get any sort of freeze on? There's 4 members towards the top. They're looking for a late invade.
Yeah, that actually might catch FLICKR here, who's moving through up towards what he thinks is his 1v1 matchup, but Beast going to start down on the Krogs. Ella and Crystal actually not going to get some experience, just going to help their jungler out. FLICKR with a good bit of pathing does spot them off with a ward, and we're going to isolate the mid lane as you in his first game for Snake here in the mid lane. Going to be LeBlanc versus Kassadin.
Yeah, this is more of the you that didn't really get to be shown. It's unshackled you to some degree. Getting to play those assassins that Edward Gaming just never fit into their comps. He actually took chains at level 1.
That skill shot was
invade,
ridiculous. Yeah, that would make sense, but that was a pretty pinpoint skill shot, you again. 9 more for the Orianna Ziggs back in the days on Edward Gaming, but still on point with his assassins.
And you smartly picked up the Flask. I've seen a lot of LeBlanc players in this matchup, for whatever reason, try to opt into the Doran Ring and then just find the fact that they just can't deal with the guaranteed targeted poke coming through from the Null Sphere. You need to go for this regen heavy build, and it'll just weather the fact that when it comes to just pointing Qs at each other, Kassadin does better than LeBlanc in that matchup if you're on point.
Yeah, and punished sort of for the same reason. LeBlanc's expected to try and bully you out here. So Flask, I've seen Pawn do it a lot, actually. He loves that item. So I like that both these mid laners are just taking a little bit of a page out of a decent mid laner's book there.
I just love the Q chicken that comes up, because Kassadin wants to preemptively get it so he gets the shield. So LeBlanc will just often cancel an auto, feign a spell, and then just go back to autoing and try and get those guaranteed damage trades in. So a lot of mind games in the mid lane.
Yeah, some good stuff there. You a slight CS lead, but nothing massive, as Crystal and Ella certainly learned how to wave clear in the off-season, as they are already onto this turret at 3.5 minutes.
I like the adaptation of Fast Push. Fast Push was never the name of the game for Snake, just because they were normally the hyper carry with minimal wave pushing. They're fast pushing, and they're going for a jungle blue steal as well at the same time. So good pathing from FLICKR and Beast. They're continuing this jungle follow, and they'll cause a reaction, you'd have to think, from the unlimited potential top lane, start pushing themselves.
Good deep ward in the lane as well. They're actually proxying basically his crystals between the turrets as well. Ella even gets a second ward just to spot them coming through, in the blue away. They're going to get this turret quite quickly, and Scatch on the Jinx shouldn't be too bad as far as fast pushes go, but I love the setup here for Snake.
Well, the big question is they're either going to take the turret or they're going to force a reaction, force a rotation to come through from unlimited potential. They'll be happy that they're in 2v2 against a melee champion without flash and the Nara in this situation, who will spend at least part of the lane in melee form himself. Snake are dictating this early game, and that's what they're looking to do with the Sivir pick and with their early rotation.
And that's where they look best. Yes, they team fight very well, and they go to late game nicely, but getting there when they're, a bit behind, that's the times when Snake really fall behind in their game. So getting off on the right foot early, I like the aggression coming through in the early stages, and you actually battling nicely, but Punish handles that trade excellently.
Again, he got the Q in at the right time, so he's able to negate a lot of the damage coming through. I agree. It's amazing in how many levels this is reminiscent of the first series that Snake played in the LPL Spring. It was all about the Aurelia coming through from FLICKR and his carry performance. It was all about Beast dictating to the enemy jungler and getting in their face. I believe he won the Nunu versus Java matchup, then won the reverse matchup. If that's what they're looking to do, the fast push, they're already getting the game on their terms. This is the Snake that was severely lacking towards the end of the split.
And FLICKR actually still picking up a decent amount of levels here, and 10 CS to 8's not too shabby either. I don't know how unhealthy the turret in the top lane is, but if FLICKR has come up here with his teleport to defend early on, that's a big win once again in yet another lane for Snake.
And Alistair's been walking around. He hasn't been able to just headbutt Aurelia when she goes for an auto attack. He's been forced to play defensively because, hey, he didn't have flash, and then he had to defend Nara in the bottom lane. Leaves bottom lane. Nara, you can see on your mini-maps, not going to get near those minions anytime soon. And Snake are doing all the dictating to this LSPL team.
Punish, though, going in. That's going to force you away here, actually, as he moves his Mimic back down. Little low, doesn't have any charges of his Crystal and Flask left, though, as Amy going to find Beast. This is the aggression we expected. Level 3 to level 4, and Sejuani goes straight in.
So the kit definitely doesn't support the level 3 versus 4 smashing. We saw this exact matchup come through in the previous series between Cacao and Spirit, but if you just surprise people with aggression, this is what happens.
FLICKR going to try and get out of this gank as well. Good read there and some nice wards from Snake, meaning that Aurelia is safe at the turret. Looking to fall here potentially. Long did use his teleport.
Oh, he needed to get out of the bottom lane. He wasn't
That's
getting any
true too.
experience, so it was just a let's hopefully get a turret or kill out of this. I can't stay bottom.
No, Beast comes into the mid lane there as well. Just going to take some farm away, but Punish level 6.
No mana.
Yeah, no mana unfortunately there for the extra roof walks, but winning so far, 42 CS to 34 as Yu goes back. Double Dorans here. The pawn special coming through, but potentially a little bit, it's starting to struggle in the matchup now.
It's just really curious that he picked into this matchup. Turret goes down and bottom. No need to show that, but this is a difficult, I mean, it was a difficult team for LeBlanc to burst down, and there was counter pick available, so it's going to be, at best, a skill matchup in the mid lane. It's just very curious for you, a player more associated with his wave clear champs, to not just go for wave clear this time.
See some love there for Hart as well as you. Trying to pick on Punish, but doesn't quite get the kill. Actually just missed a skill shot in and amongst the minion wave coming back. So almost got himself first blood, but couldn't quite finish it. Towers have fallen in the bottom and the top sides of the map as well, so it's one apiece there. And as you look to maybe an early dragon between these two teams as well, everyone just sort of farming up as best they can.
Now both Crystal and Ella are going to back. Of course, Crystal hasn't bought yet, so there is a small window where it's going to be an unanswered Dragon. Yu's actually healthy in the mid lane. They could have rushed down Dragon here if you were unlimited potential and got it below half health before anyone would have even been in the area to react. But because Amy's low and no mana, they can't answer with a Dragon, so that small window evaporates quickly.
I was about to bring up the AD carry matchups as well. We've seen Jinx Sivir a lot, and it was really a matchup that kind of through the course of the last season, Jinx really just started winning. BF Sword back for Scatch is great, but I love what Crystal's done here. He's got his BF Sword, but just in case, he's got a Brawler's Glove as well.
He's ready to fight phase 2 time. He wants the Avarice Blade for a bit more income. Crystal's still going to want a lot of gold, even though he's playing the Sivir. Might not always be useful, but it's going to be fine in this particular situation. I think the one thing I'll say here, in general, about Crystal on this Sivir is it's going to be very intriguing to see how this game goes on, how they play around it. Will they be able to be that assertive team without necessarily the Maokai to force fights? Aurelia can do a similar job, just not quite Maokai in terms of reliability.
You see just a bit of trading in the mid lane there as well as Scatch actually rotating in. No one getting too low here as Alistar trying to find a kill, but level 6 up for the Jinx now. Beast is actually going to rotate in as well just to try and fend off some of the creeps in the mid side, but Flandre walked down just in case. He's got his teleport and some Ninja Tabe as well. Will return to the top side, be just fine, and all the while now Crystal's getting free farm in the bottom lane.
See a lot of ranged harass coming through, not a lot of wave clear on Snake's side if Crystal isn't in the same lane as the multiple stack coming through. So if UP can get aggressive wards and rotate around the Sivir, the only wave clear they have to worry about realistically is going to be the ultimate coming through from Flandre. So in a 4-1 situation, they're going to happily keep this push on. They've got the ultimate available from Amy, so if they want to dive, they have the option.
It's just a matter of if Snake think they can hold this with just 3 people, they get so much extra farm onto Crystal. So it's a bit dangerous potentially. That turret's sitting at about 60% health now in the mid lane, but Flandre's controlling the wave up top, letting Long push back into him, trying to keep the wave in a good spot, and Crystal doing the same here. Snake, I will say this about them. They wave control very well, but they are almost never in a hurry.
I'll say that they were savvy in this particular point because of one specific thing. In that scenario when we're looking for the turret dive, Lung though.
Oh, that hop did not go far enough. Chain goes down. Flandre turns it in. The ultimate down as well. Not enough there, and Yu claims first blood.
Yeah, mechanical misplay. The bounce not going over the wall. He needed to be a bit more steadfast. Of course, playing on this big stadium with the fans, probably going to be a bit of nerves here as long, and he's been punished.
He has. I mean, Flandre, a player that can punish you. We said it doesn't happen often, but on a champion like Aurelia, look for Flandre to once again take over his first game of an LPL.
And I'll return to the standoff we saw under Turret where they were able to let Sivir farm on the side. If that Alistar was level 6, it wouldn't have been the same situation because Alistar could have taken turret aggro, dived with the Unbreakable Will, and they could have looked for a turret dive with the tanky Alistar and the tanky Sejuani. So because he was level 4, you could go for a cheeky move like that, but it's too arrogant to do that if Alistar has level 6 available.
Smart stuff from Snake there. I do agree with you. As UP going to get on top of this Dragon now. Amy level 6, Punish level 7, Alistar not quite there yet, but Rek'Sai used the ulti already back towards the Wolf camp though, and that should be a first Dragon coming through for unlimited potential. Yu is going to check it out. Will get a Trinket Ward for his trouble. Dives right in, sees the Dragon and says, uh-oh, it's already dead.
Snake had a lot of wards in the area. They should have known it was happening, didn't respect it. Sivir kept pushing in the mid lane, wasn't able to take a turret in answer, so feels like in a lot of ways UP stole away that first Dragon.
I think so too, and Crystal has got his Avarice Blade now, so maybe just wanted a bit of extra fun getting greedy there as well. But
that doesn't sound like it.
Are you sure? As Yu does splash away. Good ulti there from Amy. Nails Crystal, and Ella Dolty coming through. Does land in. Crystal spell shields, but actually didn't need to. Snake will get away there. With that push in the mid lane, they will not get the trade for Dragon.
And look, they've rotated sideways, so you can see Jinx is picking up free farm, but Aurelia, crucially, is actually growing a lead over Nah. Those matchups in the LCK finals, Smeb was definitely not in a CS advantage. He never had an item advantage when he tried to duel the Nah. In the equal scenario, it feels like the matchup is moving slowly and slowly towards Nah. If he can get a CS lead, though, everything changes.
Yeah, you can see a couple of Snake fans there as well. And the big glowing blue Flandre sign. Mid turret does go down, and Big Flandre does deserve some credit. We haven't seen this from him for so long, but Flandre, for all his mechanical brilliance, is such a smart player as well. He has been holding this wave in top lane for multiple minutes, and Long just has no answer right now.
And the big question is, with a lane swap this game compared to the previous series, can you still go for a slow Black Cleaver, a 22, 25-minute Black Cleaver? Does that still have the same oomph if turrets are down? If rotational and teamfight is more important than a 1v1, you might find that it's just not a realistic build path. He's already got the Ruby Crystal and the longsword, so still a Phage might be the call, but going for a slow Black Cleaver doesn't sound as appetizing as the Black Cleaver Frozen Mallet action we saw from Zatai.
No, and I don't know what you'd rather have, a freezing Aurelia farming or a freezing Jinx, but both of these teams now have big threats in their side lanes that have those turrets down, deep freezing in strong areas and getting that farm up. So look at the 15-20 minute mark with both Aurelia and Jinx on their respective teams are going to look to fight because they will have some good items as Flandre finally breaks his freeze.
I mean, with this smart warding, I think it's fine to trade if you're Snake. In most scenarios, if the warding was towards the advantage of UP or equal, I think you'd probably take the Jinx picking up the farm just because he's got such a strong tank wall, and it's so hard for LeBlanc to assassinate him that he should be fine in most fights. But with Sivir Aurelia and Aurelia getting farmed in this particular situation, given the fact that they've been more on point with their wards, they can out-rotate and get Aurelia into the backline somehow, they're going to be very happy.
Yeah, Beast saw them as well. Flandre is going to come in. That Tremor sends a huge boon there. The hook does come through, but a flash will keep Heart safe here. Sketch is here as well. Long almost in the Mega Gnar form as well, but LeBlanc's here first. Cassidy roof walking as best he can as Snake. They really want this top turret.
Yeah, actually Cassidy's just not rotating at all. It looked like he would move towards, but he's just picking up farm. The freezing for farm has been a big con. Luke's going aggressive.
Crystal actually forced to use his ultimate as Long comes in. Good spell shield's going to keep him safe from the slow as well. Waited until it came out there as Beast getting a bit of harassment now, keeping some vision as unburrowed as he can. And Flandre actually in the mid lane now going to push it out as Yu collects the free farm in the bottom side.
4-man stacks across the map and then just rotating over to pick up farm. A lot of rotations for farm. No big objective advantages, but Snake 2 turrets to 1. That's something to talk about.
I mean, that 1 kill and the 2 turrets are great. But look at all the gold that Snake have just from the rotations farm. It's been a lot of 4 stacks, but Snake are the first ones to break away and give themselves empty land farm. If UP don't get this, that's trouble, but an ulti lands in for Amy. Massive knock up there for Hart. Jinx ulti in as well. Beast almost dies, but Crystal will get headbutted in and go down. Long's going to chase in onto Beast. That's going to be a kill there as well. Flandre dives in, tries to get a kill, does get one, I believe, as they answer back with Hart going down, but the hook not quite there. And Snake, they save their turret in a 2-for-1 trade.
And 6 minutes later, what I talked about before comes true. You cannot have these standups when Alistar hits level 6 because he can tank turret for days. They have the aggressive ultimate with the Glacial Prison coming through from Sejuani. That's why the dive went well. It was a good trade coming through from UP, and that's the flexibility that a support like Alistar uniquely brings.
Yeah, you can see you going to return to that lane, but UP starting to pick up steam as well. The next Dragon going to be crucial for these teams as well as unlimited potential already with their first, and you can see Dragon back up in about a minute 55 as Flandre still needing some farm, but Jinx goes back, pickaxe now as well. Rod of Ages done for Punished as well, and that gold's starting to stack up here.
And that's the thing, going for a more focused build from Punish has actually meant that he has a Rod of Ages to answer Merlinomicon. So with that extra heal, with of course a couple of points in the Null Sphere, is going to happily be able to just trade with LeBlanc. There's never going to be a scenario where LeBlanc really has significant kill pressure on the Punish. You can see, even with a couple of spell rotations, we're not going to see half health. We're just going to see good chip damage coming through from you.
Yeah, great skill shots here from you to get the damage in, but Punished just shaking it off right now. Crystal and Flask, even with some charges left as well as Long, going to clear out a big stack in the bottom wave. And pretty funny to see a fast push game with this happen, but I guess it makes sense. These are some deep freezes in the side lanes.
Hey, Long smartly has moved away. He started, of course, with a Ruby Crystal Longsword, just turned it into a Giant Spell, going to go straight for the team fight build. He recognized the fact that Snake are not interested at any point in having a scenario where Na is going to be free hitting the Aurelia. They're just going to look for team fights in this particular case. So he has to go for the team fight build, despite the fact that that lets Flandre go for the Trinity Force like he wants to.
It's one of those things that's almost a hidden trait of how well Black Cleaver builds, is because if you go for those Ruby Crystals and need to audible, you can do that very easily.
Ruby Crystal building into Giant, that was such a massive change, because now you can just build Ruby Crystal and have so many flexible options. You add Black Cleaver now, it's Giant Spell, Kindle Gem, Phage, all excellent Ruby Crystal options. So Ruby Crystal starts even on the likes of the Haunting Guys for Rumble. It's such a flexible item. We're going to see only more health coming through, especially when Cinderhawk's the thing.
You can see Beast, though, hanging out in the jungle, trying to get some camps down, but does not counter jungle away. Actually, no Smite's going to make that a bit tricky, but good deep wards, actually a trio of them just in a diagonal moving through as Snake. They want aggressive control of this dragon here. Even going to get Lantern in for the Scuttle Crab as well. Snake, they know they have to arrest control of this objective.
And their aggressive pink wards around the dragon compared to the defensive pink wards coming through from Unlimited Potential across the map should mean that Dragon is just not something that Unlimited Potential are looking to be able to fight at this point.
Interestingly, Sketch went for a Zeal there with some Berserker Grief, so maybe wanted a bit more pushing power, wants to transition a bit smoother, but he's going to be fairly close to Crystal as far as teamfight damage goes, where I think it has Infinity Edge, it exceed him in that situation.
It's one of those situations, unfortunately, that with the lowering of the crit chance on Infinity Edge, you might actually have more reliable power coming through with the Zeal, and it also gives you that movement speed to be able to stay away from those skill shots and continue fighting in the backline. With Zeal and Boots too, there should be no way for LeBlanc to close the distance onto Jinx.
Well, we'll see if you can get it done. He's level 10 so far with the Blasting One added in as well. Probably going for a Death Cap as his second item as UP to group up and push you off the creep wave once again. He's actually ahead in CS, but trying to poke in on to punish is a rather futile endeavor now.
And look, they've got the split push happening with Aurelia once again. Doesn't look like Na is going to try to match it, at least at this present point. Teleport not up for Flandre at the moment, whereas Lung does have teleport, but no players around the map to really contest the fight.
Flandre just going to have it soon, but he's pushing that wave in, and again, there are so many wards on the right-hand side of the map here for Snake. There's 4 in a row in a nice, neat diagonal, playing Connect 4 almost to Snake there on the mini-map. Is Flandre going to go back? Does he have enough for the Trinity Force? That's a big question, and I think he might just have enough. Is backing now? No, just a dagger instead.
But in general, he's dodged the 1v1 matchup against Na until he's finished the Trinity Force, and because of all the rotations, the fact that Lung was so frustrated under having to teleport just to try and help push with his team, Lung's gone for a team fight build. So it doesn't have the Aurelia crushing items like Black Cleaver, and Aurelia's just gone for a standard build. So he's been forced into a team fighting build, and now when he finally gets the 1v1 matchup he's been looking for, he doesn't have the items to necessarily take it. So it feels like the first 18 minutes have contrived to set up Flandre to carry, which, it's good times for Snake.
It is indeed, and I think cleverly Snake are just delaying for this next dragon. They don't want to fight for it because they're waiting on, I assume, the Trinity Force from Flandre. Crystal does have an Infinity Edge to pair with the Avarice Blade, so quite a bit stronger now. Some of that early greed with the Avarice Blade paying off now, but Flandre still farming up, needs a bit more gold to get there. Crystal doing the same, wants to get his Berserkers possibly as he moves in, and Snake just playing calm here, knowing that, you know what, if you're not going to go for the objective, we're just going to leave it.
The big power jump is 200 gold away from Sketch. They'll finish the Infinity Edge. that will be when he's going to be able to be comparable in terms of items and really start going for these trades. He needs to be strong because he has a strong front line, but not a lot of damage, especially early from the likes of Cassidy and Na.
Yeah, you almost caught out there, but does look for a chain. Doesn't quite get it onto hard as Scat. Caught him almost with a zap as well, but UP trying to get some control back. They've got good defensive pink wards to clear out all of the wards that Snake had placed in there earlier, but Flandre going back does now have his Trinity Force. The teleport's up. This is Flandre's favorite part of the game.
Item time is coming. You spots out the fact that Jinx is back, and he's going to go for the assassination.
Oh, nice stuff here. Just going to delay the back. If nothing else, the Chompers just saving Scatcha's life, but that may just give over the Dragon.
And actually, the extra movement speed from Zeal saved him because he was like the first person I've ever seen be able to walk out of the chain, even after Flash. Had just enough movement speed to get away, but it's free Dragon for Snake.
Good pluck of the ulti there by Element Crystal as well. And that Dragon does indeed go over to Snake. So Scat goes back, now has the Infinity Edge, so quite strong, but it's a little late for that team fight, unfortunately.
Doesn't have Flash as well. Now there's a small window where if you keep this ward advantage that Snake have been able to cultivate, you get that pick onto Scatch, UP's team fight falls apart. He needs to be safe. In late game team fights, he should be safe just from how strong the front line is, and the fact that there's no other targets for LeBlanc to select means that her movements in a team fight should be pretty predictable. But in this situation, until they can equalize the warding, things are still pretty good for you.
Yeah, Flandre actually equalizing points in his W and E as well, so I like that, splitting the difference. Equilibrium Strike, like you've mentioned, has had that change. So it's not nearly as good as it used to be, but he knows he does need to get aggressive, and I think he can start to pressure Long in the matchup now.
I'm surprised he's feeling confident enough to put more points in W. One of the reasons Emax became a thing is that with all the gap closers coming through in the league, with these champions that have mobility, you just weren't getting 5-6 autos with the true damage coming through from the hit 10 style. So you go in for the guaranteed damage on E for CC and for just the burst. With the burst moved away, the CC is still more reliable. And against Anar of all things, you don't expect to be getting a lot of auto attacks in Aurelia, but clearly he's going for the situation where if he gets onto that Jinx, it's going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, Flandre knows that he kind of has one job to do, and I think Scat trying to bait him here as we've got Hart and Amy, at least for a while, we're up here on the top side, but Flandre not going to take the bait. Hart actually walked over a couple of wards. They couldn't quite sweep them out in that tri-bush just to the right, and Scat will keep getting farmed. Flandre again will dodge a lane now, actually looking for now, I think, because he's confident farming in the 1v1.
Looking for now could be the mini movie title of this game. Everyone's been dodging lanes like it's going out of fashion. We haven't seen the 1v1s that we always crave when we see big laning matchups. But again, everyone's been dodging the people picking up items. There's definitely identities. We've got team fighting Na versus split push and just core items coming through from Aurelia. So one of the facts is that Na has been forced to build more for team fights than for splitting. But I mean, Cassidy, he's pretty happy because in all of this, he hasn't been killed, he's been farming, and 10-stack Rod of Age is not far away.
No, and Hart actually a bit caught out of position, was forced to use his ultimate there, got to about 50% health, and Crystal's now on the bottom side trying to get that pesky funnel outer turret out as well. So again, Snake, they've been doing a lot of rotating. Punished eats a massive amount of damage there as well as Yu comes into the bottom line, and it's been pretty slow and steady for Snake, but Flandre going to start to turn it on. Lung activates his Randuins, but tries to get away, will hop to safety, but you can see some of these matchups are starting to turn.
Absolutely. With the Randuins, just doesn't have any counter damage. He's not able to auto attack with the Aurelia. He isn't the Na that we saw in the LCK finals. He's just not able to deal with Aurelia. And we get back to that 5.2 meta where Aurelia can smash Na in scenarios like this.
Not the Na we saw in the last series with Frozen Note. Black Cleaver either is hot. We'll get caught by L in the box.
Doesn't
actually coming
ultimate.
through. Teleport's coming through for both as Flandre diving in aggressive. Does get the kill. Long here a little too late, and Snake, they're just going to take the turret and run.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have ultimate on the Alistair. Well communicated once again in terms of timings. Should be a turret going down uncontested. It's in the mid lane, actually. We see a kill.
Yeah, Punish. Nice 1v1 there. Finally getting a handle on the matchup here. Got the cooldown boots. Codex up there as well. Fully stacked Rod of Ages, or almost there, you have to think as well. So Punish, we've talked about it. He's been on the back foot for the last bits of the matchup, but starting to get ahead now.
It must have just been an overstay, given that he has such a healthy health bar. Of course, he's used the flash to flash with what maybe surprised you, but that's a big kill to come through as the 10-stack Rod of Age is only a minute away from completion.
Yeah, Rabadon's done now for you as well. So power spikes coming through for both of the mid laners. Flandre pops his head into the mid lane for a couple of CS, but going to revisit the top side. And 3-for-1 now in turrets, equaling kills and dragons though for Snake, but all the extra farm they've gotten, the extra turret they've gotten as well. And we look at 24 minutes, 3,000 gold ahead for Snake.
And that's probably the minimum when you have the likes of Rek'Sai LeBlanc, so a very strong mid lane Joe. You've got the Sivir also for mobilizing the troops and getting those favorable fights around Dragon. The fact that they haven't got 2-0 in terms of Dragon kills is probably the big factor here for UP. They've actually played this early game quite well given the comps that have been taken. Because in the late game, we're expecting Kasten to come up big.
Yeah, you can see you actually does get the counter kill, so punish there after getting 1v1. We're able to take it out there. And, you know, lots of trading kills back and forth. But honestly, Snake, they're playing a very controlled style that I didn't expect from them.
The trading kills, that's fine for unlimited potential. They have the likes of Kasten and Jinx who will come up big in the late game. But you're right, they're chipping away at turrets. They've got the turret advantage. They're picking up CS. And specifically, they've engineered this situation where Aurelia is over just brutalizing down a Gnar in a split push. We did not expect this to be the case, given how the meta's evolved in recent events. But given those two factors, Snake are going to be quite happy with their early game. The fact that they haven't monopolized Dragons, it's a problem, but it's one that can be solved.
Yeah, and it's nice to see, you know, Snake is so used to giving farm to a player. It's Crystal, classically, of course, that they just funnel gold into to the point where they can carry. But, you know, they're mixing it up. They're very good at finding farm and controlling waves. And instead of Crystal, it's FLICKR that's getting in. You can see Frozen Heart now done. Trinity Force completed there as well. FLICKR is a beast at 25 minutes.
I mean, my only worry about this shift in game plan is that it worked pretty damn well for Snake for a long time. So I don't know if this necessarily needs to be the rule, but having this in your playbook is a massive thing for Snake, because suddenly you can't solve Snake like we felt you could when, say, Jarvan, Nunu, and Xerath were banned back in the first week. You thought, okay, Snake's got no other strings to their playbook, they're done. If they're showing this style, they don't have to play it every game, but knowing that it's possible, knowing that Crystal plays Sivir, okay, he always had the mechanics to play Sivir, of course, but the fact that he's confident enough to take it into competitive, they have game plans around it, that's a big win for Snake.
You can see you looking for a kill, but not going to find it again. Alistar with his ult up. Pretty tricky for LeBlanc to kill, so we'll see if that starts hurting you as he's continually looking for picks. Dragon is back up, and that's probably the next big tension point of this game. Crystal coming back and got a pickaxe now to join in the Infinity Edge and the Static Shift Beast. With those wards and the Tremor Sense, going to be able to spot them away. And we already talked about FLICKR real strong at this stage, so we have to expect that people are going to rotate to that Dragon, and we'll see who gets that first big teamfight win.
With the Frozen Heart, critically with the cooldown reduction, potentially 2 Equilibrium Strikes coming the way of Sketch, going to have so much dive potential. And just the armor stacking, of course, going to work so well. Sketch actually forced into Home Guard boots, delays the power spike of the Phantom Dancer, let alone delays the fact that he's going to need that Last Whisper before too long. No lifesteal on this build either. Sketch is looking a tasty proposition for FLICKR to die.
And I think the craziest thing is Crystal's super early Avarice Blade, and all the fun they managed to find it. He actually has 3 items already at 26 minutes. He has a Last Whisper that he just got back and picked up there. So Snake, if they want to fight, they have all the strength to do so now.
You just have to feel like UP have to continue giving things up. Will they ever reach a point where they're actually able to contest? That's the big question mark. And that's kind of the issue that Kasten comps have, is doesn't offer wave clear. He can fight eventually, but if you've lost 4 dragons, or if you lost a Baron, or if all your turrets are down, fighting only does so much.
Yep, second dragon they're going through is you did not steal that blue buff, unfortunately. He's going to look for long here, but just get a couple bits of damage down as Snake. Going to rotate in, try and take some tier 2 turrets now. You can see the top side. Big minion wave pushing there. Even Ella's actually going to rotate in and get some wards down. And Crystal has to be a bit careful. Does have his spell shield and ultimate available, but Snake again, side wave control, objective control, doing everything correctly so far.
I think the difference between, say, Sivir Cassidy and Jinx Cassidy comes through in games like this. If you don't have a backup wave clear option, you just get pushed in, and Snake have all the opportunities to rotate, especially with the on the hunt.
Yeah, tower going to go down. Crystal, great spell shield to keep him safe. Heart getting aggressive, trying to find an initiation, but almost dies as a result. You going to dive his way back in, gets the ignite down, really wants to take him out. Crystal takes up some hits to take the turret, and Heart lives, but his tier 2 mid lane turret will not.
Yeah, Heart's Desperation Engage didn't work, but his exhaust was super on point onto the LeBlanc. Keeps him alive, but 1 kill's not going to even be worth a consideration as 2 turrets fall instantly.
Crystal with the rotations going to take out some turrets here. That's 2 tier 2s down in a matter of seconds here for Snake, and they're starting to build up a pretty obscene gold lead. 7,000 gold ahead now.
Again, it's just massive for Snake as a team. Anyone who's watched the LPL Spring understands how important it is that Snake has shown they can play this rotational style, the fast push, move around with the likes of Crystal on Sivir of all champions. Champion pick diversity is one of the reasons why Edward Gaming is one of the best teams in the world. We know about their Protect the Jinx, Nunu Jinx comps. We know about the fact that they can play pick comps with the likes of Corki. Suddenly Snake adding that extra notch to their belt makes them an even more terrifying proposition.
I agree. And for context, Snake, we talked about it, finished second in the regular season, 4th in playoffs overall after some pretty nerve-wracking semifinals. They effectively brute forced their way with basically 1.5 strategies to the second place in the LPL. So you're right, mixing it up here is a big deal on so many levels for this team, as unfortunately they do lose their mid turret to UP.
Yeah, I mean, they had to give up something at some point, but 5 turrets to 2, 2 dragons to 1. It's all working out for Snake. And again, it's reminiscent of game 1 between W and IG, and the fact that because there's so low wave clear on unlimited potential, even though they have some really excellent late game team fighting, we've all seen those massive burst damages coming through from the likes of Nar Sejuani in terms of CC and damage coming through. They ever misplay a fight, they're going to lose their base.
He's pretty sneaky. They're actually taking quite a bit of damage from Long. Oh. Lantern comes out though. The wallop did miss. Hart gets knocked up as well. He's trying to come in. Crystal might have to use his ulti. Ella does use his as punish. Coming back in now as well. He's fairly tanky on the Kassadin, but no one else here means that Snake disengage and keep split pushing.
And the communication is very on point from Snake. You can see Flandre not nonplussed about this whole situation, just split pushing in the bottom lane, nothing to worry about whatsoever, getting stronger and stronger on that Aurelia. And Lung's not really fancying the split push at this point.
Yeah, good back cancel there as well from Beast. Delays Scatch for a little while longer. Flandre still pushing. Going to take him a while to get to that inhibitor turret, but minions are in the mid lane already there as well. Crystal's actually going to find his way into a potential 1v1 here as Flandre keeps pushing in. Long does survive the onslaught, but Flandre, he is not stopping.
And Scatch does not want to walk up to Flandre. Don't let the auto attack crits that deceive you. With the Frozen Heart, definitely has dive potential and kill potential onto Scatch, who has flash up, but that's all he has going.
Cook there does land. Long actually now in Mega Gnar form does have his ulti and the flash to line up if he wants to, but Snake disengage wonderfully. Crystal with the spell shield, just poking back and forth. He's got a Vampiric Scepter now as well, just to make matters worse. Another hook lands onto Amy, just more poke coming through, and Snake, they'll take their time, but slowly but surely they're going to get these turrets.
And this is just from just pure brute force itemization. Remember, so much spent on boots the Scatch have. Obviously don't offer him too much in terms of combat stats outside the attack speed on the Berserker Greaves. The early home guard is really hamstrung his build compared to just pure item efficiency coming through from Crystal.
And I really like how Snake have used LeBlanc specifically in this team comp. We already know that Flandre wants to do a lot of split pushing. He'll join a fight if he has an advantage, but especially against Nar Sejuani, not a proposition you want to opt into. Alistar as well, actually. They're kind of using you as a mobile mage because they can either get picks when they move through the jungle or push up minion waves with him. It's really smart usage, just running UP around the map.
Yeah, if you know he doesn't have kill pressure on Kassadin, he's making Kassadin play accountably. That's the big thing. There's never been a Kassadin roam that Pawn, for example, was so famous for on EDG. Even though his burst trades are doing, what, 40% of the life of the Kassadin, he picks up blue buffs, uses whole mana bar to just keep Kassadin under control. They've taken his turret away, and even though he's not picking up kills, the pressure that it's causing in the mid lane has allowed these mismatches from the likes of Aurelia versus Nar, and just Sivir and Crystal to pick up a mountain of CS.
And Crystal is power farming in this game. 329 CS at 32 minutes, excuse me. BF Sword now added in for a Bloodthirster coming up now as well. Scatch finally gets his last Whisper completed as well, so does have 3 items for Jinx. I think a Vampiric Scepter away from a really strong jumping off point for this hyper carry, but Void stuff done for you. Flandre getting stronger with a Randuin as well. He knows he has one job, and that's dive people under turrets. As Crystal will get aggressed on there by Long. Mega Gnar comes through. Ulti comes in. Good flash ult there from Long. Heart's going to join in as well, and Crystal uses heal, but I don't think he's got enough left. Flandre going to join in. The Lantern's there to save him. Beast goes in. Ella gets him away with the box, blocks the ulti, and they save their AD carry.
Now, with the ultimate down, they might look for the re-engage, but with Crystal Solo, they don't. So this will be a turret pickup. Not quite the kill. It was a really nice move from Lung to get that ultimate against the wall, but they cannot pick up that kill on Crystal.
Oh my god, Hart took so much damage from that LeBlanc.
Sometimes those chains cross the map.
I agree, and you can see what happens when they don't have enough, as Flandre does get ultied up there. Chompers as well, but Hart gonna get hooked in. Punish goes in, takes out Beast. Ella getting low as well, but they're diving everything onto Jinx. Takes her out with the LeBlanc. Flandre's kiting away and somehow escapes, and Crystal life-stealing back up. Still here, you going massive there for the double. Sivir cleans out the next kill, and Snake's team fighting still not lost in the offseason. A 4-for-1 win.
The unsung hero was Beast, who got a flash unburrow onto 4 members members died for the pain, but they fought in the backline so smartly. Crystal never under threat. With all those items, you knew that with that Ricochet bouncing around, health bars were being disintegrated on the side of unlimited potential.
And you can see Snake actually training towards the Baron now. Take out the Dragon. That's their third. Going to move for the Baron. That'll be their first if they take it out. Almost 10,000 gold ahead of unlimited potential. And unfortunately for this game, time is running out for the newcomers.
Rek'Sai has so many tunnels outside the map. 5 men there already. Alistair will probably get there just to hear the sound of the death of the Baron. And they can just choose who they want to go for this big minion wave. Maybe we'll learn something. Will it finally be FLICKR picking up a big minion wave?
Well, I can see you and FLICKR actually having a bit of a race for it. You does pick it up there, actually, so it seems respect to the mid laner.
For what, FLICKR, remember, famously has had those games where he played the likes of top lane Java and just walked wherever the farm wasn't to try and be an EQ bot. I thought maybe finally he would get some of that juicy side farm, but still has to watch as other people take it away.
Good solo farm, though, from FLICKR and you. 260 or more apiece here for the other two as well. Long, 214, 206 there for Punish. So again, we talked about the early game. Snake constantly finding farm when unlimited potential was stacked up as 4, and it's shown here. The gold lead, okay, sure, plenty of kills, lots of turrets, and a Baron and some Dragons going to add to that lead, but just the overall farm differential's rather high in this game as well.
And that's the thing, you add up the numbers. Snake are finding creeps that UP couldn't. Lots of creeps. And when you see this situation where there's about 100 CS difference between the two teams, that just means that 100 of Snake's creeps died to UP's turrets, not to any of the champions' kill streak.
You can see the Baron Moon is coming in. You just going to poke out.
Oh!
Amy goes down in 3 spells there to the LeBlanc. That was so much damage. Ultimate bot by Crystal. FLICKR hits a chomper. Ella going in. FLICKR going in deep. Finds in onto Sketch, and FLICKR gets headbutted away, taking both turrets and still alive. Long tries to go in, looks for an ulti, doesn't get it. Ella gets the next one. Punish goes down. Heart dies as well. It's a 5-0 for Snake, and that's game.
And that extra 100 CS bought them so many tanky stats. FLICKR in particular disregarded double Nexus turrets for a good 15 seconds. They're going to power down these turrets, and Snake, the new Snake, is looking pretty damn great.
They are indeed. Not really too far where they left off the last season, perhaps even just a step better, but Snake looking strong in their opening game of the LPL season as you stone-faced after the victory. He's like, yes, I did 3-shot your jungler.
I'm actually going to disagree with you, Page Time. Respectfully, though. Snake looking like the team that started up the LPL spring, blowing people away. Towards the end, that's when kind of the scenes were coming off. The hype train was derailing a little bit. The end of the season, not the best time for Snake. The beginning of the season was massive, and they start again. FLICKR on Aurelia. Never gets to play it more than every first game of a split, apparently, but looks pretty good at it.
Yeah, it's probably in his contract that he gets to play it for at least the first game, but a very strong game there as well. My favorite part of FLICKR's item build. Think about it. Trinity Force, Frozen Heart, Randy and Zoman. He's building a GA.
He likes armor.
He has one job, dive Sketch under the turret.
But that's the thing, dive Sketch, and if there's a turret, other people hitting him, whatever, it doesn't matter when you got that much armor.
Yeah, and the tenacity as well from really, even the Ninja Tubway thrown in. FLICKR, a joy to watch. Snake as well with a great opening game. And UP, you could see the glimmers there, but again, a new team into the LPL. We're probably going to struggle here, and they did.
A new team found a new Snake, specifically being able to use the word like rotations to exemplify why Snake won the game. Snake's rotations, often abysmal during the regular season last time around, but maneuvering a situation where Aurelia got so much stronger than a Gnar who was building for team fights that literally wasn't accountable by the Gnar whatsoever. Smart rotation, smart play. You added to the lineup, and suddenly Snake got a lot to look forward to.
Yeah, looking good. We'll see what they get done in the second game as we move into a quick break before we start it up. Can Snake get back on the hype train and load it up in another split? We'll have to find out.
And I swear to God, I will hold you in my
家一起来，我们一起玩吧。在这里，我们找到方向；在这里，我们找到力量；在这里，我们获得成就。我是 Angelababy， 有胆你来战！
And welcome back, everyone, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL Summer split here. We're about to get into Game 2 between Snake and Newcomers Unlimited Potential. And Snake, starting off the season about how they began it in spring there, Papa Smithy, a devastating victory.
But it was great to see new things. For example, the LeBlanc in the mid lane, definitely not a Barca champion, but definitely worked well for them. You can see from these, just the raw statistics, 13-4 in kills, 38 assists, so a lot of team involvement in a lot of these kills from the rotational play they were good at. And that's Sivir in the champion ball. That's something very different. We've seen a bit of Sivir come out, but it hasn't been a core of one of their successful strategies. Suddenly looking a lot better, and what a great start for you.
Wow, an MVP award for you. That his first game on the starting roster here for Snake was a sub for EDG all last season, and I think well-deserved, honestly. We questioned the LeBlanc pick. How much work can you really get done against the likes of Castan and Sejuani, Meganut, and Alistar? And it turns out plenty of work when you're that far ahead.
I guess we just have to shift the definition of the word work. Did he get a lot of kills down, especially in the other game? No, but he caused so much pressure. He kept the resources down, and we can see a substitution being enacted.
Yeah, it seems like Punish is going to move out of the mid lane here, and very curious to see which player they want to bring in, as we are about to find out. It is Xiaoyang coming in there.
I believe Xiaoyang was their starting mid laner last season, so regardless, added to the roster this season, going to be the flexible choice. His casting, honestly, from Punish was fine, but again, maybe they're just looking for something different.
I mean, Snake just played that game completely controlled the whole way through, so hard to say exactly where UP went wrong, but Snake, they went in, wanted to be proactive. It wasn't even Beast this time that was aggressively counter-jungling or finding picks. It was just smart play across the board, great rotations, and UP, I felt, just forced a bit too much with their full-stack pushes.
I just feel like in both games, for example, we had a game where Zia, great on Vladimir, but couldn't get much done. Punished fine on the cast and traded well, got that kill in the mid lane that we caught the tail end of, but it doesn't feel like he could have done much more on the Cassidon to make things work. Snake played around the Cassidon, just harassed him down, made sure he could never roam, and played a very smart game. If anything, the small mechanical misplays was mostly from Lung in the top lane. Lung, depending on how you want to say it. The big thing from him was, of course, missing that bounce to give away, I believe it was First Blood. And then just making a couple of small mistakes on Now. Were they big on the grand scheme of things? Maybe not, but Snake's game plan, that was the big winner in game one.
It was. Just play around the Sejuani. I talked about it. A great team fighting duel. We've seen a lot of it in the tail end of spring.
Wasn't much team fighting.
No, not at all. Flandre was busy in lanes. You was dashing between them on LeBlanc, pushing out waves, and it was that almost famous side wave control that Snake were known for back in the LSPL last year that's come once again here. And again, another first game of the LPL, another earlier game for Flandre, and another big win for Snake.
So let me tell you a story, Page Time.
Okay.
How do you feel about watching a Snake game? You like Snake.
I do.
know that you're
They're
a Snake
great fun.
We have a Snake game where there's not going to be much team fighting, and they're going to win.
Well, I mean,
because they were a team fighting team. That was their thing.
I'm not sure I enjoy it, but it's very effective.
It's
that's
surreal.
scary. Yeah, it is.
Because it was always about, playing around Crystal, hyper carries, Draven pentakills, all these sort of things was what they were all about. Then suddenly, it was all about rotational play, playing smart. They've played these turret taking comps before with the likes of Xerath in the mid lane. I believe they tried Corki and some other AD carries, but it's still... It was about team fights and just how smart they play team fights. Someone like Flandre, who, even if he wasn't on carry champ, his team fought so well. That's what propelled him up the MVP rankings, was very smart team fighting. The team fighting wasn't even a consideration, and still Snake were convincing winners.
They were. I mean, we had a couple of fights, but they're very one-sided towards the end of that game, and it's nice to see that same crisp execution that they were known for, you were right, still exists there in the later stages of the game, but they'd engineered a situation where they didn't need to fight as well as they classically have. They did, thankfully, and it looked spectacular, but crazy to think that a game almost won purely by rotations and smart map movement, and if that's more of what we're to see from this season, Snake, that's scary to the other teams. They finished second last season. You have to think they're looking just a spot ahead this time.
Well, I mean, just a better playoffs performance in general. Remember, they were kind of lucky to beat King 3-2 in that series in the quarterfinals. The Whoosh 5 games Vayne series. That was a very surreal series in general. So they basically underperformed throughout playoffs and the last couple of weeks of the regular season. Showing strategic diversity is going to be a big thing for them coming into this season.
It is indeed, and we're back into the Game 2 draft here. UP over on the blue side this time around. Banning out the LeBlanc away from you. The MVP performance, can't blame them too much. Hecarim banned away again. Nunu Rek'Sai once more for Snake, so more junglers being banned out there as Amy just taking so many bullets in these drafts.
It's just impressive to see the power of LeBlanc against a comp that I identify was a super hard one for him to be particularly effective against. That effectiveness was all in chipping and then taking down objectives. Powered on the kills later in the game when honestly it didn't really matter. They were just padding out his KDA. But he still played very effective LeBlanc in a meta which was supposed to be moving away from that champion.
Cassiopeia banned again. We've seen quite a few Cassiopeia bans today actually. So curious to see how much play she's been having there locally in China. But Kalista banned out again by Crystal actually, or by Snake of course. So away from Crystal, but don't want to give it up on the red side, and we'll see what Unlimited Potential want to take away here.
So the big factor with the Cassiopeia bans, you'll remember, there's actually been a lot of Azir bans coming through. And it's one of those situations where Azir versus Cassio is really the only skill matchup between those two champions. Both of them have fairly dominant matchups outside of it. So with Cassio being banned, Azir being on the table, you take the Azir. If Azir is banned and you're on the red side, you kind of have to ban Cassio. Otherwise, you have to deal with a lack of good Cassiopeia matchups. So it's all about the dynamic of that matchup that we saw so often in the LCK finals, for example. But there's a lot of powerful picks available.
Yeah, smart stuff there. So the first pick, Azir, does come through there for Unlimited Potential. But Snake, looking at a couple extra picks here. Urgot's unbanned from the last game as well. The Maokai's also been unleashed. Flandre goes straight to Maokai, and that's Urgot as well.
And these are three champions that have been permanently banned basically throughout the course of today. Have been the Maokai, the Urgot, and the Azir. But this is a scenario where Snake have been happy to give up one because they get 2 of these power picks. And Urgot is very strong against Azir, especially as he gets levels. 11 and 16 when his flash into hyperconnect position reversal is actually a fairly large amount of distance. If you swap in that Azir into your team, especially if his ult's down, you can actually assassinate down that control mage.
You can indeed. As UP considering their next few picks, I like the Sivir hover here. I think she's one of the better matchups against Urgot. It's at least neutral as far as I'm concerned, but Gragas Sivir, perfectly good picks here.
I mean, Alistair Sivir actually was the common lane matchup though we saw. A bit of sustain coming through from the Alistair, kill potential, depending on how things go. We might see Alistair stolen away by Ella in this particular game. But Sivir, as you mentioned, she can negate either the hyperconnected position reversal, the R if you're really on point, but normally it's just, you negate the Noxian corrosive charge and just ensure that no lock-on comes for the burst.
Yeah, Sivir is, I think, surprisingly tanky just because of how much resilience she has in the kit. She's squishy if you get onto her, but her well-timed spell shield dodges so much damage that Sivir does play sometimes like Urgot as far as tankiness go. But Nidalee picked up there. You have to think that's for Beast, and Alistar is going to be the pickup for Ella.
Nidalee jungle being locked in by Beast before, even though we've had Cacao, Spirit, and even Amy in this game, Beast being the first jungle Nidalee would be a super surprise.
I mean, he did play it quite a bit in the later stages of the season, but you're right, it's not Spirit, it's not Cacao. Even Dandy probably had more well-regarded Nidalee games in the end of the split. Beast did start to diversify. This is one of the champions he played, but a statement you have to think in Game 2 to be like, you know what, might be low on damage with the Urgot, so I'm going to go carry mode.
We're waiting to see the last couple of picks coming in. Now it's being moused over. It's a good aim match as well, but wow, a very late change coming through. Lane Jarvan, a Flandre special, smattered it through the previous split. It's actually locked in.
Yeah, Jarvan Nautilus actually the 2 picks there, so limited potential, probably looking for a bit of engage there, especially those last 2 picks. That is a lot of target and engage.
In general, they're trying to engage on their own terms. They want to go deep with specifically the Nautilus, the Jarvan, and to some degree the Gragas, and then have the control mage in the backline in terms of the Azir with consistent damage. It's not a hyper carry being protected. I think it's a bit of a scattered lineup coming through. The Jarvan especially is a super surprising pick. Yu has his choice of champions in the mid lane. Kassadin's probably the most prototypical matchup against Azir. It's not the best Kassadin matchup, but it's pretty good for Kassadin.
Yeah, you can start to, at least get on top of him through Emperor's Divide, so that is going to be the pick away here. Yu has a lot of Kassadin games classically. That's another nice element that he brings to this team, because I believe both Flandre and Yu can play that champion.
And in general in this matchup, of course, you can use the Riftwalk to get over the Emperor's Divide. It's one of the unique gap closers that actually counts as a projectile pop, so you're able to get over that impenetrable shield for the likes of LeBlanc, for example. And in general, you throw out the Q, you get a couple of points into the Null Sphere. You're always going to take guaranteed trade damage from the Sand Soldiers, but it's predictable. You have to be in range of it. And of course, you just throw it out, and then you just take those exit trades as you move back. It's actually fairly safe and good matchup for Kassadin.
And a curious comp here for Snake, I have to say. We talk about UP, bit scattered there in the draft, and I do have to agree there, but very mobile, very guerrilla tactics almost. Lots of hit and run coming through for this comp. But actually, we'll look through the lineups here, starting on the top side. Long on the Jarvan there versus Flandre's Maokai.
I think this will evolve into 2 champions with fairly low item timings in terms of being relevant. The likes of the Righteous Glory into maybe a Tiamat coming from Jarvan. Just start fighting. They're both going to be looking for fighting because they're not really about piling on the CS. Mid lane matchup's pretty good for you, but as we go through this draft, remember, they've got a Maokai, they've got a mid lane Kassadin, they've got an Urgot. Wave clear was good for them last game. It's kind of gone now.
Yeah, you can see the last 2 supports as well. Big tanky ones as well with some good engage tools between the Nautilus and the Alistar. But yeah, Snake's lineup is very tanky, and if they play their team fights right, they'll just run circles around unlimited potential.
But that's the difference. We saw a game where they needed to rotate to win. Now they have a game where they need to team fight to win, because left to their own device, it's going to be a role reversal. You feel like the wave clear advantage and the pushing is squarely in the advantage of unlimited potential.
I mean, and we'll see if they can translate that. They had a couple struggles there in the first game, but potentially looking very strong here in the second one.
And that's the thing. If they can win from rotations and then just go back to that team fight style and style up on UP, that's already a big thing to throw down in the first series of the season for Snake.
It is, and we'll see what has to happen here as Snake. They're going to get straight into their second game against Unlimited Potential. And we are under the roof for another pause here, unfortunately, as we see what we can get done here in our second game here, about 50 seconds in or so. Not too many wards scattered across the map, so very early days there for level 1, but I like that you mentioned the team comps for me. 2 games in a row here for Snake and Crystal, not a hyper carry insight.
It's 2 games, no hypercarry. I agree. I mean, in general, I feel like Unlimited Potential have that pushing advantage. It's just the thing about Azir is that he does a lot of damage if fights are played on his terms, and if there's a clear identity to a fight. So, for example, we go back to EDG versus SKT in the finals of MSI. They ran that famous comp with Jinx, Nunu, Azir. You've got a hyper carry fighting behind potentially the Emperor's Divide, all the Sand Soldiers, Absolute Zero. How are you ever going to get to the Jinx? She puts out massive damage from range. Excellent team composition. In a game like this where you have an Azir fighting with a Sivir, Sivir usually fights among a tank line or in the front of a fight, not at the back. So they're not looking to have the Azir necessarily peel for the Sivir. They've got a Gragas going to dive in and make the fight unorganized, potentially get an enemy closer to the Azir, which he doesn't really want. There's not really a core identity to the UP team. They can still win because they have so many pushing advantages, and wow, 2 games in a row, Heart has taken a massive burst of damage to start.
Yeah, doesn't die this time, but did take a big chunk and not die last time. So he'll be safe for now. Does keep his flash up, actually, is probably the biggest difference. So eating some spears here. Lots of poke, actually, between the Maokai and the Nidalee. And this is the nice thing I like about Snake's comp. It's got good engage and disengage tools. They're fairly tanky across the board, and Nidalee's very slippery. So is Kassadin, actually, so their squishier threats are hard to pin down, even though they're a bit squishier. They've just got so many good options, and for me, this comp is almost designed to dismantle Azir.
Absolutely. I mean, this comp is all about diving onto Azir, like you mentioned. But even if we think about, say, Unlimited Potential engaging a fight, Jarvan's going to EQ in, Gragas going to body slam, and then use the ultimate. All this is far away from an Azir who needs to be fighting on his own terms. He wants to put down soldiers and have people try to walk through Emperor's Divide and get very depressed that they can't do that. When everyone's diving to initiate, you just feel there's going to be situations where Jarvan's going to be a screen away from the Azir. Azir's going to be able to do nothing. Unless Azir goes for like a second item Zhonya's and goes dive frenzy himself, then he's going to be punished by all the lockdown from the likes of Urgot, Alistar, and Maokai. How does UP team fight with this comp? Maybe that's just the point. Maybe they don't. Maybe they just out-rotate the Snake lineup. But Snake are built for team fights. They're not going to be interested in the hijinks they pulled last game when it comes to rotations. They're just going to be looking to fight all the time.
Yeah, we could see UP actually getting an invade down. They'll take away a couple of camps here on the right-hand side of the map. So going to get the blue. Long's actually going to take away most of the wolves, and the Gromp's now going to go down as well. Beast, of course, will match this on his side, so we'll jungle vertically because we actually have had a lane swap here. And I think when we first started to see the matchup, this was a surprising thing to us, but all of a sudden the Urgot lane swap feels very standard.
It's a red side lane swap, so that's Alistar Urgot opting out of the 2v2, which is a surprise to a lot of viewers. If you watched MSI, we didn't see this a lot. Def didn't play a lot of Urgot, and in general, the Korean teams weren't lane swapping Urgot. I actually like the lane swap just because Urgot, level 1, 2, pre-tier in general, you can basically take advantage of the fact that he doesn't have any ranged wave push, especially compared to the likes of Sivir, who can mow down waves from level 2 onwards. You can take advantage of the fact that if you get his mana pull down, he can't even harass. So picking up extra levels, getting towards a tier, maybe even a completed mana moon, then opting into a 2v2 is what you want to do as Urgot, but you do end up in these awkward situations where Urgot's freezing and Sivir's not.
Yeah, I mean, Sivir's fast pushing here, so I'll be interested to see how quickly they can get the turret down. We saw this from Crystal in Game 1 as well on the Sivir that he played there, managing to push it down. As we move to the mid side, again, a fairly even matchup with maybe a slight edge here for Azir, but you going to try and navigate as best you can, actually slightly ahead in CS, but I guess it's important to note, Azir maybe not what they wanted as far as comp goes, because you're right, it's a bit awkward to fight with, but mid lane substitution here for Unlimited Potential, maybe just going to give Jiayang a comfort pick.
Yeah, and look, there's not a lot of bad matchups available for Azir. It's probably the worst of all them. Heart aggressively
Good flash there from Heart, but that's going to force the flash out from you. Hook does not land, of course, but good aggression so far, and you feeling a bit more pressure this time around.
They need to take the dragon. I thought they were just going to go for a dragon right now. They should opt into taking a dragon because remember, the bot lane's up top here. Urgot's not going to be able to be a factor. Maokai's going to be looking to wave gear. Sivir can control whether they push in the wave. It felt like instead of going for that gank in mid, it would have been a free dragon. Now that Beast is rotated, they're backing away, and that was definitely a window where with super tanky champions, Gragas has great sustain and single target damage once he gets the Drunken Rage onto that dragon. Nautilus can take multiple shots, just pop that Titan's Wrath shield. It should have been a free dragon. It's been denied by smart little moves from Snake.
It was an excellent ward by FLICKR as well, as he kind of came through, kind of knowing after the 4-man gank they're probably going to go for dragon. Gives enough vision there so they can stop that Beast. Actually joins you in the mid lane ever so briefly just to heal him up. And we've got Roam now from Ella coming through on the Alistar, potentially looking for a gank as well.
And Jarvan's walking top. You can see that lane is pushed in. It's been expertly pruned by Crystal. There's nothing for Jarvan in the top lane. They need to make other things happen. Dragon would have been the start of a snowball from UP. And now it's not even realistic.
Yeah, and Flandre's starting to find some farm in the bottom side as well. 6-7 so far, so not a massive advantage or disadvantage, but Maokai, like we've said so many times in lane swaps, just so good at picking up CS from far away.
Well, that's the thing. He has the big range on the sapling toss, which has very high burst. Base damage. You might even put a second point into it if you really need to. Of course, you prefer to max the Twisted Advance for longer root duration, and then just the burst damage actually coming through from the percentage health. But a couple of points in it early, a couple of Doran's rings if necessary, but otherwise going to be a catalyst into an eventual righteous glory.
Yeah, so things just fine now for Maokai. 12-9 actually, as long still hasn't found any CS at all, maybe just a couple straight jungle camps. Flandre not having the best time, but getting some CSN experience, and we talk about it already. Flandre, like a lot of top laners, does a lot with a little, and Flandre seems to give himself a little quite a lot.
But whenever he gets Maokai, he just defaults to this champion because, I mean, Maokai's excellent champion. It's been Sin and MSI, became basically first pick, first ban because it deals with so many different things. AoE team fights, assassins like LeBlanc, all of them countered by a tanky Maokai. And he's such a great laning phase that we mentioned multiple times. Long's actually rotated to mid. He's level 3.
Yeah, he's relatively clever, but you was thinking if I had a bit more mana, you'd be dead, friend. So Long,
You'd be dead. Nice one.
smart rotation from Long to get a bit of CS for Cheyenne. Gonna return. The turret in bottom will go down there as Sivir takes the first one for UP, and we'll see what Snake's response is.
So this dragon's been delayed to 6 minutes. It should have been a 2.5-minute dragon when Maokai was just walking from base slowly to bottom. They could have chipped that dragon down to below half health. They're gonna finally get it. It's probably too far delayed. It won't be contested in this situation, so credit to Snake for delaying this a few minutes, but this is the dragon that should always have been the result from just the vertical lane swapping for you.
Yep, does belong to them. Snake have a good timer as well because they have a ward in the area. Flandre also knows that he might be getting dove here, so probably wants to back away from that potential. Good sapling there as well. We'll spot them moving through, but Flandre probably going to have to give it up, given that he doesn't even have an outer turret to walk to.
No, he's got nothing to count on whatsoever. No friends, nobody on that side of the map. He's forever alone at his inner turret.
I think Snake also took away the blue buff as well, because that was what Ella and Beast were doing while the dragon was going down. But Jiayang does take away the other blue there as well. So I think they traded blue buffs there, but Azir does make sure he gets one. So smart stuff from UP.
That's not a big issue here. So you didn't pick up a blue buff unless it hasn't spawned yet. So it's a big pick away coming through for Jiayang. He's going to go wave clear mode, and that's been basically the story here. But will you be able to do what Punish couldn't in the previous game and lose the shackles of mid lane and actually get around and impact the sidewalls?
Well, he's got his early blasting one. You can see these trades doing a little bit better now. We see Pawn do this almost every time he plays the champion, but just getting some early power, this helps you get through what's usually a pretty rough early landing phase.
It's actually usually for more wave clear, but he hasn't been maxing the force force. I see a turret dive.
Yeah, damage coming through there. Good headbutt there onto Harp, but Sketch coming through with the damage. Beast here as well. Crystal also in there at level 7, but Amy's coming in only level 4. Flandre even teleported up at Snake, looking maybe a bit too far for a kill. Flashing forward are many people there as well. Jiayang's in there. Great Emperor's of Iron's going to cut them off, and that damage absolutely ridiculous. Flandre going to get aggressed on. Will be looking to be the first kill. Lives for just a long enough to get first blood onto the Nautilus, but does go to Sivir, and Scat going to try and find another kill, but they didn't quite get it.
It looked like UP were going to come up big when you saw the Emperors divide 3-4 members on below 400 health on the Snake side. Couldn't force the fight. It only ends up being 1-for-1. Very aggressive turret dive, as expected from this team fighting Snake comp, but they don't get any big advantages and might actually lose quite a lot of turret health in the trade.
Yes, Sketch with a BF sword and a long sword actually, so we're going to do some work here. Amy pretty low in the jungle, but we'll go back and buy next few items there. Sketch
Mr. Cannon.
Yeah, always a bad sign. Sketch is actually going to go back, so no turret's going to go down, but the early advantage does go to unlimited potential.
Feel great empathy whenever someone misses the cannon, under no pressure.
No, it's it's just sad. Nobody wants to miss a cannon. It's kind of like missing a tip as if it was just sitting there in the lane. It's worth so much gold. Anyway, Long Hair actually going to freeze the wave down in the bottom side. Level 6 now for the Jarvan, so got his ultimate ready to go. Started to pick up a bit more farm. Actually ahead of Maokai now as Flandre doing the Gromp by the looks of things. So you got his Catalyst starting to build up towards his Rod of Ages, and we're going to probably go back into a bit more of a farming phase now that Dragon's not up for a couple more minutes.
We haven't seen many free farm Jarvans come through. Usually they're just really starved of resources like Flandre. we alluded to in the previous games. It looks like he's working towards the Tiamat first. We've seen some Javans just go straight Hydra, full damage. I believe Koro played a game where he just stacked Brutalizers after he got his rushed Hydra, and they won the game. It didn't seem like the most serious effort coming through from either Koro or ADG, so always interested to see where you go with this build, because if you go too far into damage, you do a lot of bursts and then you explode.
Yeah, you explode quickly as well as Beast, also level 6. Not that impactful on the Italy, but hasn't been able to get the pressure we expect. Amy, good CS, keeping up nicely with what's a very fast clearing jungler. You, though, going to dive in, gets ulted away, but Amy's here as well. That's going to force the flash, and you, good aggression, but a nicely timed counter gank.
Yeah, it was just, I mean, the Azir mechanics in general have been excellent, Xiaoyan. We already talked about the team fight where he split the team and got a lot of trade damage in with the Emperor's Divide as Azir, and then just nice mechanics coming through again. Still has his flash available, so relatively safe. Double tier is the build coming through. Sorry, double catalyst is the build coming from Snake. Crystal?
He's dead, yeah. Sketch picks him up there, Heart with a gank, and that's too far forward there for Crystal. He didn't have any support with Ella, just hiding in a bush.
These new champions, well, the Sivir looked good. They got a bit shaky.
Yep, maybe hasn't quite mastered the Urgot yet as Crystal's UP going to push down a turret now as well. Snake, this is where it all starts to go wrong. They start falling behind in the early game, and as good as your late game team fighting might be, if you're too far behind, kind of like we saw in the last game, there's just not a whole lot left you can do.
And you go back to the double catalyst tier builds. You know, stacking is definitely the order of the business. Despite the fact they have a team fighting team, they're opting into these stacking items. That's the difference between the likes of, say, the Cassian and the Jarvan, is the Jarvan's going for immediate power. That burst damage will be massive in the early phase when you finish the Tiamat. And just opt into as many objectives as possible early, and just hope for the fact that when the 10-stack Rod of Ages, when the Muramana are completed, this game might actually have already snowballed away from Snake.
Yeah, Beast looking for Magus as well, so also going to get some more damage in. Snake, I guess the other thing they can look to do is siege under turrets quite nicely. They can dive well, and of course, Italy always good in the situations. But setting up small skirmishes, not that easy here, and Snake have not found them yet, especially with Azir always threatening as well.
So one portion of sieging they can do, they can chuck spears, they can do a little bit of long-range turret. They got turret damage. None at all. They got no turret damage. They got an Urgot as their only ranged auto attacker alongside the Nidalee. So they definitely don't have ideal turret damage. So sieging might be an option in the late game when diving is very possible. But when it comes to sieging turrets, nothing like what UP are able to do.
No, and Yu does have his Rod of Ages now as well. I mean, if that's the case, Beast just needs to find a way to get some pressure down, because he's been out-jungled in early pressure by Amy's Gragas here. And Nidalee, normally a jungle you instantly associate with early pressure.
But not really being able to go for a siege, because if he built tier, we'd be talking about 4 champions with either tier or catalyst, so it kind of felt pressure to rush the Magus. Still might opt into a later tier, but of course will stack much slower. Snake are looking for fights. This is what they've picked for.
Yeah, good slow there coming through. The Nullsphere will break that spell shield. Going to keep chasing through as well as Scat. Can't really get away from this with Maokai and the Kassadin chasing in as well. Going to look to pop the ulti and see if she can get away, but Scat actually does manage to escape somehow.
Yeah, I mean, the extra movement speed seemed to be enough. No other cooldowns actually used, not even flash available for Scat. So a bit surreal that went through, but second dragon is spawned. UP picked up the first one.
Yeah, good bit of pressure there from Snake, able to at least get them off the dragon. I agree, I'm very surprised to learn that Sivir's alive, but mana pool not quite there yet for you, I guess, Flandre. Maybe missing some cooldowns. Snake will at least get their first dragon of the game and keep control of that objective and prevent it from snowballing away, but you still down on the bottom side trying to get tricky, but Heart, he's ready to go with his ultimate.
But Heart, I know you have to feel like UP just let themselves down with the lack of warding around that dragon. So much power from the Jarvan with Brutalizer into those double AD purchases. But teleport available, but no wards to teleport on whatsoever.
You can see the ultimate is going to come through. Amy's here as well. You already used his Riftwalk there. Can't really do anything else now. Gragas coming in. Riftwalk does land in. Dodges the barrel there. Very nice stuff from you, but already dead to Scatchu. Gets the blue buff as well.
They get the kill onto the person they want. Sivir, of course, uses blue buff very, very well to pick up farm. Didn't even have to call the Jarvan as well. Okay, it's only a kill for Dragon in the grand scheme of things, so not a big win. And Crystal's found Lung is doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, that slow coming through from the Terra Capacitor, also massive. So Crystal starting to power up. He's got actually the components of a Phage moving in, so that's the other aspect of Urgot that I guess we didn't get to see at MSI. 5.8 Black Cleaver coming in. Urgot also a beneficiary.
Exactly. Going to be a big Black Cleaver user. Just going to be able to get those lock-ons and pile on. If he ever gets an auto, just going to help what's going to be usually about 3 or 4 Qs that you get in through a standard Noxian Corrosive Charge rotation. So Armor Shred is going to be up plenty. So a supportive role, a bit awkwardly for him. No other physical damage on the team.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of plugging out all of the damage and will do quite a bit more than Urgots of old because they just don't billed as tanky, but still more of a bruiser AD carry, a very weird anti-carry champion as well. Not the same hyper carries that Crystal's used to, that's for sure, as UP rotating aggressively to the top side, no tower. They're looking for kills now.
The surprising thing from Urgot is that with 20% CDR, unless you have literally no CDR from runes and masteries or any other items you pick up, I mean, how do you fit in a Frozen Heart as well? That's the big question. It's usually been Frozen Heart that's been the big pickup for an Urgot. It looks like that might push him over the cap. I guess I'm not privy to what runes he's using this game, but Frozen Heart against a double AD comp, especially a Jarvan, it feels like Frozen Heart is not an optional choice here for Crystal, but the CDR cap's going to be an interesting proposition.
We'll have to see what he does go for as FLICKR clearing out some minions there as well in the mid side. He's actually down in the bottom, keeping the wave there as long as he can. And this is an adaptation that we saw in the last game that I actually do like from Snake. Much more proactive with his assassins about moving between the side lanes and getting an extra farm, which was not something was afforded of Baka. In fact, it is only possible because Crystal started to give up more farm.
Yeah, that's a very good short explanation of what's happened this particular game. You've completed your thought well. And in general, the shackles have come off you in terms of, you compare it to Castan last game, Punish never got to leave the mid lane, was getting consistently pushed in. Mid turret still healthy, and Castan able to pick up this side lane farm. Things going well for Snake.
Looking for a turret maybe as Beast comes down as well, but they'll give it up and just push the wave in instead. There's a dragon down already. Snake, of course, getting there first to equalize as Jarvan piling on the damage. Crystal farming up there as well, and we look down, unlimited potential, couple thousand gold ahead here, about 2,000 gold up, potentially looking to take out a last outer tower or maybe just fight. They have good item timings coming in.
And that's why it's awkward that they really slipped up around Dragon. It should be a 2-dragon stack already, given their power levels, given the fact that they were going for immediate power rather than stacking choices. 2 catalysts and 2 tiers being completed by Snake. That's a lot of delayed power coming at the 30-minute mark into this game. So they need to build up as many advantages and ensure that it's trivial that these items are completed compared to just being the cornerstone of teamfight victories for Snake.
Yeah, we'll see if UP can take advantage of it. Like we mentioned with their comp earlier, I do like that Snake are getting some pressure down, although you in trouble once again. The Nautilus are going to come in. Does flash this time, get a bit more distance, but the hook will land immediately after the ulti. Still alive somehow as the Ignite's ticking down, but he will die to Scat. Long coming down as well, but FLICKR also ported in to save his friend, but you dead in the side lane once again.
Excellent damage calculations from UP, and they're rotating around this Castan very smartly. They've been able to pick up farm in other lanes. Azir's still free pushing in the mid. They draw out a teleport, and they lose nothing for it. So credit from UP. Both these teams actually using Sivir really well.
They are. I mean, don't want what happened last game to happen when LeBlanc just started running away with his lane. Xiaoyang does get the mid turret as well, and Beast cannot apply any extra pressure with no one really in the area other than Ella, who would only add extra CC. So 3 turrets to 0 now, 4-1 in kills and equal on Dragons. That spear will go wide as the recall completes, and Dragon up in a minute 30. Unlimited potential looking strong for that next fight.
Absolutely. 3 turrets to 0 should not be a surprise when we talked about the fact that Snake have no wave clear whatsoever outside of Maokai having good base values on his spells. They should have very healthy turrets, and they do. That's why you can see the smite actually used here, the Rangers Trailblazer, just to keep this turret up, because unless they can chip it in the situations like this where they actually get a very rare out-rotation, these turrets should stay up a surprisingly long time for UP.
Yeah, and they are as well. You can see there's Bagel there in the turret column there coming in. Dragon up in 55 seconds now there for UP, and Beast is doing decent poke damage. Snake have tools here to try and fight, but yeah.
4-0-0 Sivir, 1,600 gold ahead. The Black Cleaver means probably no Brutalizer, so 40% CDR without runes is very possible with the Frozen Heart. Still probably going to be the pickup coming through. Still new and trying to work out how the Black Cleaver works, but no Brutalizer is a bit sad times for an over.
No, Crystal pretty solid here as far as fighting potential goes as well, so feels relatively comfortable, I guess, versus Sivir, but Infinity Edge Zeal Berserker Greaves here for Sketch. He is really ready to fight with the rest of his team. Even Xiaoyang has his Nidalee Large Rod plus the Athenes. I don't think Snake can afford to contest for this Dragon.
I mean, the only person they have to play around is Lung, because he's all damage. So if they can get Ward Supremacy here and then just have the Cataclysm engage, it's going to do 500-600 damage between the EQ and the Cataclysm. But of course, in a longer fight, it's going to need dive buddies. They found you again. They're going in.
One more ulti. Heart's going to follow in. Jarvan's in there as well, and you gets CC'd for days as Scat gets his 5th kill of the game.
Not very apt in competitive play often, but he was dumped.
he was dunked there. I mean, I like the Nautilus pick here specifically. I mean, maybe that's why they want the Jarvan as well. We talked about their last two picks being a massive CC train, and they're using it to pick on this Kassadin with great efficiency. And that Zhonya's can't come any faster, but it is quite far away. As Flandre will get a turret trade, but UP already got the tier 2 in the bottom lane.
The turret trade should be a misnomer. It should be a kill, turret trade, and a dragon coming through. Don't really see any way for Snake to compete. They had smart vision previously. They actually have 2 aggressive vision. It's on the enemy red buff. They need vision around the dragon. No such luck. And it's an easy dragon for UP.
Yeah, and Xiaoyang able to stay in the mid lane there as well. Just doesn't have to leave. Keeps farming up Beast. This will be a crucial steal if he can get it, but the rest of the team are coming in there from a limited potential. They want to take it away. Beast trying to get the buff. Going to have to give it up. They used the smite a little too early, and Azir's even going to get that as well.
And Hart was super smart. You saw what he did is he hooked onto the buff, then was smart enough to just all walk in front of it to eat the spear if it came through, just to ensure that it stayed up. Azir gets the transfer, and nothing big to show for Snake.
Oh, you can see Sivir and Nautilus aggressive in the enemy jungle. Amy's there as well. This looks very similar to our game 1 here, except it's unlimited potential doing it to Snake. Hart will get aggressed on, but it's fairly tanky on the Nautilus. Will take good poke damage, but Flandre and Beast, they can't do enough here, and Flandre might just be dead now. Ulti there for Gragas. Wombo there coming in for Jarvan as well, and Beast gets a heal, pops back out into Cougar form. Sketch wants his 6th kill of the game, doesn't get it though as Amy picks it up. Crystal does get a turret, but Xiaoyang's even pressuring tier 2s.
They got half of the mid turret. Sivir's pushing into top. The trades are not looking good whatsoever from Snake. And this is the UP that really was opened up. Their team fight, certainly not there. Their team fight, wonderful from Snake. But teams too often do this, where they just go all in on these strong fighting champions, on these strong lane matchups, and then realize their comp together just doesn't really do much.
No, and I mean, you've been trying to find farmers, constantly been ganked by the Nautilus and Sivir. Sketch even going to take away some Raptors here as well. Long's Jarvan, it's funny that you mentioned it in the last game where Flandre walked around with nothing but kind of being an ult bot here, and Long, has gotten some farm, he's got some CS there as well, but he's effectively there for the same purpose.
He's gone the Korra route, where he's going to be an ult bot, do massive burst damage, 1.5 AD scaling coming through on the Cataclysm. Of course, if you hit the EQ, you got Armor Shred coming through from the Q, so you're just doing massive burst damage in this situation, and honestly, he has tank friends when it comes to the likes of Nautilus and Gragas, so just go for the burst. If you get that, if you get specifically the ward advantage, you cannot face check the burst damage of this Jarvan.
No, we've already seen the CC and burst that Long's been able to do. Locket completed now as well for Amy. Long's gone back. He's got a Hydra already done and an extra pickaxe plus a Brutalizer completed there as well. Fan and Dancer done there for Scat. It's an embarrassment of riches for unlimited potential.
Embarrassment of riches is right, and you feel like Crystal understands his team needs more damage, but that delays his Frozen Heart, specifically the Glacial Shroud. He's usually, Urgot's one of the unique champions that can deal with a full AD Jarvan, because he just so easily and so optimally itemizes into a Frozen Heart with that 90+ armor. That armor's coming much later.
Yeah, I mean, Flandre is trying, but he is, again, starved of resources this game, not like the earlier game, and going to struggle to really get those big ticket items. Building up his Frozen Heart, does have a Righteous Glory already, but this is how Snake has lost so many of their games in the last season. Fall behind early, looked at team fight, and by then it's just too late.
And again, we saw it in Game 1. It's an apt comparison. It's funny how today's had so many echoes of either last season or the start of last split or finals or MSI, but that's just how long league formats work, is we have a lot of things to draw from. But if you compare this to Game 1, it's again one of those situations where, yep, Snake's got a pretty sick team fight comp, but this is the reason why you don't see a lot of Kassadin, say, for example, Korea, which is really about the rotational play to a fault sometimes, is that if anything ever goes wrong, you don't have any wave clear on the team, so you just lose a million objectives from every kill. That's the big kind of issue that Snake feel here, is that from this point onwards, if they lose a team fight, they're basically going to lose all of their base.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the pushing pressure already, the pick potential. We haven't even had a full-on team fight, not even a 3v or a 4v4 around a big objective here. It's just been couple of picks there onto you, some solid rotational play coming up from UP, and it's just worked out wonderfully so far. Xiaoyang, the substitute, the starting mid lane, I believe, rejoining them for this game on the Azir. We said the comp mesh is a little weird, but everything's worked out wonderfully, and that's a Luden's Echo on Azir.
You can imagine the comms coming through from Snake. They looked at the lane matchups like, all right, got a good lane matchup in mid, top's fine. We've got Nidalee for jungle pressure. All those individual parts are fine, but the things that teams don't realize is that when you don't have the wave clear, you get into these situations where you can just never, when you pick a team fight, can't be like, I want to start a fight. They don't have a lot of ranged initiation, so they're thinking, okay, we'll fight around objectives. But if you're losing your turrets early, if they're pushing in the wave clear, you never have counter wave clear options, so your waves are always pushed, you're never going to have wards to actually take these fights around Dragon or Baron. So by the time you're looking to opt into fights, you would have lost 3 dragons, your turrets, your red buffs, your blue buffs are all gone. Then it doesn't matter how good you are at team fighting. If the enemy team has any semblance of team fighting themselves, they'll still beat you from sheer gold. So unfortunately, it's why the likes of Fizz and Cassin just aren't popular in most regions. You need the Sivir or multiple minion wave pushing options to deal with them. Even the Gragas for a bit of ranged pushing. They've got none of it, and they're just getting out-rotated.
Yeah, you can see 6-2 in turrets is a massive score. It's almost the same as the kill score here as well, 6-1. Dragon back up in about 45 seconds. Baron even a potential here as well at the 25-minute mark here. And unlimited potential, so much to work with here in this particular game. Scat just mowing down minion waves, somehow behind Crystal and CS by 50, which I only just noticed. Crystal actually has a lot of items here and will do decent damage, but I don't know if Snake have the tools to find that team fight, because they have, they have the tools to win it once they get there, but like you said already, the actual engagement part's kind of tricky.
I mean, they have good items on Callisto, onto Crystal. Callisto.
He's basically
onto
Callisto, let's be real.
He really wishes he was playing Callisto, but they don't really have the items on the other members. They're 5,000 gold down. There is a team fight they win, but it's not guaranteed, and with the vision disadvantage they have, it's just very hard to engineer that fight. And it's just one of those situations where if they play everything really well, they might start getting back into this game. But if UP play one fight well, they'll just win the game. So that's what team comps can do for you, and it's just working really well from UP.
Yeah, this is an uphill battle here for Snake, and unlimited potential looking good here in their second game. Get their mid laner back, and all of a sudden, a couple of adjustments here, and a Sivir pick apparently being the big deal, and they're setting up for a very nice brush gank.
It's a very scary map. They're just forced to walk to Baron because they had no other vision. They see Zhao Yang in the mid, so they feel a little bit better that Baron's not being threatened, but Dragon is not at all a point of contention for Snake.
No, we got Sketch and Amy just doing it themselves here. They'll happily two-man it at this stage of the game. Doesn't even need the smite, actually does Gragas. Will just finish it up, and Sketch even turns away for the Scuttle Crab Gold instead here. They do clean out a bit of vision around Baron, but Long immediately replaces the pink ward here as well. And it's almost the reverse of the last game. UP are taking over the game much like Snake did in the first one.
You need a 4-man group from Snake. The only way to get back into this game, you look at their time, it's not going to get much better this game. They've got double Zhonya's, they've got 10-stack Rod of Ages. Crystal's got literally his core. He's done in terms of items. Frozen Heart will probably come in next. They need to go 4-man as a group. And the reason why I say that is they need to get the wards down to be able to take the fight. They're finally itemized to at least be competitive in a fight, even with the gold disadvantage. If they don't go as a 4-man group, if one person ever falls down, they won't get the 5-man team fight they're looking for. And obviously Maokai not really needed to group at this point, but yeah, get the wards down specifically around Baron, because if the Baron ever goes down, Baron minions plus the lack of wave clear, game's over.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many things here for Snake where they can go wrong here, and UP have just built themselves so much of a lead that, you know what, even if they make a couple of mistakes, Snake win a team fight or two, that's probably not enough to get them back into it. So the gold lead, it's actually dipped a little bit, I think, for UP. It's about 5,000 between the two teams now, but they're going to go back. They've spent quite a bit of gold already. Long's actually done stupid damage now with our last Whisper joined in for his item build as well, going for that Corey build that you described, and Snake will see if they can find a fight, because if not, UP are just going to walk all over them.
Jarvan split away. Jarvan kind of wants to group more than Maokai, for example, because he needs a bit of setup. He needs to hit all his spells to justify the massive damage purchase. If he misses one of them, it's going to be a bit like when Cassiopeia drops, for example, the poison, or Draven drops an axe. You need to hit all those spells to justify the full AD job, and that's why he's teleported in already.
Yeah, Long's actually using the Sivir ult to ride in as well, but Crystal trying to get away. No such luck. There is 5 members descend upon him. Swaps Long away there, tries to get some extra resist, but it's not nearly enough with all that damage, and Crystal gets picked off.
Smart moves by Ela. They're trying to clear out as many pink wards as possible around this Baron, because they understand this Baron, it's going to go down fast.
I mean, they might get a turret here, but the Baron has started now. UP going to walk onto it. Snake have to respond here. Flandre does have a teleport. Beast can try and poke them off here, but this will be a very difficult task here to try and contest. And Flandre, he's coming in, but I don't think he can do it.
They're going to need good communication. Baron's very
Beast
low.
goes in, he steals the Baron, does go down, but can UP get any more kills? Ella will move Long away there. He has his ulti, is going to use it. Great pulverized flash to disengage as well. And Snake, it needed a miracle, but they just got one.
Yeah, miracle steal coming through from Beast. Gets the Baron. Never should have happened. Didn't have wards over that ridge as far as I can tell. Only towards the top side of Baron rather than the bottom side where there were good defensive wards from Snake. Snake steal away the Baron, and suddenly the lack of wave clear is not as relevant when you got the Baron buff minions pushing in.
It does not, but I think unfortunately for Snake, the only thing this buys them apart from a good chunk of gold is time. That's time to farm the Kassadin, time to get a few more items, and maybe then look for the team fight, because even with the Baron up minions, I don't know if they fancy grouping up here.
I think they have to group up. That's the thing, is that their only win condition is team fight wins. They've bought enough time to get the items to start to... Maybe they'll be able to pick up CS more safely because, of course, they've got the Baron buff minions. You don't really want to opt into skirmishes even, 2v2. Even if you have a couple of extra items, the Baron buff minions will equalize a lot of those advantages. If they're only looking to fight, if that's their only real way to win, of course, their team fight completely outmatches UP. We already mentioned that UP's team fight is very scattered when it comes to Azir fighting in the back line with everyone else in the front. And Azir mostly going to be able to not affect whatever target, for example, Jarvan EQ Cataclysms onto. Given that reality, teamfight wins are still a possibility from Snake if this 5k gold lead gets smaller or stays the same in 10-15 minutes time. So time, it's the one resource Snake had no control over extending because they had no ability to take Baron or Dragon. They finally bought themselves time to actually just start to get those item timings.
Well, they seem to be sticking pretty close together as Ella and Crystal, I believe, are pushing something out. Long actually going to get aggressed on. Good knock-up there, kind of stops Snake, but Crystal flash swap. They're going to try and kill the Jarvan. They need a kill here, and they get it. Flandre going to get all the gold.
Yeah, I mean, it's full AD Jarvan. He dies very, very fast. He only goes back and buys more AD with more armor penetration coming through from the Yomu's Ghostblade. Sketch tries to answer with a push, but this is Snake once again not losing any objectives and picking up free gold.
Yep, free gold and time is perfect here for Snake. Even trades, they might be okay with it at this stage, but unlimited potential, staying on the aggression. I like this choice. Good setup there for Azir. The ulti gets popped by Sivir. Ella getting aggressed on, but you trying to disengage away, getting chased, I believe, by the Sivir. But you can see the pings. They're on to Sketch. They want the kill by Flandre. He can't find it. Amy might ult him back in. Emperor's Divide actually saves him, and Ella dives into the backline onto Xiaoyang. He's got the ulti ticking away at Crystal. Now gets ulted in. Nautilus ult in there as well. Still somehow alive, takes out Xiaoyang. Hart now getting aggressed on as Beast chasing away the other carry. Amy gets a kill, but Hart's getting aggressed on now as well. Nidalee somehow kills Sivir and Snake. They've won a team, but they had no business winning.
But Pastry Time, it was an easy team fight to win. It's 4v5 the whole time. Why are they so far aggressive? Look, they started that fight with Jarvan still 10-second death time. You think, okay, he's got teleport. It doesn't even have teleport. Why are they on the enemy side of the jungle just looking to be lambs to the slaughter? They almost all die. 4 kills come through for 1, but it's a huge misposition by UP.
Yeah, I mean, you're right that Snake did have business winning, but getting to that spot is something that shouldn't have happened, and UP may have just let the game slip away from one little Baron steal. Even a Dragon going to come down now as well. Going to stop the potential fourth from unlimited potential. They might be able to get there in 20 seconds, but Snake didn't have many options to get back into this game, but found the one way, and that team fighting's still as solid as ever.
I mean, no mistake. The Baron steal is what changed this game, but then you just give a rookie squad time to make mistakes, and it's a massive mistake. Jarvan is 15 seconds away from coming in. Look, this is UP engaging. They were aggressive. Sketch had chased up this mid lane just to fight the Kassadin, despite the fact they were 4v5, and eventually is chased out of the fight. And even though Crystal falls low, he's doing so much damage, got the very short cooldowns on his abilities. He will fall eventually, but it's still 5v4. They eventually chase down Sivir, and it's an unorganized fight against a Kassadin who's able to get all these Rift Forks in, consistent CC coming through. This was an unforced error for you tennis fans out there. They did not need to be this far up the map. They chose to be, and they got punished.
They really did there. I think a 4-for-1 trade in the end. Going to lose that... No, didn't lose the Dragon. Unlimited potential. Actually got back in time to get it. So a very tense game we have now. 1,500 gold ahead only for unlimited potential after what was a good-looking snowball. But that 5th Dragon going to be looming every 5 minutes from now.
And this is... Snake is in the position, ironically, of being the seasoned veterans that are looking for the missed players from their upstart youthful enemies. And that's, hilarious given they just came into the split last season in much the same situation. We always expected the things to change for Snake, and they'd be the ones to make the mistakes, but now they're preying upon the mistakes from UP. The shot calling was very poor in that situation. Should have just been, get the hell out. You don't need to be fighting there. There was no objective even to fight over. Baron was already down. Dragons on the other side of the map, they were fighting for, I don't know, and they just died. So it's a big mistake. The gold lead's now down to 2,000 gold. The team fight is already excellent from Snake. Their tails are going to be up after picking up the Baron. They've got one win condition here, the 5th Dragon, which is still very much alive, but team fights are a very scary place for UP to opt into.
And you can see they're dodging as much as they can. They're just moving Sivir around, taking what advantages they can find and trying to push out some of these waves. Not many objectives to fight over right now, but Baron is back up in a minute 30. Another blue buff still going to come through, and Yu is actually going for a death cap here, not the Athenes. So needs level 16, needs maybe a bit more gold here. It's an interesting build. It's very burst heavy here from Kassadin.
I think I like the burst damage because although Jarvan's gone full damage, realistically you want to take down either Zhayang or Sketch at the start of a fight. One rotation of spells is going to be doing over 50% of the health of any of those people. So go full burst and just rely on... Oh my goodness.
Crystal's damage is not messing about. Flandre going to dive in as well. Yu goes around and Crystal gets the kill. Zonya's this pop there. They're going to chase in onto Sketch. Amy gets disengaged from Crystal. Dives in massive there with Flandre. Long's going to try and come around as well, but Sketch is getting completely zoned out of the fight. Beast takes out Amy. Flandre still running them out. Long's going to die here as well, and that's 3-0 already. Make it 4 as Sketch going to eat a sapling and dies to a niddly trap of all things, and Hart getting chased down. Might just get away as he gets slowed there by Kassadin, but Snake 4 clean kills this time, and Beast, he is not stopping there as Hart. Going to keep getting chased down. Some good mechanics there, but the last kill does go to Kassadin.
The rookie mistakes will give away what should have been a certain victory for Unlimited Potential. The game won't end now, but these team fights are only going to continue to go in the advantage of Snake with that new Black Cleaver, the Frozen Heart for 40% CDR, obviously itemized it in just fine. Crystal does disgusting damage, and they can't assassinate him.
No, and that's a new thing about Urgot, I think, that part of the reason it's seen him banned. He has Black Cleaver back in business there. Xiang gets swapped in massively. Crystal just going to take him out himself. Yu, though, cleans up the kill instead, looking for another MVP, and that inhibitor's gone.
It's crazy to think that one steal changes the fate of a game. Crystal will die.
Does go down. Ella comes in. Flandre's found his way back into the fight. They want Long apparently is used zoning out Sketch as well. Dives in too aggressive though. That's the kill for Sivir. Beast also dove into the turret, but Flandre just trying to keep alive. Beast goes down, and all of a sudden it's just the tanks here left for Snake. Flandre gets ulted up there. Sketch is quite low. He's got to be careful. Ella activates his ultimate trying to find a target, but Flandre don't think he can get away from this one. Skats gets another kill. Flandre will die as well for the last one. And the ace this time for UP.
Man, this game is such a seesaw. I pronounced their death too early and over.
Oh my god, Baron's up.
It was a big overextension from Yu in particular. He didn't need to be turret diving the Sivir. Got stunned and died under turret. It's going to be a free Baron coming through from UP. 5th Dragon also. I think they pile on both advantages. Even with all the team fighting in the world, Snake might just lose to minion pressure.
Yep, Zhao Yang alive as well after getting picked off. Able to get the Baron buff as well. Now going to shove out the top side of the map. Snake got a couple waves pushing in the bottom side now after Azir cleans out the top wave, but a mistake after a Baron leads into a win, and UP Snake make a mistake, and they're the ones with the Baron now.
In the last 10 minutes, both teams have had the win in the palm of their hands. 4 kills to 1. One person getting picked off. UP overextended and gave away 4 free kills and wrestled control in this game back to the team fighting combo coming through from Snake. Snake will continue to win team fights. It's just team fights might not become a required point of victory for UP, even with their scattered team fight comp. If they pick up the 5th Dragon to go along with the Baron, there's no wave kill on the Snake side. They'll just get pushed in by all the minion pressure, and UP should be able to engineer a win. So seesaw game, slightly in the advantage of UP now, but they make one mistake against this Urgot. If someone gets picked off, UP will lose a fight.
Yeah, Dragon up in a minute now as well. Less than actually a Snake trying to set something up here in the brush.
Is going to be very important.
Yeah, let's pay attention to Sketch. It does have it ready to go, but no vision just yet here in the area. Yu acting delicious down in the bottom. They're trying to bait them towards something, but UP, yeah, they haven't gone for it yet. The red buff's a good takeaway there, but Crystal and Flandre really committing to this brush camp here.
Well, they just expect that UP will want to set up vision 30 seconds, 1 minute before. Very solid assumption, but you can see the very smart backpings, presumably from Hart, who does a lot of the shot calling for this team. They realize they have no business getting anywhere near this Dragon unless they have a plan, and specifically unless they hit that scrying ult.
There's 3 saplings in that brush as well on top of a pink horse.
Shaco box style.
Yeah, Flandre even trying to assassinate someone. I mean, the response here is good. If you can't see them, push through the lanes. You'll find them eventually. Snake is starting to lose some pressure on these turrets, and they're committed so hard to keeping this Dragon away that they might just lose their base.
Good rotation coming through. That's only going to be the 2nd Dragon. No win there whatsoever. I don't understand why they're even doing damage. They're going to lose at minimum 2 inhibitors.
They have to take it though, because they can't give it away to UP. It's a really poor position to be in. It's bad choices either way here. Inhibitor's going to fall in the mid, though. Top side might even fall as well. Flandre's actually gone in, but that's too much damage. He goes down almost instantly as he falls to Sketch. Next Inhib's going to fall as well, and Snake have lost almost everything.
Yeah, that's 2 inhibitors down. The poke's nice onto Jiang, but from what looked like an unassailable victory point, UP, they've got 2 inhibitors down. I'm not going to say either way, but man, things are looking good for them.
Snake going to have to pull out one hell of a team fight here if they want to take this out 4v5. And without Flandre, one of their best team fighters there in their big initiator, they'll force UP out of the base, but for how much longer? Because these super minions are going to start doing massive damage.
Looks like they're going to back away. Maybe they want to go spend some gold. There's a huge minion wave in the bottom lane. This blue buff's been stolen away so much, it might be as well be UP's second blue buff, given all the steals that have come through. The Kassadin has come up big in a couple of fights, but again, the weaknesses start to come through now that he just doesn't have the wave clear really needed to try and keep them in this game.
I mean, you mentioned it already, pretty much at the top of this game, Papa. Snake don't really have lots of wave clear, and super minions are fairly good at pushing you in.
Exactly. It's almost a 5-man versus PvE action just to stay in this game. And that's the issue, is that team fighting's not wonderful for UP. We already mentioned how scattered they are. But when you've got so many other variables to think about, whether it's the 5th Dragon, the next Baron, the fact that you have 2 inhibitors down and super minions pushing in, you play optimally, Snake, and win a fight, or you just lose.
Why does Long have an Infinity Edge? I just noticed that I was looking through some of the builds.
Because it goes with the crit from his Youmuu's Ghost Blade, of course, pastry
I mean,
time.
Let me tell you, he gets onto a target, especially someone squishy like Beast, they are going to blow up when that Jarvan goes in.
It's hilarious that in a game where literally he has 1 target to go on because it's Urgot, he's still going full AD. He even went for the Infinity Edge. You could get a lot of defense for 3,800.
You can, but Long wants to do more damage here, trusts in his team and the way they fight, I guess, and just wants to dive in and be aggressive. Snake already struggling with the super minions. The build might not matter here for Jarvan.
Snake has done a very smart job of actually pruning the minion waves in other lanes, so they actually could have taken a fight without losing a Nexus turret. Now it's starting to push in, and the good choices get few and far between for Snake.
Good patience there from UP, actually waiting as Amy takes good damage. Their Crystal, again, is not messing around with these Qs. They do so much damage, but they need to set up the right fight, get onto the priority targets here, and right now they're worried about their base just getting crushed by minions.
And that's the thing, there should be no right fight. When you have no wave clear, there should be no time where they don't get punished, whatever happens in the next 2 minutes.
They have to go very, very soon if they want to fight, and I think giving up this turret might spell the end. Sketch almost eats a Q, actually eats the E. Yeah, Spell Shield's not good. Amy goes in. Crystal actually gets out of the way, but Flander's going to dive right into the front line there. Yu trying to go into the backside, activates his Zonya. Sketch gets chunked to half health. Yu going to try and go back in. Ella, good defense there, going to run up with the EQ combo though as Flandre moves around. He's taken too low. Crystal somehow kills Long in the front line as Snake maybe look to re-engage, but those minions right onto the Nexus turrets.
Right, they're going to try and back away. They take 1 kill, but this should not be the end of the push coming through from Sivir and the Baron up UP. They want to keep pushing. No, Baron buffs one way. Just a visual bug in that situation. Heart is absolutely massive on
literally
the Nautilus.
And figuratively. He's got so much health. Elixir of Iron ticking away as well. Flash Hook actually going to find it onto Crystal. That's a good target. Scat gets swapped back in, but pops his QSS. Xiao Yang's in the mid there as well, but Snake coming back in. Flandre moves forward. A good Empress Divide zone to Ella, but Flandre dives into the middle of 4. Gets a 4-man knock-up as well, but they don't have enough. There's Yu back. That's the damage they need, but Azir gets the double kill. Snake still fighting here as Yu. Just can't do anything with all the damage. Azir rips through people, gets himself a quadra kill, and Flandre alive somehow still would be the penta, but UP, they'll take the game instead.
Wow, so much damage. Finally a fight on Azir's terms. They kept diving in, he kept accepting it, and those Sand Soldiers melted everyone on the side of Snake.
And Snake, we've said it, they'll team fight well at almost any point of the game, but when they fall too far behind, it doesn't matter how good you are. Flandre gonna try and save the base, but I think it's a foregone conclusion. Unlimited Potential will take the second game, and Snake, after a dominating game 1, just kind of fall over and die. UP played so well in game 2.
And it was the best of new Snake and the worst of old Snake in one series, pastry time. UP steal away a win. Remember, Snake basically had a formality to finish the game. You went too aggressive on his turret dive, died. They lost all that pressure. They gave up a Baron and a 5th Dragon. And the game ended from there.
Yeah, hard to think that a new LSPL team coming through would take a game off a team that's, as strong and honestly as breakout as Snake from last season. But props to them and Snake. We talk about their problems still surfacing there. I think after the last split, this is a very fitting way for them to start.
And look, the unique thing that we can say about Unlimited Potential compared to Snake, we talked about all the similarities. Big difference. You've got Hart on this team, 28 years old, played at the highest level, played, gone to Worlds, won OGN finals, played in 2 OGN finals. The shot calling to not go in and get greedy around that 5th Dragon was what won them that game. When they realized they didn't have any vision, any way to get onto that 5th Dragon, they sent Jarvan to the top, they pinged onto that inhibitor turret in the mid lane, took 2 inhibitors for free, basically. I mean, Snake had to, as you mentioned, pick up that the dragon buff. Otherwise, they would have just backed away after picking up a turret and picked up the 5th dragon as well. That was veteran shot calling, and that's what won them the game.
I mean, yeah, shot calling kind of messed up both teams at different points in the game, you have to think, but it was UP that actually got there in the end.
Absolutely, and it's just smart play. Good aggressive shot calling. They made the one big mistake taking that fight 4v5, but the other turnaround, the smart rotation to take those 2 inhibitors, good play.
Yeah, and after a crazy game, we actually have a replay from that last team fight, I believe. So, as we said, it was pretty insane. No replay, unfortunately. Sorry, missed that one up there. But we're going to go to a quick break, and when we return, our 3rd match of the evening will be here.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English coverage of the Chinese LPL. I am Max Atlas Anderson, joined by the wonderful Christopher Papa Smithy Smith, and we're here for our third matchup of the night. Of course, it's been some pretty explosive LPL thus far, and I'm liking the amount of new black cleavers, to be perfectly honest.
I mean, it's such a strong laning item, Atlas, and it builds so well. Double Ruby Crystal suddenly turns into this amazingly powerful laning item between the Phage building, well, of course, the auto attacks. Champions like Nah loving the Phage. And it just opens up new Phage champions, because now, of course, we see the Urgot with Phage.
Yeah, this is the thing. The Urgot, we got the Rek'Sai in the top lane. Not entirely sure whether that's going to be a standard one, but, you know, Zatai always brings out the interesting thing. Yeah, Going, of course, not quite having the same level of success on that champion thus far. But QG are going to make their debut here today, right now, into the LPL against LGD. And what incredible competition to come up to in your first match.
It's a baptism of fire in a lot of ways. Chugo managed to smash out the LSPL, and as we were talking about precast, it was the Demacia Cup performance where against LPL opposition, finishing third, beating some really big oppositions like, I believe, OMG and WE.
Snake.
And Snake on the way, so that's already some big scouts to be taken in their LSPL season. Now moving up to the LPL, there's one name we're going to call out. Of course, it's former CJ Enters Frost jungler, Swift, who was always respected as one of the top junglers in Korea, jumped into the LSPL, so dropped down the level of competition. But from what we understand, his performance level never dropped down.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, and there are some more familiar names on this team coming through as well. TCT, of course, formerly Moore from LMQ over in North America, and we've been seeing a few of these players. Of course, Vasily comes to mind. Ackerman there as well, now known as Godlike, is also here playing in the LPL. Not quite on a main roster just yet, but now we're seeing more.
And we already saw Unlimited Potential take a game off our second place finishes in the LPL regular season. This is a team that on paper should perform better. There's some questions marks over to whether how Swift can impact games now that the meta's changed away from those aggressive champions towards the more Cinderhulk meta. But I mean, the Cinderhulk meta, it's coming apart the seams a little bit. Evelyn Sin play today. There is some space for warrior junglers. We saw, of course, a Magus enchantment jungler in Nidalee being picked. Not to great success, as it turned out, but it's still an option. Spirit will probably pull out at some point and make us wonder why he doesn't play it more often. But the jungle's changing a bit, and Swift has adapted with the best of them. So it's going to be Swift versus TBQ, which if you talked to me about that at the start of last season, I would have said, wow, it's going to be an easy one for Swift. But TBQ, he moved with the patches flawlessly, was such a strong Cinderhulk jungler. Still going to be difficult against one of the top junglers in the world like Swift.
Yeah, with the inflated relevance now of the items like the Warrior Enchantment, does that give Swift a little bit more of an edge here now that we're on 5.8?
So if I'm going to talk about the matchup, the big single factor to me is that PYL is likely not playing today. We've basically been told that he shouldn't be playing today because he had some jaw surgery, I believe, so should be out for at least the first couple of weeks of the season. The big thing about LGD and their big jump and improvement in the playoffs, remember, they were just hovering at about 60% win rate during the regular season, then catapulted to a flawless quarter and semifinal 3-0s in both those games. Yeah. The big thing for them was lane swapping was flawless. It allowed PYL to open up his roaming. That has always been the strongest part of his game. And the Cinderhulk meta, the new champion pool, excellent results with that did TBQ. Suddenly, lane swaps without TBQ compared to lane swaps with him are going to be shaky, you'd have to think. They're not going to be the same level of precision there. The roaming wards and ganks that PYL has been able to pull off won't be something that we can take for granted. Is that going to open up TBQ a little bit less protection? Because, of course, with the 2v1 meta, with the jungle follow, 1v1's not so important. But we've seen already today, Cacao versus Spirit really getting in each other's faces. You feel like if Swift gets that opportunity against TBQ, there's no reason he can't turn the clock back and really dictate this game to LGD's jungler.
Yeah, and I mean, based on the playoff performance in the final here at the LPL, I can't believe you haven't yet mentioned Godvi, or formerly Wayless. His Orianna performances were unbelievable. He's another player who's really adapted throughout these patches. Control mages seem to be his ballpark, and they're still making a great showing.
I mean, that's the thing. Not patch Zerg, specifically Godby, was good throughout the season. But when the meta, when the shoe fits, when the meta fits, it can be a scary thing. We're going to start over on the QG side, though, with V in the top lane. Not going to be a lot of information about these players. We're going to have to look at our notes. I can see you organizing yours there, Atlas, when it comes to a lot of these players. But Swift is one, Korean jungler, very powerful player. Again, more suited to the non-Cinderhulk meta, but still, he moved with the patches and was very impressive throughout the LSPL.
Yeah, and then we're moving to the mid lane here. Doimb, over from Korea, actually, but a little bit of an unknown player moving into this lineup thus far. Of course, being China, you generally need to have a couple of Koreans in your team.
It's usually the way, is it not?
Oh,
The
yeah.
mid lane jungle synergy should be there. TNT, we talked about TCT, which would be more. TNT actually has a more interesting history for the Chinese viewers out there. He's previously played on Royal Club. Remember back when we saw Season 3 Worlds, we were all talking about Uzi, and then he moved to the mid lane, and everyone was like, what happened there? He was actually the AD carry that replaced Uzi, struggled to find an identity, but he's bounced around top teams, been playing LPL since, I believe, the middle of 2013. So very experienced in the top level competition. And that experience, whether it's Champions experience from the like of Swift or previous LPL experience from the likes of TCT and TNT, could be critical.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Both of these players also played on LMQ back in the day, quite a long time ago. So they still have this laning synergy, TNT and TCT. It's not just coming from very similar names. Of course, you tip over the end and you get a C, don't you? Don't give me that look, Papa Smithy. It's the first day.
We're not on camera, but I'm giving you the death stare already. It's going to be a long split here, Atlas.
Yes, it is, Papa Smithy.
But, I mean, look, the thing you can tell, and what we kind of took away from the previous series, the unlimited potential players, so both LSPL teams playing back-to-back in terms of the auto-promoted teams. The big thing that you can tell is that the veteran players' shot calling has really helped them out. So having these settled heads should allow them to make those good decisions in the late game. It's not those situations where, like, rookie team, they're going to fall apart in the late game compared to the veteran shot calling. That shouldn't necessarily be the case. QG already shown a penchant for giant killing in the Demacia Cup. Now on equal footing with these LPL teams. Not much to change.
Yeah, and the thing that I'm interested in here, in the case of QG and Unlimited Potential a little bit as well, is the fact that a lot of our LPL teams took a little while to really settle down with these new Koreans coming over into the lineups, and we'll see whether there is going to be some communicational difficulties or whether, because we've had this scene developed with so many Korean talent coming over, whether there are strategies in place that are a little bit more easy to work with now.
I mean, they've had a split to work together, so the synergies should be coming through. There's the very dapper LGD lineup with some new jerseys. Acorn's going to be starting out the top, Flame ostensibly on the bench.
Yeah, not quite there just yet, but Acorn is going to be coming in for the first game. Is generally how LGD do it, and Flame may be coming through for one in the end. There you can see the Galio.
It was hilarious that you played and you did not have Galio in his match history. There was only 2 champions at it. For some reason, they ignored the Galio, but Acorn, at Galio forever.
Yep, Galio forever. It's beautiful. TBQ there on your screen as well.
When
Has
was
played
the
a
Riven
bevy of
game?
champions. Yeah, the Riven game was during an interesting time in the LPL, Papa Smithy. We don't talk about that.
Oh, dear.
But it was one of my personal favorites. There's Wayless or Godby there on your screen as well, looking very, very menacing. You can see the Orianna in his match history as well. Talon making a peek, but it's the Orianna that really impressed me at the end of last split.
8-1 Orianna with 9.8 KDA, and Imp, he's shushing you here, Atlas, because he also, his Kallista's the big story there. 0-3 on Kallista into a 7-1 run to round out this season. His Kallista is a sight to behold, and yep, confirming the fact that PYL will not be playing. It's going to be Fan in the support role.
Yeah, so Fan picking up there, of course. Not too much LPL experience thus far, but we'll see how he goes. And if he's going to be laning with anyone who can help him out there, it is going to be Imp, of course. World class is that AD carry, and he played fantastically in the playoff series against EDG, of course, almost managing to clinch that win away.
A lot of the question marks about LGD in these first few weeks before PYL comes back are going to center on Fan. Can they adapt their play? Do they play the same style with the same proficiency? Is Fan going to be a downgrade in terms of roaming, pressure, and warding? A lot of these question marks we don't know. But the worrying thing for them is not just swapping one, but you're disrupting a pair. So, of course, the AD carry support synergy is going to be a bit of a question mark. There is a language gap between those two players. And then you take it further, because so much of their success was with lane swapping and just empowering their jungle with jungle follows. Is that affected by change in support? So it's amazing how many variables have shifted with just one member of the roster changing from a team that finished second overall.
Yeah, this is massive as well, because PYL was a large reason why Imp wanted to be on the LGD lineup. He's an incredibly smart player, and not having that voice anymore might be difficult, but you can see Imp, he doesn't look too worried about it, as he's still having a smile, you know, very, very happy about what's going on here. And Fan, a lot now resting on his shoulders, and we'll see whether he can perform.
And look, a lot of people kind of pigeonhole Imp. They're like, look, he's just carried by Mata. He's not very good. Came into the LPL. If you want to extend that metaphor, you could say he's just being carried by PYL, because, of course, a lot of people respect, especially in China, PYL on a similar level to Mata.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like a lot of that criticism died away from all of the crazy carry performances that Imp provided last season. But if you want to be the ultimate negative Nelly, Atlas, this is his time to shine, because Fan is certainly not PYL, let alone Mata.
Well, this is the thing, and we'll see whether they are going to be able to do it. We'll see exactly what picks are going to come through as we do hop into Champion Select here, and you can see Orianna taken away from Godby straight away.
EDG weren't willing to ban that champion, so it's a lot of respect from QG already to ban away the Orianna first pick, a control mage that opens up a lot of counter matchups. Nope, ban it away.
Yeah, it's not happening, and the focus onto Godby continues here with Kassadin being removed. In fact, the mid lane champion pool is dwindling, Papa Smithy, because LeBlanc and Cassiopeia are now taken away from LGD. We'll see exactly what these players are going to be going for. And I have to think, this may actually suit Doim a little bit as well, because he's played mid-Maokai.
I think it'll suit Swift as well, because they're looking to try and snap up Gragas as the first pick. No jungle bans. Gragas, Nunu. Those are going to be the top 2 picks. Sejuani you have to throw in there as well. But it's going to be hard to ban them all out in this particular situation, especially being on blue side. It's always that teetering act where you want to get that strong champion, but want to deny the strong 2 picks. They ban away the Nunu. I 100% guarantee if Gragas is available, they would take that with first pick. If it's not, you're going to have Azir, and you don't have the Azir Cassiopeia counter matchup to really focus in. Kassadin's not even available. There's no good decisions here. Either you give up the Gragas or you take Azir with no prototypical strong matchups left up for QG. So I feel like this is a masterful pick ban so far.
Yeah, they're playing it beautifully. Of course, yeah, the Alistair is going to be banned away. A bit more of a throwaway ban than anything else. But of course, TCT probably still happy to play that. But Kalista got through, as did Urgot. There are so many picks that are available.
I'm scared.
Yeah.
There could be some crazy power picks. Gragas is available. Azir is available with no clear counter matchup. As even Hecarim is available.
Yeah.
Suddenly, there's no winners here, at least. I mean, there might be by the end of these 5 picks, but there's an embarrassment of riches available in terms of meta champions that are actually seen as the power picks at the moment.
Well, this is the thing. You've now got Hecarim and Gragas that are going to be locked in. You have to think that there's not really 2 picks that are stronger than those, especially together here at the same time in the hands of these players. TBQ showing fantastic prowess on the Gragas during the split, and Acorn's Hecarim doesn't really even need to be explained because he is so good. He's demonstrated it over and over again, and QG, it's going to be difficult for them to overcome this one, and we'll see what they have in their back pocket. Rek'Sai is no surprise, and TCT thinking about that Thresh.
I think one thing you'll say here is that they've gone for the top lane champion and the jungle champion. I think that makes a lot of sense, because even though Azir's out there in a high priority pick, especially for QV, having that Emperor's Divide to protect, for example, a Ren-setting Kalista makes a lot of sense. This is Godby we're talking about, who has a champion ocean to deal with in the mid lane. So if anyone has a pocket counter pick to Azir, it's Godby. Get TBQ on the most powerful jungle on this patch. I think by far and away it's the Gragas. So you get him on comfort. In the regular season, he was 2-0 with 0 deaths and a 28 KDA. Eventually became 2-1 and 8.5, but doing just fine. So get him the comfort. Give Godby the last pick, and he'll make do whatever the matchup.
Yeah, and now you've got Imp. He's got Fan on the Janna here that has been locked in. Lucian is going to be locked away as well. And now they've got so much displacement here, and the peel to come through for this Lucian is going to be unbelievable.
So I know this is going to appeal to you, but you know what champion actually appeals to me on this right side? It's actually mid lane Kha'Zix. It won't happen.
I thought you were going to say Mordekaiser.
But the reason why I make it is you've got the Terrify coming through from Hecarim. You've got the Monsoon. You've got the Gragas. Everyone's going to be isolated all the time. This is going to be skirmish fighting effectively, even in team fights from LG, just with all the isolation. So while Kha'Zix's not in the meta, any sort of champion with Burst would actually suit them very well here. It's definitely not an Orianna game when you've got all this reposition coming through on LGD.
Yeah, well,
that's not good.
Thank goodness, exactly. So they've decided to go with, let's pick everything that doesn't need to go into an Orianna. But yeah, you're pointing out the Morgana that I believe is going to be heading into the mid lane.
That's a very defensive blind pick.
Oh, wait, no, it doesn't have to. Because, of course, Doim has played the Maokai in the mid, and that could be a Morgana top.
He actually mispicked that Morgana. The Maokai, sorry. It was actually a mistake. They didn't
Don't
actually
say,
mean
he still
for
played it.
And they won with it, too.
Exactly.
In the Demacia Cup, no less.
Yeah.
But, I mean, LGD kind of have to pick Assassin. That's why kind of the interesting thing about the Morgana, as we mentioned, isolation, isolation, isolation. You want someone with burst damage you can get in and get out. Morgana fits the... Sorry, Fizz fits the bill. The matchup against Morgana, it's not going to be ideal for Fizz. Not a lot of kill pressure, but should be able to freely farm. Not a lot of kill pressure coming out of a Morgana. Has to pick up the Ignite, an offensive summoner against the Assassin, just for a bit of kill pressure. But Yeah, I mean, just blind picking Morgana, almost never the right case. You know, it's a good answering pick to the likes of LeBlanc, as we saw at MSI. But the blind pick of Morgana, actually quite apt, given just the fact that it was always going to be multiple skirmishes rather than a full burst team fight.
Yeah, it's going to be frightening. But, I mean, I guess they do have a fair bit of protection here for the Kalista. TNT might have a bit of an easier time here being able to carry out this game. But putting so much on his shoulders when he's up against Imp, who is an incredibly powerful AD carrier, the coaches are going to just shake hands before this one. And we'll see exactly how it's going to turn out as we do go through the matchups here. It's V versus Acorn. The Hecarim versus Maokai. I've seen that a few times.
Yep, Maokai's going to farm. Hecarim's going to farm up for the late game. Maokai's going to have a lot of mid game pressure, but there's a lot of pressure from the jungle. Speaking of, with the likes of Rek'Sai.
And Swift coming through with some early pressure there available to him with that champion dome. Is going to be picking up the Morgana this time. No fancy swap arounds with that Maokai to be coming through, and now it is going to be Kalista versus Lucian, Imp versus TNT, and we'll see how TNT goes in his first game here in the LPL.
It's a good laning matchup for Lucian against the Kalista, specifically early before the Martial Poise gets levels. You're going to register those trades with the Piercing Light. So in general, you look down this QG side, it errs very much on the early game. You've got the likes of Morgana, who will fall off even with AP stacking in the late game. You've got Maokai or Rek'Sai, massively strong mid-game, early game presence and power from those two picks. QG, they need to get the neutral snowball, and they need to get on top of this game early, because if you take it to late, there's a lot of tools available, a lot of teamfight resets available. Suddenly, if you can just disrupt the fight, just negate the pressure coming through from specifically the Morgana, things look pretty good for LGD.
Yeah, it's going to be very frightening for QG moving through this game, but if they can actually control the mid-game situation, especially with that Maokai, it is going to be possible. We'll see whether they can make it work, because of course they really want to come out with a bang, and they're against the top competition here apart from EDG. So let's hop onto the Rift and see how they do. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for QG taking on LGD. QG this time are going to be on the blue side. LGD picking up the red, and there is a yellow Fizz. You were very excited about that.
I actually haven't seen any of the Fizz Chromas in game. He's very yellow.
He is most definitely
Golden
very
almost.
yellow. He could hide over near those fires and see whether he could stay a little bit more camouflaged.
Some shameless plugging right here.
It's not about that. It's about us getting excited about what's going on. In fact, the Spectate probably should just sit on this Fizz for the entirety of the game, zoomed in.
Just goes to disrupt the saplings. A smart move there from Godv, just delaying any sort of level 1 camp coming through from Maokai. Imp's rushed up the top lane, so he's going to be lane swap, at least attempt to be initiated here by LGD. I'm just returning to my point about QG. The thing I'll tell you, Atlas, and I think you'll find it hard to disagree, basically all of QG peak at 2 items. It's all about, say, the Merc treads into the Righteous Glory. It's all about the Cinderhulk into the first big Giant Spot item. It's all about Morgana getting a bit of AP, and specifically Kalista. We know all about Bloodthirster into Hurricane, for example. 2 items, you cannot fight QG in terms of team fights. That's what QG need to understand, is that because they have such a fast power spike, get every objective they can, whether that's multiple turrets, whether that's the monopolization of Dragon. Their win condition is getting things going early, and if they get to the late game, it's going to be a struggle.
Yeah, and is LGD going to worry too much about this Kalista if she's going to be building this Hurricane build, or do we need to have TNT picking up something that might be a little bit more sort of tank bust focused? Because there is a Hecarim, there is a Gragas here. It could be a scary prospect here for a Hurricane Kalista. That's
kind of the question. Like, I feel like in the LPL, the Kalista's default to Hurricane just because of the 2-item power spike. You see over in the Korean scene, usually they don't go for the Hurricane just because there's often those situations where you're not actually getting the bolts onto multiple members. The Ren sets aren't really realistic. You go for the Static Shiv or the Phantom Dancer route. It's kind of a caught between two minds, because we've already mentioned the fact that there's like multiple teamfight repositions coming through from LGD, so theoretically it's going to be multiple small skirmishes rather than a 5v5 fight where you're pushing Rensats onto members, but then you're also delaying your power spike if you don't go for it. Speaking of power, they're going really aggressive.
Yeah, QG looking for the dive here. There are 4 members, but there's 3 from LGD. Nice hook onto TBQ as he's got the double buffs. They really want to take them away, but makes his way underneath the turret, and Gragas, a fair bit of survivability, even in the early levels. QG, they really want to try and take this one down. LGD trying to clear out these minions. They're very, very low. It's QG. They are going for the dive. Morgana coming around here as well. First blood actually going to go down here, and Janna going to fall as well. That is going to be a kill for TNT. And man, things not going so well for our runners up here in the LPL.
Those turret dive mechanics were wonderful. Golfy wants an answering kill though.
Yeah, he's looking for something here. He's Doink forced to use that flash away. Beautiful knock-up going to come through as Golfy's going to burn to death. Acorn going to follow. He's actually not dead. Death sentence, max range. And TCT picks up that one 4-0 already at 4.5 minutes.
That is the best turret dive I have ever seen. The critical factor, Atlas, what allowed the re-engage is that when the first Twisted Advance came in from V, he didn't actually take turret aggro despite being, what, 500 units away from the turret. It was literally on the cusp of taking turret damage. They were full health, chunked TBQ out to 50%. It allowed the re-engage and 4 kills to 0. Only Imp not affected because he wasn't even on the same side of the map. That was majestic play from our LPL champions.
Yeah, it's really, really beautiful work. And of course, identifying the fact that LGD weren't ever going to be able to get there in order to have a 5v5 engagement, because Imp, of course, as you mentioned, just chilling out there on the top side.
And it's multiple variables. Morgana has so much more pushing power in the mid lane that it was always going to be Doinby that was going to be able to rotate fastest. We're going to see the replay. TBQ was chunked out on the cusp of turret aggro, and watch the turret jungle. TCT takes the first 3 bolts. You see, the actual last turret hit would have died because of the exhaust, but still juggling the turret. Picked up the first 2 kills. Finally, you see Golfy trying to salvage something. He's an assassin. He wants to get snowballs. An extra kill on the way out is massive for Fizz in this matchup. But the re-engage and just the commitment coming through from this QG squad is wonderful. And then more. Now TCT, too easy.
Yeah, too easy indeed. That death sentence was beautiful. And of course, Swift using his entire health bar so fantastically there. Made sure that he got that double knock-up, which really won them that entire last engagement. Godby unable to do anything after that. And you can see already Morgana able to continuously push out these waves. Fiendish Codex now picked up, and it's going to be hard for Godby to be able to roam around because he just doesn't have the wave clear that this Morgana has.
And in general, it's been the team, the style of QG to try and get these big early advantages, just snowball games out of the realm of possibility for their teammates. So to actually be able to do this on the big stage in the LPL is already very impressive. And Swift staying true to his name, QG staying true to their game plan, already have a really big advantage.
Yeah, we've spoken about this in the past as well. I mean, playing your own game is so incredibly important, and it's only magnified when it's your early games here in the LPL because you're not used to the big stage. Of course, LGD, you throw them a curveball, they're not going to be too worried about it because they've been there for a long time. They're comfortable, although right now we are going to have TBQ getting caught by our Hawk, takes most of his health bar. As QG, they are relentless with the pressure here, and they are going to possibly transition into this Dragon.
And that's the thing. They're thinking on multiple levels ahead of what's just happening in front of them. That's why they're looking like more and more of a competitor rather than a team that will just pad out the bottom 4 spots. They understood Morgana's going to push in Fizz. We've got multiple members, the potential for 5 on the bottom side. Morgana can react first. Let's go for the turret dive. 4 kills. They chunk out TBQ. Jungler's gone. No smite available. It's not a double smite situation because Acorn smite is down as well. It's going to be a free Dragon. So they're thinking multiple variables ahead. And this is an impressive first 7 minutes from QG.
Yeah, it's really beautiful stuff. But Papa Smithy, does this mean that LGD aren't going to be able to get back in, or is their scaling comp just going to weather this storm and they can move forward from there?
Any team that really falls down from 2-item spike can lose again. There's always that potential where a random ace comes in. You just tip the items towards LGD and they can win fights. But the big thing is, if those 2 items come, what, 5-6 minutes early, it becomes more and more difficult. It's all about containing a QG team that's already running rampant. 2,000 gold doesn't sound like a lot, but it's 7 minutes into the game. It is a considerable lead along with a Dragon. QG just need to keep playing their game, keep working towards their win conditions, which is monopolization, specifically a Dragon, and basically getting as many turrets they can potentially shove out. If they keep playing their game, there will always be a point where they don't take enough, and LGD take this game at, what, 30, 35 minutes, 40 minutes into the game. But you keep on this pace, you keep hitting those timings on point, and it becomes harder and harder for QG to lose this game. Yeah, and
we've spoken before about these newer teams not necessarily being able to sort of solidly close out a game as well. This is going to be the real test here for QG, who have committed to having this earlier scaling comp. They need to be able to finish these games.
Speaking of finishing, Rek'Sai already has a
Oh my goodness. That is terrifying.
That's not without any kill credit. Just literally went 4 assists, Cinderhawk.
Yep. Well, it is going to be answered here by TBQ. It's been farming up a little bit more strongly. Nice pierce to come down from TNT. Sim's going to get slowed by the Rend at the same time. And it's bottom lane from QG just holding that wave, making sure LGD need to keep poked up. And there's going to be the culling coming through, actually doing a fair bit of damage here to the QG bottom lane.
Very nice poke damage. This is a winning lane matchup picked by Imp on this Lucian. So this is what they would expect, obviously. Big curveball with the 4 kills early in the game, but they swap back, and this is a different dynamic. It's no longer a turret dive situation. It's the 2v2 lane matchup that LGD themselves did not opt into at level 1.
Yeah, and you can see Fan, he's just hanging back. Imp is controlling this lane almost on his own here. Is TNT going to use that Rend in order to take down that Siege minion?
Remember, Imp was not involved in all the craziness.
Well,
in the
exactly,
kill. He's gone up top. He's winning in CS. He's got a BF sword. His power level, Doran's Vamp Scepter against a BF sword, a lot more power with him. So it's no surprise that the culling damage is really sticking.
Yeah, it certainly does make some sense here as Acorn gets taken down very, very low there on the top side. Does have teleport available and is smite as well, as he is going to head back. Oh, Imp actually going aggressive here. Piercing Light really starting to rack up some damage now that he's hit that level 7 mark. Couple more levels and he will have that one maxed out. Godv just going to clear out these minions with the Playful Trickster Urchin Strike to get him out of the way of that Q.
And the difference with Fizz in this Morgana matchup compared to other, say, counter Fizz matchups, that Fizz doesn't have to respect the Morgana's damage, so can actually stay competitive in CS. 76 to 79 CS, with the lack of wave clear that you traditionally have as Fizz, is actually a big win here for Godv, because he's staying competitive in CS, he's still going to have significant split push pressure as we move on to this game.
Yeah, and I mean, if there is ever a champion that you just do not have kill pressure on, it is, you know, a Fizz as being Morgana, because that Playful Trickster so easily dodges out of the way of the Dark Binding. And then what else do you have? I mean, you've got the Soul Shackles, but he's got so much mobility that you have a feeling that Godv probably not going to struggle too much as far as the 1v1 is concerned. But Doinby actually really able to keep pushing this one out, and he's also not going to die.
That's the thing, is that Godv just doesn't have to respect Doinby at all, so he is able to even aggressively wave clear in the face of a Morgana. He still has flash available, so he can always flash the tether. So, I mean, the only situation where you have kill pressure as Morgana is flash being down and, say, a lane ward to snipe him with a binding. And this it's just very, very difficult. And Playful Trickster being down. So at the point where you stack all those variables together, you just like, okay, you deserve this kill. But realistically, not going to happen this game.
That was very cute of Godby there. Oh my goodness, there's the fish to land. Nice Dark Binding though, as Doinby is going to get shot back towards his team. Oh my goodness. That was disgusting, as TBQ able to really facilitate that gank. Fan coming up here as well just to try and see whether he can pick up any assists, but not going to come of it. And that was very nicely played by LGD.
Yeah, Morgana just didn't have any options there. Realistically wanted to save the flash to try and flash the explosive cast to get a bit of bonus distance away from the Fizz. But once he's committed to flashing, Gragas, it's an excellent cast, and that's the kill in mid that might change the lane.
Yeah, Fan actually forced to use the flash away here as Swift just tunnels underneath, picks up the kill with the unburrow. QG are going to answer back very, very quickly. That were 2 kills in a very short period of time here, and we hadn't seen too much since that amazing tower dive early on, but QG still with some fight left in them. LGD doing their very best just to try and eke some control back into this game.
You worry about the mid lane, though. Godv still has kill pressure on a Morgana of all champions, you have to think at this point.
Yeah.
If he hits the fish and gets a bit of help from Gragas. Maybe if a Negatron Cloak into an Abyssal is the next pick up from Doinby, then maybe he can start to stand up in this lane, but he's going to have to play pretty passively, and you're just granting free farm onto a champion that, after all, the nurse should be struggling in lane more than Fizz is currently.
Well, Godv definitely doing a good job. Has hit level 9, so Playful Trickster most likely going to be maxed out at this stage, so can really clear out these waves. Urchin Strike onto Doinby here yet again. As the fish comes through, immediately Playful Tricksters as well. Doinby in so much trouble. TBQ doesn't even get an assist because Godv just able to take that one for himself. And we've spoken about how impressive this player has been and demonstrating it yet again here.
And the big worry is that despite the fact that he got 2 assists and was doing very well in CS, Morellonomicon doesn't help him in the 1v1 versus Fizz. It's not about having more black shields, it's about having more power on that shield, whether that's sheer ability power or a Negatron Cloak, because of course magic resist scales with whatever shields you're able to put, the effective bonus magic damage health you have from that black shield. With a Morellonomicon, he's not pushing instantly, in fact getting out-pushed if Playful Trickster can be used on a minion wave, and he doesn't have the combat stats to deal with Fizz, so unfortunately, Morgana in a losing lane matchup, about as awkward as can be from the mid lane.
Yeah, especially when, as you mentioned, the situation moving towards the later stages of the game not looking so strong when Godby, when he can get to be this split-pushing threat, it's going to be impossible for QG to deal with it.
Yeah, you move towards 40% CDR, big stack of AP, all the team fight resets, whether it's the Terra fight, the Gragas ultimate, the Monsoon come in. You get 1 kill as Fizz, you got that EWQ all up on a short cooldown. When it's an isolated fight rather than 5 members peeling for 1, Fizz excels.
Yeah, and he's going to be more and more frightening as this game goes on. Godby, there's the yellow Fizz, definitely making it look good. We are going to have the bottom lane of LGD heading back to base now. It is going to be just the Berserker's Greaves and a Brawler's Glove to come through from Imp, as Urchin Strike going to be used by Godby just to get out of the way of that Dark Binding. But you can see now has no trouble clearing out these minion waves, and we'll see what LGD decide to do with their new control and power on this map.
Feels like actually from the skill max, Godby's actually passing on a little bit of information. He's actually maxing the Seastone Trident second, the W.
Interesting.
For the percentage health damage and, of course, the on-hit damage when he finishes W. To me, that suggests he's going to be looking to split push, because if you're looking to max your Q, the Urchin Strike, second, you're usually looking to use the Lich Bane for damage. If you're maxing the W second, it strikes to me that he wants to go in a lane with Maokai and just chip damage. Remember, of course, it's a tie.
There is, in fact, the point-blank descent onto a fan here who's got the Ren sets sticking to him. TNT going to lock down that kill, and TCT just tanks up Imp's damage, and they're easily able to lock that one down. The new support not quite working out here for LGD so far here on the bottom side, but Imp still with the CS advantage.
So we're learning that Godby's still a god, and that fans know PYO.
Yeah, it's not quite there just yet, as Swift is going to be able to clear out a ward. TBQ actually face checks it. Nice Dark Binding going to land here as well as the ult comes through. Godby looks for the fish, but now he's going to have to 1v2 as the teleport comes through. 1v3. Dome is going to try to escape and does manage to, but QG, they've got enough members there in the mid lane. I think 4 was probably ideal to deal with this Godby.
Yeah, face-checking that brush with the pink ward. Smart pink ward, smart rotations coming through from QG. Their rotational play's been on point. This gold lead, we talked about it being notable at being 7 minutes 2K. Suddenly it's 16 minutes, and 4,000 gold is the lead, coming up to 5,000 now. That's a big advantage, and again, it's a mistake from TBQ. And between between Fan just not being PYL tier and this lane swap having to end early, and you're not having the same aggressive wards and coverage and ganks even of PYL, you feel like it's starting to move along to TBQ as well.
And you can see QG as well. They're warding fantastically. You can see the river entirely lit up as they've got pinks lining it towards that top side. Akon now in a whole lot of trouble, almost demonstrating my point here as Swift's going to come through. Doesn't quite get the knock up. Akon is going to get flashed on though, and he's not going anywhere. QG pick up the kill in the top lane as well.
So much early game power with these item purchases. Everyone LG is looking for scaling, and it's only Godby that's really in a point of looking to duel with his opponent. Doing very, very well against the Morgana, but everyone else's problems are spilling over into the mid lane, and that stops a fiercely 1v1 champion like Fizz from feasting on the free kills on doing big.
Yeah, and as soon as he's not able to get them as well, he's going to have to go elsewhere to pick up these kills. As Doimby is going to try and make his way somewhere, but he's cut off just a little bit by the LGD members hanging around this area. Dragon not going to be up just yet, but some vision control is being afforded here by LGD. Waves continue to get pushed.
So we talked about 2 item spikes. Zhonya's is going to be a huge purchase from Morgana, of course, negating a lot of the single target damage coming through. It's a second way to cleanse away the fish coming through, if the Black Shield's down, happily just be able to Zhonya's that damage. Of course, a lot of Fizz's damage now gated around hitting that fish and the points of power shortly afterwards. If you Zhonya's right at the end, suddenly he loses 2.5 seconds of bonus damage coming through. So Zhonya's going to be a big picture up. You can see from the recurve bow that so will be the Hurricane they're going to opt into here. They're going all in on the mid game, and honestly, with multiple winning lanes, it's a good strategy.
Yeah, and especially considering the fact that their team comp sort of relies on winning very early on, you may as well all in onto that fact, considering LGD's comp, which is just beautiful for the later stages of this game. And Akon, he does almost have his Cinderhold completed, but he's nowhere near a Trinity Force or his next tanky item that he's going to pick up afterwards in order to complement this team-fighting monster that is Hecarim. And he really does need time to scale.
And that's the thing. Everyone at this present point from LGD is a potential Ren set for this TNT, especially when the Hurricane is complete. They're not going to be able to finish the items to counter that Hurricane purchase in the next 5 minutes. 15 minutes more, around the 33-minute mark, absolutely LGD might be looking to opt into fights. But for now, they want to put Godv in a side wave wherever possible and split push, as I mentioned. Maxing out that Seastone Trident second actually allows him to duel really well with Maokai in a side lane. It's one of the reasons why Zatai was able to pick that Fizz into Maokai matchup, is that it really does have the potential to completely punish a Maokai. So no Lich Bane going to be the rush, given that particular skill order.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, and he's definitely not going to be picking that one up, as Godv may have found an opportunity here on the bottom side. Hits the fish as the Earthstone Strike comes in as well. Does get exhausted. TNT trying to get out of this one, but he doesn't make it as Akon does teleport in. Godv still with a lot of damage available. Gets through, gets death sentenced, but it's not going to be aptly named this time as the fish is able to escape. Beautiful stuff.
Now that's a big, big win there for LGD. They actually get the picks they're looking for. You can see why they want to engineer the split push. If the wards aren't there to be predictable from QG, it was the reverse of the situation in mid where TBQ face-checked Swift and Doinby. In this situation, it's the other way around. LGD, that's the only way they can really stay in this game, is to force split push. But if they take this dragon, that's a big win here for LGD.
Yeah, and they are 1-1 apiece at the moment. Picking this one up does mean that the early game power not going to be quite as relevant here, as we're demonstrating the fact that almost the full CDR completed.
Not sure what rune page we're talking about, but with Morellonomicon, of course, pretty trivial to get to 40% CDR from there with the blue buff. Definitely going to be confirmed. Has put a second point into the Urchin Strike, but is very much in the position to be able to split push against any one member of QG. So if you have to force multiple members to be sent bot, it allows other people free farm. It gets away from the team fighting power spike. The fact that with Hurricane completed, with more items being completed on Morgana, they weren't able to fight for dragons. We mentioned the win condition was dragon. And with 2-1 advantage, LGD, they're actually the ones ahead in that metric.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And again, we saw Godv able to nimbly escape the potential gank from TCT. And he's going to head back to base now, probably to pick up the Zhonya's Hourglass. He actually cancels that one out, as the Scuttle Crab is going to fall down here as well. We'll see exactly what LGD are going to do.
And the question is how QG have been the ones that have been assertive. QG were the ones we say are playing around a pseudo timer with their comp. How are they going to force fights now that they've fallen behind in Dragon? Realistically, LGD can look at the second Dragon coming from QG and think, okay, we'll give you that. There's not a lot of stats to be given up in that situation. So you add what? Another 11 minutes onto the game before the third Dragon spawning? 11 minutes time. Akon is going to be massive. Has a Phage already. Might actually be the Black Cleaver and not.
Yeah, that's what I was considering as well.
It could be a Spirit Visage. It could be any item. Hasn't really priced into anything with that Ruby Crystal. Probably going to be a bit more defense and then still a Trinity Force. But yeah, it could be the Black Cleaver. Multiple options there. In 11 minutes, this LGD comp will already be greatly outscaling QG because Morgana, again, only has a very low ceiling when it comes to items.
Yeah, is always going to be able to wave clear, though, you have to think, as soon as the minions do
slow
stop.
Wave clear, teleport's coming in.
Yeah, there's a double knock-up as well, as Fan does use the Monsoon to try and get them out of there, as we do have Imp in a lot of trouble. TNT picks up that kill, as TBQ is going to have to run for the hills. Godv continuing to split push, but this could be a tower or a Baron available for QG at this point. They've got the pick that they want on the power player of LGD. May as well pick up the Baron.
They have to go for the Baron because it's the only thing that will dissuade Fizz from continuing the split push down bottom. They have Callista and Smite. Will they have enough damage to take it down?
Yeah, Akon also with the Smite available here as well, as Fan's going to come through with a Tornado. TBQ. But it's down to 2,000 health here. TNT is going to be able to lock that one down. Baron falls for QG, but the knockups are coming through. Akon tries to ult his way in here, but he's definitely not with a man advantage as he falls down. Godv gets death sentence. He's going to get killed at the same time, and Fan has no friends here as everyone just ignores him, and Swift, he's left with cleanup duty.
Swift's waiting for cooldowns. Once again, the kill picks it up. Massive play from QG. Very smart. If they had looked for mid turret or any sort of turret trade, Fizz would have taken it in a turret. But in this particular situation, went for Baron, had the Callista, trusted the ability to just work out that Baron damage and take it even in a 50-50 situation. And now the advantages pile up for QG.
Yeah, and you've got V. He's just going to tank up this turret for a bit as well, save some minions. And with these Baroned up minions, this inhibitor turret is going to fall very quickly. Akon now going to respawn Godv as well, but the damage has been done here, and QG already utilizing that Baron buff beautifully, picking up a couple of turrets and breaking the base.
I'm really excited, just smiling watching this QG team because they're very good at shot calling. That's the thing I've noticed, is that understanding that Baron was the only way they could get a positive trade. Okay, it ended up a relative 50-50, but with Kalista, you should be able to judge, you know, 1,500, 1,700. You have excellent Baron secure. But that was the only way to stop what would have been an inner turret trade. They wouldn't have got any better than that, but they get the absolute maximum. So it's always kind of the poker player's dilemma about, you know, looking at your expected values, looking at what's the most you can get and what you'll lose. And they got the maximum in the trade they got.
Yeah, they certainly did. Govy not even going to be able to go back to base here as the Prey Seeker does find him. But does almost have that Zhonya's Hourglass completed.
Items look very nice over on the QG side.
Oh,
we already had Bloodthirster Hurricane. It was in full effect in the Ren setting build. I mean, it's a small point that we didn't mention, but of course, they ended up fighting 4v4, 4v5 in the Baron, so everyone lined up for Kalista damage. It was happy days for Kalista. Now has the QSS working towards Last Whisper. Randuin's completed for the Rek'Sai, the Zhonya's, and a Negatron. And Acorn, he's taking a lot of damage from V.
Yeah, he may be forced to use the ultimate. Does, in fact, use it here, but V not giving up. Flash into the Twisted Advance as well. Imp looking to try and get some assistance here for his top laner. Does go in very aggressively. V may have gone a little bit too far, but he's going to most likely be able to escape unless Godby has something to say about it.
Even with Fizz coming, they didn't have ward coverage to know whether they were more reinforced. They know now, so they'll keep the chase, but what are they going to lose in swapping for this?
Yeah, well, this is the thing. They do have an open inhibitor here in the mid lane as TNT able to clear out these minion waves very quickly.
Both Fizz and Lucian are back, so this is risky play from QG. Maokai does not have teleport.
Yeah, this inhibitor has taken a little bit of damage as TNT now with some more free time. The barrels are going to zone him out of the way here as Imp with the red buff.
Now, Black Shield is on. They know that Acorn doesn't have ultimate, so they're chancing it. This is risky.
Yeah, nice use of the Dark Passage there, and that is going to be the inhibitor falling down. QG able to utilize this Baron very, very well. Just wore off now. So they pick up the couple of turrets and, of course, the inhibitor, which is so very important. Dragon going to be respawning in 20 seconds, and QG, they've timed it beautifully. Steal the blue buff away, grab the Dragon, push out the rest of these waves. So far, the map control of this team has been fantastic.
Exactly, and now we'll watch them continue to push. Don't have the Baron buff, like you mentioned. 5 seconds to the Dragon, so they'll get a chip onto this turret and be able to back away towards Dragon. Probably not going to want to opt into a Dragon fight with all the power spikes being hit by QG.
Yeah, this is such textbook play from QG. They just know exactly what they have to do at what time. The culling going to be used in desperation here to clear out the minion wave as LGD just trying to hold on to what they can of their base.
And we asked the question. They were behind in Dragons. We thought that's the big win condition. It's either turrets or Dragons that will get them in. Of course, Baron is always a potential, but not usually realistic. Falling behind in Dragons, then being smart enough to get a pick, translate that into what looked on some levels like a risky Baron, but actually was the correct choice. And what they've taken from that Baron, they got multiple kills on the members, broke the base, now taking an inhibitor. They pick up the Dragon as well. QG's taking everything methodically in this game, and all LGD can do is watch. They don't have a lot of wave clear. Again, this is what Fizz grants you in the mid lane. So they're ending up being voyeurs in a lot of ways, watching QG play League of Legends the way it's meant to be played and not really have any options to get back into the game.
Yeah, this is just a really interesting thing to see from our runner-up team, and it might just be this is what LGD look like without PYL, without their power star player making the calls around the map, because PYL was a large factor in that, and it looks like LGD, they're sorely missing him.
And that's the thing. You never want to take away from a really great performance by a young team. QG have played excellently this game, but let's refocus on LG just for a moment. Use this thought exercise. PYL and lane swaps, TBQ and the Cinderhulk meta, they basically won. They had a higher win percentage in the playoffs than the team that won the playoffs, EDG.
Yeah.
They were 8-3 compared to 9-4 EDG. They were winning every game with the same strategy of lane swapping and these 2v1 follows, helping helping TBQ get beaten in fights. Akon's going for a big flank here.
Yeah, looking for the onslaught of Shadow. The TBQ's almost dead already. He is going to go down. TNT picks up that kill. There's the onslaught. Does get a whole lot of fears as Doinby is going to have to try and get out of there. Godby's going to fall down though. The double kill. The Renset's coming through for TNT as he picks up the triple. Flashes forward now. Fan and Imp in so much trouble. It is going to be the Quadra from TNT looking to try and pick up Imp. Imp going so aggressive. The pentakill from TNT. TNT, and that's going to be the game. What a debut from this team.
And what a re-entrance back into the LPL for TNT. It didn't work for him on Royal Club, but it's looking good on QG. It's all about QG and their excellent play, but LGD without PYL, they look a different team.
It just does not look like the LGD that we were expecting, but exactly like you mentioned, don't take away from this new team. QG played that beautifully, and LGD, there was nothing they could do. After that beautifully orchestrated turret dive that wasn't necessarily a fluke, a lot of the times when we get these early kills, we question, was that a mistake? Was that something that went wrong? But there was just beautiful coordination from QG.
It was a piece of beauty. If ever a team is unsure of how to pull off turret dives, watch the fact that they get the initial engage with no turret aggro, chunk out the TBQ on the Grugs, then re-engage and get the massive kills. And the reason why I was talking about the PYL changes is that TBQ, he was looking like a god on the Cinderhawk meta. Suddenly doesn't get that protection of the jungle follow and an excellent roaming support. Just coming into that last fight, he was 0-3-1. He must have finished 0-4-2 perhaps. That's not the TBQ that took the playoffs by storm.
No, it wasn't. And he did that on the back of Bristol, you have to think. Of course, Sejuani was a great pickup for him. Of course, didn't see a ban, but
it's not like we're talking about a step down. Gragas is right up there.
Exactly. So, of course, TBQ struggling just a little bit at this stage, did manage to get that earlier gank, and that sort of worked out here, but we'll see what LGD can do to bounce back from this one, or whether QG are going to come out with a 2-0 for their first game. But guys, we are going to have a short break. We'll be back with Game 2 very soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the summer split of the Chinese LPL. I am Max Atlas Anderson. This is Christopher Papa Smithy Smith, and we're here for Game 2 between QG and LGD. QG coming out beautifully in Game 1.
And that's the crazy fact. Just on a simple level, QG from the LSPL already taking a game off the grand final runners-up in such a close series where LGD. But without PYL, a lot of their strategies, a lot of their early rotations definitely fell behind. TBQ in particular looked a level below his performance in the playoffs. And QG, so smart. And that turret dive, just a sight to behold. Wonderful player from QG.
Yeah, it was incredible work. I'd love to watch that one over and over again. I think I may once this one's over, but I can't wait to see what they bring out in the next game, because are they going to mix up their strategy, or are they going to continue with this early pressure?
I mean, the one thing you can say is the mid lane matchup definitely didn't go their way.
Yeah.
It felt like if that laning phase had gotten longer, if multiple members from other lanes hadn't come in, the Morgana would just continue to be basically a free kill, or if anything gets styled upon in terms of CS by the Fizz. Fizz got really far ahead, but in the end it didn't matter. You look at these scores, it's really grim reading for LGD.
Yeah.
19-5 was the kill score. No assists basically coming through at all, and the MVP had to be TNT. Wonderful performance.
Yeah, incredible work. Picks up a pentakill at the end there and just resets
Welcome to
through
the
the
LPL.
fights. Exactly. It does tend to be a thing that happens here. Huey, of course, picked his up a little bit earlier on when he made his debut into the LPL, but of course TNT with a beautiful performance. Of course, not exactly a rookie here, but Acorn not going so well. He's subbed out here and they're bringing in the Flame, but we'll see how this one works out. Of course, bring in a carry top laner if you really want to get the early pressure.
One of the questions I actually had that I hope to be discovered, at least in the first few weeks, but in general over this split, is that the one champion pick that actually Flame has performed much better than Acorn on is the Gnar. Gnar has been Flame's best champion. He's looked great on that champion. Has a very good win rate. Acorn can play it, obviously, but it doesn't seem to fit in his wheelhouse. So I wanted to see if Acorn had picked up the Gnar. We won't get the answer just yet, but that's the only hole, I think, when they play with Acorn. I still much prefer the Acorn lineup, but give Flame his chance to shine. It wasn't Acorn's fault in that game. That last, you saw the last home guard teleport was a wonderful engage, but TBQ just died before it could ever register, just given how the game had gone. Just mix things up, and they continue to learn about the peaks and troughs of both Flame and Acorn's play. Yeah,
well, this is the thing, and we've seen that Flame is more and more happy to pick up these new champions that are making their way into the meta. Of course,
Rumble and Gnar.
Yeah, Rumble and Gnar, that certainly happened, but he was more than happy to pick up the Shyvana as well as soon as Flandre made that a thing with the Smite and Teleport. So, of course, Flame, maybe it's his adaption. Maybe it's the fact that it's 5.8 and they want to bring out some Black Cleavers, bring out some new picks there in the top lane.
I mean, look, Black Cleaver, it's good for top lane carrying, so
it certainly is.
Maybe it's time to go.
Yeah, maybe it certainly is. We'll see whether he picks out maybe a Riven. I don't know. Probably won't happen, and I don't think Black Cleaver Cannon is really going to work.
I mean, look, Vici Gaming playing the next matchup. If Carry's playing, that's the source of your Riven right there.
Yeah, that might be where we grab it, of course. TBQ is in this game, so he might also deliver us some Riven. In fact, Godvi played it as well, I believe. So LGD, the Riven team, ladies and gentlemen.
The Bard team, too.
Yeah. Oh, no. Don't say that.
I'm actually surprised we haven't seen any Bard. We're 6 games in now with this game rolling around. Bard has been seeing a lot of play in solo queue. I think people are starting to really get to how to play around the Bard pick. It's not Thresh, where it was instantly pick or ban when it was introduced to the league.
Yeah.
But the potential's there with the ultimate. The Tempered Fate can do so many interesting things. Orianna Bard doesn't sound like the worst combo in the world. So we'll see it as we roll on. But QG, they're the big interesting thing to me. I think they'll keep things larger the same. Probably won't get Kalista this time. It was a very weird pick and ban where like all the mid laners were banned and suddenly the world's best 80 carries, junglers, and everything else were available. Probably not going to be the story this time around. Doinby was the only member that really still have a bit of a question mark. I felt like Godvi could really overtake that lane, and that's on a Morgana, about as defensive a pick as you can make.
Yeah, well, the bans so far are going to be going relatively similar to how they went in the last series. Maokai is going to be the deviation here, as V's not going to pick that one up. And we'll see what QG decide to do now that they're on the red side here. Their champion select to come through, their drafting was beautiful in the previous game. You mentioned the fact that they did manage to solidify some really power picks for themselves, and the Kalista was their first pick, used to fantastic effect, and in fact banned away now on the blue side.
And it's Imp's Kalista that was so impressive throughout the season after initial hump, so I'm surprised seeing them banning it on blue. I thought they could know 100% that Kalista would be the 6th ban coming through from QG here, just because you can't give Imp that champion. It was banned throughout the LPL final. But so much respect Gaming Throne. Obviously, they're valuing another first pick. Remember, you're always conscious that it's not really a meta where first pick is super important. It feels like the second round of pick, you can get 2 power picks in that situation as well. Nunu's banned away. A lot's powerful, a lot's available. Gragas makes it through picks and bans again. Where will LGD start?
Well, the Cassiopeia is most definitely available here. Of course, a lot of the mid lane champions have snuck through. Godby definitely going to be able to play that one. Just his control play of these mages in the mid lane is beautiful to see, and Flame's going to lock that one away.
There was the Riven flash there. I thought you would have enjoyed that, Atlas.
I liked it a lot.
You just missed it. But Cassiopeia, Azir's available. That's the traditional matchup. Of course, we saw Easy Hoon rock both sides of that matchup in the LCK finals. But the skill matchup is available. Cassiopeia really becoming a destructive force throughout the meta. Even Hooney throwing it up the top lane against as counter pick to Nah. So quite a flexible first pick Cassiopeia. Hecarim's available. Hecarim's locked in.
Yeah, I find it very interesting as well, considering Flame summoner spells that have come through already.
He's not going to have those summons.
Come on, let a man dream.
There's going to be a time.
Yeah, V is going to lock away the Hecarim here, and we do have Alistair now for TCT there on the bottom side. It was banned away in the previous series, as LGD now looking to pick up what they want. Godby thinking about Nah here for Flame, as TBQ does have his pick of the litter as far as these junglers are concerned, apart from Nunu.
It makes a lot of sense to go with the Nah. It's been Flame's most impressive champion. Thinking about support choices, PYL does like the Leona, but early round Leona, I guess you've already got the CC tank Alistair, so you want to match it with something. Leona or Nautilus, those are your options, both very realistic.
Yeah, and TNT now hovering over a Vayne. Of course, known to pick up Vayne in some interesting situations, but still manages to make them work, and we'll see whether it's going to happen this time. Of course, Alistair Vayne sort of historically has been noted as a relatively effective lane.
Saw Alistair Vayne against Sivir earlier in the day, and it went very, very well. Got your pick of AD carries in this particular situation. Gonna actually go with the Sivir. Will Imp be the one to pull out the Vayne? That's the question.
Yeah, QG now looking for a little bit of a later power spike, but with that Sivir there, they're going to have a whole heap of wave clear to help them get there. LGD are going to have their options now cut out for them. Doinby is going to be able to lock in the Gragas here for Swift, who was thinking about the Rek'Sai. There's Imp. He's just going to lock away Tristana.
Wow, the instant lock Tristana. Tristana versus Kalista, that was a matchup that we thought we might see just because Tristana can really stand in auto trades. Didn't go so well for Deft in
it most
MSI,
didn't.
though. But wow, instant locking in the Tristana. Not sure what really about the QG team that caused them to want to instantly lock it in. Of course, Tristana's big strength is turret taking very fast now that you can throw that bomb onto the turret and explode it for extra turret damage. LGD doing something different. The insta-lock Tristana. Didn't see it coming.
No, certainly didn't. Although, I mean, I guess it does sort of make a little bit of sense considering the Alistair pickup. Maybe it just wants to be able to negate the headbutt with a buster shot, but that's a larger cooldown, you have to think. But it is going to be TBQ locking away the Rek'Sai. We saw him play that a whole lot throughout the earlier split, and he is away from the sort of classic Cinderhulk tanky junglers here, maybe with a little bit more early skirmishing prowess. And Doinby now with his choice for the mid lane, and we'll see what he decides to take into the Cassiopeia, and it's the Morgana yet again.
This is a really painful matchup for Morgana. Literally, she throws down the puddle and then just has to get out of lane.
Hightail it, yeah.
She doesn't really have any other options, so I really don't like the matchup for Morgana. I don't know if this is just a champion pool thing. Maybe it's just, again, suddenly you have a very early power spike in the mid lane, so it's only Hecarim that's really early towards the late game, so maybe it's just trying to repeat that strategy, but not picking for lane is all I can say about picking Morgana into Cassio.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really question it here. I mean, QV utilizing the Morgana in a losing matchup in the last game, and it worked out beautifully well here as the coaches do shake hands. We are going to be hopping into the second one. LGD probably hungry to take a victory as we go through the lineups. Flame against
LGD.
V.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
All across the map, they look good for LGD. Gragas versus Rek'Sai. Okay, that's a bit of a toss-up. Both of them very strong early gankers, but Cassio versus Morgana. It's not happy times for Doinby. Maybe he won't die once again, but it's going to be a bit like we saw at MSI. You can exit lane, you can do fine, you can chip away, but it's certainly not a positive matchup. It's not a Zia, which, to be honest, fits this comp just fine. Yeah,
this is the thing, and as we head down the lineup, it is going to be TCT previously more against Fan's Nautilus, and Fan was on sort of the non-interactive Jan, and we'll see whether he can make the plays now that he's picked up the Nautilus.
I mean, the big thing to me is if LGD push in their lanes, you know, you've got someone like Tristana who can get those auto attacks down, fast push. You expect Cassio to be overextended, pushing into Morgana. You expect Nah to win the top lane matchup against Hecarim. I think win lane, win game. That's the way to go here for LGD. The strategic play, it fell down without PYL in the lineup, but just focus on your lanes and take out this game.
Yeah, well, it's true, and we'll see whether, forced now to play a slightly different playstyle, whether QV are going to fall over or whether they're going to demonstrate the fact that this team can adapt on the fly.
So the big question mark here is QG. They looked so impressive in Game 1. I don't feel like the draft's been quite as kind to them as it was in Game 1. They're sticking with the Morgana even though it doesn't really fit the lane matchup. It's a risk, but we'll have to wait and see.
It most certainly is, but ladies and gentlemen, let's get onto the Rift. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, for LGD taking on QG, Game 2 for our third series of the night. Godby caught out just a little bit as he throws down a little bit of that poison. Doinby takes a bit of damage there, and the movement speed can help Godby get away, and QG just milling about here at the beginning, but you can see the early warding for LGD, making sure that they see exactly what's going on towards that top side of the map.
It's two pretty powerful level 1 comps. You got Alistair Morgana for big CC. You usually skill the Ricochet versus Sivir.
Yep.
There's a lot of AoE damage, so you can expect QG to have been looking to be on the front foot, but LGD have actually been the ones to feign aggression. But strong level 1s meant poking around, and that's the big win. Godby's actually done a lot of big things here, because suddenly he's got an extra 6, 7, 8 stacks on that passive.
Yeah.
Getting it rolling. If you ever hit poke at level 1 with that Q, you feel great if you're Cassiopeia.
Yeah, and wanting to get that extra spellbound very early on. You can see actually so aggressive here in this mid lane as Flame's going to get headbutted against the wall. Nice little bit of extra CC, but takes some minion damage from it as this lane swap for Flame working out relatively well. Flame just tends to get lane swapped on every single time he pokes his head onto the Rift.
Flame has had a very sad existence in the LPL, becoming a Rumble main, never getting a 1v1 matchup, watching his teammate play Cannon and just being like, I wish I could play that. He doesn't get any of these options. It's done pretty admirably, and Doinby, he's just taking every... This is going to be a very fast Cassiopeia in terms of stacking up that passive.
Yeah, well, it's true. Doinby trying to utilize the Morgana's passive as best he can, but Godby using that Twin Fang just to farm this one out underneath the turret. And you have to think as soon as this Cassiopeia can have their way with the minions, it is going to be a very different experience here for Doinby, who has the wave clear advantage at the moment.
Look, it's certainly not an ideal Cassiopeia lane matchup. Of course, if there was no range pushing option from Morgana, if she had to respect the zone of control of the poison, it'll be a more prototypical Cassiopeia excellent matchup. But this is all she can do is just walk in, take a Q usually, and then try and push the minion. She has no other wave control. So although she's not getting denied CS, she's not really controlling the wave.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. Doinby able to clear out a lot of these minions, but misses the cannon. Oh, dear.
I had this chat with Patient Time earlier. It's harsh, man.
Oh, it's an awful experience. Missing cannons. Oop. Yep, does manage to nail it there on the top side, though. Thank you, fan. Not going to make us feel that pain twice in a row here as Flame is able to pick up a lot of this farm. 8-5 now as far as these top laners are concerned. Triumphant Roar does actually enable Flame to pick up that last hit. Thank you very much, TCT. Is Flame now able to secure this one as, of course, the 1v1 matchup now of Hecarim versus Tristana here on the bottom side. And V struggling a little bit here against the little Meglin Gunner.
I don't know how LGD have pulled off this lane matchup. It's actually wonderful for them because Hecarim, we mentioned it multiple times, has, what, 350 range on the Rampage?
Yeah.
No other range farming. Now you're getting fast pushed by a Tristana, can just throw the bomb onto the turret. There's no safe place for Hecarim to position under the turret if he wants to pick up CS, doesn't want to get denied further. So he'll take bomb damage and watch his turret gets chipped down super, super fast. So the result is basically Tristana having her way with bot lane turret, and Hecarim doing his best to pick up experience, but certainly not CS. Only 8 so far.
Yeah, Fan in a lot of trouble, though. Does have to flash away. There's the dredge line as well. Gets chilling smited, but it is going to be QG backing away. I thought Fan was definitely dead.
Scuttle Crab, the speed up there was the big actual win that actually let him open up a little bit of distance. But yeah, it did actually seem surprisingly defensive. Maybe just an extension of the fact that Cassiopeia probably going to be a bigger teamfight impact as the turret dives on.
Yeah, teleport to come through. A second one here on the bottom side, though, as V does have the defense of his mid laner as well. We didn't mention the fact that Morgana also picked up the teleport, but wants to make sure they can maintain control of this map. But 2 teleports burnt for the price of 1 here. LGD will take that.
But at least Doinby understands, okay, I'm going to lose this lane. I might as well take teleport to just hope to have an impact in other lanes, or just teleport back to lane to ensure my turret doesn't go down early. So in the 1v1, absolutely understands the strategy of puddle, then run away.
Oh, there's a flash pulverized though, as Flame's going to head back into the team. Flashes and bounces, creates a whole bunch of distance, and Fan takes another smite, but they are going to be safe here in the end. Flame with some nice moves under pressure.
Yeah, when the minion wave lines up, the casual 1000 range bounce coming through. Very, very nice. And Flame lives to fight another day.
Yeah, not too bad at all as Godby there with 45 CS there to the 35. 10 CS, not exactly a massive margin, but definitely something that Godby's going to take here, as neither of these mid laners have headed back to base just yet. Fan able to clear out these minions now, as well as Flame is making his way back towards this top side of the map. Haven't seen much out of TBQ just yet. He's just been power farming this one out, as Swift has made his presence known just a little bit more.
It certainly suits TBQ. He's not known necessarily for his early game ganking. He was able to dodge a lot of pressure situations with the advent of the 2v1 meta, and just PYL's proficiency to make up for the lack of ganking from the jungler and just show up and do his thresh roams and be perfectly happy in that situation. Definitely more apt at the power farming route, and it suits him in this particular lane swap situation.
Yeah, and speaking of which, getting suited in the lane swap situation, Imp able to take down his turret already, and if Tristana wants to do anything now in her current form, it is destroy structures as often as possible, and that explosive shot really doing some work there. So Imp able to draw first blood as far as the towers are concerned, and in fact LGD now with a decent advantage here as far as the money's concerned.
And that's kind of, we're struggling to find an identity for Tristana after a rework. She went from a champion who was basically the perennial late game carry, a reset jump for the escape, had the ability to knock people away and then just smash people down from 700 range. A lot of those things have changed. Now has very good late game single target damage, but has to kind of choose one target with the double scaling of her explosive shot and the rapid fire. Early game is the big change. Not so much about the burst level 2, level 3 Tristana alley lanes of 2010, sadly, but much more about bursting down turrets. Her turret pushing game is pretty much unparalleled from the AD carry role, right next to the likes of, say, a level 7, level 9 Jinx or just a Sivir.
Yeah, well, I was thinking about the Jinx in that situation. Of course, minigun fantastic for taking down turrets, and the fact that Tristana does it a little bit better is terrifying.
Safer, for sure.
Yeah, precisely. So Imp utilizing the power of Tristana here as QG are going to be going for this dragon towards the bottom side. Imp going to be continuing to destroy structures, as in fact V is up there trying to defend that one out. Swift and TCT now going to be able to take this one down, albeit a little bit slowly.
But LGD really smart in playing around this Hecarim, who's just picking up a little bit of farm, but has no answer to all his turret pushing. The dragon.
Yeah, Godby actually going to flash over here as well. That's going to be very, very dangerous. 2 kills already picked up. Flame now finds himself in the back of the pit after the teleport, but he's going to have to get out, as they are going to pick up the top turret. But man, Godby, I'm not sure what that flash was supposed to achieve.
And the shot calling problems continue for LGD. The one thing I wanted to talk about before that action Atlas is that they're playing around the Hecarim. They've got 2 outer turrets because Hecarim has no resistances in that case. Throw Tristana in the mid lane next to Cassiopeia. Take a 3rd outer turret to get that outer ring down at around 10 minutes. Crucial factor there is that Morgana in a short lane puddle and can leave. Suddenly Morgana, with no turret to retreat to, has nowhere to run to, and there's a lot of kill pressure. Just take out that 3rd outer turret and suddenly the Morgana pick doesn't even provide the value that it did in game 1. But needlessly giving away 2 free kills, it delays that spike, if not losing it completely.
Yeah, and Doinby actually going to be picking up the Chalice here as well, so now with a little bit more magic resist in this lane, Flame going to wallop these minions after missing yet another cannon creep, which is very difficult to see, but does still control a whole lot more minion wave control. He's picked up far more CS. Godby going to pick up the blue buff though, and he's going to be able to relentlessly poison people out here, as Imp is going to find TNT, uses the ultimate in fact, wasn't able to, of course was on cooldown, but flashes and heals in order to get the movement speed.
All LGD need to do is get some aggressive wards and take this outer mid lane turret. That's their big win factor that they can want to do in the next 3 or 4 minutes. But I mean, Tristana can just recklessly push in the bottom lane. Flame doing just fine. Actually has the Balmy Cinder. Looks like it's going to be the Sunfire Cape first, which is a blast from the past in terms of in terms of these Gnar items, it's not going to be the Black Cleaver for the dueling. It's not necessarily going to be the Randuin's Omen for the strongest team fight armor item, but going for a little bit of both.
Yeah, and I like to think the fact that, you know, the Black Cleaver or the Frozen Mallet going to be the laning items of choice. Randuin's going to be, of course, the team fighting item of choice.
For the laning.
Yep. Well, exactly, precisely. That's what I just mentioned. And yeah, decides to go with halfway in between. I like it. And a little bit more early game power here as well. And LGD, they know that that's where they're going to be strong.
I mean, the only downside to me is that you're guaranteed going to push, so maybe it's Hecarim picking up a bit of extra farm compared to Frozen Mallet or Black Cleaver for damage options. V is overextended, but he has ultimate. He'll be fine.
Yeah, he will. Does have that smite available as well, but doesn't quite have a jungle item just yet, so can't use that to deter TBQ whatsoever. V going to clear out some tunnels as TBQ is going to get his back stopped here a bit. Does have a decent amount of levels here on this Rek'Sai, equal with the top lane. Is Imp going to continue to relentlessly push out these minions. You can see that TNT does have a decent control on his minion waves as well. I mean, he's managed to pick up as much farm as he possibly can. Avarice Blade now completed as well, so definitely opting in to get as much gold as possible, sort of saying that, yep, I'll just kill the minion waves that you shove into my face, Imp. That's absolutely fine.
It's still very different game plan, game on game here from QG. We saw them play very assertive, smart diving League of Legends, controlling objectives, and now kind of having to seed lane control, already losing 2 turrets, playing around their Hecarim who's been preyed upon and rotated around. They're lucky that they haven't seen Tristana in the mid lane for that 3rd outer turret, so they're still getting some semblance of a laning phase, and they have the first dragon, but it'd be interesting to see whether QG can lose the minimum and come back into games. That's certainly been a skill that few teams in the LPL have been able to pull off. If they can pull that off, they're going to have to be talked about as one of the front runners for at least a playoff spot. But if they just fall away, then we're going to have to be left to wonder whether good on the front foot, not so much on the back. We don't have an answer either way, but that's kind of the big question that will be answered throughout the course of this game and the early weeks of the LPL.
Yeah, and questions will be raised about this Morgana mid lane here for Doinby as far as sort of the champion pool that this new player is going to bring to this team. But look, it just might be something that they've considered for the later stages of the game, wanting to make sure that TNT has as many spell shields as possible. Not entirely sure. It is still very much early days here for QG.
Yeah, it raises a lot of questions, as you mentioned. Is it just, I really respect GodV as a player and I need to play a super defensive champion? But the question is then, where do you draw the line? Shouldn't you respect Pawn? Shouldn't you respect Rookie? You know, at some point, you're talking about half the league in terms of mid laners you respect. So it doesn't feel like a mid Morgana crutch is something you want to have. But again, it was still very early days. They've already taken a win off LGD. There's a lot to be excited about. It's just, we always want to know a little bit more about these things. We know so far what their comfort is this relentless aggression they pulled off with aplomb.
Yeah, and you can't question it if it works as well. I mean, the fact that QG managed to pick up that first victory means that there must be something working out for them as far as this mid lane Morgana is concerned. And you can see already Doinby able to keep up in farm, is now taking away the wolves here as well, and is reaching the item timings effectively.
Hey, look, he's doing just fine. They haven't been able to rotate around it. LGD haven't shown a priority to take this outer mid turret that seemed like the smart go. You take that turret, suddenly you have flank wards are plenty for Mega Gnar to rush in and get a massive Gnar ultimate against a wall. If you let Morgana just happily farm, you know, it doesn't really further the game plan. It doesn't get them closer to the next win condition if they just let this laning phase extend.
Yeah, it's true. And V now has his Cinderhole completed. Both of these top laners able to burn the minions as the Sunfire Cape came through here for Flame as well. Of course, did already have the Barney Cinder there, so was already doing some considerable burning. Is GodV just going to throw out these Twin Fangs towards the minions as the outer turret going to eat all of those up. Imp now continues his push here on the bottom side, and both of these teams just more than happy to sit around in these current laning situations. No one really making any moves. 20 seconds now on the Dragon, and that might be where we get some action here on this map.
Look, an answering Dragon's not ideal for QG, but it's not a big deal. And remember, Sivir actually got a very early Avarice Blade, so probably has been piling on extra gold compared to Tristana. There's been no other variables. Has a kill and assist, but crucially got an early Avarice Blade, so the income trade. Okay, maybe Tristana does a little bit more late game damage, but it's not landslide between the two.
Whoa, Fan almost hitting that dredge line is now going to look to try and clear out some wards. Ooh, slight miscommunication there as TBQ and Fan going to both throw a ward over that wall. But definitely going to have vision.
Definitely might be a metaphor for this particular series.
May certainly be. Oh, TVQ looking for Doinby though, but Black Shield is going to stop the knock-up from coming through. And V just continuing to try and eat as much of this farm as possible. Has caught up quite well here against Flame in the top lane.
Flame's definitely going to have a CS advantage. It's one of these situations where, I mean, Hecarim should probably be backing because it's the threat of Dragon coming through. Puts down a ward, maybe doesn't have enough gold for, say, home guard boots for this potential Dragon fight. But LGD, I mean, they had it on. They had so many quick turrets, like 7 minutes into this game, and then literally have done nothing and allowed the average blade investment banker Sivir to really become more and more relevant. They just pressed the pause button with no provocation.
Yeah, and the finances coming through from TNT definitely going to be working out here as Godby making his way towards yet another Dragon. Thankfully, it's his own team that's going to be hanging around this one. LGD looking to try and answer back there as TCT going to make his presence known. The Cow looking to try and get something going on as we do have the Dragon locked down here by TBQ. Flame makes his way in as well. That Narbar's looking fantastic as he bounces his way right into the middle of the fight. There's the explosive cast for just a little bit of disengage, and now Imp putting the pressure down onto TNT, who just uses his ult defensively, and LGD, big power play, secures the Dragon and means that QG, sorry, not going to be able to do anything.
There's actually a big mistake there. V cancelled his teleport right at the end, despite the fact that Flame was coming through. So he has the cancel teleport. He wasn't able to impact the fight. Bought the home guards, but couldn't get there in time. No kills, crucially, so it wasn't a massive misplay from V, but it was an unforced error.
Yeah, Doinby actually going to find a minion there with the Dark Binding, so Godby going to be very much safe. Also had the cleanse available as well as the flash though, so probably wasn't going to lose too much of his health bar as TBQ just going to take away these wolves. And the blue buff is going to be answered here. So Doinby can continue pushing out this wave. Does already have the distortion enchantment on those boots, making sure that teleport and the flash are going to be available as much as possible. And Morgana with flash is definitely a more scary proposition than without in any sense, because of course the aggressive potential of that summoner spell with the Morgana is just brilliant.
Absolutely. It's pretty much analogous to Annie, for example, in terms of those big initiation plays. Okay, you still have a long-range initiation, especially if you have a vision advantage of throwing out the Dark Binding from, say, a place without wards. But in terms of team fights, it's all about flashing in for the 5-man, the 4-man Soul Shackles.
Yeah, and just forcing the enemy team to get out of the way for that one as well. So Imp going to continue pushing this wave, but we'll see whether Doinby can pick up his Zhonya's and really make something happen here on this Morgana, because I want to see why he keeps picking it. Yeah,
I mean, I believe he's just gone back and bought the Seeker's Arm Guards. It's still quite a long way away from the Zhonya's pickup. That'll be a lot more crucial. It's a good way to lock down Cassiopeia, of course. Doesn't like being aggressed upon. TCT.
Yeah, Imp, though, doing a whole lot of damage here to the Cow. The explosive shot is going to go off. Of course, Unbreakable Will wasn't popped there for TCT, so going to have still a whole lot of damage soak available. But it is now going to be that mid lane outer turret getting taken down very, very low. Look at the explosive shot doing so much work. TNT able to get that boomerang across the team in order to get Imp away from the turret, but you can see LGD, they really want to take this one down.
This is definitely something that should have happened minutes ago, 5, 6, 7 minutes ago, but they will eventually take out the third hour turret, and there's the engage.
Yeah, there's a dredge line under TNT here as well. It does have the black shield, but it's gone now as Impy's going to jump forward. Unbreakable Will, there's the Gnar from Flame, but he's going to fall down for it as QG are so incredibly low. Swift flashing forward, picks up Godby, the double kill as well, as Im's able to answer that one back. Tristana really wants to find his way back into this game, but TCT so low. Sivir picks up a double kill as well. Imp, the last man standing, uses the rocket jump to get out of the way of the Dark Binding, and QG, that team fight was beautiful.
It was a huge misplay coming through from TBQ, re-engaging 1v4 and dying instantly. Wanted to pick up one execute. It was never going to be able to kill the Sivir. They lose the turret. Big mistake from LGD.
Yeah, and Flames Gnar as well, getting all of QG to relative safety underneath there in a turret there as well, just before that attempted re-engage.
He got the stun under turret. The big issue was that the explosive cast bounced him and he took about 5 turret shots before he could actually get out. So he died in vain. There was no follow-up damage, no dive potential, because of course Cassiopeia wasn't at that side of the fight. So just an awkward engage. So we'll watch the replay coming through. Flame gets bounced into turret with aggro. Wait for the turn. He actually gets a really nice Gnar. It's a 3 Gnar, man. True. But everyone's away from the Cassio. She loses damage because suddenly she's lost the poison and dies to some autos coming through in the back line. But wait for this re-engage from TBQ. Don't know what he was doing.
Yeah, actually flashed forward to try and pick up TC2. It was incredibly low, but did make sure that the rest of LGD were definitely going to die.
But the one-for-one trade between picking up the support and dying ostensibly to either the AD carry or the mid lane, it's not ever a trade you want to opt into.
No, not so good.
Maybe he just misclicked the tunnel. I didn't actually see.
Hey, that could have been a thing.
That's sad days.
Yeah, TBQ actually managing to tunnel away from the Dark Binding there as the Black Shield is going to make sure that no slong is going to come out of that boomerang. TNT continuing to farm up, does have a 5 CS advantage now, and that 2-item power spike here for Sivir with the Static Shiv Infinity Edge. And 3-0 and 3 now, really putting his foot on the gas as far as getting to the item timings that he's looking for. And TNT has been very impressive. Picked up MVP in the last game and now again set to make things happen in this one.
I really don't like not picking up a laning item on Gnar against Hecarim. I feel like you need an answer, whether it's the Frozen Mallet or the Black Cleaver first. Sunfire doesn't really do anything for him in the 1v1. If anything, it pushes the minions in for Hecarim to just pick up a free wave. It doesn't hurt in the trading. We've seen last season Frozen Mallet Gnar really unsettle a Hecarim, and then Black Cleaver Gnar basically obliterates Hecarim in lane.
May as well pick up them both.
But then now you get this scenario where basically Hecarim matches farm with a Gnar in the late game. I'd probably take Hecarim in terms of reliable engage.
Yeah, TNT though, he's going to pop the ultimate. Nice double stun there from Flame, who's able to get the wallop off as well. But Crush not going to quite get him enough distance here as the flash forward from TNT going to lock down the kill.
He draws the flash, but that's the maximum he's going to get. Easy pickings coming through from Flame. It's far too overextended in this situation. It's only a kill, but they should take the outer turret and top, so probably a good trade.
Yeah, V going to be able to lock that one down. They clear out the vision around the Baron here as well. Although it has just spawned, QG were thinking about it, but decide that no, probably a little bit too early.
TBQ, of course, has Void Rush, so can get away, is able to defend the top. They've been very slow in picking up turrets, as we expected, given the fact that LGD had 2 in the first 8 minutes. Picked up the first one in the mid lane. Just want to start getting that guaranteed gold. Speaking of guarantees, take a second dragon.
Yeah, very, very easily done here as well, as TBQ did make his way back down towards that red buff. TCT might be in a little bit of trouble now as he does pop the ultimate. Godby with a whole lot of consistent damage, able to get a lot through there as well as Flame teleported in. They really want to pick this one up. Onslaught of Shadows though, as Godby is going to get exhausted. Petrifying Gaze, wrong direction. Beautiful use of the Seraph, so keeps him alive for a little bit longer. Imp right into the back line, just destroying this fight. Rocket jumping around, flashes over here as well, but V able to get in his face. Double kill now available. On top of Swift, locks down the kill here as Swift just falls over and Flame tries to crush his way through, does lock down that kill as the Rampage is able to come down and the ace secured here for QG.
What a team fight coming through. My monitor fell over in excitement.
Ridiculous.
But it was just crazy stuff. I thought that Tristana had made a big mistake because Imp wasn't auto-attacking much at the start of the fight, but then the positioning came through. So much repositioning with the rocket jump. Got exit kills, specifically assassinated the Sivir doing his best LeBlanc impression on the Tristana. It looked like the ricochet damage was going to take down the team, but was within inches of winning that fight as Tristana. So smart play from him, but just the power levels, and again, mid-game Morgana still very relevant.
And Swift played it beautifully here as well, but let's have a look at the replay.
So TCT got the 4-man engage, and they had the teleport first. Remember, Nas not in the fight yet. They take out Godby very, very fast. Or at least he's super, super low in this fight. But Imp gets the assassination onto Sivir in his own way. Smart reposition, but has to flash over to get the last auto onto Doinby. Gets onto Swift, but gets... The dangerous game prop was massive in that situation. So trying to open up distance, there was the Chilling Smite wasn't enough, and they did pick up the kill in the end as TNT now takes the outer turret. Team fight win, outer turret. Things piling on for QG once again.
Yeah, things looking fantastic. And you have to hand it to Swift. Body slamming Imp out of the rocket jump to negate the damage and make sure that he wasn't going to get anything done was just incredibly beautifully done.
And this is what we've been told to expect from Swift. We saw him on CJ Enters Frost in 2014. He was a rising star of the jungle. In the LSPL, may not have had the same competition as the LPL. There's going to be so many mouth-watering jungle matchups, even just in terms of Korean junglers among the LPL, but doing a great first showing. And it's TBQ once again. No PYL, no TBQ when it comes to big teamfight impacts.
Yeah, TBQ almost has his Warmog's armor completed as TNT going to take a Praise Seeker, not opting into using his spell shield just yet, but of course does have a little bit of life steal, so he's going to be A-OK. Flame now on the bottom side of the map, just trying to clear this one out as V He is hanging around, looking to possibly put on some more pressure.
But V can do whatever he wants, and there's no kill pressure from Flame, which means that Hecarim is 20 CS up. He's basically running rings around the Gnar. When we've seen a Gnar obliterate Hecarim earlier today, you have to go for one of those laning items, whether it's the Frozen Mallet or the Black Cleaver. If you go for neither, this is the result, is that you just get outscaled.
Yeah, well, it's already happened here as well. V hasn't even decided to go for a damage item just yet. Does have the Spectre's Cowl now, possibly going to be turning it into that Spirit Visage. Make sure that Spirit of Dread is going to be as effective as possible in the middle of these fights. There's the Kindle Gem, so almost going to have sort of that trio of defensive items here on this Hecarim towards the 30-minute mark, and it's going to be very, very frightening here for LGD because it's going to be so hard to kill that guy.
And it's Sivir Hecarim. They always have excellent synergy with the On The Hunt, giving him damage scaling as well. It's going to be in the front. Isn't going to die anytime soon, as you mentioned, with all those tank lines. TBQ going in aggressively.
Yeah, there's the double knock up here as well. Flame making his presence known in the middle of this fight. There's the depth charges. Swift is getting the aggression. Imp is going to get exhausted by TCT, but V now in the back line. Look at all of the damage here as the Gnar does get QG back into this one. Doinby takes down Imp as well. Swift here on the backside of this fight, but LGD, they're able to pick up a couple of kills. Godby now on the backside, able to get some Twin Fangs out. TNT going to fall down. Doinby now going to possibly fall as well as the Black Shield's Dark Binding not going to find anything, and it is now going to be a face-off of these mid laners. Godby, though, probably going to be able to get this one. Flashes over the top of the Dark Binding as well. Twin Fangs going to find Doinby. There's some more poison. And Godby with the outplay.
What a quadra kill from Godby. This was the difference. They couldn't get onto Godby. They couldn't CC and wombo him down. The outplay flashing over the Dark Binding was majestic. Going to get damage onto this inner turret. Very nice play from Godby. They definitely need to account for the Cassiopeia because the consistent damage rate, it's not just the Tristana. Cassiopeia is right up there next to him.
Oh, most definitely. Able to back away here as well, although he was sitting on top of a ward. V doesn't quite have that Spirit Visage just yet, but you saw the Hecarim was able to make a massive impact in the back line of that fight. But yeah, if you can't get on top of Godby, that's what he can do to a team fight.
And that's the thing about LGD's position. They need to be separating both Tristana and Cassiopeia. Usually you like Cassiopeia fighting around a hyper carry, but in this situation, you've got Onslaught of Shadows, you've got the Gragas ult. We're going to see the replay coming through. So they actually make really good out of this QG, because remember, it was LG that had set up this particular fight. They go into the fight, watch for the kill by Doinby onto Imp with just the Dark Binding, just kills him in melee range. He thought this fight was over. Godby healing up in the backline, fighting around, poking around. The health bars very, very healthy on TNT, but he starts to get poked down. Finally, the poison registers, and just with the low health bars, able to outplay very easy. So much sustain coming through. Eventually, we're going again.
Yeah, straight back into another fight as TNT takes down TBQ. This one's going fantastically for QG. As Flame, he's right in the back of this one. The wallop does come through, but QG again with a beautiful mid-game fight and straight onto that Baron. Triple kill now for TNT. Picks up the ace, and I don't know what we just came back into, but QG definitely turning that one around.
It was triple kill into a quadra by the end, but as you mentioned, we went straight into action in basically the same part of the map. Obviously, the fight for vision around Baron had gone completely off the rails, but another team fight went this time much more decidedly. Undoes a lot of the good work of Godby in the previous fight, and Cassiopeia without Flash versus Cassiopeia with Flash, you can get that assassination between the Hecarim, Onslaught of Shadows, the Dark Bind, and even just TCT going mad with the combo.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, and QG just really utilizing the Morgana really well as well. They're fighting in a clump, and the Soul Shackles is doing so much work.
That's the difference in a fight where Morgana doesn't get a clumped Cassiopeia and a Tristana, and when she gets both those targets, that's always the case. If she can walk in unassumedly, throw the Black Shield on herself and just ult 5 people, it's going to be very, very strong in the mid game. No Locket being rushed. The lack of Locket priority, especially from TBQ, is a head scratcher, to be honest. One of the best ways of dealing with burst damage and Morgana in general is that Locket, but no one's looking to make a beeline for it. Maybe Fam, it's going to be a slow Locket from support.
Yeah, well, it's true, and very selfish items to come through from TBQ. Does have the Warmog's armor, so he himself is going to have a whole lot of resist, but there's no Frozen Heart. He does have sort of that Sightstone, But I mean, that's about all he's offering to the team here on top of his damage and tankiness as far as soaking it up.
It's ludicrous that you compare junglers, and both of them are against one magic damage lineups, and the team against the Cassio has the lockup before the team against Morgana. Morgana's only got burst. Once the burst is gone, really contributes not very much in the fight, has very long cooldowns.
Yeah.
So the lockup would be doing so much work. The warm-ups, though, it's a head-scratcher.
It certainly is. And Phage now completed here from V. Now moving the Baron buffs towards the bottom side of the map as Devastating Charge going to be used just to get some extra work done to this turret. And QG, you have to say, what they're fantastic at and what they've demonstrated so far is their use of a Baron buff is beautiful.
And the team fight is really good as well, but you're right. It's hit the nail on the head is that when they pick up the Baron, they rotate well, they prep their lanes well as well. Their side waves have been pushing in great fashion. LG, they've got no answers.
Yeah, and you can see TNT able to get some free hits on this turret, and as the Sivir, not exactly the most range in the world, able to get some free time, and it just shows exactly how this team plays and how well they play around their carries, getting into the right positions. Darkbinding going to go a little bit wide there under TBQ as Fan tries to throw down whatever CC he can, but that inhibitor turret going to fall down. Darkbinding not going to find the mark, but even the puddle's doing some work here from Doinby. The inhibitor goes without any response from LGD.
LGD had the tonic in the early game, took 2 early turrets. All Hecarim could do was watch. They were playing very smartly around that, but not having any offensive items means that Hecarim just got the free farm, got to the point where he was unkillable. Team fights were always going to be pretty competitive, but the rotations in the early game were always going to suit LGD. It's so much harder to out-rotate and pick up turrets in the late game. Remember, they still only have 3 turrets when they had 2 turrets down 8 minutes into the game. You're talking about a Sivir comp, always going to be excellent at rotating as that cooldown gets shorter on the ultimate. Now hit level 3, of course. All those options. If they had taken a 12-minute in a turret or earlier, I think this would have been a completely different game, but they never got the flank ultimates, which means the team fight purchases from Flame in particular are a bit of a head-scratcher because they never got flank ults. They didn't have aggressive wards to get the big team fight wins. And then he was just left with team fight items against a team that's just winning fights and just rotating and picking up objectives.
Yeah, so the item builds towards the top side of the map here for LGD definitely not really working out for them so far. And QG looking fantastic as Swift, he's gone for sort of double utility items here with the Frozen Heart and, of course, the Locket of the Iron Solari. Multiple Frozen Hearts against Tristana is a fantastic idea. And Flame, I mean, he wants to be auto-attacking as well. It's doing work there at the same time.
A lot of Imp's team fight damage on Tristana is single target focus. You kind of need to mark and shoot a bit like Urgot is forced to with the Noxian Corrosive Charge, in that you get all these incentives for lowering your rapid fire and your explosive shot cooldowns if you focus one enemy. But when you're against, you know, Hecarim will dive in, then Gragas will dive in. There's so many different threats you have to respect that when you're changing targets a lot, it just doesn't work the same way. I mean, Cassiopeia is much the same. Poison mark targets go all in, but because they're both so fiercely all in against all the different displacement, much like LGD had the Terrify into the Gragas ultimate last time, it's what QG have, and it's just really cutting down Imp's damage despite having a very competitive score and a good CS value.
Yeah, and you can see, again, QG able to rotate around to this top side of the map, take the last inner turret down. 7 turrets now to 3 here in favor of QG. And, I mean, this is a very similar situation to what LGD found themselves in the previous game, but now QG have a much better comp for this stage of the game. And you can see TNT, so many shields on himself. And
Nas trying to hold the wave in bottom, and all he can really do is build up rage because he has no offensive items.
Oh my goodness, that Dark Binding was huge. Nice knock up to try and save him, but it's not enough. He just gets launched at. TBQ gonna follow suit, and this QG lineup are massive. TCT spends some time underneath the turret, isn't bothered by it at all. Godby is still alive, but at half health now after 1 boomerang. Second inhibitor going to fall down here. And QG, what a fantastic debut into the LPL as Doinby just going to use that Black Shield, survives here, and Flame's going to fall. And man, Godby, he gets caught now a little bit here by Swift as there's the Petrifying Gaze to come down. Godby trying to answer this one as well as Doinby's going to come out of that Zhonya's Hourglass. Godby, though, just gets pulverized in every way. And TNT going to lock down the final kill. That's the ace. TBQ and Imp are going to be alive, but it's only going to witness the demise of the Nexus and a 2-0 victory here for QG.
And what a first 2 series for our LSPL promoted teams. 2-0 win for QG to complement UP picking up a win over Snake. Top-ranking opposition is falling down in terms of points. Okay, it'll be a long season, but how much confidence will this give the QG lineup, taking down the runners-up from the spring split in LGD?
Yeah, really looking fantastic. Of course, missing PYL here just a little bit, but you cannot take that away from QG. They looked brilliant in both of these games, and both of the team comps very, very different. They had different ideas of what they wanted to do when they had the power, but they utilized it beautifully.
And get excited about teams like QG and UP replacing a team like Energy Pacemaker that just always looked off the boil when it compared to the top teams. Suddenly, we're in a situation where 12 teams in the league, favorites are kind of going out the window, and everyone has the potential to upset everyone outside of maybe EDG being pretty damn good.
Yeah, they are most certainly pretty damn good. Of course, the winners of MSI there in Tallahassee. But look, we'll see whether any of these other teams can bring it to them. And let's have a look at a replay from that last game because, man, there were some pretty decent moments there.
There were some excellent fights during the course of this game. It's always worth watching the LGD carries because so much threaten them.
Oh, man.
You had to flash over the line, so he's not doing any damage whatsoever. And again, it's just millions of different types of CC onto multiple members. It's 5v2, 5v1 now at this point. There's nothing that can be done. This was just the reality of the fights, is that when you have positioning-based carries like Tristana and Cassiopeia in particular, a great Cassiopeia fight, Quadra kill, looked wonderful. But if your flash is down, especially, and remember, had to flash to pick up that kill over the Dark Binding, one of those massive initiation tools will register on the Cassio, she'll die.
Yeah, V just managed to find him in the backline there, and of course, Cassiopeia could not do anything at all. It just really wasn't something that Godv really had a good time in. And when you've got these divers, when you've got all this displacement, I mean, it's not necessarily the champion you want to pick, but they were almost forced to first pick that one away.
And it's one of those situations where LGD, it's looking like at least 3 to 4 weeks with no PYL. I mean, unfortunately, it's reminiscent of a team they don't want to be associated with, Starhorn Royal Club, who never could field their lineup and then ended up getting relegated. Not going to say the same thing for LGD, but after that last end of the season, they would have been thinking top 4's looking pretty good. Suddenly top 4 with a performance like that, it's looking quite a long way away.
It most certainly is, but ladies and gentlemen, it's a very long season. We'll see whether LGD can bounce back, but we still have one more series awaiting you. OMG going to be taking on Vici Gaming right after this break.
swear to God, I will hold you in my
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the summer split of the Chinese LPL. I am Max Atlas Anderson. I'm joined this time by Zach Rusty Pie, and we're here to bring you the final series of the night. OMG taking on Vici Gaming, and OMG, they've gone through a few changes.
Yeah, OMG have changed a lot of their roster. They've got rid of the top laner, then they've got Xiang in there, and they've picked up a new support as well. Another player from the sister side of OMG, Oh My Dreamers. So they're going to come up into the main roster for this split.
Yeah, so Oh My Dreams sort of may have had a few options there that OMG were looking at picking up instead. Of course, Uzi is still there in the AD carry role, sort of the star player there for the team. But, of course, OMG not exactly having the end of the split that they were really looking for. They were coined as the best team in the world moving through the early stages of the LPL last split, but since then really haven't been impressive.
Yeah, definitely. They started off very strong showing, and they showed to form exactly what they wanted to be. They came out really strong, and then it just started to drop off, and it was coined around a lot of people saying that Uzi got picked up, and he has a lot of different play styles to that of the old AD carry, and they needed to adjust the way they were playing as a team to complement Uzi. And it started to make the team crumble a little bit, but they've changed a lot of the roster, maybe to work around Uzi a little bit more. They've kept their star player, and they want to work around him definitely.
Yeah, they just want to see whether they can make that one work out, of course. Cool, still in the mid lane, sort of fell off in his power for OMG sort of later on in the split. Of course, early he was still fantastic, still that star player there, but since then wasn't exactly what they were looking for. We'll see whether Cool is going to be sort of reinvigorated to try and get OMG to where it's going, because he's going to have pretty tough competition. Hetong there in the mid lane for Vici, he was sort of the opposite, because Vici Gaming sort of started off a little bit not knowing their identity, but definitely found it towards the end of the split.
Yeah, and Cool plays a lot of assassin-style champions. He has a lot of Blanc and Ari, where his two most played in the last split, and that goes to show with the later patches, the change towards tanks in the meta, that you start to do a little bit less damage, and we've seen a lot of LeBlancs lately not really fulfilling their role, except for the one earlier today. Yeah. Opposed to the mid laner from Vici Gaming here, he does a lot of control-style mages, and it complements him absolutely perfectly to be in the later patches against the tanks, because control mages are still going to be relevant, whether they're ahead or behind.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. So we'll see whether Hetong is going to be able to sit on one of those control mages, make his presence known over there. Of course, plays a mean Lulu as well in the mid lane, sort of definitely the control style, even though he does like to build Lich Banes and split push, which is interesting for a Lulu player.
Yeah, he kind of does his own thing. He's actually undefeated on Twisted Fate as well while we're going on him, and he plays a lot of different champions, likes the Lissandra, the Xerath, a lot of high-ranged, high control, lots of damage that scale quite well into the late game, and he does his role quite well for his team, but he's not the only one that we can talk about, that's for sure.
Yeah, most definitely. Of course, Vici Gaming, they do have the two-star Koreans there in Dandy and Mata coming over from Samsung White, and that is a duo that is not normally spoken about, of course, support and jungle, but they play the vision game so incredibly well, and they've adapted to the Chinese style. Oh, massively. They started off a little bit shaky, playing their own Korean style, and being used to the rotational play that Koreans do. And the rest of the team has worked around the Samsung White players perfectly, and they've also changed their own play style. Dandy started to become a massive carry in the jungle, and he's changed from placing too many wards to just the right amount of wards to suit this meta perfectly, and does so much work for his team now. Yeah, sort of the Goldilocks ward situation has been discovered, ladies and gentlemen, thank goodness. And just right. Yeah, Dandy, and seeing him on these new sort of Cinderhole junglers as well sort of suits his really controlled playstyle, because he does like to know exactly what's going on around the map, create the opportunities that he's looking for, and you give him these champions that have sort of game-controlling ultimates like that Glacial Prison and, of course, the explosive cast coming through from the likes of Sejuani and Gragas, it's really suiting him. Yeah, definitely. And even the Rek'Sai, so strong right now, probably prioritize, and I wouldn't be surprised if they prioritize either banning or picking that first in this first game. Yeah, and we'll see exactly what is going to come through with the picks and bans, because we saw in the last series a whole lot of mid-focus to come down, but things can change up. The jungle focus does seem to be where the bans are flowing, though, and we'll see exactly what these players are going to have in their back pockets as far as accounting for that. Yeah, seeing all of the jungle bans coming out for the most part, of course, last series being the mid-focus, seeing all these jungle bans come out says to me that there's a lot of control, a lot of focus around control in the jungle in the Chinese meta, and if they give a champion in particular, say Gragas, for example, to the side of Vici Gaming, they need to have a plan to counteract that. And by banning it, it seems that there is no plan available. So at the moment, the junglers are just running rampant. Yeah, well, this is the thing. And we'll see exactly what is going to be sort of added in order to deal with it. We've seen already the fact that Evelynn has been an option that people are going to be going for, and Victus Gaming have opted to go for that. Of course, Kakao is an interesting jungler as far as picking up whatever the heck he wants, but we saw Clearlove use that one to great effect to win MSI. So, of course, Evelynn might be back on the table again as well.
That's true, and we have seen a lot of warrior enchantments on the Evelynn, which is different because seeing all these tanks coming out and then slightly phasing towards this damage build Eve is so weird to just come out of nowhere. But it's a different style of play completely. Eve just presents you with so many more issues. We've seen top laners, the Hecarim starting Flask with a pink ward just to try and stop the Evelynn from getting a gank off on you, but you still don't expect the gank timings. It still works.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. And the fact that Evelynn sort of making her way back into the meta means you have to retrain your brain to deal with the fact that all of your sight wards do about nothing when it comes to accounting for where that Evelynn is, needing more of those very deep wards around all of the jungle camps to make sure that when she comes out of stealth, you're going to know exactly where she is. But it makes it more dangerous getting around that map because you don't know when she's going to pop out and make it a situation that you don't want to be in.
Yeah, and you said it exactly right. You need to retrain your brain. You need to rethink and reassess how you're meant to play a game out, where you're meant to place wards. Because if you place it, the bush next to you in mid lane, for example, the side bush, you're not going to spot an Eve unless it's a pink. You need to put your wards on camps in places where an Evelynn might actually be visible on the chance that you might see her there and just assume that she's near there.
Yeah, well, it's exactly right.
It's a bit awkward.
We'll see how this one works out because, of course, both of these teams sort of coming in wanting to prove themselves yet again as the top teams in the LPL, and OMG probably have a little bit more on their plate as far as that is concerned. They've switched up their entire roster almost. Of course, keeping a few of their star players, but a lot of them really sort of unable to show up here yet again for this season. And look, we'll see whether sort of the B team players are really going to step up here for OMG because as an organization, they've always been so incredibly popular, and it's going to be very sad to see them sort of fall off, and we'll see whether they can actually come back and have a dominant showing early on against who is a very formidable opponent in Vici Gaming who hasn't gone through the same level of change-up.
That's right. Arguably no real changes here for Vici Gaming, and they're looking to be just the same strong team that they were as they finished the split up last season. Unfortunately, both teams being eliminated in the quarterfinals, but a big upset there for Vici because they came in so strong in that second half of the split. And they're up against a team that has changed 3 out of 5 members from the looks of it on their main roster. They do have everything to prove, and they need to come out into this game and show that the synergy is still there. It is their B-side, so there may still be synergy. There is no real issue with that potentially. And then they've got the one added member, so how they glue together, how they mesh, and how they utilize their early game even and their rotational play will be so important for them in these first games.
Yeah, and this OMG lineup, of course, is still an all-Chinese team, so communication definitely still not going to be an issue for them at all whatsoever. So we'll just see exactly how it works heading through into this game and whether or not sort of these B-team players are going to be able to step up, because it's always dangerous when sort of you drop your main roster and fill it out with your B squad, because they're generally in the B squad for a reason.
Yeah, it's always going to be a big risk to drop 3 members in one hit and start the season, essentially starting fresh. But they have kept Uzi, and they have kept the most important member of the team debatably as to how the roster plays out.
Yeah.
So changing these 3 members has, as mentioned earlier, looks to be complementing Uzi and working around Uzi, and they've now rebuilt essentially, even though they are from the B side, a team around Uzi completely.
Yeah, and we'll see whether Uzi is going to be the one to carry this squad. As you can see on your screen, it is OMG there. And let's go through the lineup. They definitely have a lot of players, ladies and gentlemen, but in the top lane this time around, as we just wait, there we are, is going to be Jiang, and of course has been on the team for a very long time and has been played in a whole lot of different roles. But as you can see, there's a few mid lane support. Jiang very, very able to go wherever he wants, but Juju here in the jungle, a little bit untested here so far in the LPL.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot that we actually know about Juju here, and actually did not know that he was going to be the jungler, so a big surprise there and very untested.
Yeah, most definitely untested. Cool. This one isn't a surprise.
Not at all.
Of course, the star original OMG player here, of course, before getting Uzi onto the squad, and has sort of fallen off just a little bit towards the end of the split, but we'll see whether this break has really allowed them to get back into form here. As there's Uzi, and he's looking so incredibly angry. and ready to take some names because he had a rough time towards the end of the split. Still playing fantastically, but just really unable to carry through to the victories here. And you can see now amazing Uzi's new support player. We'll see whether they are going to have some better synergy to come through.
Yeah, amazing. The ex-Oh My Dream is looking to lane with Uzi right now, and we will see how the synergy goes. But again, another untested player along with the junglers.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. So, OMG. Not sure what we can expect here, but we know exactly what Cool's fantastic at. He's a brilliant assassin mage player. His LeBlanc's brilliant. His Ahri is fantastic as well, but is it really the meta for picking up those champions? We're not entirely sure, and we'll see what he's been practicing in the break to really try and find his form. He did try his hand at the sort of AP Kog'Maw there in the mid lane as well towards the end of the split, but look, we have no idea what he's going to be bringing to the table here come 5.8.
No, definitely not a single clue. And speaking of 5.8, we are on the patch with the Black Cleaver and the Blade of the Realm King changes. So while we're talking about different champions that might be coming up, the top lane's the perfect place to start.
Yeah.
Xiang, who has been playing, as we saw, a lot of mid champions, is going to have to bring out something different.
A sub for the mid lane. He was a sub for support as well here for OMG, but now trying his hand at the top lane.
Yeah, and while he's in the top lane, he might have to completely rethink what he's going to be playing. The champions seems to be an all-rounder, and now that the Black Cleaver has been changed, there's a lot more possibilities. Even Nara, as we saw earlier in the game, earlier in the day rather, going Black Cleaver, Frozen Mallet.
Yeah, and we've seen Teleport Smite Rek'Sai there in the top lane as well from Zatai. So anything could happen.
That is exactly right. Anything could happen. While we're looking at this side, this is the first game that Loveling has not played with OMG in the LPL at all.
Wow. That is ridiculous.
So he's now been subbed out for Juju, I believe it was, who has not been seen just yet. So that'll be interesting to see how that goes.
Wow, we'll see how OMG do cope with that, sort of their very long-standing member here. But we are going to take a look at Vici Gaming. Not quite as many members of this team, but some certainly standout players here. Carry there in the top lane has actually played some Riven as well, but has been able to make a lot of these more carry-orientated top laners work, but his Gnar and Hecarim have been brilliant moving forward. There's Dandy, though. And, man, his Rek'Sai is fantastic. His control junglers are brilliant, but he's more than happy to mix it up when it comes to the picks.
Very wide champion pool is Dandy, and he loves the Rek'Sai, but perfectly able and willing to play anything that his team requires, as we're looking at Hetong now.
Yeah, Hetong, of course, known for a lot of control mages, and you can see there what are listed right beneath him. Of course, just Vladimir's. Anyone that wants to be able to clear out waves, make it to the late game, and be a menace. There's Endless now, so Vasily no longer on the squad for this particular game. So Endless and Marta. Marta, of course, the world champion MVP for last year at Worlds. So coming through now with a new buddy there in the bottom lane.
I suppose we spoke too soon saying that Vasily was going to be there. The new buddy in the bot lane, Endless.
Yeah.
Again, I believe not too much known about this hero, and he is with Marta though, so you can rely on your support 100%. Marta will work perfectly. Endless does need to show the aggression that Vasily was showing though, just to ensure that the team of Vici still glue together perfectly.
Well, this is the interesting thing about Vici. They played around Vasily's playstyle so much. They seem to be even gated by it just a little bit because Vasily seemed to only look comfortable on the likes of Graves, Lucian, and Corki.
Yeah.
He was sort of a mid-range, aggressive AD carry choice, and that was about all. Not sort of going back to his Tristana roots, but that was, of course, before her change. So very, very different playstyle now, and sort of seemed to be a little bit one-dimensional was Vasily.
That's a very good point to make because coming into these later patches, there are a lot more hyper carries being selected, and having a very, as you said, gated by the champion selections and the champion choices that he can make, having a new AD carry might enable them to choose more of the hyper carries and just change up their team comps almost entirely.
Yeah, and we'll see what Endless can do as far as bringing a bit of fresh air here to the Vici lineup. Of course, it's the only thing that has changed, and Carry and Hetong definitely stepped up over the season. They weren't looking as strong sort of very, very early on. It was sort of all around the rest of the players here at Vici Gaming, but they most certainly stepped up, and we'll see whether they're going to continue on sort of keeping the form up and whether Endless is going to be able to give them a little bit more of a boost to that position, but hasn't been tested as of yet, and we'll see how he does.
Yeah, we'll have to see how he goes in his first game, and you said it, Carry and Hetong stepped up massively the second half of this season. They really came into their stride, and we've even seen Carry play a couple Riven games. He is that solo queue Riven main that sometimes likes to pull it out, but not always. And we'll rather stick to the Rumble and the Gnar. Fantastic Rumble and Gnar player.
Yeah, and I find it interesting the fact that we've got sort of the Riven players back-to-back here. Of course, TBQ and Godvir also both tried their hand at that champion. But you can see, ladies and gentlemen, we are into champion select, and Nidalee going to be banned away from Dandy. Of course, he played a heck of a lot of it, but may not necessarily be prioritizing it on this patch. LeBlanc, very standing, going to be banned away, and Jiang going to take off Hecarim. Doesn't want to be against carries Hecarim at all, and we'll see whether the Gnar is going to hit the bench as well.
Yeah, so they are prioritizing a lot of the old bans from the last split. The Nidalee, a lot of Nidalee has been played. The LeBlanc, again, good ban. A lot of LeBlanc has been played by Coolin. All of the bans so far quite standard, but definitely targeted bans. There's no real jungle bans so far, as we mentioned.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, and when you've got Dandy, who's massive in the jungle here, he's just got a gigantic champion pool, so he's so difficult to remove from contention. But OMG, they're going to do the best that they can, taking away Nidalee and the Rek'Sai now as well. There's Vici now looking to answer with the final ban, and OMG sort of licking their lips as far as what they can pick up here. Gragas is going to be a huge one. Sejuani is there as well, but we haven't seen her really prioritized as much by our LPL teams thus far today. And Lucian going to be taken away from Uzi. So definitely was a champion he was favoring towards the end of the split, but it's interesting to see it on the ban list.
And not only that, there is the Kalista banned as well, which has been quite commonly banned against Uzi. So that is now two targeted bans taken away from the AD carry of OMG. Doesn't leave a lot of options left. And Gragas, the very likely first pick here.
Oh, most definitely. Carry, though, insta-locks the Gnar, and Dandy going to take away the Cassiopeia here for her Tong. So already a devastating teamfight comp, and Vici knowing exactly what they want.
You said it. They know exactly what they want to do. No hesitation. Locks in straight away. They're going to have the Gnar top and the Cassiopeia in the mid lane. We have seen a lot of Cassiopeia played. Yeah. And the response seems to be a Sivir.
Yeah, Sivir going to be locked in straight away. In fact, interestingly enough, one of Uzi's most successful champions. Of course, Sivir known for being a lot more of a utility AD carry, and Uzi known for carrying his team, but Sivir has been where he's seen the most success.
Also his most played while we're talking about the Sivir, and considering that they have the Kalista and the Lucian banned away from him, I'm not surprised that he goes for the Sivir next. It is his most played, and he does do extremely well on it. But you said it's not the play style that you expect from him. Works with the rest of his team perfectly, though. You've got the ult to enable things for the rest of your team to go in.
Yeah, and Dandy looking at a Nunu. It is going to be locked in here. And Dandy, the sort of king of jungle control, now on the champion, which is arguably the king of jungle control. And Marta is on his quintessential Janna pick here as well. I mean, if you're talking about comfort picks, it's Nunu and Janna for these Korean players. Yeah,
and you said it, the king of control. That is going to be a force to be reckoned with. And all of the laners that they picked right now, the Cassiopeia and the Gnar, complement the Nunu perfectly. The AD carry that they're going to have to pick here as their last response will have to be something that can control the bot lane. Or they could go for a Vayne.
My goodness. Wow, it's going to be locked in. Endless is, in his first game in the LPL, picks Vayne into Uzi.
He does not care at all, does he?
No.
No respect. Straight for the Vayne. Instantly locks that in. They have a really strong team comp.
That gauntlet has been thrown. You can see there's a smile on Uzi's face. You barely ever see a smile on Uzi's face, but he's more than happy to go into this one.
A sign of respect almost, or is it a sign of disrespect from Uzi?
I'm not sure. I think he's as baffled as we are. Yeah, not entirely sure. But man, I'm excited to see how this one works out, as we are going to go over these lineups. The standard top lane matchup of Gnar into the Maokai, as Jiang is going to pick that one up. Of course, we'll see how Jiang does moving over to that role as Juju here against Dandy. Another sort of standard one, but we'll see how Dandy goes on this Nunu moving into this game. Cool against her Tong, the Cassiopeia versus Azir matchup. Yeah, think about the likes of EasyHoon when you mention these champions, and we'll see how it works in this game as Uzi versus Endless here. And this matchup is going to be frightening. And that's the Uzi we were expecting. The incredibly angry, severely serious guy. Not the one giggling at the desk before.
Not the smiling Uzi you'd think. And the Vayne being picked against him here shows that there's going to be a lot of aggression in the bot lane. The Sivir wants to push that Vayne in, but will it happen?
Yeah, well, we'll see exactly what's going to happen here because, of course, you know, Sivir versus Vayne, I mean, you're not going to have the wave clear available if you're Vayne, but I mean, I guess you've got a Janna there just to try and help you out, give you the extra AD as far as making these trades count in your favor are concerned. But look, we'll just have to get into the game and see exactly how this one's going to work out because, man, I'm looking forward to see how Endless makes his debut onto the Rift.
That's right. And he's got Marta as his support, so I think he's in safe hands, to say the least.
He most certainly is. But ladies and gentlemen, let's get onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, again with a little bit of a zoom in as Endless has picked the Vayne into Uzi. It's terrifying stuff because you could imagine that Uzi probably has something to prove here at this stage of the game.
Judging by that grin, I would argue that he has a lot to prove coming into this game, particularly the laning phase.
Yeah, and OMG now also have to demonstrate the fact that making all of these changes is going to work in their favor as well. So, of course, no more going there in the top lane. Jiang is going to be playing now as well. So, lots of names removed here from the OMG lineup.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be very interesting. I can see a lot of fan starts at the moment. Absolute respect for the opposition team. And Maokai looks like he's going to be starting those Raptors, get some free experience, and everything very standard thus far.
Yeah, no deep vision is going to be afforded here for either side. So Vici Gaming are going to easily be able to pick up this lane swap towards the top end. Endless and Marta moving up there. So Vayne going to have a free lane. And so that early game not going to be punished quite as hard as it could have otherwise been. Hatong now moving forward, trying to get some poison onto Cool, but some smooth footwork and avoid a little bit of that harass.
Yeah, it's going to be a very difficult lane for the Azir to get through, especially once the level 2 Cassiopeia comes out. The threat of this poison right now is simply poke. Once the Twin Fangs are available, that poke becomes an all-in threat, and you need to show a lot of respect.
Yeah, and what do you think about Hatong's pickup here of the barrier as well? We often see a lot of ghosts to come down, making sure that the Cassiopeia has as much mobility as possible, but going for more of a defensive summoner choice. Yeah,
opting for the barrier opposed to the heal as well. It's a very selfish, but it gives a bit more shield, especially in the early levels. Shows that he's afraid of the burst that is capable from any of the members here of OMG. And we've got the Gragas, who's very capable of doing a lot of damage early. It shows a very big sign of respect for what Nunu can do as they start up a dragon.
Yeah, Juju, with a little bit of help here as well. The rest of Vici Gaming, though, going to head around and steal away this blue buff. Trading a blue buff here for a dragon, but OMG able to lock that one down very early. They may as well pick it up if they can, but it is going to put Juju behind just a little bit because, of course, you just don't get the same level of experience from focusing in the rest of your jungle. They are going to be able to lock that one down, and as you can see, no one is going to be of the wiser here on the side of Vici Gaming. So nice little play there from OMG, but Vici did manage to steal away the blue.
Yeah, Na taking a lot of time to get to his lane, only teleporting now, and the time that he has teleported, arguably the worst time in history.
Yeah, teleporting to that bottom lane has often been a very, very bad idea. As there's the headbutt pulverized. We're just going to check out some Uzi signage here as he picks up first blood as well. And we may as well check out the fans while first blood goes down, because of course they got it right. It was in fact Uzi's. Carrie, what was that teleport? That was ridiculous.
He took a little bit too long to teleport. They stayed for the blue buff, and he overstayed his welcome with the jungling with Dandy and getting some control of the opposition jungle. By the time that he'd actually teleported, he'd assumed it's safe. I think they were none the wiser of the dragon actually going down. And by normal timings, he was actually teleporting at the right time. Just not to be, as we actually don't have to look at an Uzi sign this time, and we do get to see how he goes down very convincingly. Uzi picking up the first blood.
Yeah, it looked almost all too easy there as Amazing just locks in on the Alistar combo, and everything goes A-OK. Endless doing his very best to try and freeze out this wave, and does have it frozen very, very far up. But of course, Maokai not too bad in these 1v1 situations, can farm from range with those saplings, as you can see.
He has sacrificed himself a health pot in doing that freeze. He took a lot of damage from that. And Maokai potentially in a position where he can be a threat to the Vayne now. He's going to require a Janna eventually. It should be okay for the moment, but we'll see what happens once Maokai starts getting some levels about him.
Yeah, that's true. And wave was pushed in here towards Endless, who does have a CS advantage, but of course the first blood going to be helping Uzi out a whole lot here as well, especially considering the fact that he is a Sivir, so wants to be able to pick up that ultimate, make sure that he's as teamfight relevant as possible. And they're two very, very different champions. Of course, Vayne always looking for the 1v1, And Siva always looking for the team fight.
Yeah, Siva always looking to use the ult to be an enabler or a disengager, and has a lot of different teamfight presence. You said the Vayne wants to 1v1, occasionally wants to 1v5. A very aggressive champion that wants to be able to do as much damage as possible, whereas the Siva wants to help the team out, has the spell shield available to prevent a lot of damage and just stay alive for as long as possible while doing consistent, sustained damage is the difference.
Yeah, Dandy actually going to find Juju here just a little bit. Gets slowed down by the barrel, but does have a leveled advantage. Actually flashes over the wall here as Juju does follow him up. Man, I don't know whether Dandy really needed to do that.
He didn't need to flash, but he was also not aware whether he did or not, because the Azir was missing for quite a while. The pings were coming down in the mid lane, and the flash was a precaution to say, if the Azir is here, I could die. Better safe than sorry.
Yeah, making sure that he loses a summoner spell instead of his life. That is definitely a good trade, but things are going to be working out here for OMG. No flash snowballs to come through. Of course, as far as the LPL is concerned, we love our flash snowballs.
That's the last thing I want to see if you were the side of Gragas right now, isn't it? Juju able to control his jungle, pushing the Nunu out. He's going to be quite alright now, and he's going to be able to get the levels even though the blue was stolen. Look to see the Gragas start to gank within a minute or two now that he's got some levels about him.
Yeah, you can see as well, OMG deciding that they want to head back towards this bottom side of the map here as well. Uzi and Amazing knocking an opposite lane swap here to try and put pressure on the Vayne, just feeling like Xiang has enough pressure there in the top side.
He really has no jungle left. He just walked from his blue buff to his red buff, and there is nothing for him to pick right now. That is
goodness.
Near depressing if you were the jungler of OMG.
Yeah, 12 CS to 19 here as well, as Dandy was able to pick up a sight stone on his first back as well as those boots. As Dandy's actually going to get caught out. There's the exhaust as well, has no flash. Uzi picks up yet another kill, and this is exactly the OMG that we saw dominating the early stages of last split.
And it's who could it be on as a better person right now than Uzi? 2-0-0, equal CS almost to that of the Vayne, and Vayne has been split pushing the entire time, so doing so very well for himself. Going to be able to buy so much when he goes back.
Yeah, Carry actually trying to take it to him here, but Uzi's going to use the ultimate. Actually happy to face check on Carry here as well. Blows the heal, but we do have Mega Knight coming through very, very soon. Does manage to get it, but the wallop doesn't come down, and Uzi picks himself up his third kill of the game. Juju and Cool going to head down here as well. Oh, yeah.
That was massively confident. He even missed the boomerang and still wanted to go and save the spell shield for as long as possible, and that was so well done by Uzi, baiting the fight with the Gnar. Knew he was out of position. The rest of the team of OMG just seamlessly walk down the bot lane and do as much damage as they can to at least ensure that the Gnar is going to die.
Yeah, the whole time, though, Uzi did still have the flash available. I mean, he used the heal just to make sure that he didn't die, but that is another kill handed to Uzi on a silver platter. And the teleport was used as well by Carry.
Yeah, that is a lot of kills right now, and the teleport being used is going to be quite devastating for the Vici side right now. Maokai freely farming at the moment, still being kept up with though by the Gnar, which is quite good considering what has been happening to him from start to finish.
Yeah. Well, of course, Carry just played a little bit overly aggressively there on the bottom side of the map. He didn't have to suicide into Uzi, but just thought that he'd be able to pick up the 1v1.
Yeah, and that and the level 1, of course, has put him in a very rough position in terms of pressure being placed onto him. Whereas the Maokai has found himself quite comfortable sitting in that top lane, 1v1ing the Vayne, and not a whole lot of damage to speak of, not a lot of kill pressure between each other, as eventually the Vayne will start to get that kill pressure and start to ramp up and scale past that of the Maokai, and that's when you want to swap lanes back.
Yeah, and Endless, of course, does now have the Bilgewater Cutlass sitting on a dagger here as well as those boots, so he's getting towards that Blade of the Ruined King, which is buffed a little bit on this patch as well. The recurve bow adding a little bit of damage on hit. So Vayne definitely happy about that one as Cool's continuing to lay down the pressure onto Hatong. And we've seen this lane go multiple different ways. But at the moment, Cool definitely doing fine in a matchup that's, you know, against a lane bully in Cassiopeia.
Yeah, the way I see this lane in particular is they do take down the dragon seemingly uncontested is you can look at the first item buy of what the Azir goes, and that's how you can determine how the lane is going from there. So if you rush the Fiendish Codex, you're not really afraid of taking damage and you are feeling quite confident in that lane. You want the CDR. If you get the CDR and there's no kill pressure, there's no purpose in buying the cooldown reduction. And you may as well go for some sustain, such as the Chalice or the other mana regen item that comes from the Morellos.
Yeah, of course, it's got a silly name.
I'm having a
you've
mind
caught
blank.
me off guard. Yeah. Man, that one's a tough one to remember. It's relatively new, okay, which is what is I'm going to use for my defense as far as not remembering.
Fair enough.
Oh, the Forbidden Idol.
That's it.
Nailed it. Don't worry, guys.
Well done.
Brain's definitely been reattached. And we're going to be able to find something here as Jiang. He's picked up a Catalyst, Barmy Cinder, and of course the Trailblazer now completed by Juju. Wants to be able to grab that Cinder Hulk as soon as possible. Couple of Ruby Crystals now available for Dandy, as he did fall down in his jungle there just a little bit. Vici Gaming still sort of in relative control of the game, but the bottom side of the map belongs to OMG, and they've just bled a whole lot of objectives as well. 2 dragons and, of course, the turrets as well. And man, this is not the Vici Gaming we were expected moving through here, and this is an OMG that is very, very different. And it seems like these swaps have really worked out in their favor.
Yeah, they almost feel extremely comfortable given how many swaps they've had, and they're looking to go in here.
Yeah, there's the headbutt pulverized there as well, as Endless does pop the ultimate. Final hour is down here as well as Juju. He's going to get flashed on. Endless picks up his first kill. Dandy somehow still alive here is amazing. The last Silver Bolt not going to go off. Cool finds his way into the fight after killing Dandy here as well, as he's used the ultimate. Amazing now. Very, very low carry. Tries to stay safe. Hatong, one last auto attack. In fact, a sapling explodes in his face, and the snake is going to die here as well, as Endless takes a few Sand Soldier hits and then backs away from that one. OMG definitely coming out ahead.
Yeah, finishing with a 1-for-3 trade right there in the favor of OMG, and they managed to pull that out. The initiation was there, it just didn't go in their favor. The aggressive Vayne Flash is doing his best Uzi impersonation.
Yeah.
Manages to get a kill, gets the ball rolling for himself, but the rest of the team just start to crumble, and Hitong goes down.
Oh my goodness.
And the turret.
Yeah, Uzi dodges out of the way of that one here as well, but Dandy throws a snowball at him. Uzi's going to have to use the flash. Actually
my
looks
God.
for the kill here on Amato, picks it up, 1v3, and then the shutdown bonus goes over to Endless. So probably still worth here for Vici Gaming, because of course there's a whole lot of money stacked up on top of Uzi, but definitely making the most of a bad situation.
Yeah, exactly right. It did make the most of a bad situation. The mechanical, I'm not going to call it an outplay, but just strong mechanical play, securing a kill in a bad situation and making himself look like he was in an okay situation from what was horrible.
Yeah, well, it's exactly right. And knowing exactly what you can achieve given the cards that you're dealt, especially in that situation where things were just not going great, is to his credit, as Uzi most definitely a star player here in China. He's just one of the best Chinese players to come out of this region. But one of the best players in general is Mata. He's going to get destroyed once more. OMG just preying on the bottom lane of Vici, or at least half of the bottom lane of Vici.
Absolutely,
Mata just can't get a ward down.
Commanding map presence from start to finish of this game right now. They are doing what needs to be done. 2 dragons, 8-2 in kills, 2-0 in turrets. And basically the side of Vici right now are just sitting there and farming and scratching their head saying, what do we do at the moment? And what they need to do is maybe group up once they get that next item spike. Once the Vayne finishes that Blade of the Ruin King, which is getting quite close to being completed, has the 2 kills and got the shutdown on Uzi, they need to utilize the spike in Vayne and either keep her split pushing and group as 4 elsewhere, just to stop the push that OMG are providing, as we're seeing right now. The Sivir doing her job perfectly, denying some minions before taking the turret. They need to use the Vayne's strength that's about to come out.
Oh no, Endless actually using the Condemn on a minion here as Jiang uses the ultimate. Endless able to use the tumble quite nicely, but the turret is not your friend, good sir, and Endless is going to fall down for the first time here. Juju able to come in with that one, and the Condemn on the minion.
Very unfortunate, the Condemn
sad
on the
stuff.
minion. I don't think it was timed with the Twisted Advance, so just very unlucky, a mechanical error there.
Yeah, and Hatong actually going to get Emperor's Divided back here as Mato looking to put on some aggression onto Cool. There's the exhaust. The poison going to come down here at the same time as he actually turned around, and Hatong picks up the kill with the ultimate. Dandy very, very low as Uzi picks up that kill. Mato shields himself up. Nice tornado to try and save himself. OMG are on the hunt though, and we'll see whether Mato is going to be okay. He does have the mobility boots, and Ajana is a very quick unit to chase.
Very
not going to be able to get there.
Very quick unit to chase, not likely. And that was an amazing ultimate from Hatong before we talk about the rest of that fight right there. Just as the Azir turns around to put out a Sand Soldier, either to have some kind of turnaround. Has the cleanse available, by the way, so didn't actually use that. Opted to just die and save the cleanse for another day. And extremely good ultimate from the Cassiopeia. But at the same time, Dandy finds himself yet again caught in a bad spot between 3 members of OMG. And he goes down again. Uzi now 5-1.
Yeah. And this is their star carry, sitting on a more utility-based AD carry, but man, he's making it look like a hyper carry at this stage of the game, and almost has that Infinity Edge completed, most definitely has the money for it, but just wants to continue putting on a clinic as far as picking up this farm is concerned. You can see Amazing here hanging around Endless, who probably just shouldn't be in this lane at all.
No, he's got the Blade and the finished Boots 2 upgrade now, though, so he does have a lot of presence if need be. Maybe not against the Maokai, as we saw the 1v1 quite convincingly in favor of the Maokai. Does have some kind of presence about himself, but I wouldn't say his 1v2 strength just yet. Definitely not 1v1 with the Maokai yet, though.
Yeah, Zeal Infinity Edge was completed now by Uzi. Almost has the Static Shiv. Of course, only 600 gold in order to pick that one up. Endless going to be able to take down this pink ward here on the bottom side of the map as Cool's going to continue pushing. Of course, haven't really mentioned Cool that much, but did manage to pick up a few kills there in the last team fight towards the top side. And Vici just haven't really been able to find their in. Abyssal Scepter now completed by Hatong, so he's got his sort of first damage spike here on the Cassiopeia. Is Juju going to get tagged by the Boomerang?
You have to give some credit to Cool here, the unsung hero essentially of the mid lane right now, able to control the lane against the Cassiopeia. And when you've got a Nunu on your side and you're not able to control your mid lane, it really starts to hurt. And we've seen how much Dandy has been caught out of position, and there's no way for the Cassiopeia to rotate because the Azir has been doing so much work, wave clearing perfectly, able to trade 1v1. And they're going for the dragon here, Vici.
Yeah, Uzi's got the ultimate available here as well. Pops it now. Beautiful knock up. And look at these Vici members melt to the damage of OMG. Twisted advance onto Hatong. He's out of that fight as Carry does try to do the best that he can with the ultimate. But look at the Sand Soldiers now. Cool just doing all of the work. Endless turning it around. The Silver Bolt's not going to get it as a Twisted advance is going to save Xiang's life. Amazing does get condemned back, but Uzi not going to find the Boomerang just yet. The rest of OMG definitely going to collapse here as Amazing finds his way in. Endless, he would actually possibly get a kill back, but no. Uzi's got a little bit too much damage, and that is going to be the clean ace for 1 here for OMG.
And that fight was on the back of a perfect initiation from the Alistar right there, hitting that headbutt pulverized combo on 3 members, followed up by the Gragas body slam, and they're going to be able to secure the dragon here, and that fight just went superbly.
It did. Like, this is about an 11,000 gold lead at 18 minutes into the game as well. This is a shutout by OMG. Yeah,
the initiation from the Alistar with the Sivir ultimate, so perfect. Followed by that body slam. Even the dragon's doing some work, and the Sivir throws out the Boomerang. The Cassiopeia does hit the ult. The Gnar comes in as Mega. They do a lot of work, but so much damage has been put onto the side of Vici Gaming here that it really does start to hurt them. That Emperor's Divide absolutely shredding the Vayne and any chance of that teamfight going back in their favor. And the rest of this fight right now is just them chasing down the other 2 members.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. And I mean, Uzi, he had so many items there that, I mean, if he wasn't that fed, maybe Hatong in that 1v1 that we saw sort of towards the top end may have gone in a different direction. But considering Uzi's start to this game, he was able to run that one over. And Cassiopeia, yet again, just not quite having the presence in this game that she can definitely have.
Yeah, it's quite hit or miss. Cassiopeia very hard to have a presence with when it feels like the rest of your team is losing. And they are 100% losing right now with a 9.5k gold lead in favor of OMG. Uzi massive. And it's going to be so hard for the Cassiopeia to walk past the tank line of OMG, get into the back line, and actually do damage on the champions that can take damage.
Yeah, and Uzi's Sivir just... It's confusing how incredibly good it is. Considering the fact that he's just this fantastic sort of mechanical player, and Sivir not necessarily the most mechanically intensive champion, but his positioning in these fights, his ability to know exactly how much damage he's capable of on this champion is amazing. And he's sitting on like 8-1-1.
Yeah, he just feels really confident. You can tell in the way that he plays and every decision he makes, he knows the capabilities of Sivir. And irrespective of the amount that a Sivir can carry, if you're 8-1, even when he was 3-0, if you're an AD carry and you build damage items, you're going to be able to carry that game. And
Yeah.
not just relevant for his ultimate at the moment is Siva absolutely shredding the side of Vici Gaming.
Yeah, and really able to push out these waves as well. You can see Uzi hanging out towards his bottom side. It is going to be Endless able to sort of pick up some farm down there, but not going to be able to put on any pressure because, of course, I mean, all of their wave clear is Hatong.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's true, yeah. They don't have a whole lot of wave clear right now. They've picked up the Vayne as the AD choice. They've got Nah, which doesn't provide a lot unless it's Mega Nah. And in that case, you're not really going to be in a position to take a Mega Nah in the face of your OMG. Their wave clear is waning. It's not that great. And then you look at the side of OMG, they've got absolutely the best wave clear in the game between a Nazir with a Luden's Echo or what's going to be a Death Cap from the looks of it, and then you've got a Static Shift Siva.
Yeah, Carry looking to try and get something done here, but he has no Narbar, just gets bounced around, tries to get out of there. Dandy with a nice ultimate zero, actually able to do a whole lot of work there, but Endless just gets obliterated. Uzi finds his way into the fight. That exhaust not quite enough here, and Hatong, yeah, that is 3 members of the enemy team, and you are super dead. That is 3 kills for 1 in favor of OMG, and they're just too far ahead at this stage.
And that fight didn't really even have Uzi whatsoever. It was almost entirely on the back of the tank line and Cool right there. The amount of damage that Azir is doing is obnoxious at the moment, and the front line, the tanks of OMG are just so big. It takes so long for them to die, and they instantly destroyed that Nah, who teleported with no Narbar. Absolutely wrecked.
Yeah, it was a very interesting decision, to say the least.
Yes.
Heading in on that one. But 2-0 and 11 now as his lane opponent. This is Jiang's sort of debut into the top lane here into the LPL. And Jiang just looks like to be proving himself one of the most versatile pro players that I've seen thus far.
He certainly does. And then definitely the same with Amazing as well. Coming into this game, first time up into the LPL side here. And
yeah.
0-0-16 is phenomenal work as well.
That is a massive kill participation here for the debut here of Amazing as the support. And his headbutt pulverizers have been unbelievable. So incredibly good.
Yeah, his initiations for the team of OMG have been absolutely perfect. And he's doing exactly what needs to be done. They got their AD carry fed. They've translated that into team fighting. Everything is just going so well for this OMG side right now.
Yeah, and I'm actually a little bit baffled, to be honest, because I was not expecting OMG to come out of the gates this incredibly strong, because this is a lineup that hasn't yet been tested. But seeing Uzi first grinning on the desk, that is a big deal. Yes. But then also having so much cohesion and this team really working so well together behind Uzi as well, who's playing fantastically. That's what we were expecting out of OMG with this player on the lineup.
Well, Uzi having a grin is a sign of confidence, to say the least.
Yeah.
That means he's confident in what his team is capable of, and we're seeing the absolutely perfect representation of that right now.
Whoa, that's a bit of a whiff. And that is going to be the steal from Dandy, and then gets the free ride out. Carry finds his way into the Baron pit, gives OMG a bit of a consolation prize, but Dandy stealing that one away. Endless, he's going to get slowed down. The condemn onto Juju there, but Uzi, he wants to find the kill. Fleet of Foot is going to wear off, and Tumble is going to help Endless get away. Boomerang doesn't find him, and OMG, they get a kill, and a second one, as Hatong is just going to get caught out of nowhere, no man's land.
Yeah, let's just say that he was definitely dead before that freeze there. As we can see Vayne actually being saved by the Janna passive. So lucky, like, managing to have the tumble back available, a nice condemn, consolidating the losses. They did steal the Baron. So well done there from Dandy, able to secure the Baron, and then they just tried to live. As many people as possible just tried to run away and stay alive. Keep that Baron buff on you, maybe able to quell the pushing that's coming out from OMG. And as I say that, they do secure a top turret and a dragon.
Yeah, so that is the entire outer ring of turrets down. Inhibitor is still dead, ladies and gentlemen. So OMG, 7 turrets to nothing, 4 dragons to nothing, and Vici have a Baron.
This is an amazing game from OMG right now. It's almost perfect from start.
Yeah, if they hadn't had that Baron stolen, then it would have been very, very close.
Yeah, that's the almost, I believe, at this stage. The only hiccup, I think, in this entire game thus far, they've got all of the dragons, all of the turrets. It's just the fact that Vici Gaming have 0 of both of those stats, which is the most impressive part.
Yeah, well, exactly. They haven't been able to put any pressure on this map whatsoever. And is that a drafting fault? Is that their issue, or is it the fact that sort of they just have been outskilled in every way. Like, what is going on?
The biggest drafting fault only is that when they got behind, that they stayed behind. They've got the Vayne Cassiopeia, both lanes debatably not going to win their lane because Cool just played it exceptionally well, able to beat the Cassiopeian lane. You've got the Nunu jungle who relies on control, and your team's not in control. So from there on out, it just gets harder and harder to be able to translate that into objective control, into map control whatsoever. The rest of OMG, as they're sieging right now, is able to bully them out and pick off kills left, right, and center.
Oh, Carry looking to try and get aggressive here, but On the Hunt gets popped. There's the Nah. Carry just gets exploded, though, as Dandy. There's the absolute zero, but it's not going to find too much. Uzi picks up his first kill. They're looking to try and grab another one, but he's dead at this stage. Endless. He's going to get destroyed as well. The rest of OMG, what you have to worry about is Cool. He's got some stupid items at this part of the game. The inhibitor, the second one, is going to fall down in this bottom lane. And man, there's so much focus onto Uzi that people have forgotten the fact that Cool has a Luden's Echo death cap.
Yeah, he has a lot of items right now. Is Cool. He's doing so much damage and so much work for his team that you said it. They look at Uzi as the sole carry of this team. They look to kill him straight off the bat, get him out of the equation. They forget that Cool exists.
Oh,
and
my
that's ridiculous.
goodness. There's another soldier down. Cool's going to pick up another kill. That's the flash forward. Hatong uses the Seraphs, though, and is able to lock down that kill. But, man, whew, Cool is doing stuff that he was doing early on in last season.
And we were questioning the barrier pickup here for Hatong, but it has actually worked in his favor in this instance. A lot of damage right there from Cool, destroying the Janna. Unfortunately for him, not able to kill the Cassiopeia, who has an abundance of shields readily available, able to counter that and get a trade 1-for-1. But
I think he needed both Seraphs and barrier
he did
at that stage.
And that's like 1,000-odd shield in itself. So that's a very big amount of damage that you need to respect from Cool. And that plays perfectly into what we were saying. The amount of damage that Cool is doing needs to be respected. You cannot just kill Uzi. And you cannot just expect to win a team fight if Uzi is down. It's going to be so hard for them to find an opening back into this game.
Yeah, and they're going to need a whole lot of mistakes from OMG. They're going to have OMG sort of not realize that they can take down turrets, as Vici are now trying to look for a pick here. Maokai did get wind of it a little bit earlier on. Of course, they still do have a fair bit of sort of late-game damage scaling, but are they going to be able to get it off with the likes of Cool sitting on so much CC potential? That Emperor's Divide is fantastic against these champions that want to skip around these team fights.
They definitely have a lot of late game scaling and a lot of late game damage. They do a lot of work if they can get to that stage, but given the gold differential right now, the difference between them is just so high that even the tanks of OMG are going to be near impossible to get rid of.
Yeah.
There's just such a large difference between the two teams that it's going to be very, very unlikely for them to scale too far into this game, and Endless not going to have much of an impact besides condemns.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of impact as we saw Juju just face-plant that wall. That was adorable. The inhibitor is going to fall down as OMG barely need to do anything. Righteous Glory actually popped here from Amazing, but decides not to go overly aggressive as OMG just going to move towards the top side, just trying to systematically remove every single structure that Vici ever held dear. The last remaining inhibitor going to fall down here on the top side of the map is Amazing. Now getting himself into position. There's the explosive cast. Dandy actually getting pulled out here. Zetong is going to move away from that Sand Soldier. OMG just going to take every single structure in the base apart from the Nexus turrets and move out. No, they're not. There's the engage. Marta was there for a sec, then just gets obliterated. Endless going to die as well. The Nah from Carry as Uzi tries to deal with him, but he's not going to be too worried about it as the boomerang comes down. And OMG whitewashed the fight and now the game. 58,000 gold to 41. And man, this is a brand new OMG, and I'm liking what I'm seeing so far.
You said a brand new OMG, but they're the same as they were before when it comes to strength. The exact same strength as it was in the start of the spring split. Methodically dismantling the team of Vici Gaming right here and managing to get a convincing, to say the least, victory.
Yeah, and that's the man right there. That is Cool, and he played that game so beautifully well. Uzi picks up all of the early kills, and then Cool slowly farms out his lane. Of course, he's on Azir. This isn't the assassin-type champion that he's used to playing, but man, his late-game teamfighting skill was beautiful. And there's Uzi smiling yet again, and after that victory, who can blame him? But man, this is a much happier Uzi, and looking brilliant now in this new team.
I like it. I like the happy Uzi coming out. And you can tell, smiling from start to finish of this game. Smiling before the game starts, not really feeling the pressure, being confident, coming out and taking apart his opponents and smiling at the end of the game. I'm liking this emotion from Uzi. He's a new man.
He's definitely a new man. And we saw him sort of crying on the desk towards the end of the last split a little bit, and things were looking a little bit worrying, but it's definitely not what's happening now. And he's looking like the perfect player for this lineup at this stage, because now that he's happy, now that everything's working out, things could go possibly towards a better situation towards the end of this split. But it's still so incredibly early on.
Of course.
So, of course, OMG, I mean, last time they had a lot of success early on in the split. We were touting things like best team in the world, and then that didn't come to fruition. We'll see whether they can keep up this sort of momentum. And look, we've still got one more game coming up. We'll see whether they can take game 2 here against Vici Gaming. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English coverage of the Chinese LPL. I'm Atlas, this is Rusty, and we're here for our final game of the evening. And OMG, with a brand new roster almost, only keeping Cool and, of course, Uzi there, and looking fantastic against Vici Gaming.
Yeah, 3 out of the 5 changed, and they did keep their cool absolutely perfectly there. Dismantling their opponents in Game 1 here of Vici Gaming. Convincing victory, and they looked like they've been together for years.
Yeah, they did. It just looked like a squad that was more than happy to play amongst one another. They had rotational play that was brilliant. Looked like they were a seamless unit. So, of course, they had a fair bit of time here over the break in order to get everything sorted out. But you can see everything looking in favor of OMG.
Yeah, the juggle control rate in particular, 60 to 40 in favor of OMG.
And that's a Gragas over a Nunu as well.
Exactly right. And it started so heavily in favor of Vici Gaming, it just changed quickly.
Yeah, it did. And of course, the MVP, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be Uzi. What a monster on that Sivir. Of course, his team feeding him that first blood relatively easily underneath the turret, and then it all just kept snowballing here for this AD carry player. Uzi just looking brilliant in his opening game of the split.
Yeah, Uzi doing Uzi things. Not a big surprise there, but coming out so strong, guns blazing, absolutely demolishing his opponents. And when you get Uzi kills and he starts to feel confident, it just gets scarier and scarier.
Yeah, and we saw this happening. I mean, even in games that OMG were losing, Uzi was often managing to perform fantastically well. But now it's looking like the team can really get behind their star player and make things happen. And I mean, Cool as well. I mean, he deserves an honorable mention. Just sort of sat in his lane, allowed things to happen, and then managed to capitalize on some misplays to come through from Vici. And from that point on, he was ridiculously itemized and just this massive sand monster.
Yeah, after he finished the death cap, the Luden's Echo came within almost 5 minutes of that.
I thought he built them at the same time. It looked really scary.
An amazing amount of gold just came in straight away, out of nowhere, and the game itself just exploded at the same time. It was such a methodical and convincing victory from OMG right there. 4-0 in Dragons. The only hiccup was the Baron being stolen, but arguably it was going to go in their favor if it wasn't stolen. So they had control of the entire map almost from level 2 when they got the first Dragon up until the end of the game.
Yeah, they lost a Baron and then pushed an inhibitor with it.
Yeah.
Without it. I'm sorry. So pushing into a team of Baroned up minions, everything was going in favor of OMG. When you have a 10,000 gold lead at 18 minutes, generally you're feeling pretty good about the situation. But we'll see what Vici can do in order to try and really turn this one around, because we mentioned the fact that, you know, Uzi's most played champion was Sivir. He had the most success on that champion. Maybe getting rid of that is what they need to do. Maybe it isn't in getting rid of this Kalista that is really going to be able to target them. We'll see how it goes.
I wouldn't be surprised, and as we can see the Kalista ban coming out straight away, they know it's a big threat, and you do not want Uzi on that regardless of...
I just really want to see it. I was like, just ban the Sivir, guys. Leave everything else up. We'll be fine.
Deep down, just want that Kalista.
Yeah, I just want to see it.
Unfortunately, not going to see that as it is banned, and that leaves open, at the moment anyway, the options of the Lucian and the Sivir still, is they do opt to ban away that Alistar instead. Yeah,
Vici going to take away Amazing's Alistar, who was instrumental in so many of those fights. The headbutt pulverized combos were definitely on point for that player. And of course, coming out so strong in his first game of the LPL, but Gragas going to be taken off the board here as well. Juju not going to allow Dandy to first pick that one away. And Carry now to make the last decision here for Vici. They do have an opportunity to bounce back, and this is a team that was looking brilliant at the end of the season. Of course, easily top 4 behind potentially the likes of EDG, LGD, and Invictus Gaming, and they of course finished 4th, so it certainly does prove that point. Hecarim is going to be the final ban here away from Jiang. Carry not actually opting to pick that one up. Of course, it was banned away from OMG in the previous game, but of course, this time Vici not wanting to see it at all and not wanting to give it to Carry.
Yeah, having the first pick available, they are opting to ban the Hecarim, and you can see all of the jungle bans right now coming out from OMG as we look to see what they do for their last ban. Maybe the first pick priority, as the Gnar is banned, will go towards the jungle. Maybe even just the Maokai, because Gnar is banned.
Yeah, Gnar Hecarim off the board, so they just pick up the Maokai knowing that, I mean, that's the last top tier pick that they can go for. Of course, I mean, there are a whole lot of different options that you can pick, but OMG, they're just going to leave the top lane and just pick up exactly what gave them the victory last time. Incredible wave clear in this duo, and Cool and Uzi just looked so comfortable on both of these champions.
Yeah, exactly. They looked very comfortable as we do see them hovered. At least the Azir locked in, and he was doing so much work on that Azir. The Thresh is the support response instead, and they're going to take that away from Mata.
Yeah, so Thresh not going to be available. Of course, we'll see what Amazing can do with another playmaking support in his hands. Of course, a lot of flashy plays available from a Thresh, and Endless now looking to pick away another Uzi champion, this time in the form of Sivir.
Yeah, a lot of respect for Uzi at the moment. You can see the AD carries have been banned a lot in Game 1 and now picked away as the Lucian was available. No hesitation.
Yeah.
Takes that one.
Yeah, and of course, this would be the game that you'd want to pick Vayne. Of course, Vayne has a decent matchup into Lucian. You can, of course, tumble out of the way of the Piercing Light and avoid a fair bit of that damage, but not going to be happening this time as Sivir is not going to be in a different lane. Of course, this is the LPL, so crazier things have happened, but I have a feeling that Sivir is most definitely going into the hands of Endless. And Cool now thinking about what he wants to grab, whether they want to save the top lane for the last pick or whether they want to opt for the jungle. And Juju actually going to take away the Nidalee.
Yeah, Nidalee banned in Game 1, instead being picked here. In response, from the looks of it, it's going to be, well, it could be a mid, but there is the Azir, and as you said, weird things have happened in the LPL, so it's going to be the jungle Nidalee into the Sejuani, and Sejuani not a high-pressure jungler, Nidalee able to either freely farm the jungle or able to invade and be a pest in the opposition jungle.
Yeah.
So it's quite comfortable in picking that and getting through the early stages.
Yeah, the very, very standard Shurima mid lane to come through yet again. So we've seen this a lot here in the LPL. And, you know, Xerath generally does okay. I mean, you just sit back and kill every minion wave.
That is essentially what the lane is going to be. Xerath just wants to sit back and kill minion waves. He doesn't want to take any damage, but he wants to dish out as much as possible, where possible, has that passive to sustain his mana in the lane, and can just stay there for as long as possible. Azir needs to be a little bit closer to the minions to hit them, but does have the Sand Soldier, so it is a very similar, I want to farm, I don't really want to kill you style lane.
Yeah. And Jiang actually going to opt for the Lulu here in the top lane. So, of course, utilizing the fact that he was formerly a mid laner and a support player, able to use both of those skill sets in taking Lulu to the top lane.
And you are, in fact, able to play Lulu still in all three of those roles.
Yeah,
so.
and in the jungle, of course, if you've seen the champion spotlight, ladies and gentlemen.
Can't say I have.
Haven't seen AD carry Lulu in quite some time. So not exactly entirely omnipresent on this map, but Lulu definitely a versatile champion and able to go against carries Maokai, and we'll see how he does go as we go through the lineups here. Dandy into Juju yet again here, but this time Sejuani into the Nidalee. We've seen Nidalee not be too impressive thus far. Of course, Snake not quite managing to find the success with that one, and a very old matchup here in the Xerath versus Azir. And Cool's Azir in the last game was a force to behold, as Endless now going to pick up the Sivir into Uzi's very, very comfortable Lucian.
He has the best picture in all of these. Uzi
oh, yeah.
Looks so angry. And
So
having
mad.
that Lucian as well is going to represent that perfectly, able to relentlessly pursue around the map and do whatever he wants and
Oh, yeah.
dash everywhere and just be so aggressive, and it complements him perfectly.
Yeah, and they got the White Steel bottom lane as well. Of course, Thresh Lucian has been sort of a very, very standard lane throughout a whole lot of different scenes for a very, very long time. So going to be able to put on the pressure where they can. And we'll see exactly what happens. Do you think that either of these teams are going to be opting for lane swaps here? Do you think that OMG wants to keep Uzi on an island by himself? Or are they going to aggressively look for this 2v2? Because, of course, Nautilus Sivir, if they manage to land all their spells early on, that's a scary lane.
Yeah, definitely. They've got a very strong level 1 and 2 laning phase between the Nautilus and Sivir, but you're not necessarily uncomfortable here on the Lucian either. You can lane. It's not going to be too bad, and you will be okay. But if you want to lane swap, they want to get Uzi farming, and we saw such smart rotations from them in the early game stages here on OMG. They may want to do the lane swap again and force the uneven matchups and force more early rotations where they did just so well.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, on maybe hope for Carry to teleport sort of blindly into the bottom lane yet again. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Vici Gaming taking on OMG for our final game of the evening. Jiang actually going to be teleporting away from his turret this time, as he does not want to repeat of what happened to Vici in the previous matchup. OMG, not really sure where anyone is, but you can see the deep vision has already gone down for both sides. They're searching for these lane swaps, seeing exactly what's happened. As Vici starting some backs, ending them. As Juju's got a lot of traps.
Yeah, he's going to be able to do the blue buff quite easily with all of these traps. The amount of damage starting to scale as the blue buff walks closer to you. And a very aggressive decisions here from Vici Gaming. They do want the lane swap from the looks of it, but it has been predicted, as we can see. Lucian and Thresh both going up there into the top lane and might have caught Sivir in a very bad spot.
Yeah, actually, Sivir was trying to freeze this one out, but you can see Amazing and Uzi able to close this gap. There's the flash into the play here as well. Endless getting taken down to about 200 health. Uzi going to get stunned up as Marta makes his presence known. But Endless has to back away, and they're going to take a long time to get to either the bottom lane or the top lane, depending on whether they want to keep this lane swap going.
Now, could have gone a lot worse for them. Endless does manage to live, doesn't blow a summoner, only using that pot and having to recall. Going to put them bot lane. They're going to opt to keep the Maokai in the top, so it has worked out okay in the end. Dandy's going to be able to put some pressure in top lane if need be, and they're just going to try and reset. The big difference, experience, is not going to be in favor of Vici Gaming.
Yeah, and of course, Jiang, as a top laner, really enjoying the fact that he manages to get some free time in a lane to kill all of these minions as much as possible.
Yeah, definitely. And even Maokai, he's just sitting pretty, not getting any pressure. He doesn't feel the threat of a 4v1 as we saw last game, or a 3v1 dive, and going to be able to do his thing quite comfortably, and that's where you want to be this time round.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. And we'll see whether he does get shoved in, whether they're going to go for another dive as Jiang. Cute little glitter lance there, able to stay at least in this lane for a little bit. Juju notices the fact that this red buff has not been taken. In fact, both of the buffs have now been consumed here. And Juju taking a little bit of time to get onto this red buff.
He's taking his time because he needs to assess where Sejuani may be. Sejuani, in fact, recalling after being a little bit more greedy with the jungle pathing and taking the wolves. Gonna lose the red buff because of this. And Nidalee is in a very good position now.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Although, of course, vertical jungling did come through, so OMG did lose their red buff very early, so Dandy did still manage to get one. But you're exactly right. I mean, still losing out on that when he may have had an opportunity to possibly answer that. And we know that Dandy, very, very good at controlling the jungle. Just not going to be doing it so aggressively this time around, as Endless might be in trouble here on the bottom side of Jiang. Very low on mana. He's gone low. The Ignite's down onto Endless now, though. Juju, he's getting caught by the tower, forced to flash and pounce out of here as Carry finds his way in. There's a twisted advance onto Amazing. Boomerang coming over as well. Not quite enough damage, as Amazing has a whole lot of tanky statistics. Juju sort of jumps into his death, and there's the stun. There's the arcane smash, and Carry locks himself down. Some more assists here on this map as, man, everything going on this game, but this time in favor of Vici.
Fantastic teleport, instant reaction once they saw the Nidalee. The summoners being saved by Sivir from that engage in the top is the saving grace right there, able to use the flash and heal to stay alive. The rest of the side of Vici are just so tank compared with that of the Nidalee, who isn't tank at all really this early in the game, and only really good for the offensive stats that she can provide, and they just go down and they crumble.
Yeah, and well, there's not a whole lot that Juju could do either. Just picked up the red buff, was half health, and sort of pounced into that fight, into turret range, when he really didn't need to. So OMG not really finding what they wanted at that stage, and this is what happens when Uzi's nowhere near being able to impact anything. As the Tong goes down quite low here in the mid, and again, the mid lane, sort of just a farm lane at this stage.
Yeah, and speaking of farm lanes, it's the exact same thing in the top lane. The only exception is that they have completely zoned Carry in the top, and he's going to finally be able to get something about him. He's got 2 assists, so he might be able to buy a little bit more with his items, opting for wards opposed to any effective battle statistics, and he's going to just look to survive in the laning phase. But this Lucian is about 14 CS ahead, even though Sivir has the kill, so they're fairly even still.
Yeah, most definitely. Even Juju hanging out towards this top side, wanting to try and get Uzi a little bit of help. In fact, Amazing coming around as well. Carry just thinking, okay, we can't really see anyone on the map. I'm leaving this lane.
Yeah, smart, and might even be able to spot that ward right there as we are looking at Dandy.
Yeah, I love Dandy too, don't worry. Juju going to pounce over this wall. It's going to get spotted by a ward, but he's going to be able to clear that one out with the Oracle buff from the cute little Raptors. Smart is not going to find the dredge line here. Endless looking to try and put some pressure on. Nice slow there from the Riptide. Boomerang forced to use the flash to get out of here with Jiang. And Vici saying, yes, now you have to leave this lane, Lulu.
Yeah, Lulu in a very bad position at the moment. Siva doing a lot of work, opting for the pickaxe this early in the game to get that instant spike and accelerate the laning phase even. And just try and be able to bully as Carry goes in on Uzi.
Yeah, very aggressive play there with the Twisted Advance. Able to answer back with a fair bit of damage here as well. Double Doran's Ring. Going to give him some early power.
Yeah, nothing really to come from it. It's mostly just harass and poke, trying to push Lucian out of lane. Didn't even realize Thresh was there, so he just comes straight out of the bush and says, no thank you, leave my AD carry alone.
Yeah, cool. Does take an Arcano Pulse there, but some auto attacks from some Sand Soldiers going to make sure Hetong doesn't stay around too long within range of this Azir. But still staying very relevant as far as this farm is concerned. It's a bit of a farm lane here, of course. Not going to have too much excitement there in the mid, as Marta's just going to hang around while Dandy takes down this Gromp, and Juju just getting zoned away from his entire jungle. And this Nidalee really has not had any impact at all.
Yeah, Vici doing their best OMG impression from the last game and trying to be a pest, rotate as a group and get in the jungle. Utilize that Siva, which is doing so much again. Starts to feel like the exact same thing reversed on last game and really get some advantages as Uzi and Carry are butting heads.
Yeah, that was actually the culling being used here as Uzi does have to relentlessly pursue away. There's the flash into the Arcane Smash. The ultimate to come through from Carry, but Uzi's now realized that Carry doesn't have a whole lot of mana left over. Hetong might be in trouble. Dandy, there's the ultimate. Juju just getting destroyed. There's the ult, but Dandy locks down the kill. Cool. Now going to head back under the turret. Nice wild growth for the double knock up there as the Glitterlant's going to come through as well. Amazing. Does find the death sentence, but you don't want to go anywhere near that team again. He's on 200 health.
He's also level 3. Across the board right now, things going so well for Vici. They're just controlling. Had vision of those two. Sejuani hitting the amazing ultimate. Xerath able to do free damage and absolutely decimating. This Nidalee is not getting a chance to get into this game. She is struggling so much, and it's very difficult. The position that she is in right now needs to find something, needs to find a way to get into this game, get some kills, get some dragons, maybe even a tower, just anything to really start to get her going.
Yeah, find some global gold from somewhere. Try and piggyback onto a powerful member of this team, maybe head towards the top lane. Did try and look for that, but of course Carry able to put on a lot of pressure up there. Now only 20 CS behind Jiang here, but does have those 2 assists like you mentioned, so able to pick up a Sapphire Crystal now, going towards that Catalyst as quickly as possible. Hetong now with the blue buff is able to clear out this wave, and saw the fact that OMG, I mean, they lost out on the blue, which is just massive for Cool, because he's not going to be able to do anything here in this lane, as there's going to be so many spells just pouring out of Hetong.
Yeah, we're most likely going to see the mid laners do exactly as they did last game and just look to get that first big item before they start to impact the rest of the map. And is going to be okay without the blue buff, but he is going to be taking a lot of damage, or at least potentially a lot of damage from this Xerath. So the CS difference, or the CS lead that is currently in favor of in favor of Cool, might start to go the opposite direction.
Yeah, and we'll see whether Cool is going to be able to head back and pick up that Morellonomicon as his next item. Able to throw out Sand Soldiers and get enough work done thus far, but Hetong now clawing his way back as far as this one is concerned. Dandy finds himself a pink ward that he's going to clear away immediately.
Yeah, getting rid of that vision in that area is very important, because as a Sejuani hitting level 7, Dragon's almost up. You need to have almost complete confidence in when you're going to use your ultimate around the Dragon if they look to contest. This case, though, they want nothing to do with this Dragon, and it's going to go down to Vici.
Yeah, Vici easily able to pick that one up. That is going to be first Dragon of the game, as Endless is able to lock down the last hit on that one. Cool. Look at the items that he's managed to pick up. Forbidden Idol and a Fiendish Codex. Nailed it.
You just wanted to say Forbidden Idol.
I certainly did.
Yeah.
That's just making sure it's in the memory banks as Dragon fell down. Nice pickup of that Cannon Creep there as well from Endless, as Uzi trying to get something going on. He's massively ahead as far as this farm is concerned. That's 30 CS in the lead as Ardent Blaze is going to get thrown out. Beautiful dredge line though from Marta. Does manage to lock Uzi down. As Amazing does throw out the Dark Passage, but of course Relentless Pursuit was already used, so Uzi was fine.
They're actually quite even in this bot lane. Given the CS difference, he has opted towards the boots first Lucian. I guess it's more battle stats for getting in close as possible, as quick as possible. The battle statistics going for the boots first, not for the damage, and he's going to look to outplay. And the CS difference, while it's big, there is still a kill and an assist in favor of the Sivir, and they have finally opted to reset these lanes so they are in the 2v2, and it's going to be very difficult for Uzi to find a way back into this when the Nautilus is having such a big presence and enabling all of this Sivir damage to come out for free.
Yeah, but, I mean, after all's said and done, this is 3 kills to 0. Turret to nothing, so that's not going to affect the gold. But, I mean, 400 gold in the lead is Vici. That's barely anything here. And OMG have done some fantastic work damage controlling what was a difficult early stage of the game.
Yeah, definitely. They've all been very far ahead in CS, and it's only just starting to reach back to even now. And only 3 kills is not going to be a massive amount of gold. Only 1 dragon as well, so there's no real... At this stage of the game, it's only 12 minutes. The game's only young. There's not a lot of opportunities to close out any games. But speaking of opportunities...
Oh, beautiful polymorph, but the ultimate to come through here at the same time. Dandy does find the ult onto Jiang, and he's most definitely... Oh, almost manages to pick up a kill for himself here, actually, as the wild growth was enough to save his life. Juju trying to find something, but no one going to fall just yet. There's the dredge line, but the pounce enough to get Juju out of there. The spear doesn't find anyone either, and everyone just walk away. No one's dying just yet.
That was an amazing W by Lulu there, stopping the Sejuani engage, completely denying it, and managing to live for so long right there. The rest of the team rotating and preventing any further dives. But, of course, 2 tanks having none of their spells available. Very, very well done from the Lulu to survive as long as she did and, in fact, live completely. Nidalee's pounce interaction with the Nautilus hook as well was quite interesting, managing to stay out of range completely.
Yeah, actually amazing. Looking to try and find the Flay there as Carrie's going to teleport in. The box comes down as well. Nice dark passage, but Carrie still manages to find Uzi here as well. The exhaust to go down. He tries to get some extra damage on, but Uzi's getting very, very low. Carrie now has to deal with Cool here as well, as Juju just going to get eliminated on the back line. The top lane going to fall down as well as Carrie meets his maker. And they trade 1 for 1, and everyone backs away. But this game, so much closer than last game, and we'll see exactly who's going to come out on top, because last time around it was most definitely everything going in favor of OMG, and we'll see how this new lineup copes with having things a little bit more even. Glitterland's going to find Marta there. Dark Passage to get Cool in amongst it as the polymorph comes through. There's the Empress Divide, and Marta's going to fall down, but he takes Amazing with him. Jiang very, very low, but Uzi picks up the kill in the end.
And that was a play of patience right there. There's the pink ward in that bush you can see, and Lulu waited, bided her time until the rest of the side here of Vici thought they were safe to continue farming. Caught them completely out of position. The rest of the team rotated at the same time and slowed them and denied them enough just to get the rest of the team there. We saw the amazing Emperor's Divide coming out and denying anything, any escape routes possible. Securing a kill there, securing 2 kills in fact. And now they're starting to get that ball rolling.
Yeah, they most certainly are. Uzi now has a 46-6 CS advantage over Endless, and also now has the same score, apart from the 1 death. But of course, is going to have the same amount of money now, so this Lucian really scaling forward in this game. The only thing that seems to be a real problem here for OMG is this Nidalee, sitting 0-3-0, unable to really get anything done at all.
Yeah, I was about to address that fact as well. The Nidalee 0-3-0 has got farm, but it's not going to be enough to have a really big impact. The big issue is the fact that Nidalee's health bar is around 1400 health, which is absolutely nothing. Yeah. And you compare that to the rest of the tanks that are playing in the jungle. The Sejuani just seems to be doing so much more. All it really feels like the Nidalee is doing is dying. And it's her job to die as slowly as possible, but really needs to start having an impact.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess when the fights actually break out, there's not a lot that Nidalee needs to do, but you really need to have those spears be relevant like before a fight, so you can get the poke down, so that you can do your job in these fights. But if this Nidalee can just be picked off and made irrelevant, not going to be doing a whole lot for the team, and it just makes everything a 4v5. Carry playing this Maokai out beautifully as Jiang unable to really do too much to the big tree. Catalyst now complete as well. Does have a level advantage.
Both top laners quite starved in terms of money. They're not getting a whole lot. Lulu is 100 CS, about 40 ahead, so going to be able to get those big items sooner. Maokai sitting only on the Catalyst, not really near anything big just yet.
No, not quite there. 42 CS in the lead, though, is Uzi. And that is the big story this game. Of course, Hetong has managed to forge himself a little bit of an advantage now with the Sorcerer's Shoes as well on top of that. But cool. He's going to dodge out of the way of every single one of those ultimate shots.
Fancy feat right there from Cool, able to avoid a lot of damage, able to stay in lane even though the tower is taken down. They're going to rotate from the tower to the dragon, but OMG are fully prepared for this one. They do not want them taking this dragon for free. In fact, they've pushed them completely out of the dragon pit area, and they have started it themselves.
Yeah, Juju actually going to launch himself on top of this dragon here as well. They've got it down to half health already, but it heads back into the pick. Dandy finds the ultimate onto Amazing and Jiang here as well as Cool. He's going super aggressive with the Emperor's Divide. Endless gets taken down now as well as Cool, trying to control the battlefield. Jiang somehow still alive as Hetong has to deal with these Sand Soldiers. But look at that Arcano Pulse damage. Carry finally finds his way in amongst it, and Cool is going to be able to escape. But that is a 2 for 2 in the end. But Vici now with control of this dragon.
He wants the dragon. He really wants to steal this dragon. See, Juju is around. They've got Cool and they've got Zhuyang readily available to stop this from happening. And in fact, they're going to go in. They're going to take the dragon away.
Oh my goodness. That was so incredibly close. Got taken down to about 100 health. But the dragon was secured here by Juju. So evening out the dragons. And this game is on a knife edge. 400 gold still. And it's now in favor of OMG.
Yeah, the balance of this game could tip in any direction with the next coming fights and decisions that they make. That fight right there was going extremely well for VG Gaming. The Sejuani ult initiating perfectly. Xerath sitting on the backside, getting free hits from the entirety of that fight up until the end. And we're going to have a look at the replay of this. So this Sejuani, the same time as the Nautilus hitting Cool. Everyone's stuck. The big issue is that there was not enough damage on a single person to take them down straight away. And Cool's aggression, Uzi's aggression in positioning, has enabled them to make a trade. And they now managed to get these trades. Uzi, I think, goes down in the end here to the Xerath damage, and very unlucky to not get the Nidalee there. They managed to stay alive as 3. They managed to have enough numbers to push them away from the dragon, and it works out quite well for them.
Yeah, now Carry going to get punished for surviving in the last fight. Uzi picks up that kill. It is going to be OMG starting to try and run away with it, but they had to overextend a long way to pick that one up, and they need to start picking up towers as well because it's now 0-2 in favor of Vici Gaming here as far as those structures are concerned, and OMG really needs to start taking a few. Of course, the first 2 turrets to be taken in this entire series here for Vici Gaming.
That's exactly right. And that's 2 better than what they had last game. They're starting to look quite good right now. The score is very even in gold, and that's the big talking point right now, is it is dead even, and the next fights are going to be massive. Only 19 minutes into this game, of course. The game is still young, and there's a lot to go here. And judging from the way that these 2 teams are playing, it'll most likely be around the next dragon.
Yeah, you can see. Yeah, well, that's exactly right. Of course, OMG, they haven't taken down the mid lane outer turret here as well. Vici Gaming have actually drawn first blood on that front. So OMG often feel a little bit restless until they take that one down. We'll see how that one goes and whether that one's going to be taken relatively soon. Uzi decided to sit on the components for both the Static Shiv and the Infinity Edge already. Sort of just wants to go back and pick up the most effective items that he can whenever he's back at base. We'll see whether he's going to pick up that Infinity Edge first or the Static Shiv, as Dandy's going to be able to take down his Krugs here at the same time, trying to get himself a little bit of money back here as well. As unfortunately, the client is not going to survive.
Yeah, unfortunately, getting the bug splat. But I really like the team comp and the changes that Vici Gaming have made here coming into this second game. In the first game, the big issue seemed to be that they didn't have enough wave clear, and while things weren't going too well for them, they didn't have an answer to it because they were being pushed in so heavily. The siege was so strong from ONG, and they didn't have that answer. Now, because they have the answer, because they've got the wave clear from the Sivir and the Xerath, if they're ahead or behind, they're still going to be in this game. And you can see it's a lot closer now because the CS values are still going strong for them. And anywhere that they try to push, they're able to deny the push, at the very least get the minions. And they're staying closer in this game, which is so good for them.
Yeah, it's really interesting. And one thing I want to mention now as well is the fact that Hetong, he's gone back to this Xerath that we sort of saw a whole lot at the beginning of the split last year. Why did he sort of fall out of favor come the sort of Cinderhulk patches?
Xerath is very easily catchable. He doesn't have any mobility, and he's very easily caught out of position. So having the Cinderhulk patches enabling a lot of tanks coming out, very easy for the tanks. Sejuani, for the example, having the ultimate that just locks everything down. CC for days coming out. The Nautilus coming into favor. all of the tank supports. Everything just has a lot of tankiness, a lot of crowd control. And while Xerath still does damage, and while he still scales well into the late game, the fact that you can catch him out of position so easily, especially when you force objectives such as the Dragon, he needs to wedge himself into a smaller area, and you can catch him. It's not as strong, and you can't kill people as quickly. And we've started to see a lot of shift into more of the hyper carry with mobility champions in the mid lane.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether Hutong can make this one work as we move forward into this game, because, of course, you know, having the likes of Xerath back into this meta opens a few doors here for a lot of these teams, because there are a lot of Xerath players on a whole lot of these teams here in the LPL. So we'll see if anyone else decides to fall back into their previous ways as we move forward, because of course Azir seeing a resurgence means that you have to think that sort of the classic pick into Azir is going to find his way into the meta again.
Yeah, definitely. And as I said, there's a lot of Xerath being phased out. There is now a lot of people experimenting with the meta shift, and Xerath's starting to come back into fruition again. He's starting to find his popularity again, and he does still do a lot of damage. The fact that he is such a long-range hyper carry allows him that people have started to pick cleanse on mid lane. And once that started to happen, a lot more mid laners started to get played again. Xerath's the perfect example of this.
Yeah, well, of course, you can really punish that one. And look, we'll see how it goes moving into the later stages, because right now it's been just farm, farm, farm. Let's get that one sorted out. But we are going to have the pause over, ladies and gentlemen, back into this game. Carry's going to be farming out this bottom side, and OMG going to be doing what they can to try and get towards a turret.
Yeah, they're going to have to do their best. They have got a turret now. It's 1 to 3 in turrets. They just need to start getting some more. Of course, the more turrets you have, the less that are available. So OMG in a position, if they can get some more turrets to close that gold difference, or to even stretch the gold difference in their favor. The fact that 3 turrets are down to 1 and that the gold lead is dead even is a bad sign for VG Gaming, because there are the turrets available if you are OMG, and that'll stretch the gold lead.
Yeah, sort of standing gold on the map available here for OMG. And of course, when it's out of turrets, especially here in the mid lane and the top lane, OMG is going to be able to just rotate around there, get the waves pushing in their favor and make things happen. But of course, with a Sivir, lots of wave clear there. Of course, when you say wave clear, you need to mention Xerath, because he's probably the king in that regard. But now OMG, now they've, of course, got a Azir on the lineup as well. Cool picking that one up yet again. So not too worried about clearing out minion waves as well, especially considering Lulu being there.
Yeah, definitely. They've got the wave clear, they've got the damage, and they are going in here.
Yeah, Endless really looking for
That's
Jiang.
long.
The Whimsy definitely able to at least create some distance, but the exhaust, the wild growth not going to find anything, as Endless able to use the spell shield, and Vici, they managed to get the pick that they're looking for, but OMG, they're going to be able to take down this outer turret in the mid lane. And in the end, the gold trade actually going in favor of OMG.
And this is what we've just touched upon. The fact that the turrets are there to be taken. They can get the rotation. Mid lane is the short lane. Very quickly rotate to that. Push the turret down. And though there was a kill going in favor of Vici, and though they had the initiation perfectly, it felt a bit like deja vu of a previous game where the Nautilus Sivir coming straight in and able to blow someone up. And they love to do that with Nautilus. Though that worked in their favor, the turret's still going down. And the gold lead staying in favor now of OMG.
Yeah, cool. Able to clean out this side wave here as well. Carry wanting nothing to do with the Sandy Birdman. Zuzi going to continue to clear out some minion waves as well. He's finished off the Static Shiv and the Infinity Edge. Still sitting at a gigantic gold lead, but it's stayed a bit static here over the last few minutes, which is to the credit of Endless. He's picked himself up some kills as well, but Uzi's going to be a really big problem come the later stages of this game, because we've seen how he weaves the abilities of Lucian. He's just so good at this champion, and Lucian's late game damage is very, very frightening.
Oh yeah, especially in the hands of Uzi, who's mechanically just so gifted at this game. And 3-1-3 with the CS difference going in favor of him. A static shift to his Zeal, and the makings of a Phantom Dance are almost there. Going for the Zeal shows that he wants the wave clear to match, at the very least, what is being presented here from VG Gaming. And they have a lot of wave clear, so I don't blame him for trying to match that, especially if someone's trying to siege your position here. And that's actually something that I don't foresee happening very easily without a dive. Both teams have wave clear endlessly. And it's going to be very hard to utilize any sieging. They're going to have to look to either fight for objectives, as we have seen them do. The Dragon is available, or dive when they siege.
Yeah. And this is a really interesting comp coming through from OMG as well, because it's very similar to one of these sort of raise the puppy comps that does get associated with Uzi so much, but you've got Primal Surge instead of the likes of Blood Boil here coming from the jungle. Oh, Spear goes for the steal as the teleports are going to come through from both sides. Jiang takes half of his health bar as soon as he comes through, but right at the Arcane, only going to find the last bolt onto some OMG members. Decent Dragon takeaway here from Vici Gaming, though. That is going to be their second of the game. And this game's still so incredibly close. But these teams really need to start working out what to do next. So what are the win conditions here for both sides? What is Vici trying to do, and what is OMG trying to do in order to win this game?
Well, it almost feels like at the moment they're both just trying to farm and catch someone out of position. You can see it's very slow. The rotations that they're all making are very methodical, and they just both don't feel like they can do anything at the moment. So what do you need to do? You can put the Lulu against the Maokai. Nobody's going to die, and you can utilize the fact that neither of you have teleports. You're going to know it's a 4v4, and you're going to be able to at least maybe force it by pushing the wave, or you can get a 4v4, and it can go in favor of you. If you have a 5v5 with the Maokai there, it's a lot harder for you to win a team fight here on OMG. They've got the Maokai and the Sejuani and the Nautilus, then it's going to be in the front. If you take that away, at the very least, it's going to be a 4v4. You can use the Nidalee to poke them down. And though you can't siege directly because of the wave clear that's being presented here from Vici, if you can get someone low enough, you can dive.
Yeah, and looks like Juju actually decides to pick up an Abyssal Scepter as well as Cool. Of course, they don't stack, but they're going to be able to cover a wider area with that Magic Resist debuff. Of course, Dandy not quite completing a Locket of the Iron Solari just yet, which is very interesting considering the fact that there is some severe triple AP coming through from OMG. But he's opting to go for that Banshee's Veil instead.
Yeah. I guess they want to have the Locket go onto the Nautilus, who has finished the face of the mountain now. Is able to go for that if he chooses, and they do want the Banshee's Veil to go down onto the Sejuani first as a priority.
Oh, Dandy steals away another red buff here as well. Uzi trying to find something onto this one, but there's right of the Arcane. Uzi going to fall down as Carry picks that one up. Juju now forced to flash and pounce his way out of here. Does survive as the spear comes through as well. Cool, able to get a whole lot of DPS out with those Sand Soldiers, but Vici, they picked up what they wanted, and they picked a red buff as well.
Completely caught out of position. It just goes to show the strength of the Xerath right there. Just sit in the mid lane, use your ultimate, and then you've got the Sejuani to lock them down, and they're going to try and siege here, but as mentioned, it's going to be very difficult for them to do that, especially with the Sejuani, Xerath, Sivir ultimates not available, and the fact that the wave clear is just so evident.
Yeah, well, exactly. Xiang and Cool just together with so much. Dandy, very, very good at taking buffs, even when he doesn't want to. He's able to take away that blue buff from Hitong.
He's got the blue buff for himself. Selfish, but unintentional, so Hitong still able to wave clear quite efficiently, has the passive to get some mana back if need be, and he's going to be comfortable, but you definitely wanted the blue buff onto the Xerath. It kind of ruins a lot of their potential of sieging as well. They're not going to be able to sustain for very long. And the same goes for having the Nidalee. It's going to be very awkward watching the Nidalee run out of mana if she throws a lot of spears out. And then you've got to get the blue buff onto the Azir, but neither of them have it now because they've stolen it. The game's going to remain at least quite stagnant for the moment. Nothing really happening across the board besides small engages.
Yeah, sort of waiting for things to happen here. You got a little bit of vision around that Baron Hitong. He's looking to try and find a blue buff, and he does manage to get one. So there it is. Both blue buffs now consumed by the Vici Gaming lineup. As Spear's going to land onto Carry here, but able to tank up a lot of this damage, flashing out of the way of the culling, which does end up finding him yet again. But OMG creating some pressure here on the top side of the map. That outer turret has lasted a very long time as Carry, the super tanky man that he is, able to stay around this lane and sort things out. But you can see the fact that Vici, they're going to sack this top outer turret in favor of picking up the inner here on this bottom side of the map if they can. Endless and Marta are hanging around. Nice spell shield just to preempt anything that would have been coming through from Jiang.
Yeah, they had to put 3 in the top lane to ensure that the tower does go down. Azir very good at stalling. He's going to place his own turret. It does give 100 gold, though. It's going to go there to the Xerath, and they're going to get a turret, and I guess a pseudo-turret. I'm not sure what to call that one, but...
Semi-turret?
A semi-turret. The kill threat is still there in the mid lane, because 3 have rotated top. You had OMG, you had amazing Juju and Uzi there. And that means the Sejuani and the Zera sitting in the mid lane, Azir had to respect that, had to place down the turret of his own to at least try and stop them. But they still get the bot turret in response, and a very smart spread rotational play there.
Yeah, Danny actually might be caught out. Emperor's Divide gets him over the wall. Uzi does have the shield available as well as Danny's going on a wild goose chase here. Decides to tank up some turret shots. Mata just playing defense here as the Sand Soldiers chasing after the piggy. But Dandy's going to be fine. That was very clever.
That's a very questionable Emperor's Divide there from the Azir. Not only knocking him over the wall, knocking him right next to the Raptor camp where he can just dash away.
Yeah.
Had the flash available, and he walks out.
I guess, you know, trades Emperor's Divide for a flash. So in the end, still a better trade for OMG. But that's about all they can hang their hat on. As OMG might be able to utilize some back timing here to try and get some pressure on this Baron. You can see that they already have the Rift Scuttler.
It feels to me like they want to do it from the other side of the wall or bait it. And they've opted to at least start the recalls. I would have loved to have seen the Thresh tanking for the Azir Sand Soldiers over the wall.
That would have been very amusing.
Would have been fantastic. But instead, going to recall. They're going to have almost complete control of the Baron area. Only the one ward
there. They can get everyone over the wall from the back side of the pit, though.
Except for the Lulu, I think.
No, you can just use a Dark Passage.
Yeah, exactly.
Easy peasy.
That's a real possibility, in fact. They have got entire control of that area where they were standing as 5. They could have done it. They just opted not to.
Yeah, OMG actually going to head back towards this Baron here as well. They know that Vici's going to be taking down the Dragon. Of course, this is the movement speed buff, so their rotational ability over towards that Dragon going to be better. But OMG just caught in transition here a little bit. They didn't opt to go for sort of decisive play on the Baron. And it means that Vici just gets a free Dragon.
Yeah, it feels like it was a lack of decision-making right there from the side of OMG. Not really sure what to do in the situation. And after the first game, it comes as a big surprise to see them make a mistake like that.
Although I guess they sort of had the first game from very early on. Cool takes a whole bunch of his health bar as Mata looks for the Q, but doesn't find it here as Cool just uses his E to get himself away.
Azir opting towards the Abyssal Scepter is something that I have to question. I know it's to get rid of a lot of the damage that the Maokai, Sejuani, and the Xerath can provide, and they do have a lot of magic damage just from their natural kit. Like the tanks do mostly magic damage, but you could have opted for a more damage-oriented build. Maybe even left it at the Negatron Cloak because you've got the Abyssal Scepter from the Nidalee.
Yeah,
you don't really need 2 Abyssal Scepters. Get some MR, sure. Why not go for the Athenes instead, perhaps, and keep some small amounts of MR? At least you have some. And then you can go for some damage and be a real big threat as he...
Oh,
wow.
Cool. Looking for the big play, but doesn't find it there at all. Just gets them away from the turret. And if that's what he was looking to do, then perfectly done. He did use the flash to get away, but man, that was interesting. Did he use the Emperor's Divide in the wrong direction, do you think?
He may have used it in the wrong direction. He could have put them towards the turret.
Yeah.
I feel like it... Either way, it would have been a really interesting position to be in. He was in a very awkward position, did use the flash straight away. So the response, knowing that the Emperor's Divide and the flash is down,
there's
Baron.
So much damage on this Baron here as well as Endless able to rip this one apart. 2,000 health now as OMG unable to get any steals. And Vici Gaming pick up the first Baron of the game.
Yeah, so things are starting to go quite well in the favors of Vici Gaming. They've got 3 Dragons to 1. They've got the Baron. They do have a small gold lead. It's nothing massive, and we saw this every single time there's been an attempt at a big play, there's been a response, and it's almost even matched across the board. The goal difference is not big, but the minions coming in as Baron minions is going to be very hard for Nidalee to wave clear. You're going to have to utilize that static shiv on the Lucian and the Lulu having the death cap available. Those two have to be there to wave clear. Otherwise, it's going to be extremely difficult for them to stop the Vici push.
Yeah, well, precisely, and we'll see whether they can actually manage to do so. Is Uzi going to clear out this bottom side of the map? We've got Cool there in the mid lane clearing that one as well. So OMG do have tools in order to try and hold on to their base. But Vici Gaming picking up that Baron gives them a whole lot more opportunity to try and get their way into this one. And BF Sword now completed by Endless on top of the rest of his items. And this sort of single target high DPS build from Endless, you couldn't get much better than that, I don't think, as far as the first 3 items plus a component are concerned.
Yeah, he's looking to do as much damage as possible. He's got the last Whisper straight off the bat. Doesn't want that Bloodthirster just yet. Most likely going to be that with the 4th item. Opting straight away for that armor penetration and not for sustain. He's not worried about dying. In fact, he's quite comfortable with not dying because he's got the team in front of him.
Yeah.
And the Xerath's never going to be in a bad position, so he can rush straight damage as well. Both of the carriers of Vici Gaming all into that damage, and they're doing an abundance of it right now.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. And the fact that Dandy, he offers a fair bit of damage as well, you have to say, but he's just so tanky now with the Spirit Visage and, of course, the Frozen Heart as well, as the Cinderhulk just making it even better. Yeah, it was a very nice spear under her tongue there at the same time. But OMG, they just don't have that tankiness at all. Amazing is the closest thing to a tank that they have. As Dredgeline, I have no idea how that missed him.
I haven't got a clue how that missed. And I was about to say that they're not really pulling the trigger here, either team. But they managed to get a turret that would have been an initiation on Thresh, unfortunately missing. And they're going to use these Baron minions hitting the turret here.
Yeah, and I just don't understand how OMG are really going to be able to make this one work, because Juju has not been able to get any poke off whatsoever.
Yeah, it's going to be near impossible for the Nidalee at this stage to get poke off, especially with the big front line and Xerath being such a high-ranged champion. You're not really going to hit many spears onto him. We have seen one connect, but I think that's for the most part the only spear that we've actually seen connect.
We sort of saw one in that last situation, and he just hasn't been able to set himself up as sort of like a siege unit on this Nidalee. And right now, I mean, he can land a few onto carry who's going to be in the front line, but they need to be getting Endless and Hotong out of these fights.
And you can see the pressure is in favor of Vici right now. They do have control of the map up until the base area of OMG, but they're not really able to pull a trigger of sorts in any way, shape, or form. They haven't committed to an engage, because if they engage, they do have to dive. They have not fully overcommitted to anything just yet, and it's slowly whittling down the tower, but not really enough to speak of. If they can push them off right now, the Baron seems to have ended, and nothing really came of that push. They got one turret in the top lane.
Yeah, they got an inner turret in the top lane.
Seemingly it as well. Dragon is up in 30 seconds. It'll be the 4th Dragon for Vici if they do get that one. That is a real win condition for them at the moment, and they would probably like the 5th Dragon buff to help them close this game out. And it's going to be a very slow, methodical game from here on out unless they can catch someone completely out of position.
And do you think it's a mistake that no one is going for a locket at all on the side of Vici, or do you think this is a strategical play?
I would have liked to have seen a locket on either the support or the jungler here from OMG and Vici even, to deny a lot of what Xerath is doing. And I said it's interesting to have the Abyssal Scepter on the side of OMG here for cool, but why not get the locket on the support instead? And then you have the magic resistance available.
Yeah.
And you don't have to build that pseudo damage tanky mid laner instead. You can opt to go for raw damage and just beast on them.
Yeah, you could pick up the Stinger potentially. Do
Yeah.
like seeing Stingers coming through, of course. It's more of a Hotong Z item, generally. He does like to pick up the Stinger on a Z, does Hotong. He's going to be Endless backing away, though. Just manages to pick up a whole bunch of farm. Might be finishing off that Bloodthirster now as well, as he did just manage to spend that money. Bloodthirster has been completed now as well. So that is in response to Uzi's Blade of the Ruined King, which he has completed as well.
Both AD carriers are at 4 items at the moment. The makings of either a Banshee's Veil or a QSS coming out here for Uzi as well. And they're definitely not behind by any means. The side of OMG are fully capable and definitely able to win a team fight right now. The goal difference, it is 3,000, but it's not a massive deal because a lot of the damage is on the important carries. The only real exception there is the Nidalee opting for that Void Staff straight away, knowing that needs to accelerate this game and start doing some damage, start having a real presence on the map and make those spears count. Aside from that, the items, the money is where it needs to be. They just need to really make something happen. They need to find a position, catch someone out of position, and get the ideal fight in their favor.
Yeah, and the interesting thing as well about Abyssal Scepter Nidalee, I think that is an awful item on Nidalee.
Yeah.
Incredibly awful. Just because you do more damage based on how far you are away from someone, and Abyssal Scepter's range is not very high.
Well, it's counterintuitive of what Nidalee seems to do, but then keep in mind that Nidalee does have the Cougar form as they're engaging.
Yeah, they're trying to find something here. Zeus is going to get knocked up, does use the flash in order to get away, but he's super dead as the Sun Turret trying to do some work here for Cool, but Xiang's going to fall down as well. Vici staying as a unit, able to clean this one up. Dandy picking up the final kill. Sun Turret going to fall, and Vici now with 4 dead on the side of OMG, and Juju's there sort of trying to throw a few spears here and there, but there's not a whole lot he can do. The inhibitor's going to fall down, and Vici will see whether they can push forward for the victory. It is 30 seconds on the next member of OMG to be alive, and I'm not sure what the Nidalee can do. There are a few minions. The tanky members of Vici able to tank up these Nexus turrets. The final one about to fall down. The Nexus going to fall as well. Vici Gaming are going to be able to take down Game 2 against OMG as Juju flashes out of the fountain. But that's 1-1 for this series, and Vici fighting back in the second game.
Yeah, OMG finally coming out of their base for the first time in what felt like forever. Eventually making it out, poking their head out and getting caught completely. The game being run over from there on out. Nidalee did the best she could to try and deny the game from ending, but they just completely overwhelmed the base, and what felt like a small lead and what was entirely possible for a comeback in that game just thrown out the window, and a convincing ending to the game from Vici.
Yeah, and Juju's just did not look very impressive on that Nidalee at all. I just don't think that the pick really fit in that comp. They needed some sort of initiation tool, some sort of tank there, and Cool was sort of taking it upon himself to try and Azir his way into starting a fight, and that is not generally what you want.
No, you know you're having a very rough game when you're initiating as the Azir and building Abyssal Scepter even furthermore as the Azir. And while we were questioning the Abyssal Scepter on the Nidalee, you have to look at that Azir Abyssal Scepter and say why.
Yeah, I think both of them say why. Build a rocket.
Yeah.
Like, man, maybe that item got disabled in the last match of the night. It didn't, ladies and gentlemen. It was still there. They just couldn't quite find it in the shop just yet.
No, they didn't actually. I do question the Nidalee pick entirely. You have to admit it was very well played there from Vici Gaming, closing the game out convincingly, slow and methodical. So well done from them, and 1-1 was the series.
Yeah, really beautiful play there, but you have to mention that OMG's first game was looking fantastic, trying to play around the Uzi, the power player, but that was our final game of the night. We still have a couple more days here of the LPL, so on behalf of myself, Rusty, Papa Smithy, and Pastry Time, and of course our whole production crew, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.